Chapter 1. The system is up to something. Everyone knows that in this era, stargate technology is of paramount importance for interstellar travel. However, stargates can only be constructed in star systems with two suns, which means that, to date, a third of the star systems remain devoid of stargates. Zhao Chen groggily opened his eyes, a dizzy sensation swirling in his mind. If his memory served him correctly, he had stayed up late gaming the previous night, and now, upon entering class, he was beset by fatigue. Oddly, the usually stern instructor had not roused him from his slumber. Suddenly, Zhao Chen's expression turned blank as he realized something was amiss in the entire classroom. The desks were no longer wooden, but of a peculiar, pure, white material. Each student had a holographic projection screen before them, and their uniforms resembled those seen in some sci-fi space battle film. Zhao Chen reached out to touch the seemingly transparent display screen. To his astonishment, it felt as if he had made contact with a physical object. With a bit more force, his hand actually passed through it. What the? Zhao Chen widened his eyes and glanced around. He noticed that where the wall of the classroom had been, there now stood a colossal floor-to-ceiling window, revealing a breathtaking view of a starry galaxy, something he had only ever seen in educational programs. On the walls of this peculiar classroom hung several electronic scrolls, depicting various aircraft and warships. Not naval vessels, but starships akin to those found in video games. Then he turned his gaze to the figure standing at the podium, teaching the class. Zhao Chen nearly toppled over in shock. It was a humanoid creature clad in clothing, yet its head was devoid of hair, adorned instead with vine-like patterns, and it had butterfly wing-like ears on either side. This was undoubtedly not a human appearance. As Zhao Chen pondered whether he was dreaming, a torrent of memories flooded into his mind. The interstellar era, the Radiant Empire, Galactic Year 3030, the North Star Starship Military Academy. Zhao Chen, Captain Specialization, 3rd year, student. He clutched his head in pain. Hey Zhao, are you alright? Feeling unwell? A concerned voice came from beside him. Zhao Chen turned to see a male student. Immediately, the details of this individual appeared in his mind. Li Bei, his good friend and classmate. I'm fine, just stayed up late last night. Zhao Chen waved his hand dismissively, signaling that he was okay. He feigned calmness as he resumed his studies, yet his mind was busy piecing together the current situation and circumstances. He had traversed into another realm. He was now in an interstellar age, attending a military academy for starships under the Radiant Empire, studying to become a captain of a starship. Zhao Chen patted his pocket, where he found a small vial. If memory served, the original owner of this body had chosen to end his life due to heartbreak. Yet unexpectedly, this had led to Zhao Chen's arrival as the new occupant of this body with the same name. Beep. Binding of the Super Interstellar Fleet System in progress. Binding complete. Host, Zhao Chen. At that moment, a mechanical female voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Newbie gift package activated. Congratulations, you have received 100 system points. Congratulations, you have acquired the profession of top starship engineer. Congratulations, you have obtained the technical blueprint for the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser. Congratulations, you have received a random opportunity for a special attribute extraction. After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhao Chen realized this was his golden finger as a transmigrator. With a thought, a virtual page materialized before his eyes. Host, Zhao Chen profession, top starship engineer's special attribute, none points, 100 starships, 0 task, quarterly task unclaimed warehouse, T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser technical blueprint. Zhao Chen glanced over the 2 rewards he had just received. Top starship engineer. He raised his hand and used the holographic computer on the desk to search for information on starship manufacturing. To his amazement, he comprehended the knowledge instantly, even able to extrapolate from it. So, does this mean I can construct starships myself? Zhao Chen mused joyfully. He looked further. Points? Points. The system points are provided daily based on the number of starships owned by the host, must be starships constructed from system blueprints, and can also be acquired by completing system task points, can be exchanged for goods in the system mall. Zhao Chen glanced at the so-called system mall, which contains starship technical blueprints and a variety of other items, all categorized under T1 technology level. In this world, technological products were classified as T1, T2, T3, and so forth. The higher the level, the stronger the combat capability and the more advanced the technology. Thus, the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser he had received was an exceptionally valuable starship technology. It was well known that a T3 starship blueprint could be worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of star coins within the Radiant Empire. Currently, the number of T3 starship types in active service in the Radiant Empire was fewer than 10. This underscored the rarity of T3 starships. If others were to discover that Zhao Chen possessed such a T3 starship blueprint, the entire empire would likely be in an uproar. Yet Zhao Chen was acutely aware of the adage, a common man is innocent, yet possessing a precious item can lead to disaster. Thus, it was imperative that he kept this information concealed until he acquired sufficient strength. Unfortunately, Zhao Chen currently lacked the capability to construct a T3 starship. As per his recollections, the cost of creating a T3 starship required at least 10 million star coins worth of raw materials and associated construction expenses. To possess such a starship, he had a long journey ahead. As for the quarterly task displayed on the system interface, it was an automatic task that formed every 3 months, with rewards upon completion. Zhao Chen decided to claim his first quarterly task. Quarterly task. On a starship system produced. This was no small feat. In addition, there was a particularly intriguing aspect, the special attribute. Zhao Chen selected the attribute option, which prompted a box to appear. The host will randomly select one attribute and its execution conditions from the options below. Option 1. The host fleet can only recruit male soldiers, granting a combat power bonus and morale boost. Option 2. The host fleet can only recruit female soldiers, granting a luck bonus and insight. Option 3. The host fleet can only recruit non-humanoid soldiers, granting a loyalty bonus and universal language. Zhao Chen's expression darkened. Was the system truly up to something? Chapter 2. The interstellar fleet that can only recruit female soldiers. Before Zhao Chen could ponder further, a cursor began to move swiftly among the 3 options, resembling a roulette wheel. Ultimately, the cursor came to a halt on the second option. Congratulations, host. You have received fleet luck value bonus and Eye of Insight. Please unconditionally adhere to the regulation that the fleet can only recruit female soldiers. Any violation will result in the revocation of the aforementioned rewards and the imposition of unspecified penalties. Zhao Chen buried his face in his hands. Only recruiting female soldiers, this condition seemed rather absurd. Yet inexplicably, he felt a flicker of anticipation within him to return to the main point, since this fact could not be altered. He resolved to go with the flow. First, let us explore the 2 rewards he had obtained. The fleet luck value bonus, as its name implies, grants a certain luck enhancement to Zhao Chen and any entity under his fleet. The specific effects remained unclear. As luck is an elusive concept, the second reward, Eye of Insight, allows Zhao Chen to discern any hostile intent or murderous intent from any species aboard his starship. In other words, as long as he is on his starship, Zhao Chen is absolutely safe. Classmates, today's lesson will conclude here. The semester is nearing its end, and next semester we'll begin practical training. As students in the captain program, each of you will need to possess your own starship. This starship can either be purchased by yourselves or exchanged for using academy credits. The crew aboard your starship can comprise students from other disciplines within the academy or higher personnel, provided they meet relevant regulations. After the teacher announced this, he left the classroom. The announcement pertained to the curriculum for the next semester, requiring each student to prepare their own starship. Those with financial means could purchase one, while those less fortunate could use the credits accumulated over the past 3 years to redeem a starship from the Academy's list. Immediately, each student began discussing the starships they intended to acquire. I'll tell you, my father has already prepared a T2 level interstellar destroyer for me. It's the latest model this year and the best-selling starship in nearly a decade. But let me tell you what a man's romance is. It's colossal ships and massive cannons. If we're going to fly, it has to be an interstellar battleship. Now that's a true man's toy. You all come from affluent families. I'm just hoping to manage with a starship frigate to complete my studies. Listening to his peers' discussions, Zhao Chen couldn't help but fantasize about his own starship. As a young man who hasn't harbored dreams of traversing the cosmos in their youth. Hey Lao Zhao, have you decided what starship to redeem? You need to prepare quickly. Although the Academy has a substantial list of redeemable starships, waiting too long might mean missing out on a good one. Moreover, you'll need to gather a crew. Li Wei leaned closer to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen casually asked, "How is your preparation coming along?" Li Wei cheerfully raised his wrist, where he wore a handheld terminal resembling a lightweight watch that a holographic projection displayed a three-dimensional model of a starship. The design was quite traditional, reminiscent of ancient ships, featuring several main cannons and missile launchers. This is the T2 level Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, currently priced at 430,000 star coins. My dad ordered it for me. And he even arranged for the crew, entirely comprised of retired veterans with over 10 years of service. After finishing, Li Wei seemed to recall something and looked at Zhao Chen with concern. Lao Zhao, if you can't find a suitable starship in the Academy's warehouse, I could ask my dad to help you. Don't worry. I already have a plan regarding the starship. After lunch, we'll go collect mine. Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Li Wei's family background was quite impressive. Engaged in interstellar trade, and reportedly ranking among the top 10 in the northern sector of the Starry Empire. Thus, acquiring a T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer worth 400,000 star coins was hardly surprising. Having concluded their chat, Zhao Chen and Li Wei headed to the Academy cafeteria. Along the way, Li Wei noticed that Zhao Chen appeared distracted and assumed he was still preoccupied with the starship matter. In truth, Zhao Chen's status was not inferior to Li Wei's. After his father's early death, Zhao Chen had inherited a baronial title and owned a star system. Unfortunately, the resources in his star system were exceedingly scarce. Additionally, it was a single star system, meaning a stargate could not be constructed. Without a stargate and lacking specialty resources, this star system was essentially deemed worthless. Zhao Chen's baronial title was a legacy from his great-grandfather, a commander in the Imperial Navy of the Starry Empire who earned his title through military merit. However, during Zhao Chen's grandfather and father's generations, neither had accomplished feats significant enough to bolster or secure the title, leading to its degradation from Count to Baron. Unless Zhao Chen achieved notable accomplishments, his offspring would not inherit the title, and the territory would be reclaimed by the Empire. Currently, Zhao Chen's prospects appeared bleak. It was said that within his star system, not even a single T2 level starship existed. Only a few antiquated T1 starships patrolled the system. And fortunately, due to its scarcity of resources, interstellar pirates had no interest in raiding them. Previously, Li Wei often wished to assist Zhao Chen, but Zhao Chen's prideful nature led him to refuse help from others. "Hey, Lao Zhao, let us sit over there." Suddenly, Li Wei placed his arm around Zhao Chen's shoulder, attempting to steer him toward a different path, seemingly trying to avoid something. Yet, what Li Wei hoped Zhao Chen would not see. He had already noticed Jiang Shasha, Zhao Chen's fiancée, theoretically speaking. However, at this moment, Zhao Chen's fiancée, Jiang Shasha, was accompanied by another young man. Those familiar with Jiang Shasha knew that this young man was pursuing her. Li Wei buried his face in his hands, realizing how unfortunate it was to cross paths with this woman again. He knew Zhao Chen and Jiang Shasha had grown up together, as they hailed from the same star system. And Jiang Shasha's family belonged to the nobility of Zhao Chen's territory, thus binding them in an engagement from childhood. However, everything changed after Jiang Shasha entered the academy with Zhao Chen, as there were now boys of more prominent status and wealth in Zhao Chen. In comparison, Zhao Chen appeared to be a fallen noble from the countryside. Initially, Zhao Chen still harbored feelings for Jiang Shasha, but her actions repeatedly hurt him, and despite his attempt to reconcile, he was met with her cold and cruel demeanor. Li Wei was aware of Zhao Chen's heartbreak, having witnessed him struggle to eat on multiple occasions. Unbeknownst to Li Wei, today, due to his emotional turmoil, Zhao Chen had even contemplated suicide by taking medication, leading to his current state. "Let us sit by the window over there." Zhao Chen rejected Li Wei's suggestion, walking straight ahead. To outsiders, it appeared as though Zhao Chen was walking directly toward Jiang Shasha. Chapter 3. The fiancé of the useless baron. At this moment, Jiang Shasha also spotted Zhao Chen approaching her directly. A deep revulsion welled up within her. She never anticipated this stubborn individual would be so resolute. Last night, she had clearly told him they were from two different worlds, yet he persisted in mentioning their childhood bond, hoping to rekindle her feelings. What a joke! Leaving that impoverished star system had opened her eyes to the brilliance of life. There was no way she would settle for becoming a mere baroness in that destitute star system, where her children would have no hope of inheriting a title. She refused to endure such a life. It was unthinkable The young man beside her was a potential prospect. He came from a respectable family, with his father currently a viscount and rumored to be on the verge of being elevated to a count in the coming years. Wouldn't that mean his son could inherit a title as well? Fine, she would find an excuse to reject him later. She had already shown him courtesy, but if he was ungrateful, she wouldn't hesitate to humiliate him publicly. Jiang Shasha mused inwardly, already displaying a frosty expression as she prepared her refusal. Even the young man beside Jiang Shasha wore a mocking expression, having investigated her background and learned of Zhao Chen's fallen status. He relished the thought of seeing someone humiliated after losing their beloved to him, as both awaited the unfolding of the drama. Unexpectedly, Zhao Chen didn't even spare Jiang Shasha a glance, simply brushing past them. This action left both Jiang Shasha and the young man dumbfounded, and even Li Wei was stunned. He had anticipated Zhao Chen confronting his fiancée about her being with another man. But instead, Zhao Chen just walked on by. Look, this spot has the best view. You can see the starships docked over there. Zhao Chen seated himself at a table beside a massive, transparent floor-to-ceiling window, pointing toward a distant starport where dozens of starships were moored. Li Wei was astonished. Bro, did you really come here just to admire the scenery? In truth, Zhao Chen was indeed there to observe the starships. Perhaps it was an intrinsic trait of manhood, but he now found himself exceedingly fascinated by them. Based on the knowledge acquired in his mind, Zhao Chen meticulously examined the starships docked within the starport. Predominantly, T2 starships were present, along with a few T1 vessels that, in this era, T1 starships were considered outdated, primarily utilized for civilian purposes or patrolling duties across various star systems that T0 engage in battle. One would require at least a T2 class starship. The T2 vessels boasted significantly larger hulls compared to their T1 counterparts, with a diverse array comprising interstellar destroyers and frigates, which accounted for 2/3 of the fleet. The remaining ships included interstellar cruisers and battlecruisers. Zhao Chen even spotted a T1 class battlecruiser, but it was evident that it was a relic of the past. Notably absent were aircraft carriers, which, along with battlecruisers, represented the most exorbitantly priced classes of starships, one reigning supreme in aerial warfare, while the other symbolized the might of colossal ships and cannons. Zhao Chen soon laid eyes upon a starship identical to the one purchased by Li Wei, the T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer. This model was currently the best-selling T2 destroyer within the Starshine Empire, favored by many. The vessel measured a length of 230 meters, akin to the size of a large sports arena. The docked Hyena-class destroyer was adorned in its original steel-colored paint, with the right side emblazoned with 3 distinctive emblems. The foremost emblem represented the Galactic Alliance, of which the Starshine Empire was a member, necessitating that all starships within the Alliance bear this insignia. Following, it was the Starshine Empire's 7-star emblem, signifying the 7 families that established the Empire. Lastly, the most prominent emblem symbolized the ship's owner, alongside the vessel's identification number. This emblem was the largest and most conspicuous, serving as the starship's identity card. What shall we eat today? My treat, Li Wei declared generously. Really? Zhao Chen teased, casting a playful glance at Li Wei. Before activating a dining selection button on the table, a holographic menu materialized before him, and he scrolled to the end of the list. Li Wei immediately chuckled wryly. Brother, well, my father did buy me a starship. You know, my monthly allowance isn't substantial. Zhao Chen ceased his jesting, replying, though you are a wealthy heir and I'm merely a down-on-my-luck baron, I haven't sunk so low as to rely on you. Once you truly achieve success, then you may treat me. With that, Zhao Chen selected the cheapest meal option, which Li Wei mirrored. Shortly, a robotic waiter delivered their orders. Here are your nutritional A and nutritional C sets. Enjoy your meal. Zhao Chen began consuming the visually appealing yet poorly flavored food, which felt akin to chewing plastic. It seems food prices have surged again. Eating these artificial nutrient sets daily, I fear I may lose my sense of taste. I long for some naturally grown food. Plead with your father for a larger allowance, Zhao Chen remarked without looking up. Why father is a miser, aside from this extravagant purchase of the starship. He wants to part with more money. Besides, do you know how expensive artificially grown produce is? Even my father can only afford the most basic meals, and he eats meat only once a week. A life of excess is reserved for the upper echelons of society. Li Wei waved dismissively. Zhao Chen regarded the meal before him. In this advanced age, everything appeared splendid, except for the food. due to a vast population and the overexploitation of planetary resources. The cost of naturally grown crops had skyrocketed, leading the majority of ordinary people to consume bland, artificial nutrient meals. Only the affluent elite could afford naturally grown foods, even the most commonplace rice. Bread and vegetables from Zhao Chen's previous life were now considered luxury items, accessible only to the lower-tier nobility on rare occasions. Isn't that Zhao Chen, the Baron? How does a Baron end up eating such food? A derisive voice interjected from nearby. Li Wei frowned and turned to see Zhang Shasha and a young man, Zhang Heron, seated beside them. Zhang Heron, son of a viscount, was far from an ordinary individual. Ignoring them, Zhao Chen continued to focus on his meal. Oh, by the way, I forgot to inform you, Baron Zhao. Shasha has agreed to be my girlfriend, and as for your engagement with her, it would be wise for you to annul it yourself. Do you think you are worthy of her? Zhang Heron sneered. Looking down on Zhao Chen, he relished the feeling of humiliating others. Chapter 4. Starship Duel. Zhao Chen's prior indifference had irked Zhang Heron, inciting him to provoke Zhao Chen further by bringing up his relationship with Zhang Shasha. Zhang Shasha frowned slightly. She had merely agreed to date Zhang Heron temporarily, and his declaration unsettled her. At this moment, Zhao Chen finally lifted his gaze, casting a casual glance at Zhang Heron and uttering a single syllable. Oh. Zhang Heron's lips twitched. This young man, rumored to be infatuated with Zhang Shasha, now appeared unfazed by his provocations. Zhang Shasha, too, was astonished, sensing a change in Zhao Chen's demeanor. Truly a useless baron, a failure. Zhang Heron continued his taunts. Unable to contain himself, Li Wei pointed at Zhang Heron. Zhang Heron, don't overstep your bounds. What are you really? If I am a useless baron, then you're not even worth being called that. If memory serves, you failed your final exams for 3 consecutive years. Without your father's connections, you would have been expelled long ago. Zhao Chen cast a glance at Zhang Heron, delivering his words in the most nonchalant tone, yet they bore a sting. You. Zhang Heron seethed with rage. For this was a sensitive topic he despised. And what if I have connections? My father has arranged for me a T2 starship for the next semester. I bet you'll have to present a T1 starship, which will likely turn into a target during practical training. Ha ha ha. Zhao Chen's expression shifted in surprise. He had unexpectedly triggered a random quest at this moment. Defeating Zhang Heron thought this posed a challenge. However, it was considerably simpler than the previous quarterly task. Importantly, completing the task would yield a task point in addition to uncertain rewards. Although Zhao Chen currently possessed system points, the items in the system shop couldn't be exchanged freely. Acquiring a product necessitated corresponding task points. For instance, a T1 item required 1 task point along with the appropriate system points. Task points were precisely what Zhao Chen urgently needed. Don't take my words too harshly. It is simply the truth. I suggest you stop wasting time here and humiliating yourself. Instead, you should return to your remote star territory, Zhang Heron taunted, believing his words had struck a nerve with Zhao Chen. Zhang Shasha observed the scene with indifference. While Zhang Heron may be overstepping, if it led Zhao Chen to recognize their disparity and retreat, that would not be without merit. I could see that moment. A smirk crept onto Zhao Chen's face. Who is humiliating whom remains to be seen. Zhao Chen raised his head, locking eyes with Zhang Heron for the first time, his gaze filled with provocation and mockery. Simultaneously, he mentally declared, confirm task acceptance. Random task accepted. Task content. Challenge Zhang Heron to a starship duel and defeat him in the duel. Task difficulty. D-grade task reward. 1 task point and 300 points. Failure penalty. Deduction of 300 points. It seems there is even a penalty for failure, resulting in a direct deduction of 300 points. Zhao Chen was acutely aware that he currently possessed only 100 points. If he failed, his balance would plummet into the negative. You, without a starship to your name, have the audacity to speak. Zhang Heron pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Chen, a fallen noble, should accept humiliation quietly. Yet this fellow repeatedly defied expectations. Since you were so confident, why not engage in a starship duel? Zhao Chen retrieved a card for the collar of his student uniform. It was the Academy's student identification card, granting access to study, live, and participate in various activities, including starship duels at a starship duel. You wish to challenge me? Zhang Heron was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, approaching Zhao Chen's table. You, with no starship, what do you have to compete with me? You think you are worthy? The timing was not immediate, as the semester still had a month remaining. Let us set the date by the end of June. I will inform you of the duel time then. Should I lose, I will voluntarily withdraw from the next semester. If you lose, Zhao Chen's gaze remained fixed on Zhang Haoren. That I will withdraw, Zhang Haoren replied. Following suit, I could see this moment. The unfolding events had exceeded the expectations of both Jiang Shasha and Li Wei. Li Wei rose to his feet, pushing aside Zhang Haoren and positioning himself in front of Zhao Chen. Zhang Haoren, if you have the courage, challenge me to a starship duel. Zhang Haoren glanced at Li Wei, spreading his hands with a light chuckle. Everyone has seen it. This starship duel was proposed by Zhao Chen. Li Wei's father held considerable influence, and Zhang Haoren was reluctant to stir unnecessary trouble. Li Wei, allow me to handle this matter myself, Zhao Chen urged, placing a hand on Li Wei's shoulder. But that if you still consider me a friend, trust me, Zhao Chen said earnestly. Li Wei gritted his teeth, casting a resentful glare at Zhang Haoren. At that moment, a holographic projection appeared between Zhao Chen and Zhang Haoren. Third-year student Zhao Chen has submitted a request for a starship duel against third-year student Zhang Haoren. The tentative date is within 1 month. Do you confirm? The commotion had attracted a considerable crowd. After all, starship duels were rare occurrences, typically associated with practical combat, given the risks of damage to the ships and potential casualties. The North Star Starship Military Academy only hosted 4 or 5 such duels in a month. Though I am uncertain where your confidence stems from, I assure you will regret your decision today. Zhang Haoren scoffed, producing his identification card to accept Zhao Chen's challenge. Thus, the duel's details were recorded in the Academy's database, awaiting final confirmation of the date. Li Wei, have you finished your meal? If so, let us depart, Zhao Chen remarked, wiping his mouth as if nothing had transpired. Huh? Oh, I'm done, Li Wei replied, his appetite vanishing as he followed Zhao Chen out of the dining hall. Zhang Haoren observed Zhao Chen's departing figure with a cold smile. A person without even a starship dares to challenge me? He would be the one to humiliate himself. Shasha, fear not. Once I defeat him and ensure he leaves the academy, he will no longer have the chance to trouble you. Zhang Haoren turned to Jiang Shasha, already adopting the demeanor of a victor. Jiang Shasha, however, watched Zhao Chen's retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable sense of change in him. Most importantly, she realized that throughout this encounter, Zhao Chen had not once looked her way. Had he truly forgotten her, or was this a mere act? A sense of unwillingness stirred within her. Chapter 5. Trading for 3 dilapidated starships? This fellow must be mad. Zhao Chen, you acted far too impulsively just now that I know you detest Zhang Haoren for taking away. Jiang Shasha, but you cannot propose a starship duel, Li Wei said, walking alongside Zhao Chen, his anxious demeanor suggesting that he himself were the one facing the duel. No need, I possess a starship, Zhao Chen replied, warmed by Li Wei's concern. Li Wei genuinely regarded him as a brother, particularly since Zhao Chen had helped this privileged heir from a trading family with tutoring and project guidance since their first day at the academy. Without Zhao Chen's assistance, he would have undoubtedly failed his exams over the past 3 years. You have a starship? Why was I unaware? Li Wei exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Chen, who spent nearly every hour of the day with Li Wei, aside from sleeping and restroom breaks, seemed implausible to have a starship without Li Wei's knowledge. Let us go exchange it now, Zhao Chen said, a smile gracing his lips. What? Go exchange it now. Li Wei paused, then held his head in disbelief. Why, dear Baron? Are you jesting? Do you intend to use a starship from the Academy's warehouse to duel Zhang Haoren? Half an hour later, Zhao Chen and Li Wei arrived at the Academy's starship warehouse. Unlike the starport, which housed starships ready for departure, the warehouse served merely as storage. Some starships here were so dusty they could be described as forgotten relics, having sat for countless years. Hello, I'm here to exchange for a starship, Zhao Chen announced at the counter of the warehouse administrator. The administrator glanced at Zhao Chen, perhaps recognizing the end of the semester, as third-year students began preparing for the next term's required starships. Take a look. Here's the list, he said, opening a browsing window filled with data on various starships and their required student points. Nearly 300 starships were listed, though the vast majority were T1 level and second-hand. After all, who would leave a new starship parked here? Zhao Chen, your academic performance has been commendable. You should have around 30,000 points accumulated over 3 semesters. That should suffice for this T2 Hyena-class medium starship, which has been in service for 20 years and has minor hull damage. While its design is somewhat outdated, the core technology remains comprehensive. Since the duel was now inevitable, Li Wei could only think of ways to cope. Zhao Chen shook his head, continuing to browse. Li Wei continued to suggest several T2 starships that offered good value, but Zhao Chen declined each one. Young master, how long must you deliberate? While there are over 300 starships here, only a few are truly suitable, Li Wei remarked. Watching Zhao Chen's indecision, I have made my choice, Zhao Chen declared. Chosen? Which one? Li Wei inquired curiously. Zhao Chen turned to the administrator. Sir, is there no limit to how many starships I may exchange for? Provided I have sufficient points? Indeed, there are no restrictions on the number of exchanges, the administrator confirmed. Zhao Chen proceeded to select several starships in a browsing window. Then I shall take these three. Three. Both Li Wei and the administrator were momentarily taken aback, instinctively checking the details of the three starships. T2 Hyena-class medium starship. In service for 59 years, hull previously sustained severe damage. 3 main cannons were severely damaged, but have since been repaired. Requires 9,000 points. T2 Grey Wolf-class light starship. In service for 65 years. Requires 7,000 points. T2 Devil Crocodile-class medium starship. In service for 80 years. Requires 11,000 points. Upon reviewing these starship details, both Li Wei and the administrator were left speechless. These starships were undoubtedly ancient relics within the warehouse. Are you certain you wish to exchange for these 3 starships? Have you considered it thoroughly? While these vessels were respectable in their era, their modules have significantly aged over time, the administrator advised. Li Wei quickly added, Zhao Chen, this isn't a joke that a starship duel is one-on-one. Even if you select 3, it won't matter. I am certain that it is these 3. Please process the exchange, Zhao Chen insisted. After the administrator confirmed multiple times, he finally proceeded to process the exchange for Zhao Chen. Li Wei stood by, covering his face, feeling as though he were in a dream. He simply could not comprehend Zhao Chen's actions today. These 3 starships have been registered under your name and can be accessed at any time if you wish to continue storing them in the warehouse. It will be free for 1 month. After that, storage fees will apply, the administrator stated, looking at Zhao Chen as if he were a fool. Sir, point can also be used to exchange for starship components. Correct? Furthermore, each student has free access to the starship modification and maintenance docks. I haven't used mine in 3 semesters, so I should have 30 days of free access, Zhao Chen added. Indeed, the administrator nodded. In that case, I will draft a list of starship components, and I would appreciate it if you could arrange for a starship dock to have these 3 starships and their components delivered there, Zhao Chen requested. The administrator glanced at the list of components, which were quite ordinary, and noted that Zhao Chen had enough points left after the starship exchange to cover them. Will you need to hire a starship engineer or maintenance worker? They can repair and modify the starships according to your specifications, the administrator inquired. And no need, Zhao Chen replied. The administrator did not press further. I will have everything ready for you within half an hour. You will receive the dock number. Simply head there. Thank you, sir, Zhao Chen said. Once the tasks were completed, Zhao Chen and Li Wei left the warehouse. What a peculiar student, the administrator muttered, stepping out of the starship warehouse. Li Wei could no longer contain himself. He grasped Zhao Chen's shoulder. Zhao Chen, what on earth are you planning? What use could those 3 dilapidated starships possibly serve? Are you toying with your future? Zhao Chen remained calm and composed. Li Wei, trust me, I will handle this matter appropriately. You don't forget it. I can't be bothered with you. Li Wei huffed, waving his hand in frustration. Zhao Chen sighed. Even if he explained everything to Li Wei now, he would not believe him. Rather than waste time, it was better to prove everything with facts later. Ding. Third-year student Zhao Chen has gained access to dock number 017 for medium-sized starships. You may enter the dock using your student ID within the usage period. Upon receiving the notification, Zhao Chen temporarily bid farewell to Li Wei and proceeded to the starship dock. Upon arriving at the starship dock, Zhao Chen swiped his student identification card, and the massive door swung open automatically. Inside lay a vast expanse, no less than 3 to 5 football fields in size, that a pungent aroma of rust and starship oil assailed his senses as he stepped in. Before him were 3 starships, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Their rusted hulls bore testament to their age and the battles they had once endured. Although the Academy had conducted repairs, the ships had been in service for many years. Zhao Chen first approached the main control console of the workshop, summoning holographic screens one by one. His fingers danced across the holographic keyboard as he inputted data rapidly. Eventually, the specifications for the 3 starships were clearly displayed. And Zhao Chen even created three-dimensional models that a closer inspection revealed that the models were divided into gray and red zones. By combining these areas, he could create something remarkable. With enthusiasm, Zhao Chen overlapped the red zones, fashioning a vague silhouette of a starship, albeit an unrecognizable one. Subsequently, he retrieved a classified document from his handheld terminal, which contained data on a starship model, the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship. Chapter 6. The assembly of the starship. Zhao Chen's intention in redeeming these three starships was quite straightforward. Given his current capabilities, constructing the T-3 starship awarded by the system was beyond his reach. However, by utilizing the technical blueprints of the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship as a foundation and modifying the three starships before him, he might just be able to assemble a simplified version of the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship. With the knowledge of a top-tier starship engineer ingrained in his mind, Zhao Chen calculated the feasibility of this plan, which he deemed to be an impressive 80%. By employing the hull of the T-2 Devil Crocodile-class medium interstellar battleship and integrating performance modules from the T-2 Hyena and T-2 Grey Wolf, Zhao Chen murmured with excitement, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Having devised an assembly plan, he immediately set to work. Approaching the control station, he operated the mechanical arms to begin cutting the three starships. This marked Zhao Chen's first foray into starship modification. Yet the moment he commenced, he felt as though he had engaged in such endeavors countless times before. His motions were fluid and precise. Even the Academy's most seasoned starship engineers would be astonished by the proficiency of this young talent. Such seamless execution was unattainable without decades of hands-on experience and profound knowledge. Disassembling three starships alone was an enormous undertaking. While enlisting the help of repairmen or engineers would have been beneficial, Zhao Chen could not afford such assistance. First, he had exhausted all his academy credits on redeeming components. Second, the nature of this process could not be exposed. Dismantling and reassembling three distinct starships into a new one, while incorporating core technologies from the T-3 Blizzard class, could lead to severe repercussions if discovered. Thus, the entire process had to be managed solely by Zhao Chen. He estimated that approximately 20 days would suffice for the task. Over the next 3 weeks, he effectively withdrew from all classes, with many assessments already concluded and his credit sufficient for advancement to the 4th year. His absence had minimal impact. However, news of Zhao Chen's dual challenge against Zhang Haoran spread throughout the 3rd year, attracting numerous students to his classroom in hopes of witnessing the notorious Fallen Baron, only to leave disappointed. Beep, beep, beep. The Starship Workshop's entrance blinked with red light, announcing a request for entry. Initially, Zhao Chen paid it no mind, but the persistent chime continued for 10 minutes. Unable to ignore it any longer, he wearily dragged himself to the door and opened it. "Have you gone mad?" As the door cracked open, a sharp voice pierced the air, followed by a slender, pale leg stepping inside. Zhao Wanner immediately pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Chen, berating him. Yet, Zhao Chen barely registered her words. Leaning against the doorframe, Wanner, "Have you finished scolding me? I'm going to rest now." Letting out a yawn, Zhao Chen's half-closed eyes fell upon his sister, whose figure was as graceful as snow and who was clad in a white military uniform. Zhao Wanner was a 4th-year student at the North Star Starship Academy, set to advance to her 5th year next year. The disparity in their academic standings stemmed from her remarkable intellect. She had completed the 3-year curriculum in just 1 year, surpassing her brother Zhao Chen. Having always been the belle of the academy, she had returned after a month and a half to seek out her brother. Realizing the situation, she must have come back for her practical assessments, which involved piloting starships. Upon noticing Zhao Chen's dark circles and disheveled hair, she observed the makeshift bed on the workshop floor, surrounded by scattered packaging from instant nutritional meals and a few unkempt academy uniforms. The state of disarray spoke volumes about Zhao Chen's recent lifestyle. "Oh, you still have time to rest? Do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you've caused? You challenged Zhang Haoran to a starship duel over a woman, with a wager that whoever loses must withdraw from the academy. Are you insane?" Zhao Wanner exclaimed, grasping Zhao Chen's ear with frustration. The pressure should have stung, but fatigue overwhelmed him, and he collapsed against her. Ugh! Thud. Zhao Wanner found herself seated on the ground, with Zhao Chen leaning against her, as if he were a child. With no other options, she dragged him back into the workshop. However, when she lifted her gaze at the expansive starship area, she was taken aback that a starship stood there, its hull evidently aged and not new. Some areas were uneven and bore the marks of past artillery fire. Scattered around the operational consoles were various components. Yet Zhao Wan'er could still sense an underlying ferocity emanating from the vessel. Most strikingly, the starship seemed oddly familiar to her, even though she couldn't recall a model matching it from her studies. That wandered at a voice called from behind her, pulling her back to reality. Zhao Chen, now awake and seated cross-legged on the floor, appeared much improved despite only having slept for 10 minutes. What did I ask this? She asked, pointing at the unremarkable starship. My starship, Zhao Chen instinctively replied. You must be joking. You didn't even draft a plan. I heard from that Li Wei guy that you redeemed 3 old starships using your academy credits. This is not. Zhao Wan'er trailed off, her incredulity morphing into realization as she turned back to the starship. Understanding why it felt so familiar to Wan'er. Aren't you supposed to be clever? Why haven't you figured out yet? Zhao Chen teased, a grin tugging at his lips. Chapter 7. The first starship, Zero Blizzard. Zhao Wan'er scrutinized the starship from top to bottom, astonished as she looked at Zhao Chen. This starship that was assembled from the 3 T2 Hyena, T2 Grey Wolf, and T2 Devil Crocodile. She recognized why the vessel felt familiar. Its hull bore a striking resemblance to the T2 Devil Crocodile class medium interstellar battleship, with weapon modules akin to those of the T2 Hyena class medium interstellar destroyer. In essence, this starship was imbued with numerous features from the 3 others. Indeed, Zhao Chen admitted candidly, while he couldn't divulge the details about the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship, he couldn't hide the fact that he had assembled a starship, as there were records of the redemptions at the starship warehouse. Coupled with his intention to duel Zhang Haoran using this vessel, it would take a discerning mind to piece it together. You spent over half a month assembling this starship? When did you learn starship assembly? Zhao Wan'er gazed at Zhao Chen in disbelief. Dismantling 3 starships and reassembling them into one was no trivial task, especially ensuring that all modules would function properly. Zhao Chen pointed at the starship with a smile. I have many secrets. Besides our captaincy course, I also secretly studied some starship engineering. And this is my first starship, which I have named Zero Blizzard, given that it was a simplified version of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship. Naming it Blizzard felt inappropriate, so he simply designated it Zero Blizzard. Blizzard. Zhao Wan'er murmured about this peculiar name. This starship that resembled an interstellar battleship, yet also bore the likeness of a cruiser, infused with the style of a destroyer. What on earth could it be? Are you certain it can truly be activated? Zhao Chen, I am aware of your feelings for Jiang Shasha. However, that woman is utterly unsuitable for you. Do not hang your hopes upon a single tree. Furthermore, you are well aware of the state of our territory. It has taken great effort for us to utilize the last savings of our domain to enroll in the Northern Star Starship Academy. Only by successfully graduating can we hope to revitalize our territory. Surely you would not want your title to be reclaimed by the Empire, would you? If you were to be expelled, would you be able to face the spirits of our parents? And what of our sister's sacrifice? Zhao Wan'er glared at Zhao Chen in indignation. Then she grasped Zhao Chen's wrist firmly. I shall seek assistance from my close friend. Her lineage is illustrious, and with her intervention, we may negotiate with Zhang Haoran to cancel this duel. Yet, Zhao Wan'er found herself unable to pull Zhao Chen along. Instead, Zhao Chen unexpectedly lifted her into a princess carry. What are you doing? Zhao Wan'er blushed. Let us go examine my starship. Zhao Chen said nothing further, carrying Zhao Wan'er towards the starship's entrance. They traversed the somewhat outdated corridors of the ship, arriving at the bridge, which is the brain of this vessel. The bridge was not particularly spacious, roughly 100 square meters, and due to the lack of activation, it remained shrouded in darkness. Zhao Chen set Zhao Wan'er down and approached the captain's chair, seating himself, then resting his hand on the right armrest of the chair, detecting highest authority. Beginning identity recognition. Captain, Zhao Chen. Identity recognition complete. A floating crystal control panel materialized before Zhao Chen, upon which he pressed several buttons. Initiating starship startup. Activating starship control system. Starting starship energy system. 10.30.60. As Zhao Chen formally initiated the starship, the bridge's lighting system began to illuminate, flooding the area with brightness. Subsequently, this colossal machine began to awaken. Starship propulsion system automatically detecting. Detection complete. Functioning well. Starship weapon system automatically detecting. Detection complete. Functioning well. One mechanical voice after another resonated throughout the bridge. Zhao Chen's first starship had officially been roused. All functional modules of the starship are operating normally. With 19 energy remaining, Zhao Chen joyfully pumped his fist. Although he possessed the requisite skills, he could not guarantee 100% success. To his astonishment, the starship had started up on the first attempt. It truly worked. Zhao Wanner was equally taken aback. So, what do you think? Zhao Chen descended from the captain's chair, placing a hand on Zhao Wanner's shoulder as if they were comrades, despite their sibling relationship. Due to Zhao Wanner's consistent excellence, they often resembled a pair of brothers. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes. Even if it can start, what of its combat capabilities? Can perform well in actual combat? I have heard that Zhang Haoran's starship is a T2 class. Are you certain your assembled vessel can compete? Let's not have it fall apart before the battle even begins. Oh, sister. Why do you have such little faith in me? Without a doubt, within 10 minutes, I shall defeat Zhang Haoran's T2 starship. Zhao Chen confidently crossed his fingers, forming a cross. TCH.10 minutes. When did you become such a braggart? Zhao Wanner shot Zhao Chen a skeptical glance, utterly unconvinced. Besides, you're the only one aboard this starship. There are no crew members at all. How will you fight? Slapping his hand suddenly, Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. How could I have forgotten that aspect? No wonder I felt something was missing when I activated the starship earlier. Zhao Wanner held her head in despair at her older brother's absurdity. I shall consult with my friend on how to address this matter. Wanner, where can we most swiftly find crew members? Zhao Chen looked at his sister with earnest anticipation. Modifying and disassembling starships was his forte, but when it came to such matters, he truly felt at a loss. You have not even considered these details, yet you are preoccupied with a starship duel? Zhao Wanner was speechless, yet she explained, crew members generally come from 3 sources. First, other students from the Starship Academy in various fields apart from the captaincy program we are enrolled in. Second, we could recruit retired soldiers from the Imperial military. These crew members are proficient in operations, but maintaining them can be costly. Third, there are less legitimate sources, such as those formerly engaged in gray markets. Pirates or slaves. The Academy does provide channels for crew recruitment. You can connect your identity card to the Academy network. There are dedicated pathways available. Zhao Chen rubbed his chin, asking without much thought, which of these is the cheapest? Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes, but understood that Zhao Chen had little money. The least expensive options would undoubtedly be slaves, typically war captives, some of whom were once starship pilots. However, due to issues of loyalty and identity, many are reluctant to utilize slaves, often relegating them to menial tasks. As she was speaking, Zhao Chen had already connected his identity card to the Academy network, discovering a recruitment channel for crew members. In the corner, he spotted the option for slaves. Upon clicking it, a list of slaves appeared before him. Scanning the options, Zhao Chen's eyes suddenly fixated on the slave list, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. This one, Zhao Chen unhesitatingly clicked to redeem it. Due to the depletion of his Academy points, this time he paid from his personal account. What have you done? Zhao Wanner, sensing an ominous premonition as Zhao Chen closed the holographic projection interface with a satisfied expression, inquired, crew members? What crew members? Slave crew members. Did you not mention they were the cheapest? How much did you spend? Did you not exhaust your Academy points? Not much, merely 3,000 star coins. That I recall your account holds just over 3,000 star coins. Indeed. Zhao Wanner's expression darkened as she realized her older brother's recklessness. Look, here is the list. Zhao Chen displayed the list of slaves he had purchased, complete with images. Upon seeing these images, Zhao Wanner was taken aback. For they were all half-beasts, and furthermore, they were all female half-beasts. Zhao Wanner glared at her older brother with a scowl. Zhao Chen. After a thorough reprimand, Zhao Wanner stormed off in indignation, eye in her eyes. Her older brother had lost his mind, obstinately refusing to see reason. She had to brace herself for the worst, ready to clean up the mess Zhao Chen had made. After Zhao Wanner left, Zhao Chen first freshened up, enjoyed a good night's rest, and donned a clean outfit. At that moment, the slave crew member Zhao Chen had ordered arrived. Good day. Are you Mr. Zhao Chen? Here are the 100 slaves you ordered. Please present your identity card. A man with a professional smile appeared at the door of Zhao Chen's workshop. Behind the half-orc female, Zhao Chen was quite familiar to him. The primary reason for selecting this particular batch of half-orcs during the purchase was indeed this very female half-orc. Greetings, General Charlotte. The white-haired half-orc woman gazed, somewhat astonished, at the individual before her who uttered her name, especially the title. General Charlotte hailed from the Black Yaw star domain of the Warhammer Interstellar Tribal Union, belonging to the White Tiger tribe. Discontent with the oppression of the local lord's regime over the half-orc tribes within the Star Domain, she had risen in revolt, establishing an interstellar resistance force. Over the course of 3 years, she had engaged in no fewer than 50 interstellar battles, commanding a fleet of 300 rebel starships against a fleet of 500 lord ships, achieving a bitter victory that even resulted in the destruction of an enemy T-3 starship. However, 3 months prior, betrayal by traitor led to the exposure of her operations, resulting in an ambush by an enemy fleet that vastly outnumbered her own, and her entire fleet was annihilated. Subsequently, she vanished, only to find herself reduced to slavery and sold to the Starry Empire. Zhao Chen recounted the exploits of the half-orc general before him in meticulous detail. Upon hearing the man's recounting of her past, Charlotte's expression grew somewhat dazed. Zhao Chen opened Charlotte's cage and sat down on the floor before her. So, would you like to have a conversation? Charlotte chuckled self-deprecatingly. Talk? I'm merely a captive now. What is there to discuss? Perhaps we could discuss your freedom, and that of the half-orc soldiers who have fallen to such a fate as you. Zhao Chen's words piqued Charlotte's interest, her gaze sharpening as she scrutinized him. What do you mean? Zhao Chen smiled. To be direct, I possess a starship, yet I lack a crew. Therefore, I hope that you and your comrades could serve as my crew. Huh, so you wish to employ us as free labor. You purchased us slaves for this very purpose, didn't you? Charlotte retorted with a sardonic laugh. No, no, no. What I seek are crew members, not slaves. That I desire interstellar warriors who will fight sincerely for me. Zhao Chen corrected her that half-orcs will never fight for others. Charlotte's eyes gleamed with a pride that belonged to her kin. You ought to consider not only yourself, but also those half-orc warriors who once fought alongside you. As I understand it, due to your defeat, nearly 30,000 half-orc slaves have been sold to the Starry Empire. I have merely purchased 100 of them. The fates of the others remain uncertain. Do you not wish to save them? Zhao Chen fixed his gaze on Charlotte. Hesitation flickered across Charlotte's expression. Zhao Chen recognized that he had made significant progress. He rose to his feet. Fight for me. And I promise that I will, to the best of my ability, buy back all those scattered across the Starry Empire who were once your subordinates. Furthermore, after you lead them in service to me for 3 years, and they shall be free. So, what say you? Are you willing to fight for me? Or, to put another way, are you willing to fight for your freedom? Zhao Chen extended his hand towards Charlotte within the cage. Charlotte's expression was complex, her eyes shimmering with myriad emotions. Ultimately, she extended her hand, clasping Zhao Chen's. Yet, she insisted stubbornly, I fight for my kin. Chapter 9. First Officer, Beastwoman Charlotte. 100 half-orc women sat on the floor, eagerly devouring the tasteless synthetic food before them. Despite its lackluster flavor, they consumed it ravenously, for as slaves, they had seldom been adequately fed in the past. Slave traders were notoriously merciless. After their meal, Zhao Chen arranged for them to bathe and don fresh attire. Thereafter, they would board the ship to familiarize themselves with their forthcoming roles. Zhao Chen sat beside Charlotte, sharing the same meal, having once commanded a fleet. Charlotte was more mindful of her demeanor than the other half-orc soldiers. She ate slowly and deliberately. Observing the identical food in Zhao Chen's hands, she expressed surprise. You eat this too? What else would I eat? I won't shy away from admitting that I'm quite poor at the moment. The rations I have stored will barely last us half a month. As for future supplies, that depends on your performance. Zhao Chen lamented. Noticing Zhao Chen's lack of pretense, Charlotte softened her attitude, yet she narrowed her eyes at him. Why have you only recruited female half-orcs? Normally, combat tends to favor males. That I warn you, if you entertain any improper thoughts toward them. Our previous agreement is void. I cannot allow them to sacrifice their dignity and bodies for freedom. Zhao Chen waved his hands dismissively, exasperated. Rest assured, I have no such intentions toward them. However, for certain reasons, I have only recruited female soldiers this time. As for the reasons, I'm unable to explain at present. Zhao Chen felt helpless regarding the restrictions imposed by the system. That I may not inquire into your reasons. But if I discover that you harbor ulterior motives, Charlotte glared at Zhao Chen. Surprisingly, despite her fierce demeanor, there was a hint of charm in her warning. Yet, the scars and wounds on her body were quite disheartening. Those scars are self-inflicted, are they not? Zhao Chen inquired. Charlotte nodded without hesitation. Indeed, my resistance was betrayed, resulting in our annihilation. In that dire situation, if I hadn't acted as I did, I would have been recognized. And there would have been no mercy for a general of the resistance. Zhao Chen understood the circumstances. If Charlotte had been recognized by her enemies, her fate would have been grim, even if she had not been recognized. Her original appearance would not have guaranteed a better outcome. Yet, I was surprised you recognized me, Charlotte said, curiosity in her eyes. Zhao Chen had identified her the moment he laid eyes on her, a clear indication that his intentions were directed at her. During my studies at the academy, I researched some of your battles and viewed images of you. When I saw your name on the slave list, I hesitated to believe it. The difference between your current self and your former self is stark. You are like the dawn. Zhao Chen replied with a smile that it was only when I played a trick on you that I confirmed you were indeed General Charlotte. Zhao Chen chuckled. This was largely thanks to the memories of his current body, a bookworm who relished studying the battle records of various races. Charlotte rolled her eyes, realizing she had inadvertently revealed her identity. With current medical technology, it is entirely possible to repair your wounds and scars, Zhao Chen remarked, having examined Charlotte's previous images. She was undoubtedly a beauty, even by human standards in the academy. She would have been regarded as a campus belle. No need. A warrior does not concern herself with her appearance. Charlotte coldly rejected the suggestion. Seeing Charlotte's resolute stance, Zhao Chen refrained from further discussion. The conditions did not permit it. After all, such medical restoration technology was expensive. Once they had finished their meal, Zhao Chen suggested, "Let us first inspect your future workstation." He pointed toward the iron starship. Charlotte did not refuse and accompanied Zhao Chen aboard the Zero Storm. "Is this the starship you assembled?" Charlotte inquired as they walked through the ship's corridor. Zhao Chen nodded. "Indeed, did I utilize modules from the T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, T2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser, and T2 Devil Crocodile-class medium interstellar battleship to construct this starship, which I named Zero Storm." While Charlotte was unfamiliar with these three starships, she could tell from the internal conditions that it was an older model, with many parts showing signs of wear. Such a starship does not bode well for combat effectiveness. Charlotte remarked bluntly that no, that I believe you will soon revise your current opinion. You will grow to love this starship. Zhao Chen replied with a mysterious smile. Charlotte, however, remained unfazed. She had no choice but to accept her circumstances. Thus far, this individual had not revealed any traits that were particularly distasteful, although her suspicions lingered regarding his decision to recruit only female half-orcs. They soon arrived at the bridge of the Zero Storm, where was Charlotte's first visit and Zhao Chen's second, having previously come with his sister, Zhao Wanner. Charlotte surveyed the bridge, noting its conventional layout, lacking any striking features. "You will be responsible for assigning the half-orc crew to their positions. I need them to form effective combat capabilities in the shortest time possible," Zhao Chen instructed. Charlotte looked at Zhao Chen and requested, "If that is the case, I need to understand some of this starship's performance modules." Before she could finish, Zhao Chen handed her a handheld terminal. "I have already registered your information within. You now possess the highest authority regarding this starship. Aside from me, you may access the vast majority of its data. From this moment forth, you are the first officer of this starship." Charlotte stared at Zhao Chen in surprise, taking the terminal and regarding him with skepticism. "You trust me this much? Are you not worried that I might betray you?" Zhao Chen asked with a faint smile that in truth he had employed his system's skill, Eye of Insight, the moment Charlotte boarded the starship. As the captain of this vessel, he met the criteria for using Eye of Insight. Under its observation, Charlotte exhibited neither murderous intent nor hostility toward Zhao Chen. However, her loyalty remained uncertain. Yet, this was sufficient for Zhao Chen. He did not expect Charlotte to pledge her allegiance within such a brief period. As long as she was willing to work for him, that would suffice. Nevertheless, he maintained an outward demeanor of ease. Reclining in the captain's chair, "I trust my judgment, my dear first officer. It is time for you to begin your duties." Chapter 10. The Maiden Voyage of Zero-Class Blizzard. In response to Zhao Chen's words, Charlotte paused thoughtfully, saying little. She donned the wrist-mounted terminal and accessed the relevant data concerning the starship. Upon her examination, her eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Zhao Chen. "Is the data on this starship truly authentic?" "Of course it is," Zhao Chen replied, a hint of pride in his voice as if boasting about a child. "What do you think of my starship?" Charlotte's expression grew serious. "If the data displayed here is accurate, then this starship is nearly invincible in duels against T2 class vessels." The notion of invincibility was indeed a formidable assessment. Should Zhao Wanner and Li Wei hear such a claim, they would undoubtedly scoff, dismissing the idea that a ship constructed from 3 dilapidated vessels could be deemed unassailable against T2 class starships. "Wait a moment. We shall embark on a trial run. You can assign the crew positions accordingly." Zhao Chen rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. Due to my limited funds, this trial run will serve as a familiarization and training phase for you all that I hope you can quickly master the operation of this starship. May I see the list of slaves you purchased? Charlotte inquired. Certainly, you can view it within your permissions, Zhao Chen replied. Charlotte opened the candidate list of crew members, revealing the 100 half-beast slaves, all of whom were her companions. This softened her gaze considerably, but guilt also filled her heart. The thought of many of her kin still imprisoned weighed heavily upon her. Thankfully, these were experienced crew members, and since the starship was merely T2 class, mastering its operation would take only a few hours of practice before they could be combat-ready, Charlotte assured him. Zhao Chen smiled with satisfaction. After some time, Charlotte became familiar with the Zero-class Blizzard, and the other half-beast crew members completed their preparations that I have assigned these half-beast crew members to their positions. We will need only 50 to operate the Zero-class Blizzard. The surplus will serve as reserves to familiarize themselves with the work environment. Zhao Chen instructed, "This is my first starship, but not my last. These crew members may eventually be assigned to other vessels that I have submitted a request for departure to Starport that my rental period for the Starship Workshop is nearing its end. And I have secured a berth at the Academy Starport with my dwindling funds. After the trial run, we will return directly to the port. I have procured some basic bedding and living supplies. You will reside aboard this starship from now on. As for future supplies, I will find a way," Zhao Chen added, feeling a pang of concern for his dwindling finances. He had to support 100 half-beast women and needed to devise a plan to earn money. The thought of being a galactic lord in such a dire financial state was indeed disheartening. Understood, Charlotte accepted Zhao Chen's orders, gradually embracing her new role. Zhao Chen, seated in the captain's chair, gazed at the aging bridge with determination. He was resolute in his ambition to possess a genuine T3 class Blizzard light cruiser. This will be your living area. 5 individuals per room. As for meals, there will be 2 daily, served at the designated dining area. Each work position will operate in a 3-shift rotation. Do you understand? Charlotte addressed the 100 half-beast crew members, reminiscent of her days fighting alongside the rebel fleet. Months had passed, feeling like an eternity. "General, are we truly going to fight for the humans?" A half-beast female crew member raised her hand, her voice tinged with doubt, reflecting the unease shared among the others, still burdened by their status as slaves. "You are all my former subordinates. It is my failure that has led you to this plight. If you still choose to believe in me, I promise to restore your freedom," Captain Zhao Chen vowed. "Should we fight for 3 years, I will grant you your liberty. Furthermore, I shall seek out our comrades who have been sold into the Starry Empire. Perhaps you do not trust the humans. But I, Charlotte, choose to trust that man. Therefore, I implore you all to trust me. I swear by the honor of the White Tiger clan that I will lead you back." Charlotte's words and fervor resonated with the half-beast warriors present. Zhao Chen, observing from the bridge, noted the moment. The bridge was equipped with 80 surveillance coverage of the starship. It was clear that Charlotte was fighting not out of loyalty, but for her freedom. A sentiment that Zhao Chen found commendable. He preferred such authenticity over the hollow loyalty of a mere purchased slave. Soon, the once disorderly Starship Workshop was cleared, and everything transportable was taken. The navigation passage of the starship was also opened. Number 0 class Blizzard. Permission granted to enter branch route D13. Zhao Chen, seated in the captain's chair, glanced at First Officer Charlotte and the 10 or so half-beast crew members now present on the bridge. "Set sail," he commanded. First Officer Charlotte relayed the order. "Engage starship engines and enter branch route D13. The half-beast crew members, though initially clumsy, operated the starship with increasing confidence. Minutes later, the Zero-class Blizzard emerged from a passageway of the North Star Starship Academy. The bridge's fully enclosed structure relying on external imaging devices to project several scenes of the cosmos within. Observing the celestial visuals displayed on the projection screens, Zhao Chen felt a surge of excitement. He was now aboard his own starship, navigating the universe. "Captain, we are about to commence 29 trial training exercises. Please issue your commands." First Officer Charlotte looked to Zhao Chen. "Begin," Zhao Chen replied. Having a capable subordinate was indeed a blessing. It alleviated the need for him to oversee every detail. Course 071299, engine power output at 30, speed at 30 knots. First Officer Charlotte expertly issued the navigation commands. The Zero-class Blizzard initiated its first trial run. "Continue on this course. Full engine power output, speed at 100 knots. All compartments, Monitor relevant data closely and report any anomalies immediately. Charlotte was now conducting the final trial exercise, testing the ship's performance under maximum speed. This was the aspect she worried about the most, remembering that less than a month ago, this had merely been 3 separate starships, 0.1 minute, 0.3 minutes, 0.5 minutes, 0.10 minutes. Report, engine system normal, power supply stable. Report, hull, structure normal. Report, navigation stable. No anomalies detected. 0.3 hours later, First Officer Charlotte released a sigh of relief. She turned to Zhao Chen, standing at attention. Report, Captain, all 29 trial training exercises for the Zero-class Blizzard have been completed. Please advise. Return report. Zhao Chen smiled that I suspect someone is eagerly awaiting their punishment. Chapter 11. Do you not believe me? Then I shall prove you wrong. North Star Starship Academy, Class 38A. Has Zhao Chen from your class skipped out on lessons again today? Could it be that he is hiding in fear? A mocking voice echoed in Class 8 during their break. Upon hearing this, the student's expression soured, knowing all too well who had arrived. Zhang Haoran from Class 3-2, accompanied by his band of ruffians. Since Zhao Chen had agreed to a duel with Zhang Haoran, the latter had taken to parading into Class 8. Flaunting his bravado, after several instances of not spotting Zhao Chen and learning that he had taken an extended leave since their agreement, Zhang Haoran's arrogance reached new heights, convinced that Zhao Chen was afraid of him. Zhang Haoran, this is our classroom. If you have no business here, kindly return to your own class. A cold-faced girl stepped up to confront Zhang Haoran. Please, the school regulations do not prohibit visiting other classrooms during breaks. Besides, I came here specifically to see your dear Zhao Chen. After all, he challenged me to a duel, and with the end of June fast approaching, I am not worried that he might forget about the duel. I simply wanted to remind him. Zhang Haoran, while speaking, surveyed the class flower and leader of Class 8, Shun Bing. Shun Bing coldly replied, Zhao Chen has not attended class for over half a month. If you wish to find him, please figure it out yourself, and do not disturb us. Oh, aren't you all from the same class? It seems as if Zhao Chen is not one of you. Zhang Haoran chuckled like a tea that moment. His entourage joined in the mockery that I reckon that Zhao Chen is scared and hiding away, afraid to show his face. With the holiday approaching after June, our Lord Baron probably wants to retreat back to his territory in disgrace. Coward! If he is afraid to duel, why did he challenge our young master Zhang in the first place? I say, our young master should show mercy. Let Zhao Chen kneel and cry out daddy. I was wrong, and that would be enough. Hearing the ridicule at the classroom door, the students of Class 8 felt quite displeased. However, their ordinary status and mediocre grades left them with little recourse. Only Shun Bing, with her strong character and excellent performance, dared to confront them. The remaining students could only endure in silence, leading to a growing resentment towards Zhao Chen among them. This fellow is simply a disgrace. He was already inept and faced exclusion within the class. Now he's gone outside to stir up trouble, dragging them all down with him that a person like him should just drop out. Zhang Haoran, if you have the ability, challenge me to a duel. Shouting here is hardly impressive, and it is not even the end of June yet. Li Wei, unable to contain himself, stepped forward to confront Zhang Haoran. Despite his father's repeated admonitions to maintain a low profile as an interstellar merchant, he could no longer tolerate the bullying of his brother, Li Wei. What's wrong? Do you wish to stand up for your useless brother? To be honest, your choice of friends is quite poor. Why would you associate with a worthless baron? What value does he offer? Zhang Haoran dismissed Li Wei's words, continuing to mock Zhao Chen. Li Wei's face flushed with anger. Since someone is already considering withdrawing from school, I shall kindly assist him. The leisurely voice drifted in from outside, drawing everyone's attention. Zhao Chen, who had been missing for nearly a month, sauntered in, casting a teasing glance at Zhang Haoran and his group. Oh, I thought you were hiding away in fear, Zhang Haoran remarked, somewhat surprised but unconcerned, as he viewed Zhao Chen as nothing more than an insignificant ant, easily crushed at will. I merely took a few days off. I didn't expect someone to be so eager for a fight. Since that is the case, let's set our duel for tomorrow. What do you say, young Master Zhang? Zhao Chen said with an air of nonchalance. Li Wei hurried to Zhao Chen's side, whispering, Zhao Chen, stay calm. This starship duel is no trivial matter. Once it begins, there is no room for regret. Rest assured, I am fully aware, Zhao Chen replied, patting Li Wei on the shoulder. Stubborn as always. Let us formally confirm the duel time then. Zhang Haoran took out his student ID card, challenging Zhao Chen with his gaze. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen retrieved his own ID card. Under the watchful eyes of all, The duel time was officially set for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning at the North Star Starship Academy's second Starship Simulation Duel Arena. Now that everything is settled, please take your lackeys and leave. Do not disturb our class's studies, Zhao Chen ordered. Zhang Haoran's followers glared in disbelief. How dare this waste insult them? Zhang Haoran restrained his followers, recognizing that there was no need for further banter now that the duel date was confirmed. They only had to wait for the duel to take place, where he would triumph and humiliate Zhao Chen, forcing him to withdraw in disgrace. That I look forward to the exciting battle tomorrow. Don't disappear at the last moment, Zhang Haoran taunted as he turned to leave with his entourage. Zhao Chen returned calmly to his seat, while the other students in the classroom began to murmur. Most of the comments were cynical. Zhao Chen is truly insane. What ability does he possess to duel Zhang Haoran? He might not even have a starship. I heard that Zhang Haoran possesses a brand new T2 starship. If Zhao Chen withdraws in disgrace, it will bring shame upon our entire Class 8. That is his fault. Zhao Chen ignored their remarks, knowing that only results would silence their criticisms. Li Wei, sitting beside Zhao Chen, was about to speak when someone else interjected. If a person lacks sufficient strength, everything they do will be deemed wrong. After all, you are one of us in Class 8, and I do not wish to see you nailed to the pillar of shame. Your sister is a brilliant student. Leveraging her connections should help resolve this matter, Shen Bing stated coldly, standing before Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen looked at the beautiful class leader, who came from humble beginnings. Do you not believe I can win, class leader? What do you think? Shen Bing retorted without hesitation. Zhao Chen shrugged. Let us wait and see. Seeing that her persuasion was futile, Shen Bing's indifference deepened, and she turned to leave. Old Zhao, are you truly going to duel Zhang Haoran? Li Wei asked seriously. Absolutely, without a doubt, Zhao Chen affirmed, somewhat irritated by the incessant questioning. It was time to demonstrate his strength for future endeavors. Observing Zhao Chen, Li Wei felt his friend's demeanor had changed significantly over the past month. Since you have made up your mind, then so be it. Tomorrow, you will fight with my T2 hyena. My first mate is a starship captain with 20 years of experience in T2 starship combat. You need only leave everything to him. You need not worry. I have a starship, Zhao Chen replied helplessly. Those 3 dilapidated starships you exchanged for, how could they possibly win? Li Wei exclaimed, exasperated. Zhao Chen recognized that attempting to explain himself to Li Wei was futile, so he made an excuse and left the classroom. At this moment, it seemed no one believed Zhao Chen would triumph in the duel. Yet, Zhao Chen was determined to prove them wrong. Chapter 12. Zhang Haoran Starship, T2 White Eagle-class light star cruiser on the following day. The duel arena of the North Star Starship Academy, designated for the 3rd starship, had been prepared in advance. This area, located on the outskirts of the Academy, consisted of abandoned and desolate asteroids, specifically designed for starship simulations and duels. Currently, the duel was being broadcasted live over the Academy's internal network, a customary practice for starship duels. In Class 8. Someone tuned into the broadcast channel, and the holographic projection appeared in the center of the classroom. When does the duel between Zhao Chen and Zhang Haoran start? I checked the announcement. It was scheduled for 10 o'clock, and it is already 10. According to the regulations, both starships must arrive at the combat area within half an hour of the scheduled time. Look, is that Zhang Haoran's starship? It's the T2 White Eagle-class light star cruiser. That is one of the finest T2 starships of our starry empire. Its speed is second only to that of T2 starship frigates. I heard this T2 White Eagle currently sells for at least 7 million star coins, and it is a hot commodity. It might be hard to even purchase one. This is it for Zhao Chen. P.S. finished. The students of Class 8 were all pessimistic about Zhao Chen's chances. With that starship on display, how could he possibly compete? Did Zhao Chen have a starship that could surpass this one? Shen Bing, gazing at the T2 White Eagle-class light star cruiser, displayed no envious expression like the other students. She had studied the starship and deemed it a product that was flashy yet impractical. Its only advantage was speed. Otherwise, its configuration could only be classified as a modified version of a starship destroyer. Due to its classification as a light starship, its hull armor was not particularly robust, and its firepower did not meet the standard for a T2 starship. However, in a duel involving a single starship, as long as the captain of the T2 White Eagle commanded with sufficient precision, they could easily employ kite-flying tactics, relying on high speed to defeat most starships. Yet, in the harsh realities of an interstellar battlefield, particularly in fleet-level combat, such advantages were minimal. Class leader, do you think Zhao Chen stand a chance? One of Shen Bing's friends asked curiously. Shen Bing, Not merely a class flower due to her looks, was the most outstanding student in Class 8, had she not come from a humble background. She could have easily ranked among the top classes. Nonetheless, she consistently placed in the top 10 during the past 3 years of theoretical examinations, earning her reputation as a commoner scholar. Very slim. Shin Bing replied coolly. Yesterday he was so confident. Now he's just slapping himself in the face. If I were him, I would have run back to my territory and quietly remained a useless baron. Her friend scoffed without reservation that this moment. Numerous sarcastic remarks echoed throughout the classroom. Class 8 is predominantly composed of commoners. The majority of its students come from humble backgrounds or are offspring of interstellar trading families. Zhao Chen, however, is an anomaly. His status is looked down upon by the nobility, and among his peers he is a source of discomfort, leading to a natural aversion towards this baronial student. Shin Bing remained silent, recalling Zhao Chen's confident demeanor from the previous day. Could it have merely been his arrogance? Where is Zhao Chen's starship? With less than 15 minutes remaining in a half-hour time limit, could he truly have fled? I don't care whether he wins or loses. This is a matter of pride for Class 8. Never mind, that if he loses, we won't have to see that unpleasant face next semester. The students of Class 8 were mocking and ridiculing him. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the room. Li Wei had struck the wall with his fist, casting a cold glare over everyone in the classroom. Anyone who met his gaze quickly looked away. Within Class 8, Li Wei's status was quite elevated, owing to his wealthy merchant father. Regardless of Zhao Chen's shortcomings, he is still a member of our class. If you won't support your classmate, at least refrain from your scorn. Where's the camaraderie you learned in military training? Li Wei chastised. The students in the classroom did not respond directly to him, but hushed whispers filled the air, mostly filled with disparaging remarks. At that moment, a voice emerged from Li Wei. It was the teacher for the class. All right, it's time to start the lesson. Please return to your seats. The teacher glanced at Li Wei before stepping onto the podium, preparing to commence the class. Clenching his fists, Li Wei silently returned to his seat, deeply concerned for Zhao Chen, yet he had been unable to contact him since that morning. Look, that peculiar starship. Could it be Zhao Chen's? Someone exclaimed. All eyes turned toward the holographic broadcast window, where another starship was slowly approaching the previously visible T2 White Eagle in space. The new vessel, painted in a mundane iron color, appeared dilapidated compared to Zhang Haoran's T2 White Eagle, with visible patches adorning its surface. What kind of starship is that? I don't recognize it. It resembles an interstellar battleship. But the weaponry seems inadequate for such a class. The shabby starship was dismissed by the students of Class 8, as if it were refuse. Shin Bing, you excel in your studies. You know what kind of starship this is? Her friend inquired. After a careful examination, Shin Bing furrowed her brow. This starship exhibits structural characteristics of 3 models. The T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, the T2 Devil Crocodile-class medium interstellar battleship, and the T2 Gray Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser. Is this a makeshift starship? A makeshift starship? Zhao Chen thinks he could defeat a T2 White Eagle with that. He must be dreaming, her friend scoffed. Shin Bing stared at the antiquated assembled starship. Remaining silent, it's time for class. Shut off any irrelevant distractions. Your priority now is to learn, not to engage in trivial pursuits. One must be grounded and practical, the teacher announced, though his words seemed to carry an underlying message. Li Wei clenched his fists, feeling a sense of injustice. The holographic video feed in the classroom was also shut off. Li Wei yearned to know the outcome of Zhao Chen and Zhang Haoran's battle. But his academic standing differed from Zhao Chen's. He could not afford to skip classes for a month without facing repercussions. Zhao Chen had only left him with the assurance to not worry and focus on his studies, awaiting good news. Yet how could anyone concentrate under such circumstances? Not just him, but many in Class 8 were curious, not about the outcome, but rather how Zhao Chen would lose, likely in a rather humiliating fashion. Chapter 13. The duel begins. White Eagle versus Zero Storm in the dual arbitration zone of the 3rd Starship Duel Arena. A small space hub dedicated to overseeing the duels was filled with fewer than 100 spectators. Yet today, as audience boasted a stunning view as 3 renowned beauties from the North Star Starship Military Academy were present. Your brother really came? Exclaimed a petite girl, under 5 feet tall, with twin ponytails and a surprised expression. Zhao Wanner's face reflected a complex mixture of emotions. He may lack other traits, but he is particularly stubborn that the starship you mentioned that your brother assembled himself. It's operational, remarked a tall, icy beauty with long hair, cascading down her back, arms crossed nonchalantly that in just 1 month, he managed to assemble 3 old starships into one that can navigate smoothly. Your brother has a knack for starship engineering. Zhao Wanner glanced at the Ice Queen, biting her lip. Sister Sulan, if my brother really loses, could I trouble you to speak with Zhang Haoran about retracting the bet? Both were her friends. The ponytail girl was her classmate, Shui Xiao Xiao, while the Ice Beauty was her senior, Sulan, whose esteemed lineage commanded respect even from the Academy's director. If it were before the duel, it might be feasible. However, after the duel, Sulan frowned slightly, observing Zhao Wanner's pleading expression, that I can probably prevent your brother from being expelled, but he will inevitably face humiliation from Zhang Haoran. Not being expelled is good enough. Not being expelled is good enough. Zhao Wanner nodded vigorously, happily linking arms with Sulan. That I knew you would be the best, Sister Sulan at Wanner. Your brother hasn't even fought yet. How can you be so sure he will lose? What if he wins? Shui Xiao Xiao murmured. Zhao Wanner replied, how could he possibly win? Look at what starship he has and what Zhang Haoran possesses. The T2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser is worth 7 million star coins. Among the starships owned by students at our academy, it ranks among the top 10 in single combat capabilities. She gazed at the assembled starship with a complex expression, secretly wishing for her brother's victory. Yet knowing it was nearly impossible. At that moment, the arbitration team began contacting the captains of both starships, and 2 video feeds appeared before the arbitration panel. One side showcased the bridge of the T2 White Eagle, where Zhang Haoran sat in a lavish captain's chair, clad in a flamboyant uniform that was likely acquired from who knows where. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, exuding the aura of a retired military officer. In stark contrast, Zhao Chen occupied an old captain's chair, wearing a faint smile, while a white-haired half-beast girl stood behind him, her expression cold and bearing visible scars. That a half-beast, Shui Xiao Xiao gasped. Zhao Wanner covered her face, exclaiming in exasperation, after assembling this starship, my brother ran out of funds and could only afford a group of half-beast slaves to serve as his half-beast crew members. Sulan frowned, increasingly feeling that her friend's brother was rather unreliable. The duelists were 3rd-year Class 2 student Zhang Haoran and 3rd-year Class 8 student Zhao Chen. Aside from the prohibition on leaving the duel area, the rules allowed for unrestricted combat. Victory could be declared when one starship surrendered, lost combat capability, or was deemed defeated by the arbitration team. Once the arbitration team announced the final result, the battle would immediately cease, and no further attacks could be made. Both parties understand these rules clearly? Inquired a middle-aged male referee. Understood, Zhang Haoran sneered, realizing that Zhao Chen had indeed dared to confront him, arriving in such a dilapidated starship. He was certain of his victory in this duel. Understood, Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly, even yawning as if the impending events were of no concern to him. The arbitration team would randomly select a spawn point for both starships within the dual domain. They were to reach this point within 10 minutes, at which time the arbitration team would announce the commencement of combat. After the referee pressed a button, 2 circles, one blue and one red, appeared on the star map of the duel arena, marking the respective spawn points. The starships received this positional information and began navigating toward their designated areas. At this moment, Zhang Haoran, through the video feed, began taunting Zhao Chen, clapping mockingly as he said, Zhao Chen, I admire your courage. I never thought you would actually show up. Where did you dig up this shabby starship? Its armor looks fragile. One hit from my cannon, and it might just crumble. Wouldn't that be a tad cruel? Zhang Haoran's face twisted into a sinister grin. After all, killing the opponent in a starship duel doesn't violate any rules. Zhao Chen stretched lazily, digging at his ears. Have you finished? If you have, you might want to consider booking a flight back home. Zhang Haoran's lips twitched as he pointed at Zhao Chen. You truly are oblivious to the impending doom. Soon, you shall experience the stark disparity in power. You, Zhao Chen, are merely a worthless baron, while I am destined to ascend to the rank of Viscount and perhaps even Earl. At that moment, the video feed between the two was abruptly severed by the judges. Zhang Haoran turned to his father's appointed Deputy Captain, Wang. Deputy Captain Wang, I want you to toy with that fellow starship as one would with a mouse. Wang Cheng, the deputy captain hired by Zhang Haoran's father and a former captain in the Imperial Navy, raised his head confidently and replied, Young Master Zhang, rest assured, I guarantee that wretched starship won't return to port. He commanded a T2 White Eagle, the pinnacle of high-speed starships, despite its significant shortcomings in interstellar combat. In a duel of this nature against a mere academy student and his dilapidated vessel, he had countless strategies to obliterate it. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the Zero Snowstorm, Zhao Chen turned to his deputy captain. Charlotte, do you feel confident? The battle will conclude in 10 minutes. If it takes any longer, I shall take your surname, she replied nonchalantly, her expression betraying no interest in the impending conflict. Zhao Chen felt a surge of excitement as he caressed the somewhat antiquated armrests of the captain's chair. This would be his inaugural starship duel. Chapter 14. The 10-minute battle of the white-haired, beast-eared maiden. The battle commenced. Simultaneously, the bridges of the Zero Snowstorm and the T-2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser echoed with the chief judge's announcement of the battle's onset. In the dueling arbitration zone, Zhang Haoran supporters erupted in cheers. Go, young Master Zhang. Show that presumptuous fool what you're made of. They hoped for Zhao Chen to struggle, for if the battle ended in mere minutes, it would be a waste of their effort to come and watch the spectacle. Among the spectators was Jiang Sha, who coldly observed the live broadcast from the battlefield drones, capturing the moment as both starships departed from their respective birthplaces and advanced toward one another. If their courses remained unchanged, in 10 minutes, both vessels would enter each other's fire range. Zhao Chen, this time it is your own overconfidence that has led to your downfall. Being expelled is merely the consequence of your actions. Do not blame me, Jiang Sha mused inwardly, convinced that the outcome was predetermined in favor of Zhang Haoran that on the bridge of the Zero Snowstorm, with their current heading maintaining a speed of 40 knots. Deputy Captain Charlotte, under Zhao Chen's authorization, was now responsible for the ship's combat operations. 40 knots. Are you aiming to appear foolish? Zhao Chen chuckled at Charlotte. I merely wish not to waste time on trivial matters. She replied dispassionately. Bored, Zhao Chen raised his hand to project the Zero Snowstorm's data. Zero Snowstorm ship type, cruiser, interstellar destroyer, interstellar battleship, technology level, T2 hull armor strength, 210 units, 270 units cruising speed, 100 knots warp engine, level 3 warp engine mass, 85,000 tons crew, 50 personnel starship weapons. 1 T2 heavy 1,200 mm Devil Crocodile cannon, 1 shot per round, interval of 300 seconds, 5 T2 medium hyena laser cannons, 1 shot per round, interval of 180 seconds, 130 mm T2 medium close defense turrets, 2 shots per round, no interval time. The Zero Snowstorm was equipped with 3 types of weapons. The latter 2 were directly mounted on the hull, while the first was a concealed design, a strategic foresight of Zhao Chen's. May I venture a guess at your battle strategy? Zhao Chen rubbed his chin, eyeing Charlotte. You are the captain. You may revoke my command at any time. Here, your words are divine, Charlotte replied. Zhao Chen raised his hand again, opening a simpler datasheet on the opposing T2 White Eagle. The T2 White Eagle's armament consisted primarily of 3 categories. 5 T2 medium 180 mm rapid-fire cannons. With a 10-second interval, 2150 mm T2 medium quadruple closed defense cannons, firing 4 shots simultaneously with no interval, and its primary weapon, a T2 medium White Eagle laser cannon, firing 1 shot at a time with a 210-second interval. Zhao Chen's eyes sparkled. Our advantage lies in the fact that they are utterly unaware of our starship's capabilities. Your earlier order to maintain a speed of 40 knots was to create the illusion that our ship's maximum speed is only slightly above that. However, when the true confrontation begins, we shall catch them off guard. The 5 T2 medium 180 mm rapid-fire cannons may be formidable, but their range is limited. The only real threat is their laser cannon. Therefore, we can seize the opportunity to accelerate and evade their attacks when their laser cannon fires. The trajectory of the laser cannon's attack is predictable, and the time to hit is ample for us to avoid it. Once their laser cannon enters its cool-down phase, that will be our moment to strike. Charlotte regarded Zhao Chen. Your military academy education was not in vain. That I have yet to witness a T2 starship capable of reaching a speed of 100 knots. Hence, I previously termed the Zero Snowstorm an invincible starship within T2. Having anticipated a rough battle plan, Zhao Chen settled back into the captain's chair, awaiting the unfolding drama. Soon, the Zero Snowstorm and T2 White Eagle found themselves within each other's radar detection range. Charlotte glanced at the time and murmured, 10:45. Simultaneously, she set a countdown, with the holographic projection appearing between her and Zhao Chen. Countdown 10 o'clock. Is she serious? Earlier, she mentioned the battle would conclude in 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the T2 White Eagle began its maneuvers. Report, target detected. The target is approaching at approximately 40 knots, the radar officer informed. Full speed ahead. Bombard that dilapidated starship. Zhang Haoran exclaimed excitedly. Wang Cheng, the deputy captain, cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Haoran. Normally, advancing at full speed without knowledge of the enemy's capabilities was a grave mistake in interstellar combat. However, considering their opponent was merely a student, the shabby appearance of Zhao Chen's ship seemed unimpressive. The weaponry mounted on its hull appeared utterly inadequate. IT posed little threat. Furthermore, with the T-2 White Eagle's impressive speed of 65 knots, any unexpected developments could be swiftly addressed. The captain commands us to advance at full speed towards the target, with all weapons on standby. Although this command originated from Wang Cheng, he still gave Zhang Haoran face by issuing it in his name, as he was, after all, working for him. Utilize our T-2 laser cannon. Once we enter attack range, let's show them the difference in starship capabilities. I can already envision Zhao Chen tumbling from his captain's chair in fright. Zhang Haoran seemed to relish the thought of Zhao Chen's terrified expression. Indeed, Wang Cheng had no objections to this arrangement, as the outcome of the duel was all but predetermined. Soon, both starships would enter the maximum firing range. Charlotte's gaze was fixed on the starship radar map, as if waiting for something. Warning, warning, detection of ongoing laser weapon attacks. Warning, warning, detection of warning. Zhao Chen noticed the slight smile on Charlotte's lips and the ripples of excitement that replaced her previously placid demeanor. Full speed right turn, she commanded sharply. Chapter 15. Unleashing our 1,200mm cannon. Let's show them. In the dueling arbitration zone, the audience watched as the two starships approached one another, knowing that the clash was imminent. Look, the T-2 White Eagle's laser cannon is about to fire. Zhao Chen, may fortune favor you. I suspect that your dilapidated ship may not withstand a single blow. Look at Zhao Chen's vessel. What weaponry does it possess? Just a handful of close defense cannons and 5 T-2 laser cannons. How can it possibly contend with the T-2 White Eagle? The spectators were eagerly anticipating the spectacle. In a corner, Zhao Wanner clenched her fists. Her eyes filled with concern. The T-2 White Eagle's laser cannon isn't overwhelmingly powerful, but at this distance, a direct hit would be devastating, as long as your brother knows to concede at the right moment. He should be safe, senior sister Su Lan remarked. She no longer believed Zhao Chen could win, hoping only that he would recognize the situation and surrender. His safety was of little concern to her. She simply wished to spare her dear friend from sorrow. Stubborn brother, you must not come to harm. Preserve your life, for there will be more opportunities ahead. Zhao Wanner pondered in her heart. Everyone watching the broadcast could see that the T-2 White Eagle vessel commanded by Zhang Haoran had its T-2 medium White Eagle laser cannon at the bow, shimmering with electrical light, a clear sign of an impending launch. A few seconds later, a laser shot forth, hurtling towards the target starship. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. On one side of the broadcast video, there were data readings on the dual starship, including its speed records. The originally cruising Zero Storm at speed of 40 knots suddenly veered to the right and accelerated. In less than 3 seconds, its speed surged from 40 knots to 80 knots. Its trajectory appeared as if it were tracing a circular arc around the T-2 White Eagle. This caused the laser to miss, failing to strike the Zero Storm. The audience erupted in astonishment. What was happening? Was it merely an illusion? How could the Zero Storm's speed increase so dramatically? It must be a coincidence. Surely, our detection instruments have malfunctioned. How could that dilapidated starship achieve 80 knots? That's impossible. The T-2 White Eagle only reaches 65 knots. Yet how did it evade the laser from the T-2 White Eagle's main cannon? Faced with this query, those who had previously doubted Zhao Chen fell silent. What just transpired? The petite girl with twin ponytails, Xue Xiao, stared wide-eyed at her two sisters. 80 knots. How could that be? Zhao Wanner swallowed hard. That moment, senior sister Su Lan's gaze sharpened, fixated on a live broadcast. Meanwhile, the Zero Storm, having completed its arc maneuver, turned left again, targeting the T-2 White Eagle, while its speed continued to escalate. 85 knots. 90 knots at 95 knots. Everyone was fixated on the speed data of the Zero Storm. Ultimately, the speed settled at a staggering 100 knots. Incredible. Unbelievable. This was the collective thought of all present. Even the judges displayed expressions of astonishment. While T-2 starships could reach 100 knots, such vessels were exceedingly rare and often specially modified. Yet this unremarkable assembly of a starship had somehow achieved 100 knots. How was that possible? At this moment, Zhao Chen aboard the Zero Storm was too preoccupied with the audience's curiosity to care. His breath was somewhat hurried. He had been monitoring the radar, observing the laser's trajectory sweep past the rear of the Zero Storm. Though it seemed distant, the starship systems calculated that if they were even a moment slower, the Zero Storm could be struck. While it wouldn't be destroyed in one hit, damage to the hull was inevitable. It was time to retaliate. Let us unleash our 1,200mm cannon. Zhao Chen, filled with fervor, stood up, 1 foot on the captain's chair, pointing forward. Deputy Captain Charlotte issued the command. Full speed ahead towards the enemy vessel. Simultaneously, activate the T2 Heavy 1,200mm Devil Crocodile cannon. Understood. Full speed ahead. As the T2 Heavy 1,200mm Devil Crocodile cannon was being readied. It required 10 seconds that the bow of the Zero Storm. A hatch suddenly appeared, revealing a dark cannon barrel. The audience could no longer remain seated. Everyone stood up in disbelief. Even several mentors found it hard to believe and stood. A middle-aged mentor exclaimed, That is the 1,200mm cannon of the T2 Devil Crocodile class medium interstellar battleship. How could it not appear on this starship? Fetch me the records of this student from the academy. The chief judge instructed someone nearby. Soon, a record was retrieved. The chief judge, upon reviewing the document, realized T2 Grey Wolf, T2 Devil Crocodile, T2 Hyena, that all aligned. This person had actually assembled a starship using these 3 models and installed the main cannon of the T2 Devil Crocodile on his vessel. Some sharp-eared audience members overheard this. My heavens. It's actually the main cannon of the T2 Devil Crocodile class medium interstellar battleship. T2 Devil Crocodile class medium interstellar battleship. What kind of starship is that? You should have studied harder. This was a class launched over a century ago, designed for heavy firepower. It featured the largest caliber of that time. The 1,200mm bow cannon, employing a cannon design. It was said that no T2 starship could withstand its might. A 1,200mm caliber. Isn't that a configuration reserved for T3 starships? Why haven't we heard of this starship in ages? Because it had significant design flaws. In prioritizing firepower, it neglected whether other systems of T2 starships could accommodate such a robust firepower system, leading to frequent malfunctions. Additionally, its construction cost was exorbitantly high, significantly more than that of ordinary T2 interstellar battleships, resulting in its discontinuation within 30 years of its release. At this moment, senior sister Sulan was also moved, turning to Zhao Wanner. You didn't mention your brother had installed this cannon on the starship? I doubt. I'm not entirely sure. Zhao Wanner's expression was peculiar. What on earth was her brother up to? Big cannon. Big cannon. I love big cannons. The twin-tailed girl Shui Xiao was now bouncing with excitement, her eyes gleaming. Both Su Lan and Zhao Wanner exchanged exasperated glances. Shui Xiao had once again succumbed to her obsession. She had a severe case of big cannon obsession, with a particular fondness for interstellar battleships and large-caliber cannons. Chapter 16. Fire. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Zero Storm sped towards the T2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser at an astonishing pace. Everyone could guess the Zero Storm's intent as they gazed at the gleaming 1,200mm caliber Devil Crocodile cannon. All held their breath, anticipating the event about to unfold. Damn it! Why does that starship possess the 1,200mm caliber Devil Crocodile cannon of 8 T2 medium interstellar battleship? Full-speed evasive maneuvers. Prepare all-point defense cannons for interception. Deputy Captain Wang Chung issued the command with a grave expression. Wang. Deputy Captain, what is happening? That damn big cannon and the speed of that dilapidated starship. We want to be in danger, right? The victory of this battle still belongs to us. Correct? Zhang Haoran's face turned pale. Although he was a spoiled rich kid, he had studied at the Starship Military Academy for 3 years and knew some basics. The power of a 1,200mm caliber cannon. Deputy Captain Wang Chung did not respond, as it was clear to any discerning observer what the current situation entailed. Their laser cannon was in the cooling and charging phase, while the remaining secondary weapons were out of range. Meanwhile, the enemy starship's speed had soared to nearly 100 knots, along with that revealed 1,200mm caliber cannon. Their T2 White Eagle had become prey under the Hunter S gun. Their only hope was that the enemy's attack wouldn't hit their starship, allowing them to counterattack, perhaps still holding a glimmer of hope. Yet the thought of the enemy's terrifying speed of 100 knots cast a significant shadow over Deputy Captain Wang Cheng's mind. Damn it, this isn't the military academy. The opponent isn't a fallen noble. How could they possess a starship with a speed of 100 knots? Zero storm bridge 1 minute from now. We will enter the enemy's secondary weapon attack range. Before that, we will fire first. Charlotte turned to Captain Zhao Chen. I will handle the targeting directly. You will give the firing order, and no problem. Zhao Chen nodded that I will take over the aiming of the Devil Crocodile cannon. Charlotte took charge of the launch preparations. In 40 seconds, the starship speed will be reduced to 0. Yes, reduce speed in 40 seconds. The helmsman replied promptly. Why reduce speed? Is it more effective for a starship to hit its target while in motion or at a standstill? The answer is self-evident. 40 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. The crew immediately began the operation. Initiating speed reduction. Engine reverse thrust system activated. Current speed 80.60.40.20.5. Report. The starship's current speed is 0. The starship is at a standstill. Completed from 100 knots to a mere 0 knots. The Zero Storm accomplished this in under 5 seconds. This astonished the students and mentors in the audience, realizing that the engine's acceleration and deceleration capabilities were extraordinary. At this moment, everyone understood what was about to happen. Charlotte began to check the starship's weapon system for automatic targeting data. The 1,200mm caliber Devil Crocodile cannon had locked onto the T-2 White Eagle. Confirming without a doubt, she reported, "Captain, locked on. Ready to fire, fire." Zhao Chen's roar echoed throughout the bridge. The sensation was exhilarating. Almost simultaneously, the 1,200mm heavy Devil Croco, a titanium alloy high-explosive shell, with a diameter of 1,200, was propelled from the cannon's chamber at an astonishing velocity. In that instant of firing, Zhao Chen could feel the entire bridge tremble slightly. Observers from the outside would notice that this cannon fire had propelled the Zero Storm snow back several dozen meters. Its bow slightly raised, the dissipating chemical smoke from the 1,200 caliber heavy Devil Crocodile cannon was still visible. Warning, 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 an attack targeting this vessel has been detected. Please evade, please evade, please evade. The warnings echoed through the T-2 Bald Eagle's bridge. Flashing red lights accompanying the alert. All starship closed defense cannons were ordered to launch barges for interception. Quick, quick, quick! First Officer Wang Cheng urgently issued the interception command. The 2150mm T-2 medium quadruple closed defense cannons aboard the T-2 Bald Eagle unleashed their full firepower, creating a dense web of intercepting projectiles. Unfortunately, these small caliber defenses were utterly inadequate against the colossal 1,200mm cannon. It was akin to a mantis attempting to block a chariot. A deafening sound erupted from the bridge of the Bald Eagle, causing it to tilt to one side. Zhang Haoran was thrown 3 meters away, his head colliding painfully with a corner, blood streaming down his face. He collapsed on the ground, clutching his bleeding head. Fearfully stammering, What is happening? Am I not going to die? I don't want to die, Mom. Help me to tea that moment. First Officer Wang Cheng had no time to attend to this pampered young master, who was oblivious to the basic instinct of stabilizing himself during an attack. Report. The left side armor of the hull has been penetrated, triggering an explosion in the left ammunition room. This has resulted in a chain explosion affecting 37 compartments. They have been sealed off. And 8 crew members are confirmed dead. The number of injured is unknown. Report. The recent explosion has compromised our starship's energy system, with energy supply declining at a rate of 10 per minute. If not controlled, we will completely lose energy supply within 10 minutes. Report. Our weapon systems are malfunctioning, with some weapon modules inoperable. Report. Our ship's speed is continuously decreasing and cannot be controlled. The bridge was rife with grim news. How could this happen? First Officer Wang Cheng was astounded. He had never anticipated that a single enemy shell could wreak such havoc. The T-2 Bald Eagle was already in a severely damaged state. And if the assault continued, the ship and its crew were likely doomed. Zhang Xiao, we have lost. Let's surrender. Wang Cheng approached Zhang Haoran, speaking solemnly. Lost. Lost. How can this be? How is this possible? Aren't you an exceptional captain? My father paid you to come here. How could you let me lose? Do you know that if I lose, I will have to drop out of Polaris Academy? You useless fool. As the explosion ceased, Zhang Haoran snapped back to reality, stumbling to his feet and slapping Wang Cheng across the face. Wang Cheng lowered his head in silence. Just then, The hull reverberated with more explosions. What is happening? What is happening? Zhang Haoran squatted down in fear. He looked up at the bridge floor-to-ceiling window, which was made of special material offering a 100-degree view, allowing a direct gaze at the cosmos outside. This window was not ordinary glass. Its strength exceeded that of the starship's hull armor, making it one of the most fortified areas of the vessel. However, due to its high cost, it was only equipped in select areas that moment. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the bridge's window. Report: an enemy ship is rapidly approaching our vessel, and its secondary weapons are inflicting damage. A crew member hastily reported. Report: the frontal armor of the hull has sustained 20 damage. Report: the frontal armor of the hull has sustained 40 damage. Crack, crack. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but Zhang Haoran imagined he could hear the glass shattering, and his mind conjured images of the bridge's window fracturing entirely, leading to his own demise. That moment, he felt a chill in his lower body and pleaded in panic, "I concede. I surrender." Chapter 17. A single shot to seal the victory in the arbitration zone. All mentors and student spectators were left dumbfounded. A single shot to seal the victory. The Zero Storm Snow's cannon had severely damaged the T-2 Bald Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser, bringing it dangerously close to destruction. They could clearly see that a massive hole, at least 10 meters in diameter, had been blasted into the Bald Eagle's starboard armor, with intermittent flashes from the chain explosions within. The subsequent relentless pursuit by the Zero Storm Snow further inflicted damage on the Bald Eagle's frontal armor. If this continued, only one outcome awaited this moment. The judges were preparing to render a mandatory judgment, as the outcome was unmistakably clear. Meanwhile, the T-2 Bald Eagle had voluntarily conceded. The head judge immediately announced the victor of this starship duel as Zhao Chen's Zero Storm Snow and promptly contacted Zhao Chen to cease all attacks. This starship is simply too powerful. Zhang Haoran, has he truly lost? So, this means Zhao Chen has triumphed? Many were left speechless, including Jiang Shasha, whose expression was blank and eyes wide open. Zhao Chen won. His dilapidated starship triumphed over Zhang Haoran's T-2 Bald Eagle. Recalling Zhao Chen's earlier indifference in the cafeteria, Jiang Shasha felt a strange discomfort, especially now that Zhao Chen had emerged victorious. Shasha. Zhao Chen actually won. A friend who had accompanied Jiang Shasha looked at her with a peculiar expression. "I am not blind," Jiang Shasha replied darkly, casting one last glance at the peculiar starship on the broadcast before turning to leave the spectator area and head back to the academy. Shasha. Aren't you waiting for Zhang Xiao? Wait for me. While some were in low spirits, others felt elated. Did you see that? The giant cannon is the only truth. Warner, your brother's ship is incredible. When can I talk to your brother about letting me take a look? Maybe even touch that 1,200 millimeters giant cannon. The pigtail girl Xue Xiao Xiao gazed at Zhao Warner with sparkling eyes. Zhao Warner was in a state of shock, unable to believe I s it over. From a moment the two starships entered combat range to the conclusion of the battle. Less than 5 minutes had passed. The most astonishing aspect was the single shot to seal the victory, something no one had anticipated would end the battle so swiftly. The T-2 Bald Eagle's armor was inherently weak, especially against the T-2 heavy 1,200 millimeters Devil Crocodile cannon. Once the hull armor was struck, the consequences were invariably severe. The armor was penetrated, leading to a chain explosion in the compartments, likely a stroke of luck for Zhao Chen. However, one must acknowledge that this assembled starship was truly formidable, achieving a speed of 100 knots. Remarkable. Senior Sister Su Lan offered her assessment nearby, smiling at Zhao Wan that it seems your brother won't need my assistance after all. At that moment, Senior Sister Su Lan's impression of Zhao Chen had significantly improved, sparking her curiosity that T.O. assemble such a starship from 3 old vessels within a month. This third-year student named Zhao Chen was no ordinary talent. As the Zero Storm Snow garnered astonishment, Zhao Chen exuberantly waved his fists on his bridge. Wow, a single shot to seal the victory. We were lucky. We must have hit the enemy's ammunition room, triggering a chain explosion that affected multiple systems. Charlotte analyzed beside him. This was why she had ordered a high-speed advance and continued the assault. Such an opportunity should not be wasted by a seasoned veteran. Luck. Zhao Chen recalled the special reward from the system, Fleet Luck Value Boost. Because of this reward, he could only recruit female soldiers. Thus, this single shot to seal the victory must be related to that. If every shot could achieve such a result, it would be exhilarating. Zhao Chen mused about this. Whether this was indeed the case could only be verified in future battles. Zhao Chen, You have one. Please cease all attacking actions immediately. The head judge's voice rang out. Understood, Zhao Chen replied. He gazed at the beleaguered T2 bald eagle, its penetrated hull now devoid of flames, yet still billowing thick smoke. It was unlikely the ship could return on its own. It would have to wait for an interstellar tug to assist. Judge, may I initiate a video communication with the T2 bald eagle? Zhao Chen made a request. The judge on the other end hesitated, but ultimately consented, as the judging panel had the authority to establish video communication between the two starships at any time. Soon, a video window appeared before Zhao Chen, revealing a bridge in disarray, filled with smoke and scattered damaged components, a stark contrast to the previous pristine appearance. Captain Zhang Haoren was sitting on the ground, his complexion pale, with a puddle beneath him. Huffed. Zhang Haoren, you actually wet yourself. When Zhao Chen's voice echoed on Zhang Haoren's bridge, he finally noticed the communication window, in a fit of shame and anger. He pointed at Zhao Chen, exclaiming, Zhao Chen, you cheated. There's no way you could have defeated me. You must have cheated. Zhao Chen retorted, chairman of the judges. Are you listening to this? By accusing me of cheating. Do you doubt the integrity of the judging panel? The head judge, responsible for relaying this video communication, coldly replied, Zhang Haoren, this starship duel has been monitored throughout. There are no issues whatsoever. That if you have any grievances regarding our verdict, you may escalate your concerns to our superiors. Zhao Chen, unless there's anything else, this communication will conclude here. It was evident that the judge held a poor impression of this spoiled air. Chairman, allow me one last remark. Zhao Chen said, gazing at Zhang Haoren. The duel has concluded. I trust you haven't forgotten our wager. It has been recognized by the Academy. Zhang Haoren, according to the rules of starship dueling, was to withdraw from the North Star Starship Military Academy. You understand this clearly, do you not? The judge added, delivering a final blow. Clearly understood. Zhang Haoren was utterly despondent. If he truly withdrew from the Academy, it would spell disaster for him. His noble father would undoubtedly be furious. The video communication ended. Zhao Chen had no intention of concerning himself with the vanquished. Set course for home. He commanded from the captain's chair, feeling utterly elated. The commotion surrounding this interstellar duel was far from over. Class dismissed, the teacher announced, signaling the end of today's lesson. Immediately, students began to search for the live broadcast of the starship duel, only to discover it had already been shut down. Why can't we find the duel between Zhao Chen and Zhang Haoren? A student remarked with a chuckle, come on, it's been a while. Zhao Chen was probably defeated long ago. After all, that SAT-2 White Eagle. Indeed, Zhao Chen brought this upon himself, challenging the inevitable. It is for the best. Now our class is rid of an annoying presence that we have a group mission next year. If he's part of it, our class will be in peril. Many students were openly mocking him at that moment. Li Wei, with a grim expression, began contacting Zhao Chen, contemplating various ways to assist him. Wait, something feels off? Look at the trending topics on our academy's intranet. A girl, fond of browsing the forums, exclaimed, Zhao Chen seems to have one. Chapter 18. Zhao Chen won. Zhao Chen won. The students in the classroom were taken aback by her statement. Those further away even questioned if they had misheard. How could Zhao Chen possibly win? Are you sure you didn't misread? A boy asked with a laugh. ITS posted on the Academy's intranet forum. Don't believe me? Check for yourselves. The girl enlarged her holographic screen for everyone to see. On the trending list, a post was rapidly gaining traction, titled, Zhao Chen defeats Zhang Haoren to claim victory in Starship Duel. A 1,200mm heavy cannon emerges, sending the T2 White Eagle packing with a single shot. In addition, there were a few other related posts, but none matched this one in popularity. The post even featured a full video clip, including a close-up and detailed introduction of the 1,200mm cannon. Zhao Chen won. How is that possible? Some students remained skeptical, urging the girl to play the duel video. Only 5 minutes? This video must be fabricated, a student immediately questioned upon noticing the short duration. Typically, a duel of this caliber would last at least half an hour, with some battles extending for hours. How could it possibly be over in just 5 minutes? But the subsequent video footage rendered all students speechless. Even the teacher, who had been observing, gathered around the holographic screen. The footage displayed the Zero Storm evading the T2 White Eagle's laser cannons at a speed of 100 knots, swiftly transitioning to a complete halt in just 5 seconds, showcasing an exhilarating sequence. When a 1,200mm cannon made its appearance, some boys in the classroom were filled with excitement. when the cannon fired, striking the T-2 White Eagle and severely damaging it. Astonishment-filled a task point has appeared. Let us see if we can exchange some fine items from the marketplace. Zhao Chen opened the system store, searching for his target. Chapter 19. Selling starship technology to T-1 Gray Mouse class medium interstellar destroyer. T-1 Shield Soldier class medium interstellar frigate. T-1. Zhao Chen's excitement gradually waned. As he scrolled further down, he found that almost all the offerings were T-1 starships. The exchange conditions were not steep. A single task point and a few dozen system points sufficed for 8 T-1 items. However, the issue was that Zhao Chen held little regard for these T-1 starships. Though he understood that these system starships surpassed their real-world counterparts of the same class and type, all of them boasted remarkable cost-performance ratios. They were still T-1 starships. The outdated starships he had assembled were of T-2 caliber. How could he possibly consider constructing a T-1 starship? Yet the marketplace currently only offered T-1 technology. He pondered how to upgrade. If it were T-2 items, that would be manageable, but T-1 items were simply too lackluster. Zhao Chen directly checked the requirements for upgrading the system store. T-1 system store upgrade conditions. First, exchange for 1 T-1 item. Incomplete. Second, complete 1 D-class system task completed. Third, consume 100 system points for store upgrade. Must meet the first 2 requirements. It appeared there were indeed upgrade conditions. Previously, Zhao Chen's duel with Zhang Haoren was due to the D-class system task. Thus it was successfully completed. He also had enough system points now. The only unmet requirement was exchanging for 8 T-1 item. This brought him back to square one. He still had to exchange for 8 T-1 item. Zhao Chen furrowed his brows. After some contemplation, a sudden spark ignited in his mind. If he exchanged for 8 T-1 starship, he need not build it himself. He could sell it. Exceptional starship technologies have always been in high demand, yet due to their rarity, few are available for sale. Zhao Chen harbored no such reservations. Although direct sales yielded less profit than constructing and then selling, he currently lacked the time to indulge in such endeavors. It would be wiser to sell directly and earn quick money. However, if he rashly presented a T-1 starship technology for sale, being a student, he would inevitably attract attention. He must conceal his identity, first the T-0 sell starships, while maintaining anonymity. Without the hassle, Zhao Chen pondered. Suddenly, he thought of someone. Li Wei. Li Wei's family was engaged in interstellar trade, operating a conglomerate known as by an interstellar trade group. It was said that in recent years, they have been expanding into the starship arms trade. Yet the few starship products they funded for development had not performed well, garnering scant orders. During a previous casual chat, Li Wei had mentioned that if they could not present a best-selling starship product by the end of this year, his family might have to abandon the starship sales business altogether. Was this not a ready-made opportunity? Having Li Wei act as an intermediary would also reduce the risk of exposure. Zhao Chen immediately logged into the Academy's network to research the starship trade his family was involved in. Over the past 5 years, Li Wei's family had launched 6 starships, including both support and combat types, but all had failed spectacularly. Either they had significant performance flaws or poor cost-performance ratios. The worst-selling model sold fewer than 10 units. Discontinued due to performance issues, resulting in substantial compensation. Even the best-selling model barely sold 100 units, still operating at a loss, failing to establish a reputation. Zhao Chen began to swiftly browse and study, seeking the most suitable starship model for Li Wei's family to compare with the T-1 starships in the system store. This model's construction difficulty was somewhat high. This one would not work. Its market scope is too limited. Ultimately, after much deliberation, he finally selected a T-1 starship technology. This is the one. Zhao Chen clicked to exchange. Do you wish to consume 50 system points and 1 task point to exchange for the item T-1 Lice Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer? Confirm. Congratulations on acquiring the T-1 Lice Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer Technical Blueprint. Remaining system points, 350 points. Zhao Chen's mind buzzed as a stream of starship technical blueprints surged into his consciousness. This was the T-1 Lice Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer. Do not underestimate this T-1 starship. It was Zhao Chen's careful selection. Were it not for his possession of the Zero-class Blizzard and the T-3 Blizzard-class Light Interstellar Battlecruiser blueprints, he might have considered constructing this starship himself. Its advantages lay in being cost-effective and robust. At that moment, the gentle voice of the starship's artificial intelligence chimed in. Ding, 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 ding. Captain, an external network request for communication has been made by your classmate Li Wei. Speak of the devil. A smirk spread across Zhao Chen's face, revealing a shrewd merchant's expression. Little Li, Do not blame me for asking a hefty price that a clear account must be settled between brothers if this starship is sold to your family. It will undoubtedly elevate your family's reputation in the starship arms trade, especially among the T1 starship series. Have him wait outside. I shall be out shortly. Zhao Chen instructed the artificial intelligence, then rose from his bed, preparing to disembark. Before doing so, he instructed Vice Captain Charlotte to remain on the ship, ensuring that without his command, no crew member was permitted to leave the Zero-class Blizzard, nor allowed anyone to enter. In case of emergencies, they were to contact him immediately. Outside the docking bay, Li Wei's eyes gleamed as he gazed at the imposing steel giant before him. The Zero-class Blizzard stretched nearly 260 meters in length. Being constructed from the hull of an interstellar battleship, its size was indeed considerable. Observing the somewhat rusted armor and the distinctly vintage design, Li Wei felt as though he were gazing upon a majestic starship. Unfortunately, the 1,200mm caliber cannon mounted on it was concealed, rendering it invisible at the moment. Just then, the starship's hatch opened, and Zhao Chen strolled out leisurely. Li Wei hurried forward, throwing his arm around Zhao Chen's neck. When did you manage to whip up such a starship? You do know, right? It was assembled from those 3 starships I exchanged for at the academy. Zhao Chen replied, when did you acquire this technology? Li Wei pressed. Zhao Chen shrugged, chuckling. While someone was busy chasing girls, playing games, and enjoying leisure, I was buried in my books. So you were studying starship engineering all along. Li Wei looked at Zhao Chen with suspicion. The Zhao Chen of before was indeed a diligent student, at least ranking among the top 5 in theoretical knowledge in their class. Thus, Li Wei had no reason to doubt this excuse. He simply did not expect Zhao Chen to reach such a level of understanding. Come on, let me take a peek inside. I want to see that 1,200mm cannon, Li Wei implored. That could be arranged. But I need you to assist me with something, Zhao Chen said, regarding Li Wei as though he were a wealthy benefactor. Are you hoping for my collection of action films featuring 720 species, totaling a massive 10,000T? Li Wei grinned, leaning closer to Zhao Chen to mischievously whisper, I have a few particularly fantastic films I've gathered recently. We can discuss them together later. Zhao Chen immediately jumped back 3 meters, casting a contemptuous glare at Li Wei. Do I look like that sort of person? Chapter 20. It's you. Aircraft carrier starship. Li Wei walked through the narrow, somewhat dilapidated corridors of the starship, feeling somewhat disappointed that I asked this. Are you disappointed? After all, these were assembled from 3 starships nearly a century old. In terms of comfort and aesthetics, they certainly cannot compare to modern starships. Zhao Chen understood Li Wei's thoughts all too well. After wandering for over 10 minutes, Li Wei left the Zero-class Blizzard with Zhao Chen, finding the exterior much more pleasant to behold. But old Zhao, why are all your crew members half-beast women? I had no idea you had a preference for that. While 1S preferences might not be an issue, the matter of starship combat was no triviality. Li Wei looked at Zhao Chen, offering a reminder. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. I'm not as sordid as you think. There's a reason I recruited these half-beast female crew members. They were once starship crew members themselves. But due to certain reasons, they have fallen to this state. You did see the battle of the Zero-class Blizzard, didn't you? Would a group of mere decorations have achieved such a splendid performance? That does make sense. By the way, you mentioned needing my help earlier. What is the matter? Li Wei recalled Zhao Chen's previous request. Zhao Chen began discussing serious matters. Your family is involved in interstellar trade, right? I heard you've been expanding into the starship arms trade in recent years. I happen to have developed a T1 starship and would like to ask you to send this technical blueprint to your family to see if they might be interested in purchasing it. However, it must be done discreetly. I do not wish for too many people to know about me. You understand, right? Even if your father inquires. Do not disclose my identity. You want to sell a T1 starship you develop yourself? Li Wei was taken aback that you've managed to develop your own starship. However, upon reflection, Zhao Chen had successfully assembled 3 outdated starships into a combat-capable vessel. So developing a T1 starship was not beyond belief. After all, the technological complexity of the T1 starship is not exceedingly high. Some of the technical blueprints have even been made public for educational purposes. I cannot intervene in our family business, so I cannot guarantee whether I can purchase your starship. However, I can mention it to my sister, who originally proposed expanding into the starship arms trade and is currently the head of that division in our group. Nonetheless, our company holds a rather pessimistic view of this line of business, having incurred losses for 4 consecutive years. In fact, A T-1 starship that was supposed to be launched this year has yet to materialize. The shareholders have begun to exert pressure to abandon this sector, Li Wei remarked. Zhao Chen patted Li Wei's shoulder and handed him a thumb-sized storage device. Whether we can reach a collaboration is inconsequential. What matters is that this information reaches your family. You should encrypt and send this data to your sister. Remember, keep my identity confidential. If your sister inquires, just concoct an excuse. Does this contain the T-1 starship technical blueprints you mentioned? Are you so at ease in entrusting it to me? Is the online transmission secure? Would you like me to personally deliver it to my sister? I happen to have a holiday coming up and plan to return home. I'll inform you of the outcome next semester, Li Wei said cautiously. Although it is merely the blueprint data for the T-1 starship, it is nevertheless Zhao Chen's labor of love. This constitutes a commercial secret. Typically delivered in person rather than transmitted over the internet, it's fine. The documents inside are encrypted. Once sent, inform me, and I will decrypt it remotely before you can view it. You can send it now. I am pressed for time, Zhao Chen replied. Zhao Chen could not wait until the semester ended. His intention was to utilize the T-1 starship technology to secure funding to construct a genuine system starship. Although the Zero No Blizzard is commendable, it is ultimately just an assembled starship. Well then, let us proceed as you suggested, but do not harbor overly high expectations, Li Wei advised Zhao Chen, concerned that his sister might reject the technical blueprints and embarrass Zhao Chen. Given his sister's temperament, she is utterly ruthless in business. If she is dissatisfied, she will not accept it. It's all right. Just follow through as instructed. You need not concern yourself with what follows, Zhao Chen smiled. As long as Li Wei's sister is not foolish, she will undoubtedly recognize the value of this starship. All right. After bidding farewell to Zhao Chen, Li Wei returned to his dormitory and, following Zhao Chen's instructions, sent the data from the storage device to his sister. The file was substantial, and the interstellar information transmission would take approximately a day. Li Wei preemptively sent a message to his sister, casually mentioning the matter. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen returned to his dormitory. Although he had a captain's quarters on the Zero No Blizzard, many of his belongings remained in the dormitory, and he needed to move them aboard the starship. As the semester was concluding, he would not need to book a ticket. He could simply return to the territory aboard the Zero No Blizzard. The dormitory was a single room, and its space could not be compared to the captain's quarters. Sitting on a single bed, Zhao Chen opened the system page and accessed the mall upgrade section. T-1 system mall upgrade conditions. First item. Exchange for 8 T-1 level product completed. Second item. Complete 1D level system task completed. Third item. Consume 100 system points for mall upgrade. First 2 items completed. Upgrade available at any time. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen clicked to upgrade the system mall. Confirm consumption of 100 system points to upgrade T-1 mall to T-2 mall. Confirm. Consumed 100 system points. T-1 mall upgraded to T-2 mall. Remaining system points, 250. Congratulations. You have unlocked the T-2 series products in the system mall. You receive 1 opportunity to exchange for any product without task points. An unexpected delight unfolded. Zhao Chen had been pondering how to acquire task points for a smoother exchange for the T-2 starship. After all, the system mall stipulates that product exchanges require corresponding task points. Upon checking the T-2 series products, he discovered that 3 task points were still required. Given Zhao Chen's current situation, it was unclear how long it would take to accumulate these 3 task points. It seemed that higher-level products not only consumed more system points, but also required more task points. Zhao Chen glanced at the requirements for upgrading the T-2 mall to 8 T-3 mall, 2 C-level tasks. Exchanging for 2 T-2 system products and consuming 2,000 system points, indicating a significant increase in difficulty. For now, Zhao Chen had no capacity to contemplate such matters. Attending to business was paramount. The business, of course, was selecting a starship. Let us see which starship shall be our first genuine vessel. Zhao Chen began to meticulously sift through his options, more earnestly than before, for this selection represented his first true starship. The Zero No Blizzard could only be regarded as a half-first. Should he choose an interstellar destroyer or an interstellar cruiser, or perhaps an interstellar battleship? Zhao Chen pondered deeply. Ultimately, he settled on one option, that the T-2 aircraft carrier starship. This is it, Chapter 21. Zhao Chen's T-2 super aircraft carrier starship. T-2B King class heavy aircraft carrier starship. Zhao Chen's eyes sparkled. In his past life, aircraft carriers were undoubtedly the dream of every citizen of his homeland. In the era of interstellar navigation, aircraft carriers also exist. If one were to designate a class of vessel as a behemoth in this age, it would likely be one of two types of starships: the interstellar battleship and the aircraft carrier starship. At this moment, Zhao Chen directly selected the exchange. Do you wish to consume 250 system points and one opportunity to exchange for a product without task points to acquire the product T2B King class heavy aircraft carrier starship? Confirm. Congratulations, you have obtained the T2B King class heavy aircraft carrier starship technical blueprint. Remaining system points, 0. Just in time, Zhao Chen's system points suffice to redeem this T2 aircraft carrier starship. At that moment, an influx of data regarding the T2B King surged into Zhao Chen's mind. Typically, if an interstellar fleet possesses an aircraft carrier starship, it invariably requires a substantial number of escort starships. Unlike interstellar battleships, which can operate independently. Therefore, the actual number of operational aircraft carrier starships is significantly fewer than that of interstellar battleships, as constructing an interstellar fleet centered around an aircraft carrier entails colossal costs. Otherwise, a solitary aircraft carrier would be incapable of forming combat effectiveness. Yet this T2B King is entirely different. It boasts the capability to operate independently, which is precisely why Zhao Chen chose to exchange for it. The combat methods of an aircraft carrier starship primarily divide into three categories: interstellar fighter jets, interstellar drones, and small to medium-sized starships. The latter scenario is rare. Aircraft carrier starships capable of carrying starships are typically at least T3 level or higher, as otherwise their dimensions would not permit it. Returning to the T2B King, this starship employs interstellar drones as its combat method. Zhao Chen examined the detailed introduction materials. B King class heavy aircraft carrier starship. Ship type: aircraft carrier starship. Technological level: T2. Hull armor strength: 300 units, 350 units. Cruising speed: 40 knots. Warp engine: level 4 warp engine. Ship length: 460 meters. Mass: 40,000 tons. Crew: 100 personnel. Starship weapons: T2 Young B-class light interstellar drone, interstellar interceptor. T2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drone, interstellar fighter. T2 Hornet class heavy interstellar drone, interstellar bomber. Hangar standard configuration, capable of storing 300 T2 Young B-class light interstellar drones, 100 T2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones, and 20 T2 Hornet class heavy interstellar drones. Just by observing its size and mass, one can ascertain that this will be a colossal vessel. With a length of 460 meters, it is nearly twice that of the Zero No Blizzard. Its mass of 40,000 tons is almost 5 times that of the Zero No Blizzard. IT can accommodate a total of 420 interstellar drones. Generally, an aircraft carrier starship will only carry one type of interstellar fighter or drone, as different models necessitate distinct maintenance teams and systems. However, this T2B King directly equips 3 types of interstellar drones. This is not an unwise choice. Rather, it is due to the T2B King's almost T3 starship-level intelligence system, allowing for efficient management without any overlap among the 3 types of interstellar drones. These 3 types of interstellar drones can be categorized as interstellar unmanned interceptors, interstellar unmanned fighters, and interstellar unmanned bombers. The interstellar unmanned interceptors serve as the aircraft carrier's personal guards, primarily tasked with ensuring the safety of the aircraft carrier and intercepting all enemy attacks. The interstellar unmanned fighters are the central force in seizing air superiority in interstellar combat and can also strike enemy ships. The interstellar unmanned bombers, as their name implies, possess bombing capabilities able to carry interstellar missiles, bombs, and even torpedoes as needed. Their offensive capabilities against starships are formidable, but their own capabilities in interstellar air combat are relatively weak. Thus, these 3 types of interstellar drones can complement each other perfectly. In conventional scenarios, multiple aircraft carrier starships would share these roles. However, the T2B King consolidates all 3 responsibilities within itself. Most crucially, this is why it does not require an escort fleet. It possesses a star shield function. The star shield function is an energy defense barrier, a standard feature of T3 starships, capable of forming an energy shield within a specific area to intercept enemy weapon attacks from that direction. It represents an epoch-making technology for T3 vessels, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. This is why many assert that T3 starships are the true essence of starships. I'll return to the main topic. The T2 starship, the Queen Bee, is also equipped with a star shield, thus considerably augmenting its defensive prowess. Coupled with T2 Bumblebee-class light interstellar drones, it achieves a formidable balance of offense and defense. While it may face some risks against T3 starship fleets, it is undoubtedly a terrifying presence when confronting T2 starships. Engaging multiple foes is not beyond the realm of possibility. Hence, Zhao Chen opted for this T2 Queen Bee. Priced at 1.3 million star coins. Upon calculating the construction cost of this starship, Zhao Chen gasped in disbelief. Put it into perspective, the total savings of the Zhao family does not exceed 100,000 star coins as for his interstellar territory. Due to its barren nature and poor management, the annual tax revenue and other earnings barely reach 1 million star coins. This explains why Zhang Haoran refers to him as the Fallen Baron. He cannot even afford a T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, priced at 4 million star coins. However, if Zhao Chen were to sell this T2 Queen Bee, it could easily fetch 20 to 30 million star coins. Selling starships is a lucrative path to wealth, as the arms trade has always been highly profitable, regardless of the era. Yet at present, Zhao Chen lacks the capacity and time to contemplate this 1.3 million star coins. With the fund from selling my T1 Lyse-class medium interstellar destroyer, it should suffice to construct a T2 Queen Bee. Zhao Chen murmured, now awaiting news from WET, the headquarters of the Northern Goose Interstellar Trade Group. A board meeting is currently in session. Present, besides the Leaf family members, are several other shareholders and board directors. Over the past 5 years, Northern Goose has sustained losses in the starship arms trade, relying on other sectors to cover the deficits. This even led to an overall profit deficit last year. Thus, I propose we abandon the starship arms trade. It is not a venture easily undertaken, with excessive research and development costs and high risks, that we should instead continue our steadfast focus on interstellar trade, transportation, and interstellar industry. One director declared, slamming his hand on the table. The other directors concurred, demanding the cessation of the starship arms trade. No, our Northern Goose has reached a bottleneck. The competition in our existing business sectors is intensifying, that if we fail to find a breakthrough, Northern Goose will inevitably decline. To elevate Northern Goose to new heights, we must seize the opportunity in the starship arms trade. A charming and voluptuous woman rose to speak. However, other directors opposed her vehemently. Miss Yaki, your opinion carries no weight here. Although Northern Goose was founded by your Leaf family, you and your father's shares amount to only 45. The rest of us are against it. This is the board's decision. One director, holding the largest shares aside from the Leaf family, scoffed. Ayaki bit her lip, remaining silent. The starship arms trade is her dream and the fruit of her labor. While others see 5 years of investment, she has been planning for this for over a decade, dedicating all her time and energy to IT. Over 30 years of age. Unmarried, how could she abandon her hard work? Cough, cough, cough. The middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table scanned the attendees. You are all Yaki's uncles and elders. Yaki's expansion into the interstellar arms trade is also for the benefit of Northern Goose. This is akin to pioneering new territories. Every endeavor begins with challenges. When my father built Northern Goose, he endured a decade of hardships to achieve the present Northern Goose Interstellar Trade Group. This middle-aged man is the chairman of Northern Goose Interstellar Trade Group and the current head of the Leaf family. Li Wei's father. Chairman, what was true in the past is not the case now. We are all family men now, and we trusted you, the head of the Leaf family, investing our fortunes and lives in Northern Goose. But now, we are facing deficits. The investment in starship arms trade is a bottomless pit. If this continues, Northern Goose will inevitably collapse. One director retorted coldly. Sticking to old ways and lacking innovation will lead to our downfall. Liyaki could not help but stand and rebuke. Upon hearing her, the directors began to murmur among themselves, criticizing her for being disrespectful and lacking understanding. I've said before, a young lady should not be involved in business. At nearly 40, Yaki, if you had heeded my advice to marry that count's son, you would not be toiling here. You would have already become a countess and enjoyed life. The second director chuckled condescendingly. Enjoy life? Second uncle, I have no desire to become a gilded cage for someone else, like my cousin. Even her husband seeks pleasure elsewhere, but dares not speak a word, if this is what you call enjoying life. Then I, Liyaki, want no part of it. Liyaki fired back defiantly. The second director's expression darkened. He is Liyaki's uncle and the second largest shareholder of the Northern Goose Interstellar Trade Group. Very well, let's give Yaki a bit more time. We agreed on 5 years, right? As long as Yaki's Starship Arms Trade Department can turn a profit within this time frame, it can continue to exist. There is still half a year left. Why the hurry? The head of the Lee family said cheerfully, "We will give my niece 6 more months. By then, the second uncle will arrange a good marriage for her." The second director scoffed and left the meeting room, followed by the other directors. The head of the Lee family looked at his daughter, who appeared disheartened and angry, and sighed. "Yaki, it is not that I do not wish to help you. Business operates this way. People only see profits. You have 6 months left. If your arms trade department can turn a profit or at least break even, I will allow it to continue. But that if you fail, then it is settled that if you still wish to engage in business, you can continue with the interstellar transportation trade. 6 months. How could I possibly turn a profit in that time? I do not even have a decent starship product at hand. I do not believe I can achieve profitability within 6 months. I understand. Father, I am a bit tired. I will head back now," Yaki murmured, exiting the meeting room. She flopped on her bed, and a fluffy pet resembling a cat jumped in front of her. "Ming, I am very tired today. Please go play elsewhere." Yaki shielded her eyes with her arm, trying to prevent her tears from flowing. 5 years of preparation, 5 years of effort, a decade of youth. Must it all come to an end here? Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, her handheld terminal chimed, and she took a glance that it was a communication request from her younger brother. She sat up, adjusting her emotional state, and clicked to accept. "Sister, why are your eyes red?" Li Wei greeted her through the video, though there was a 10-second delay due to interstellar communication. "It's nothing. I've just been tired these past few days." "Why have you suddenly contacted me? Are you out of living expenses again? If I recall correctly, your break is just around the corner, right? Are you failing your grade this year and need to repeat?" Yaki scrutinized Li Wei pouted. "Sister, why do you never wish me well? I still have living expenses, and I'm not repeating. Next year I will be in the 4th grade and can actually pilot starship." "Then why are you trying to contact me?" Yaki eyed her brother suspiciously. Wei shifted to serious matters. "I sent you a starship blueprint yesterday. It should have arrived by now. It was produced by a friend of mine that I wanted to see if you were interested in purchasing it." "Starship blueprint?" Yaki stared at her brother. "You aren't trying to swindle me because you owe money, are you?" "Sister, why do you always look down on me?" Li Wei said, "Just hurry and take a look at it. If you're interested, let me know that I'll connect you with my friend. Don't set your expectations too high. If it's barely usable, just offer a reasonable price. As a favor to your little brother." Li Wei, still skeptical of Zhao Chen's starship, said some flattering words that I won't say more. "Contact me after you've looked it over." He abruptly ended the communication, unwilling to engage further with his sister, who always underestimated him. This boy, where did he find a friend who designs starships? It sounds like a scam to me. Yaki completely doubted Li Wei's words. However, sitting on her bed for several seconds, she inexplicably opened her email, and indeed, there lay a decrypted data file, with nothing else to occupy her, in her starship design department, showing no signs of progress. She decided to take a look at what Li Wei sent. Comforting herself, she opened the file, and as she gazed upon the vast array of starship blueprint information, her expression began to shift dramatically. From the initial indifference to an unexpected seriousness, even her breathing had quieted significantly. After more than half an hour of intense focus, she suddenly snapped back to reality, raising her hand to summon a holographic computer, where she began to simulate some of the data contained within the document. Everything was fine, that all was well. This process continued for another 3 hours. Ayaki's expressions were exceptionally vivid as she murmured to herself, "T1 Wolf Lice-class medium interstellar destroyer. This technical blueprint." She abruptly stood up and swiftly copied the starship technology onto a data disk, then dashed out of her bedroom towards her established starship design research department. What would normally take an hour, she navigated in her flying car in merely 10 minutes. Without pausing to change into researcher attire, she burst into the research department, standing before her team of engineers and researchers. Pointing at the data disk, "Quickly, examine whether this starship blueprint is feasible." Yaki could hardly contain her excitement. "I need a reliable feasibility report within 5 hours. No, I need it in 3 hours." Chapter 23. 3 million star coins. Buyout within 3 hours. The research team's personnel transitioned from confusion to shock, and then elation. "President Lee, where did you acquire this starship technology?" Although only 80% of the data was available. With crucial technical information redacted, the starship technology was undoubtedly viable. Furthermore, the cost-performance ratio of the T1 Wolf Lice-class medium interstellar destroyer was exceptionally high. I never anticipated a starship of such low cost could exhibit such remarkable performance. This would undoubtedly be a best-selling starship product on the market. The chief engineer of the research department, an elderly man with a head of white hair, stood before Liyaki, visibly excited, holding the data disk, which appeared to her as a treasure. She thought that if she had previously fallen into despair, this data disk was the lifeline that had fallen from heaven. You all set aside your current research tasks and conduct an in-depth study of this starship technology. Liyaki entrusted the data disk to the chief engineer. President Li, where did this starship technology come from? Before the chief engineer could finish his inquiry, Liyaki had already rushed out of the research room. Seated in her flying car, she immediately began contacting her brother. The first attempt that disconnected, Liyaki felt puzzled. The second attempt that again disconnected, a sense of unease began to creep in. The third attempt that once more disconnected. However, this time, Li Wei replied with a text message. Sister, I'm in the shower. Can we talk once I'm done? A few dark lines appeared on Liyaki's face as she gritted her teeth and replied. If you wish to live, answer my call immediately. If you hang up again, the day you return home will become your day of demise next year. Liyaki sent a fourth communication request, which this time did not disconnect. After a brief waiting period of half a minute, the other end finally connected. Li Wei appeared, wrapped in a towel, looking as though he had hurriedly finished a shower. Sister, what's the rush? He asked, a look of discontent as if he had been interrupted during something important. Who provided you with that starship technical blueprint? Li, let those who await your misfortune be taken aback. Zhao Chen felt a pang of regret in his heart. Had he known, he would have offered 4 million. Zhao Chen forced a wry smile. In the realm of business, he was still quite inexperienced. To be candid, his buyout price of 3 million star coins was already considered rather high within the T1 starship technology sector. However, it coincided with Liyaki's urgent need for starship technology. A thirsty individual, upon receiving a bottle of water, would naturally overlook the steep price point 3 million. Zhao Chen began to contemplate the construction of his second starship, a T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier. Building a starship requires an abundance of preparations. It is not merely a matter of assembly, raw materials, construction sites, technical expertise. There were countless considerations. Beep, beep, beep. Zhao Chen's handheld terminal chimed. To his surprise, it was his younger sister, Zhao Wanner. Well, this is quite unprecedented. The young lady is actually reaching out to me. Zhao Chen teased as he gazed at Zhao Wanner through the video window. That it was rare for her to contact him, as she typically preferred to approach him in person. That moment, Zhao Chen noticed 2 stunning young women behind Zhao Wanner. No, they were more accurately described as 2 lovely ladies. Stop joking around. My friends are here. Zhao Wanner shot him a playful glare. She then shifted aside and introduced the 2 young women. This is my senior, Su Lan from 5th grade, and this is my classmate, Shui Xiao from 4th grade. As for this one, I need not introduce him. My brother. Upon uttering the words my brother, Zhao Wanner wore an unmistakable expression of distaste. Hello, we've often heard Wanner speak of you. Greeted senior Su Lan politely. She speaks of me? Well, it's a miracle if she doesn't speak ill of me. Zhao Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Zhao Chen Gij, may I see your cannon? Shui Xiao suddenly leaned in, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Zhao Chen was momentarily taken aback. Her words were rather. Zhao Wanner swiftly pulled Shui Xiao back. Xiao, what are you saying? What's wrong? I just want to take a closer look at Zhao Chen Gij's 1,200mm caliber heavy cannon on the no. 0 blizzard, Shui Xiao pouted. Senior Su Lan, you must have something important to discuss with me, right? Just get to the point. Zhao Chen interjected, feeling somewhat flustered by the young girl's enthusiasm. Senior Su Lan replied. Let's cut to the chase. The reason we sought you out is regarding the starship duel that took place yesterday. Zhao Chen squinted, remaining silent as he awaited Senior Su Lan's elaboration. She continued. Zhang Haoren has been looking for connections, and someone informed him of my acquaintance with your sister, Zhao Wanner, that he has requested that you lift the expulsion penalty against him. Upon hearing the mention of the starship duel, Zhao Chen instantly deduced it pertained to Zhang Haoren. There was no way Zhang Haoren would gracefully withdraw from the North Star Starship Military Academy. It was a matter of his future. Is this expulsion penalty, recorded in the starship duel, subject to cancellation? Zhao Chen inquired curiously. Senior Su Lan explained. According to the Academy's regulations, the stakes established during a starship duel are recognized and enforced by the institution. However, if the victorious party agrees to forego the penalty, the losing party may be spared. Therefore, your consent is necessary. Zhao Chen remained silent. Senior Su Lan added, A friend asked me to assist him, as I owe him a favor. If you are unwilling, then let this matter rest. But if you are open to negotiation, I can arrange a time and place for you to discuss terms. You are entitled to propose your conditions. After all, it cannot be a free pass. May I speak privately with my sister for a moment? Zhao Chen requested. Senior Sulan agreed, and she and Xue Xiaoxiao stepped aside. All right, Senior Sulan and Xue Xiaoxiao have left. What do you have to say? Zhao Waner crossed her arms. Do you wish for me to assist Senior Sulan? Zhao Chen asked. Zhao Waner paused. This is your affair. Why are you asking me? My dear sister rarely requests my assistance. It seems you have a close relationship with Senior Sulan, Zhao Chen remarked with a smile. Zhao Waner's cheeks flushed. She confessed, I admit, I am quite fond of Senior Sulan. Since I came to the North Star Starship Military Academy, she has taken great care of me. She is one of my two friends here. The other is Xue Xiaoxiao. I am also aware of Senior Sulan's situation. The one she owes a favor to is a 5th grade senior named Han Tianwang. He has previously assisted her, and since then, he has been pestering her to engage in a relationship. Senior Sulan does not reciprocate his feelings. But out of obligation, she endures his harassment. If this favor could be repaid, then Senior Sulan would no longer have to tolerate him. Zhao Chen nodded. Very well. Have Senior Sulan handle this matter. And send me the time and place tonight that I agree to discuss. Really? Zhao Waner exclaimed in surprise. Who said this is the first time my sister asked for my help? Zhao Chen chuckled. Zhao Waner rolled her eyes. Who asked you for help? You can help or not help. With that, she abruptly ended the communication. Zhao Chen pondered the situation with Zhang Haoran at In Truth. Whether Zhang Haoran withdrew or not was of little consequence to him. He had never regarded this character, nor did he care about his relationship with Jiang Shasha. Were it not for the system's task, he would never have proposed the Starship duel. Now, with this opportunity to assist Zhao Waner Sr., while also extracting a price. How could Zhao Chen let such a chance slip away? A smile crept upon his lips. Tomorrow promised to be quite entertaining. Chapter 25. You may kneel North Star Starship Military Academy ocean-themed restaurant. Zhao Chen gazed at the holographic image of some aquatic creature from an unknown star system swimming freely before him. The restaurant exuded an air of tranquility, with only a handful of patrons present, making it one of the more upscale establishments in North Star. It was a place frequented by those of noble lineage. Rumored to source half of its ingredients from organically cultivated produce, the trio of lovely ladies walked alongside Zhao Chen, attracting considerable attention. Zhao Chen, have you formulated the terms you wish to discuss with Zhang Haoran? Senior Sulan inquired. I have a general idea, Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Noticing his confidence, Senior Sulan refrained from further commentary, for her role was merely that of an intermediary. The success or failure of this endeavor was of little concern to her. She was simply fulfilling an obligation to a friend. Lai, over here, a voice called out, and from a distance, Zhao Chen spotted a fair-skinned young man seated at a round table by the window, waving to Sulan and her companions. Around the table sat 3 individuals, one of whom was Zhang Haoran, while another was an unfamiliar face. Zhang Haoran's countenance was clearly unwell. He briefly locked eyes with Zhao Chen, only to hastily avert his gaze, appearing pitiful. Nevertheless, Zhao Chen astutely sensed Zhang Haoran's underlying animosity. Speak your mind when the time comes. If negotiations falter, we shall take our leave without concern for their presence. Senior Sulan whispered to Zhao Chen. He nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Waner walked closely beside him, feeling somewhat anxious. Although her brother was a territorial baron, he had never encountered such formal situations. Xue Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, was brimming with anticipation, reveling in the prospect of chaos. As they reached their seats, the senior named Han Tianwang ignored Zhao Chen, the intended focal point of the negotiations, and instead pulled out a chair beside him that had long been vacant. Lai, come sit here. The round table had only 7 seats, perfectly accommodating Han Tianwang's trio and Zhao Chen's quartet. Han Tianwang had deliberately left a spot beside him for Sulan, yet she merely cast a glance and smiled, saying, no need, I'm fine sitting here. With that, she settled in with Zhao Waner and Xue Xiaoxiao, leaving Han Tianwang in an awkward position. Consequently, the only seat available to Zhao Chen was next to Han Tianwang. At this moment, Han Tianwang turned his attention to Zhao Chen and blandly said, so you are Zhao Chen, the junior, please have a seat. Although he extended the invitation, Han Tianwang had already taken his place. Zhao Chen, however, did not approach the chair beside Han Tianwang. Instead, he placed his hand upon a chair directly in front of him, and no need. I'll sit here. In that instant, the atmosphere grew tense as Zhao Chen's hand rested upon the chair occupied by Zhang Haoran. Zhang Haoran's expression soured as he glanced at Han Tianwang, who averted his gaze. Faced with this situation, Zhang Haoran had no choice but to stand and move to the side of Han Tianwang. Zhao Chen claimed Zhang Haoran's seat, and as Zhang Haoran prepared to take his place, Zhao Chen lifted a glass of water and splashed it across the chair. "I asked there a spot for you here." The atmosphere plummeted to an icy chill. Zhang Haoran clenched his fists. "Zhao Chen, do not be so aggressive. This was merely a misunderstanding between you and Zhang Haoran. Let us share a meal and consider it resolved. We can all be friends moving forward," Han Tianwang interjected, attempting to mediate. "Lai, wouldn't you agree?" Su Lan smiled and said, "This time, we are merely guests and shall remain silent. Everything depends on the wishes of Junior Zhao Chen. Today, where he sits, there is no place for me. What do you think, Senior?" Zhao Chen met Han Tianwang's gaze without flinching. A flicker of shadow crossed Han Tianwang's eyes, but he maintained a genial facade as he replied, "Indeed, an apology must be made in the right spirit. Haoran, you can stand." Zhao Chen summoned a waiter. The staff here were not robotic but rather elegantly dressed young women, reflecting the restaurant's high-end nature. With the chair removed, Zhang Haoran stood like a pillar between Zhao Chen and Han Tianwang. "That we are all seated, yet you stand alone. Does that not suggest you hold a higher status than the rest of us?" Zhao Chen observed Zhang Haoran with a smile. Zhang Haoran gritted his teeth. "What do you want?" "Kneel," Zhao Chen casually replied. The atmosphere shifted among the onlookers. Zhang Haoran, furious, retorted, "Zhao Chen, don't go too far. I have heard that you and your gang boasted in my class about defeating me in the starship duel. Did it not seem excessive then to demand I kneel and apologize? Or do you, young Master Zhang, disdain continuing your studies at Beiji Star?" Zhao Chen's last remark struck at the very core of Zhang Haoran's insecurities. He could not afford to drop out of Beiji Star, as his noble father, a future count, had connections that facilitated his admission that if he failed to graduate, he risked losing his title to another sibling. Upon learning of this possibility, his mother had messaged him, insisting he find a way to remain enrolled. Come what may, Junior Zhao Chen, there is no need for this. Haoran has acknowledged his mistake. We are all classmates, and there's no need to escalate tensions. Please, let us eat first and discuss how to resolve the misunderstanding between you and Haoran during the meal. I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory resolution." Han Tianwang interjected. "Face?" Zhao Chen chuckled, his eyes narrowing at Han Tianwang. "Are you suggesting I grant you face in exchange for a mealing?" Nearby, Zhao Waner gasped, bewildered by her brother's audacity. He was taking on both Zhang Haoran and Han Tianwang. Su Lan and Xue Xiao exchanged astonished glances, realizing that this junior was indeed quite different from the rest. Han Tianwang's expression darkened. "Fine, I will kneel," Zhang Haoran shouted, dropping to the spot where the chair had been. The table's height concealed his head, conveniently allowing the rest to continue their meal without interruption. "Why are you all staring at me? We came here to eat, did we not? Hurry, place your orders. I am quite hungry." "Senior Han, order whatever you like. No need to be polite." Zhao Chen raised his hand and accessed the holographic ordering interface, rapidly tapping the screen. Zhao Waner, sitting beside him, barely caught a glimpse of what he had ordered. "I've placed my order. Take a look and see if you need anything. Let us enjoy this rare gathering with Senior Han." Zhao Chen beamed at the group. Xue Xiao nearly burst into laughter as the dishes arrived. Even Su Lan was taken aback. Every dish was crafted from natural ingredients. There were black eggs with 6-legged pork for 200 star coins, vinegar stir-fried 3-legged duck for 300, flaming fish soup from the Flame Star system for 500, a fruit platter for 1,000, and a 3-piece set of Ogat specialties for 5,000 star coins. Yet what truly caught Han Tianwang's attention was the bottle of wine, a renowned fruit liquor priced at an astounding 13,000 star coins. It nearly matched the cost of the entire meal. Before he could dwell on it further, Zhao Chen had poured the wine for himself and the 3 young women beside him. "Oh dear. It's all poured, Senior Han. If you wish to drink, feel free to order more." Zhao Chen smiled at Han Tianwang. No, that's unnecessary that I don't drink," Han Tianwang stammered, his lips twitching, realizing that this was the only bottle of that particular wine in the establishment. "Did you really order so much? Is that all right?" Zhao Waner whispered to Zhao Chen. "Don't worry, this exquisite food is infinitely better than synthetic meals. This opportunity is too good to pass up," Zhao Chen replied, already devouring the food with great enthusiasm. Indeed, devouring was the only word that accurately described his approach. Initially, Su Lan and the others had some reservations about dining etiquette, but as they witnessed Zhao Chen rapidly clearing his plates, they hastened their own eating, albeit with significantly more grace. Such lavish food was unprecedented for Su Lan and her companions. They had only sampled a few of these dishes before. This meal could very well consume the lifetime savings of 100 families. The average salary for a typical person was merely 40 star coins, barely enough to sustain a family of 3 on synthetic food. After over a month of consuming such meals, Zhao Chen finally rediscovered the joy of flavor. Han Tunwang watched Zhao Chen eat with the ferocity of a beast, and though he attempted to speak several times, he found no opportunity. Ultimately, he resigned himself to join the feasting, for if he delayed any longer, the entire table would be cleared. The most unfortunate was Zhang Haoran, who knelt in humiliation, enduring the torment of sight, smell, and sound, while his heart bled. After all, this meal was ostensibly his treat. An hour later, Zhao Chen rubbed his considerably expanded belly. Had it not been for his outfit's ability to adjust to his size, he feared he might have popped a button. Beside him, Zhao Waner and Su Lan appeared equally stuffed and satisfied. Han Tianwang hastily addressed Zhao Chen. Junior Zhao Chen, now that we've eaten and drunk our fill, shall we resolve the matter we agreed upon? Please submit a request to the Academy to lift the punishment on Junior Haoran. All right, I almost forgot. We have yet to discuss the main issue. Zhao Chen resumed his seat, chuckling. My apologies. A mere mortal like me has never tasted such exquisite food. Please bear with me. Observing Zhao Chen's playful demeanor, Su Lan could not suppress her laughter, while Zhao Waner regarded her brother with newfound admiration for his cunning. Speak, what conditions do you propose for me to spare Zhang Haoran? Zhao Chen inquired earnestly. Han Tianwang was taken aback, staring at Zhao Chen in disbelief. Conditions? You just ate. Senior, you do not suppose a single meal would suffice to settle this matter, do you? Zhao Chen feigned surprise. Han Tianwang's lips twitched. He felt an overwhelming urge to strike Zhao Chen, but restrained himself, forcing a smile. Then, Junior Zhao Chen, please state your conditions. Very well. I appreciate your straightforwardness, Zhao Chen declared, raising his hand and extending 5 fingers. My starship has incurred quite a bit of wear and tear due to battle. The costs of personnel loss and repairs will require funding. Zhao Waner rolled her eyes. Please, that 5-minute skirmish barely used a fraction of your starship's energy. Besides, Zhang Haoran's T2 White Eagle never even hit your ship. So what repairs are you talking about? It was evident to all that Zhao Chen was trying to extort money. 50,000 star coins sounds reasonable to me. Han Tianwang remarked, eyeing Zhao Chen's 5 fingers. Not 50,000, but 500,000 star coins. Zhao Chen responded with a grin. 500,000 star coins. Su Lan gasped, her eyes widening in shock. You must be extorting me. Zhang Haoran could no longer contain himself. Leaping up in fury, perhaps due to kneeling for too long, he stumbled and crashed onto the table, remnants of food splattering across his face. Thankfully, the round table was fixed. Otherwise, he would have been in a worse predicament. Extortion. If that is how you perceive it, then it seems we have no need for negotiations that I can forego the 500,000 star coins. Or you can choose to leave Beiji Star, Zhao Chen declared, spreading his hands and preparing to leave. Zhang Haoran, filled with rage and despair, shouted, I can compensate you, but I truly do not have 500,000 star coins. You do, Zhao Chen countered. Zhang Haoran stared at Zhao Chen in disbelief. Your T2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser, though significantly damaged, could still fetch 50 to 60,000 star coins if sold quickly. Zhao Chen smiled at Zhang Haoran. Devil. You are a devil. Zhang Haoran fumed. It was evident that Zhao Chen had meticulously plotted this before arriving. All present were left with a transformed perception of Zhao Chen. Oh, but I have one more condition to propose. I seem to have heard your friend mention that if you triumph, you could generously allow me to kneel before you and call you Grandpa. In that case, perhaps I could consider not having to withdraw from school at this moment. Zhao Chen's smile appeared to Zhang Haoran like that of a devil. Time is of the essence for me. I shall grant you 10 seconds. Zhao Chen's fingers drummed on the table. That instant, everyone present turned their gaze toward Zhang Haoran, as if they had silently begun a countdown. Ultimately, Zhang Haoran knelt on the ground. This act had already conveyed the answer to everyone. Grandpa Zhao Chen, I was wrong. Zhang Haoran's head struck the ground. Chapter 27. He even packed up. Do not stop until I leave the dining hall. Before the semester concludes, I expect to receive a remittance of 500,000 star coins that I trust you won't find it difficult to trace my academy account. the moment the funds are received. I will petition the Academy to lift your punishment. After Zhao Chen spoke, he departed the dining hall with Zhao Wan'er and the others. Prior to this, Zhang Haoran remained obediently kneeling on the ground, repeatedly uttering, "Grandpa Zhao Chen, I was wrong." Observing the chaotic scene and Zhang Haoran's demeanor, akin to a stray dog, Han Tianwang spoke solemnly. Zhao Chen possesses some skill, but remember, Haoran, a gentleman waits a decade for revenge. Remaining at the North Star Military Academy is of utmost importance that I will ensure Zhao Chen pays 1,000-fold for this. Zhang Haoran swore, contorted in anguish on the ground. In truth, I think that it would be better for you to concede. You are no match for Zhao Chen. The previously silent, handsome man finally spoke, appearing to be merely a spectator to the banquet. However, he did not feel his presence was in vain. It was indeed a splendid spectacle. Young master's son, success lies in human effort. Moreover, I believe Zhao Chen has indeed gone too far and deserves a lesson. The glint of cold light flickered in Han Tianwang's eyes. Zhao Chen had just publicly humiliated him, even in front of Su Lan. Young master's son smiled, but remained silent. Who will cover the bill? At that moment, a restaurant manager approached, looking somewhat astonished at the sight of Zhang Haoran kneeling. How much is it? Zhang Haoran stood up, his legs trembling slightly. A total of 53,000 star coins. We can waive the remainder for you, the restaurant manager said with a professional smile. Zhang Haoran nearly collapsed, staring incredulously. 50,000 star coins? How is that possible? How could our table possibly have racked up 50,000 star coins? This table only amounts to 22,500 star coins. But the guest who just left packed 2 additional meals aside from the drinks, hence the tea totals 50,000 star coins, the restaurant manager explained with a smile. Packed? Zhang Haoran's anger surged, causing him to spit blood as he bellowed. Zhao Chen. Observing Zhao Chen carrying several bags in each hand was quite a comical sight. Brother Zhao, you were absolutely hilarious just now. This meal that was truly worth it. Not only did we feast, but we also witnessed a splendid performance. And you're still packing up. I glanced at the bill. A full 50,000 star coins that I can only imagine Zhang Haoran's face turning green when it came time to settle the bill. Remarked Shui Xiao, with her twin ponytails bouncing as she spoke. Stop calling him Brother Zhao. Just refer to him as Zhao Chen. Zhao Wan'er rolled her eyes, then fixed her gaze on Zhao Chen. Aren't you concerned that targeting Zhang Haoran like this, especially in front of Han Tianwang, might lead to retaliation? Do you think I should engage them in a friendly discussion, hoping they won't retaliate in the future? Since I cannot change the situation, why not strike hard at a drowning dog? Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly. Su Lan covered her mouth, chuckling softly. Wan'er, your brother is truly unique. He does not resemble the bookworm you previously described. If this is what you call foolishness, then there must be no intelligent individuals left in this world. How was I to know he was hiding such depth? Zhao Wan'er pouted. Zhao Chen, I must remind you, today you have thoroughly offended Zhang Haoran and Han Tianwang. I am uncertain about Zhang Haoran, but Han Tianwang is a smiling tiger, petty and vindictive. Today you did not give him face. In the future, he will undoubtedly create trouble for you in certain matters. Yes, I will be cautious. Zhao Chen nodded. You have any plans for this holiday? Shui Xiao inquired curiously at Wan'er, and I will return to our territory. After all, I am nominally a baron, and there are numerous matters awaiting my attention. Zhao Chen replied helplessly. Yet another pile of issues. Isn't everything in the territory already arranged by your sister? Zhao Wan'er rolled her eyes. Speaking of your sister, I recall she is serving in the Imperial Army of the Starry Empire. And I have heard she is performing exceptionally well, even becoming the starship captain of the princess's personal guard, Su Lan remarked. Zhao Chen thought about this sister. In truth, his memories of her were scant, as their parents had passed away when he was young, and his sister had already been attending the Starship Academy at that time. After graduation, she joined the Imperial Army. She had spent less than a month at home each year, and their encounters during that month were few and far between. However, Zhao Wan'er was correct. If it were not for this sister managing the territory, Zhao Chen's lands would likely be in disarray now. Right, you need not book tickets this year. You can take my starship back, Zhao Chen said to Zhao Wan'er that in previous years, Zhao Chen and Zhao Wan'er would purchase starship tickets to return to their territory. Traveling back on the starship was several dozen times more expensive than buying tickets. Zhao Wan'er leaned closer to Zhao Chen and whispered, Don't forget, your brother is now a wealthy man. Thinking of the 50,000 star coins. Zhao Wan'er rolled her eyes. Very well then, to be honest. Using one's own starship for the return journey indeed takes at least 3 times less time than purchasing a starship ticket. Then go back for a bit. We will depart the day after tomorrow. If you have anything to move, just let me know. I will head back now. With so much food, it will spoil if left unattended. Zhao Chen said, bidding farewell to Su Lan and the others as he hastily departed. Is your brother a glutton? With so much food, how long can he possibly eat it all by himself? Shui Xiao remarked, swallowing hard as the delicious aroma wafted through the air. Zhao Wan'er gazed at her brother's retreating figure, feeling that he had undergone significant changes. She felt as though she scarcely recognized him. Your brother is quite interesting, Su Lan commented. Zhao Wan'er and Shui Xiao were both astonished. For a man deemed interesting by Su Lan was rarer than a precious gem. .0 storm, Zhao Chen huffed as he stepped into the starship cabin, where Charlotte had been waiting as per Zhao Chen's instructions. Quickly help me. Carry this. Zhao Chen handed several takeout boxes to Charlotte. His arms and wrists bore red marks, and a few fingers had even turned purple from lack of blood. Captain, what is inside? Charlotte inquired, looking at the bags in his hands. That a secret. Notify all crew members to gather in the dining hall. Zhao Chen replied with a mysterious smile. Charlotte did not pry further and relayed Zhao Chen's orders. Then both made their way to the starship dining hall. You need help carrying that. Zhao Chen observed Charlotte, who was effortlessly steady despite holding so many items. Is it heavy? Charlotte asked lightly in return. Zhao Chen was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this was the strength of the half-beast White Tiger clan. Chapter 28. Will we be able to eat rice with every meal? Zero storm. Starship dining hall following Captain Zhao Chen's orders. All 100 half-beast female crew members were present. Why is everyone standing? Sit down quickly. Zhao Chen gestured for them to take their seats in a somewhat constrained atmosphere. The female crew members gradually sat down. Charlotte, please help me distribute this food, Zhao Chen said as he opened the bags that Charlotte had brought. Immediately, an enticing aroma permeated throughout the dining hall. It is known that half-beasts possess a sense of smell far superior to that of humans, making them even more enticed by the delightful scents. Charlotte stared at the boxes of food, captivated by their aroma for several seconds. Don't just stare. Get moving. Otherwise, it will all get cold and lose its flavor. Zhao Chen urged. Taking on a role of kitchen matron, he diligently divided the food into 100 portions, instructing Charlotte to serve the meals to the crew members. In truth, if it were only the dishes. Distributing 100 portions would yield barely a mouthful for each person. However, there was also a large bowl filled with white rice. Seeing the fluffy rice, many of the half-beast female crew members swallowed hard. Are we distributing all of this? Charlotte, puzzled by Zhao Chen's intentions, asked. What is the matter? This is today's lunch for everyone, Zhao Chen replied casually. Lunch? These mouth-watering delicacies. Hearing Captain Zhao Chen's words, both Charlotte and the 100 female crew members stared in disbelief at the captain they had gradually come to know. Hurry up and serve it. Everyone is still waiting, Zhao Chen urged when he noticed Charlotte still in a daze. Only then did Charlotte spring into action, serving the meals before the female crew members. In a short while, over 30 portions had already been distributed. Zhao Chen took a moment to lift his head and glanced around, only to find that none of the female crew members who had received their share of food had made a move to eat. Although some were already drooling at the sight of the delectable dishes before them, they remained seated, composed, and still. What are you all waiting for? It's time to eat. Those who received food should begin. And those who haven't will have to wait a moment longer. There's no need to rush. Everyone will have their share, Zhao Chen declared. Yet when he observed that no one had yet begun, he feigned anger and commanded. This is an order. At that moment, the female crew members began to eat, initially hesitant, taking small bites. However, the tantalizing flavors soon overwhelmed their restraint, and they could no longer maintain their composure. After years of enduring the torment of synthetic food, it felt as though they were parched souls in a desert finally quenching their thirst with a refreshing drink. One by one, they began to devour the food with fervor, even resorting to using their hands. Within minutes, a single portion was consumed, and they licked their plates and utensils in delight, still yearning for more. Observing the scene of those with beast-like ears licking their plates, Zhao Chen felt a mixture of affection and sorrow. Many of them were younger than him, some even still minors. In Zhao Chen's perspective, there was no distinction between adulthood and childhood among the half-beast tribe. Anyone capable of fighting was considered an adult. Thus, it was common for half-beasts as young as 12 or 13 to be thrust into battle and labor, regardless of gender. Only through fighting and work could they earn their daily sustenance. Soon, All 100 portions of food were distributed. The final serving was personally delivered by Zhao Chen to Charlotte. Do try it. It tastes exquisite, especially the fruit. Charlotte gazed at the bountiful platter. Noting the crescent-shaped slice of apple and the small, finger-sized fruits, she looked at Zhao Chen and asked, "What about you? I've already eaten and am quite full." Zhao Chen replied, patting his round belly without a care for appearances. Charlotte chuckled softly and lowered her head to start eating. After a few bites, Zhao Chen noticed her head dipping even lower, her face nearly level with the plate. Tea first, he was puzzled, but then he caught sight of the glimmer of tears at the corner of her eyes. Hidden within her white hair, he understood what she was concealing. Tea that moment. Zhao Chen heard sobs emanating from the dining hall that a female crew member was crying as she consumed her food. Tears mingling with her meals. Perhaps they wept from the overwhelming deliciousness of the food, or perhaps memories of their past hardships resurfaced, of siblings back home who struggled desperately just to survive. For the first time, they realized that food was not merely a means to fill their stomachs, but a profound and pleasurable experience. While you eat, I have an important announcement to make. Zhao Chen suddenly interjected, capturing the attention of all the female crew members. Some paused mid-dash bite. "And no need to stop. Continue eating while you listen," he encouraged. Yet, the crew members remained fixated on him. Reluctantly, Zhao Chen turned to Charlotte, who was also watching him with her meal forgotten. Understanding his intent, she resumed eating, albeit at a noticeably slower pace. "What I wish to discuss pertains to your welfare and benefits, as we previously agreed. You will work for me for 3 years in exchange for your freedom. However, there are details we have yet to clarify, particularly regarding the provisions for crew members." Zhao Chen directed his gaze at Charlotte. "What was the food allowance like in your previous fleet?" Charlotte hesitated before responding. Daily meals were provided at a standard of 0.01 star coins. Zhao Chen's lips twitched in disbelief. 0.01 star coins. That is essentially the price of the most basic synthetic meal. 1 meal. This implies they were on a 1 meal per day system. But he continued, "I've calculated that we will eliminate synthetic food. Henceforth, all our meals will consist of natural food. While we cannot guarantee the same abundance as today, I assure you we can provide 3 fulfilling meals each day. Our food standard will be set at 0.3 star coins per person per day, with a monthly cap of no more than 10 star coins a day. As for the specifics of the menu, I will discuss that with the logistics department responsible for provisions." That he announced this nonchalantly. Yet the room fell silent in astonishment. After a long pause, a 15-year-old half-beast crew member timidly spoke up, her voice quivering. "Does that mean that I can have rice at every meal?" Zhao Chen frowned slightly. Some crew members' expressions dimmed at his response. "Having rice every day might be difficult since we can have porridge and bread for breakfast, noodles for lunch, and rice or other dishes for dinner." Upon hearing this, the crew members who had appeared despondent suddenly seemed to ascend back to paradise. "All right, you may continue eating. That I'll attend to other matters," Zhao Chen remarked, noticing their suppressed joy as he discreetly exited the dining hall. As he stepped outside, he could hear laughter and exclamations of joy behind him. "My goodness, we can actually have rice at every meal. Is the captain pulling our leg? How is that possible? The lord of our former territory didn't provide such treatment. I don't think the captain would deceive us. Just look at the food he served us earlier. It was the best I've ever tasted. Does the captain really need to trick us? We are his purchased slaves. Even if he didn't give us these, we would still have to work diligently for him." That a smile curled Zhao Chen's lips. This was precisely what he desired. He did not seek a lifeless fleet of slaves, but rather a team infused with morale and a desire to fight. Although the technological prowess of starships in this era surpassed the morale of their crew to some extent, a fleet with high spirits would always outperform others of equal standing. Furthermore, a fleet brimming with hope could work miracles. How does one cultivate such a fleet? It is quite simple. By providing the crew with what they desire, instilling in them a sense of hope for the future. In doing so, anything that obstructs their aspirations and seeks to extinguish their hope will be viewed as a formidable enemy. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed behind him. "Captain, I believe your decision is rather ill-considered," Charlotte interjected, blocking Zhao Chen's path. "What is the matter? I thought it was quite good. Everyone seems to enjoy it." Zhao Chen shrugged. Charlotte spoke earnestly. "I appreciate your efforts to improve the crew's meal standards, but do you realize what a daily allowance of 0.3 star coins signifies? I could do the math. 10 star coins a month means with 100 crew members. Our monthly expenditure will be 1,000 star coins." Zhao Chen replied casually. Charlotte's expression grew serious. 1,000 star coins. Do you realize how many energy blocks, military supplies, missiles, and bullets I could purchase? Zhao Chen gazed at her with a smile. Have you finished? Charlotte continued. You can enhance the meal provisions, but I believe 0.1 or even 0.05 star coins daily would suffice, and we need not completely abandon synthetic food. After Charlotte's words, Zhao Chen chuckled. I understand your concerns, but in my view, nothing is more important than ensuring everyone feels happy and fulfilled. Previously, they were a listless group of slaves, but do you know what I saw in them just now? Hope. I desire a fleet filled with hope, not one that resembles a horde of the undead. Now, regarding the welfare and meal standards, there will be no negotiation. This is the captain's order, and it will not be modified or reduced. In fact, if necessary, we will gradually increase it in the future. If a captain cannot even fill the stomachs of his crew, then he is not a competent leader. As he spoke, Zhao Chen unexpectedly reached out and brushed his finger across the corner of Charlotte's mouth. She froze, noticing a grain of rice on his finger, only to be surprised as he placed it in his own mouth to be by the way, how the logistics department convened a meeting to discuss how much living and military supplies we need to procure, as well as the menu for the future starship dining hall. Zhao Chen instructed before departing, leaving a blushing Charlotte in his wake. After a moment, Charlotte regained her composure, clutching her heart. The captain's actions had genuinely stirred something within her, especially his unwavering insistence on implementing that luxurious meal standard, leaving her with an indescribable feeling. Let us finalize the menu. From now on, you will provide meals to the crew according to this list, as we are about to set sail in a few days. I will procure a batch of living and military supplies. Charlotte, please prepare a detailed checklist for me that I will arrange for the necessary supplies to be delivered to D. Oh, not worry about the funding. Just calculate according to the actual situation of the Zero Storm. Zhao Chen observed the senior female crew members gathered for the meeting. All right, Charlotte responded, but ever since she entered the room, she had not made eye contact with Zhao Chen. Your logistics department can start preparing that. I will place an order for food supplies to be delivered within 3 hours. Our meal standards will commence with tonight's dinner, Zhao Chen declared. Yes, the female crew members from the logistics department responded enthusiastically before exiting the conference room. Zhao Chen turned to Charlotte. Before he could speak, Charlotte hurriedly left a remark. I'll go tally the necessary living and military supplies. Zhao Chen felt a sense of bewilderment. His role as captain seemed rather peculiar. That evening, word spread rapidly about the menu change in the Starship-S dining hall. Previously, they had assumed the captain's policies would take time to implement, but astonishingly, changes were made that very evening after just a midday discussion. Soon, non-duty female crew members flocked to the dining hall. The atmosphere within the dining hall had transformed dramatically. Even the layout had undergone alterations. What was once a ration dining experience had now shifted to a more autonomous selection process. The previously fixed daily meals, offering only 1 or 2 artificial food options, had expanded to a diverse array of choices that, in addition to the displayed food items, crew members could place direct orders with the kitchen, which would prepare meals on site. Of course, the selected dishes had to be from the menu, and their prices were slightly elevated. Each meal now boasted over 10 different options, and the monthly allowance for each female soldier had been set at 10 star coins, allowing for discretionary ordering as long as it remained within the budget without waste. Look, meat, one female crew member exclaimed, pointing at a dish of stir-fried vegetables with meat, her eyes wide with excitement. Although the dish's price equated to 3 days' worth of standard meals, with a bit of frugality, enjoying meat once a week was entirely feasible. Excuse me, can we order now? A timid yet eager crew member inquired. Certainly. You may order anything from the options illuminated on the sign or displayed in the cabinet, the head chef announced. This half-orc head chef, previously employed under a certain half-orc lord, was adept in culinary arts and now served as the head cook for logistics aboard the Zero Storm. I'd like a rice bowl. I want a meat cutlet. I'll have rice and a serving of vegetables. I'd like beef noodles. Chapter 30. An incident in the Xianglong star system. This room was originally designated for the second officer. But since I have only one, and considering I wanted to bring you back this time, it has remained vacant. You will stay here for the next few days, Zhao Chen said, gesturing toward the single room designated for the second officer while carrying his sister's luggage. It is quite nice, Zhao Wan remarked as she surveyed the room. What about your starship? Zhao Chen asked. Zhao Wan, a fourth-year student, had her own designated starship. Senior Sulan had a long-term docking reservation at the starport. Since she's returning home for the holiday, my starship can remain at her dock. All my crew members are Academy students, and I've granted them leave, Zhao Chen explained as she sat on the bed. If I recall correctly, your starship is a T-2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser, Zhao Chen reminisced. Zhao Chen nodded in affirmation. When Zhao Chen chose her fourth-year starship, she faced a similar dilemma as Zhao Chen, lacking funds and having to select from the Academy's starship warehouse. However, due to her status as an outstanding student, the Academy had made special provisions for her, granting her a T-2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser. Albeit a second-hand vessel with a 30-year service record, yet undeniably a superior choice among T-2 starships. With her esteemed reputation, many students from other disciplines flocked to join her crew, although Zhao Chen was only able to recruit civilian students due to salary considerations. The T-2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser is commendable, but it is still an old ship that in the future, I'll get you a new one, Zhao Chen muttered. Zhao Chen rolled her eyes. A new ship? Don't kid yourself. Just because you managed to secure 500,000 star coins from Zhang Haoren doesn't mean you can flaunt your wealth. 500,000 star coins ISNT, even enough to cover the cost of a T-2 starship. Zhao Chen smiled silently, withholding the information that he had recently completed a transaction, acquiring 3 million star coins from selling the technical specifications of a T-1 Wolf Laos-class medium interstellar destroyer. Furthermore, he had no intention of purchasing a starship. With a system containing a plethora of starship technologies, was it not more appropriate to construct one himself? Trust me. Just tell me what type of ship you desire, and I will arrange it for you by the end of this year. Zhao Chen waved his hand dismissively, exuding confidence. Zhao Chen chuckled. If you're capable, then bring me an aircraft carrier starship. The price of an aircraft carrier starship is the most exorbitant among all classifications. It accommodates numerous interstellar fighter jets and drones, making it exceedingly costly. Zhao Chen smirked. You're just asking for it. No problem. It's merely an aircraft carrier starship. I'll arrange it for you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. You're just boasting, Zhao Chen replied, clearly skeptical. After all, even a light T-2 aircraft carrier starship command a price of no less than 10 million star coins. All right, let us tidy up and then head out for a meal, Zhao Chen said, moving toward the door. After waiting for Zhao Chen for a moment, they proceeded to the starship dining hall together. As they reached the corridor leading to the dining hall, Zhao Chen sniffed the air. I think I smell something delicious. Zhao Chen smiled but remained silent. By the way, I've noticed your half-orc female crew member seems somewhat different than before. But I can't quite put my finger on it, Zhao Chen said, looking at Zhao Chen with suspicion. You didn't do anything to those half-orc female crew members, did you? Zhao Chen playfully tapped her on the head. What nonsense are you thinking about? Zhao Chen stuck out her tongue, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Zhao Chen. She realized that their relationship had significantly evolved. Zhao Chen, who once refrained from touching her head and appeared quite reserved, now seemed more at ease, as if she were the elder sister and he the younger brother. As they bantered and entered the dining hall, Zhao Chen suddenly halted, her expression astonished as she beheld the scene before her. Steaming noodles, fragrant bread, fluffy buns, and aromatic pieces of meat filled the space. There was even a crescent-shaped delicacy, legendary dumplings. This is your starship dining hall, Zhao Chen exclaimed, dumbfounded. Of course. You can place your order here, Zhao Chen replied, gesturing to the chefs behind the counter. Her order will be under my account. Captain, you don't need to pay for yours, right? One of the chefs said with a peculiar expression. According to the regulations Zhao Chen had established for the starship dining hall, he too had a meal standard, albeit 3 times that of the ordinary female crew members due to his captaincy. Naturally, female officers also enjoyed a higher meal standard than regular crew members. This stratification was designed to motivate the crew. Excellent performance could lead to promotions and better meal standards, functioning as an incentive policy. Following the established protocol, Zhao Chen began to place his order. I'd like a serving of pork and cabbage dumplings. The menu featured a significant portion of dishes that Zhao Chen had curated, showcasing a variety of Chinese cuisine. Dumplings in particular were renowned in this world, believed to have originated from an ancient dish of the Blue Star. However, due to the rising costs of natural ingredients, dumplings gradually became a delicacy reserved for the elite. A culinary legend to the common folk. Hurry up and order. There are people waiting behind you, Zhao Chen urged, noticing Zhao Wen's astonished expression. Flustered, Zhao Wen quickly glanced over and ordered a serving of fish-flavored shredded pork with rice. Subsequently, a hovering robot scanned Zhao Chen's face, marking it as payment. Please take a seat and wait, Your meals will be delivered by a robot, the chef informed them. Zhao Chen and Zhao Wan found an empty table to sit at. What is going on here? Are all these made from natural ingredients? Zhao Wan asked, her curiosity piqued as she settled into her seat. Zhao Chen nodded, indeed, pointing at the holographic electronic menu display. Zhao Wan inquired, can regular crew members order those dishes? Everyone has their meal standard. As long as they don't exceed it or waste food, they can order freely. What is the meal standard for ordinary crew members? 0.3 star coins per day, not exceeding 10 star coins per month. 10 star coins? Zhao Wan screamed, her voice startling those around them, prompting her to lower her head and whisper, are you insane? 10 star coins, the noble guard fleets of our starry empire don't have meal standards this high. I merely allocate a daily allowance of 0.05 star coins for my crew's meals. If their standards do not permit such a sum, how can I set it so high? This is my starship. I shall determine the standards as I see fit, Zhao Chen remarked with a smile. Zhao Wan covered her face, exclaiming, do not presume that with your 500,000 star coins, you can act with impunity. This reckless behavior will inevitably lead to trouble. We shall address it when the trouble arises. Zhao Chen shrugged nonchalantly to tea that moment. Their meals arrived. Fragrant dumplings filled with pork and cabbage, alongside a dish of fish-flavored shredded pork over rice. Faced with such delectable cuisine, Zhao Wan abandoned her attempt to reason with Zhao Chen, savoring her food and revealing a blissful expression. After finishing the meal, just as Zhao Wan prepared to continue her education of Zhao Chen, her handheld terminal chimed with an incoming message. Upon opening it, her expression changed drastically. This is bad. Something has happened in the Xiaolong star system. The Xiaolong star system is Zhao Chen's territory. What has transpired? Zhao Chen inquired. Zhao Wan activated a holographic projection displaying the message. This is a trusted informant left by my sister in the Xiaolong star system. There are conspirators colluding with external foes in the Xiaolong star system, plotting the assassination of the Zhao clan. The second young master and third young lady must not return. Chapter 31. The first warp voyage of the Zero Storm, an assassination plot against him in the Xiaolong star system. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow, the sudden revelation shattering his previous plans. This informant, a trusted scout left by his sister, was known only to her and Zhao Chen. Her message must be true. Perhaps we should reconsider returning to our territory. Zhao Wan expressed her concern. Is it possible to contact her? Zhao Chen asked. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Wan replied, I possess a private communication channel to reach her, but I cannot guarantee a prompt response. Zhao Chen fell into deep thought. His return to his territory was not merely a leisurely homecoming, but a strategic consideration for his future development. To strengthen himself and ensure his own protection. He must establish a robust foundation, and the Xiaolong star system was an available opportunity. However, due to its recent decline, the internal situation was dire and complex. Zhao Chen had intended to utilize this return as an opportunity to reorganize the Xiaolong star system and secure arrangements for his future. Should he abandon this plan due to this unexpected news, the upcoming semester at the academy would commence in 3 months, making it exceedingly difficult for him to allocate time to address matters in the Xiaolong star system. Such delays could extend the timeline by a year or more, and he did not have the luxury of time to squander. We shall return home, Zhao Chen stated firmly. Zhao Wan jumped anxiously. Wait, are you out of your mind? Knowing that there are individuals in the Xiaolong star system targeting us, you still intend to return and offer yourself as a sacrifice. Who said we were returning to sacrifice ourselves? Zhao Chen smirked coldly. The situation in the Xiaolong star system has long been chaotic, and due to our Zhao family's weakened state, the various noble factions within the system have disregarded us. To truly seize control of the Xiaolong star system, we must eradicate those malignant elements that I had initially planned a gradual approach, but since they have presented me with this opportunity, why should I not seize it? Zhao Wan discerned Zhao Chen's intentions. He aimed to capitalize on this opportunity to uproot the forces behind the assassination plot against him and implement a significant restructuring of the Xiaolong star system. While I do not oppose your plan, you must also recognize your own limitations that we remain unaware of the enemy's arrangements. With only our 2 T2 starships at our disposal, do you not realize we would be walking into a den of wolves? Zhao Wan remained concerned for their safety. We will return, but not immediately. Contact the informant and seek additional intelligence from her, such as who orchestrated this assassination plot, what their plans entail, and whether they have organized a star fleet. Zhao Chen instructed with seriousness. Those inquiries are manageable, but our strength. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a smile. Do not worry. I will be prepared. Raising his hand, Zhao Chen unveiled a star map, marking their current position and that of the Xiaolong star system, filtering potential routes between the 2 points. Ultimately, he selected a location we shall go here, he declared, pointing at the Arctic Fox starport. Zhao Wanner gazed at the name in surprise. What purpose do we have in going there? You will find out once we arrived. Shouldn't we take my T2 Fire Crow? Unnecessary. What exactly are you plotting, Zhao Chen? Shipbuilding. After thorough preparations, the Zero Storm officially departed from the North Star Starship Military Academy's port. Prior to departure, Zhao Chen received 2 substantial fund transfers, 500,000 star coins from Zhang Haoren and 3 million star coins from Liaki. The former was from the Academy account, while the latter was from a discreet account Zhao Chen had established before selling Starship technology intended to conceal his identity. His initial plan was to depart on July 1 SD, but due to the situation in the Xiaolong star system, he hastened his departure by 2 days, sending a farewell message to Li Wei, while Zhao Wanner hurriedly bid farewell to her classmates, including senior sister Sulan. Their coordinates were set for the Arctic Fox starport located in the Arctic Fox star system. They would first travel to the stargate of the North Star star system, then proceed through the stargate to the Arctic Fox star system stargate, ultimately arriving at the Arctic Fox starport. The journey was expected to consume approximately 5 hours. First Officer Charlotte stood beside the captain's chair, reporting the navigation plan she had devised. You may proceed as you see fit. I only require the shortest route to the Arctic Fox starport. Zhao Chen responded, seated in the captain's chair. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanner fumed silently, irritated that Zhao Chen had not elucidated his intentions. They were about to initiate the Level 3 warp engine. During this phase, all crew members would enter deep-sea navigation mode, and all personnel would enter sleep chambers, stated First Officer Charlotte. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. To reach the North Star star system's port as swiftly as possible. Employing the warp engine was imperative. A starship typically possesses 2 to 3 navigation engine systems. One is the conventional engine, allowing the Zero Storm to travel at a speed of 100 knots, while the most commonly utilized engine is the warp engine. Warp engines are primarily employed for extended voyages, enabling extreme acceleration of the starship. During warp travel, most starships must enter deep-sea mode. Otherwise, the adverse effects of warp travel could prove fatal for crew members not in sleep chambers, as the human body cannot withstand the strain of warp travel. Combat is also impossible during the warp phase. The warp engine is classified into levels from 1 to 9, with the Zero Storm equipped with a Level 3 warp engine. With the warp route pre-configured, they were now entering the acceleration phase. In 10 minutes, they would commence warp travel. Within 10 minutes, all crew members must enter deep-sea mode. I repeat, within 10 minutes, all crew members must enter deep-sea mode. At that moment, First Officer Charlotte's voice resonated throughout the starship, accompanied by a soft purple light. A warning prior to entering warp travel. As this unfolded, several sleep chambers appeared beside Zhao Chen's captain's chair. These cylindrical, transparent capsules were set up in the bridge to allow crew members to return swiftly to their posts after exiting warp mode, essential for restoring combat readiness. This was particularly crucial in actual combat scenarios, especially during operations behind enemy lines, as it severely tests a starship's crew's responsiveness. Zhao Chen also stepped into a sleep chamber, glancing at Zhao Wanner, who was preparing to enter her OWND. Oh, not be anxious. It will be over in the blink of an eye. Please, I have executed combat missions during my 4th year at the Academy. I do not require your instruction, Zhao Wanner retorted, rolling her eyes before activating her sleep chamber. A transparent lid sealed her chamber, and a pale blue liquid was injected. Within this liquid, one could breathe autonomously while also being gently sedated. Zhao Wanner closed her eyes, resembling a serene sleeping beauty submerged in water. Zhao Chen did not immediately enter his sleep state. Instead, he watched Charlotte, who was still at the control panel at this moment. The majority of the Zero Storm's energy supply was cut off, redirecting nearly all resources to the warp engine, while the starship itself remained in a low-power state. With 3 minutes remaining until the 10-minute mark, Charlotte turned to Zhao Chen, reporting, all 102 crew members are accounted for. 100 have entered sleep mode. We will officially enter warp travel in 3 minutes. It is our turn. Zhao Chen crossed his arms over his chest, inhaling deeply as he activated the sleep chamber. The pale blue liquid enveloped him, inducing no discomfort but rather a sense of relaxation, and he soon drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 32. Stargate jumped to Arctic Fox, Starport Zero Storm. The system alert has arrived at the designated location. Currently in autopilot mode, Zhao Chen, in a hazy state, perceived a voice resonating nearby. Point Zero Storm, Starship Intelligence. Point Zero Storm has entered navigational status. Arrived at the designated location. In autopilot mode. The voice grew increasingly distinct, memories flooding back as he regained consciousness. The intelligence system of the Zero Storm starship indicates that the vessel has exited warp speed and has arrived at the designated location. It is now in autopilot mode. Zhao Chen abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath as he gazed at the slowly opening transparent hatch. The bridge's lighting had been restored, and familiar figures began resuming their duties. Within a minute, all personnel returned to their stations to check the starship's various data. While everyone aboard was on standby, within 3 minutes, Vice Captain Charlotte continuously issued commands, with Zhao Wanner assisting beside her. Instinctively, Zhao Chen took a couple of steps forward, only to find his legs felt weak. Had he not grasped the nearby handrail, he would have nearly fallen. "Captain, you have awakened. Our ship has successfully arrived at the outskirts of the North Star System Stargate. All indicators are normal, and we have resumed standard navigation." Vice Captain Charlotte promptly reported upon, noticing Zhao Chen. "You all woke up before me?" Zhao Chen asked, astonished. Zhao Wanner, observing his trembling legs, chuckled softly. "We woke up a minute earlier than you. I told you that you need to strengthen your physique. Don't you think that piloting a starship is merely a mental endeavor? Navigating through the stars requires both wisdom and physical fitness." Zhao Chen paid no heed to Zhao Wanner's playful banter and turned to Charlotte. "How long have we been in hibernation?" 32 minutes, Charlotte replied. 32 minutes. Zhao Chen mused, feeling as if an eternity had passed. "Do not underestimate those 30 minutes. Had we not utilized the warp drive, traveling this distance with conventional engines would have taken nearly 100 days. The development of warp technology has propelled civilization towards interstellar voyages, akin to the revolutionary Stargate technology." Suddenly, Zhao Chen felt discomfort in his stomach and instinctively leaned forward to vomit. Charlotte appeared prepared, as a floating waste bin materialized in front of him. After a prolonged period of purging, he finally regained his composure, realizing just how arduous warp travel could be. "This is your first experience with a military hibernation pod, right? Previously, during your travels to and from the Falcon Star System and the Academy, you used a travel hibernation pod, which allowed for a period of bodily adaptation. The military hibernation pod, however, is far less forgiving. By the time you reach your 4th year, you will have training in this area. Most first-timers end up vomiting," Zhao Wanner explained, her smile clearly showcasing her superior constitution compared to Zhao Chen. Disregarding Zhao Wanner's remarks, he staggered to his captain's chair and surveyed the bridge. He was the last to awaken, as the other hibernation pods had already sunk beneath the floor, while his pod was just beginning to descend. Requesting Stargate passage to the Arctic Fox system, Zhao Chen instructed. "Application sent. We will receive a response within 10 minutes, Charlotte replied. Before the 10 minutes elapsed, the Zero Storm received passage approval in just a few minutes, contingent upon Zhao Chen paying a Stargate usage fee. Following the navigation route provided by the North Star Stargate Management Department, Zhao Chen soon beheld rows of starships awaiting passage through the Stargate, as well as vessels that had already traversed into the North Star system. However, none of this mattered compared to the immense Stargate that captivated Zhao Chen's gaze. Although he had studied the Stargate in Academy courses and had seen images, this was his first experience witnessing it up close. The North Star Stargate resembled 3 interconnected temple doors, each emitting a blue, red, and golden halo, akin to a tricolor lake. Gazing at the Stargate, Zhao Chen's mind flooded with information about it. The North Star Stargate is a T3 class 3-god gate, independently developed by the Stellar Empire, with over 70% of the Stargate network within the Empire consisting of this model. "Captain, we have arrived." Charlotte's voice pulled Zhao Chen from his reverie. "Yes." Zhao Chen took a deep breath, instinctively gripping the armrest of his captain's chair. Using the Stargate for a jump does not require entering deep space mode. The reasons for this are complex and only interstellar scientists can elucidate. Generally, one simply needs to understand this principle. The entire process is remarkably swift. Zhao Chen felt a brief flash. The surrounding scenery vanished, and his pupils seemed to glimpse a kaleidoscopic world before vision restored, revealing the vast, dark universe once more. This sensation was far superior to the previous warp travel experience. After all, it was a paid service. For an ordinary person, a lifetime of earnings would hardly suffice for a T1 starship to conduct a short-distance stargate jump. Glancing at the time, he realized that less than 30 seconds had passed. This is the power of the stargate. It significantly reduces the distance between star systems. However, stargates also have limitations. There's a cap on the number of starships that can be dispatched each hour, which varies based on the type of starship. For instance, if 1,000 T1 starships can be sent in an hour, only 100 T3 starships can be dispatched, illustrating the principle that the higher the starship's class, the greater the cost of utilizing the stargate. That we have arrived at the Arctic Fox system, and we are currently at the stargate's location. After we exit the stargate's range, we will re-enter warp speed. With an estimated arrival at the Arctic Fox starport in 1 hour, Vice Captain Charlotte began outlining the next steps. Zhao Wanner leaned closer to Zhao Chen, whispering, "You truly are fortunate. I never expected such a talented commander to emerge from among the Beastman slaves. Charlotte is more skilled than many fifth-year students I know." Zhao Chen silently chuckled, knowing that Wanner had yet to witness the extent of Charlotte's capabilities. Proceed to the Arctic Fox starport. Zhao Chen commanded. Chapter 33. I want to build a ship to journey from the North Star system to the Arctic Fox system. Left Zhao Chen with no particularly distinct feelings. Had he not been informed, he might not have realized he had traveled to another star system. The view remained largely unchanged. The dark cosmos, boundless space, and the diverse forms of planets, moons, and asteroids. When Zhao Chen awoke from the hibernation pod once more, the initial discomfort had diminished somewhat, though his legs still trembled. "Captain, our ship has reached the outskirts of the Arctic Fox starport," Charlotte reported. Zhao Chen gazed at the enormous starport before him, its size many times greater than that of the North Star Military Academy starport. This was a true starport. One might even describe it as an interstellar city. "Contact this individual and inform them it is Zhao Chen from the Zero Storm," he instructed, raising his hand to send a communication link to Charlotte. Charlotte complied, and soon a video window appeared. On the other side was a strikingly beautiful woman dressed in what appeared to be a work uniform. "Hello, Mr. Zhao Chen. I am a responsible personnel for the Arctic Fox starport. ID number CC11. It is my pleasure to serve you. As per your previous request, a large starship modification and construction workshop has been prepared for you. I will send you the address. You have reserved it for a 2-month period at a price of 100,000 star coins. Additionally, your order for goods totaling 1.5 million star coins has been completed and is now stored in your starship workshop," the woman stated with a smile. 1.5 million star coins. Zhao Wanner exclaimed in astonishment, staring incredulously at Zhao Chen, who remained unfazed. Charlotte also cast a surprised glance at him, but her seasoned composure prevented her from reacting as dramatically as Wanner. "Thank you, Miss. I'll treat you to tea another day," Zhao Chen replied with a smile. The woman covered her mouth in a light laugh. "Sir, you jest. During your stay, I am your dedicated contact. If you require anything, feel free to reach out to me at any time. I am at your service 24/7. With that, she even threw a flirtatious wink his way. After all, he was a valuable client, and the commission from this deal was equivalent to her salary for half a year. As Charlotte received the docking position at the starport, the ship maneuvered slowly under the starport's guidance, preparing to dock. "What is this 1.5 million star coins about?" Zhao Wanner couldn't help but ask again. "I sold a T1 starship technology," Zhao Chen admitted without hesitation, knowing there was little point in concealing it for long. "You sold T1 starship technology?" Zhao Wanner was taken aback. Zhao Chen produced an imperial card and tapped it, projecting the balance in a holographic display. "Over 1.9 million star coins. Where did you get so many star coins?" Zhao Wanner asked in disbelief, realizing that even the wealth of the Falcon star system could not compare. "I sold the T1 starship technology for 3 million, and I also secured 500,000 from Zhonghauer. Renting the starship workshop at Arctic Fox starport for 2 months cost 100,000 star coins. And I ordered a batch of goods for 1.5 million star coins. Lastly, before the Zero Storm set sail, the supplies cost 10,000 star coins. After adding everything up, I'm left with about 1.9 million star coins." Zhao Chen shrugged. Zhao Wanner listened, unable to come to terms with the information. She grasped the significance of the T1 starship technology. "Where did you obtain the T1 starship technology?" "I developed it myself." "When did you learn to develop starship technology?" "You must have noticed that I assembled a starship. The processes of assembly and development are entirely distinct at TOME. It merely represents a task of slightly greater difficulty." Zhao Wanner, cradling her head, wondered when the development of an entirely new starship had become merely a matter of slightly greater difficulty. Just as she was about to inquire further, Her handheld terminal flickered, and upon glancing at it, her expression grew serious. It was the scout arranged by her sister, inquiring whether she could initiate a video call. Zhao Chen asked. Zhao Wanner confirmed. She said it was possible, but only for 5 minutes. 5 minutes would suffice. The video call swiftly commenced, revealing a window in front of Zhao Chen and Zhao Wanner that on the other side appeared a refined woman, whose information Zhao Chen recalled. She was a minor manager in the interstellar trade sector of the Xiaolong star system. To his surprise, she was a scout assigned by his elder sister, apparently named Jiang Hong. Second young master. Third Miss, Jiang Hong offered a slight bow. Let us be succinct. What is the current situation in the Xiaolong star system? Zhao Chen directly inquired. Jiang Hong was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated the previously timid second young master to speak so assertively. Though she had intended to convey the same point 2 days ago, I received information that several nobles from the Xiaolong star system have colluded with interstellar pirates. They plan to ambush you and the third miss upon your return to the Xiaolong star system. Using the pirates' assistance at that time, they could petition the Empire to nominate a new lord. I cannot reach the eldest young lady. It is imperative that you and the third miss do not return. Jiang Hong warned that in ambush by interstellar pirates? Zhao Chen scoffed. Such a ploy was exceedingly cliché, yet undeniably effective. Are you aware of how many starships the pirates have prepared for our ambush? And can you provide me with a list of those nobles involved in this plan, as well as the number of starships they command? Zhao Chen inquired. Though Jiang Hong did not comprehend Zhao Chen's reasoning, she fortuitously possessed the information. The pirates were not a significant force, merely a transient group, boasting only 30 starships, 5 of which were T2 starships, the remainder being T1. That I have a list of the nobles from the Xiaolong star system involved in this conspiracy. If the second young master requires it, I can transmit it to you. The fleets controlled by these nobles amounted to little over 10 ships, with most being T1 starships, though a few families possessed 1 or 2 T2 starships. Transmit the list to me immediately, and continue to conceal your identity while remaining on standby, that if you receive any further intelligence, inform me at once, Zhao Chen commanded. Understood. Jiang Hong was momentarily taken aback by her acquiescence to Zhao Chen's orders and hastily asked, "What are your plans, second young master? We will not return for now. I will contact you if I devise another strategy." Zhao Chen replied that I will attempt to reach the eldest young lady. Her involvement would undoubtedly resolve this matter. I cannot maintain contact for long, so I shall end our conversation here. Please take care, second young master. Third Mississippi. Upon concluding the call, a list materialized before Zhao Chen and Zhao Wanner, the names of numerous families, including the Chui and Bao families, populated the document, most being inconspicuous minor clans. To their shock, the Chui and Bao families were conspiring with interstellar pirates to eliminate them. Zhao Wanner exclaimed in outrage. The power of the Chui and Bao families in the Xiaolong star system has long surpassed that of our Zhao family. Our title of lord is merely nominal. Their insatiable desires push them beyond the boundaries of mere nobility within the star system. Zhao Chen examined the list, surprised to note the absence of her family. What shall we do now? Also, you still haven't clarified why we came to this Arctic Fox starport in the first place. Zhao Wanner's impatience bubbled over. I already mentioned it. Shipbuilding, Zhao Chen replied. Shipbuilding? What kind of ship? Zhao Wanner asked, bewildered. At that moment, the Zero Storm entered the expansive starship manufacturing facility, vastly larger than that at the North Star Starship Military Academy, even accommodating the Zero Storm with ample space. They had come to the Arctic Fox starport due to its limited but significant large-scale starship manufacturing facilities in the northern sector of the Starshine Empire, fully equipped with necessary apparatus and readily available raw materials, significantly expediting the shipbuilding process. Zhao Chen gazed at the starship facility before him, a thrill coursing through him. Shipbuilding? What exactly do you intend to create? Zhao Wanner pressed. Unable to contain her curiosity, Zhao Chen raised his hand, and a holographic image of a starship materialized before Zhao Wanner, captivating her attention. It was an aircraft carrier, strikingly ornate. This is the one. Chapter 34. I have seized my elder sister's aspiration. You plan to construct an aircraft carrier? Zhao Wanner gazed at Zhao Chen in astonishment, while Charlotte also regarded him with surprise. To be precise, it is a T2 Queen Bee class heavy aircraft carrier, and I have developed the technology myself, Zhao Chen asserted, unapologetically claiming this honor for himself. After all, it was a product of the system, and no one could contest it. You developed it? Zhao Chen marveled, her disbelief evident. As a prodigious student at the North Star Starship Military Academy, she understood the significance of T-2 aircraft carrier technology, though T-2 starships may not rival T-3 starships equipped with star shields. They represent the most cost-effective choice for many Lord fleets, private fleets, and interstellar adventurers. Given the aircraft carrier's stature as one of the dual titans of starships, its value is beyond comprehension. Zhao Chen shrugged, opting not to dwell on this matter further with Zhao Chen, as he had numerous pressing tasks at hand. Charlotte, I will allocate some funds to you. During this period, you may procure up to 500 female half-beastman slaves through that female manager. My only stipulation is that they must be female half-beastman slaves. Zhao Chen issued his command to Charlotte. A shudder ran through Charlotte. Rescuing those half-beastman warriors sold into the Starshine Empire had long been her dream. Although she still grappled with Zhao Chen's requirement for female half-beastman slaves, the opportunity to save any half-beastman slaves outweighed all else that won her, for the time being. Unless Jiang Hong has intelligence to report. Do not allow anyone to disturb me, Zhao Chen declared before departing the Zero Storm. He proceeded to the operational console on the opposite side of the large starship facility, where interstellar containers filled with various raw materials valued at 1.5 million star coins awaited him, alongside a starship manufacturing platform. Was he truly going to construct a T-2 aircraft carrier all by himself? Zhao Chen muttered. Alone? That's improbable. Charlotte, too, found it hard to believe. Yet as the days unfolded, they began to accept that Zhao Chen was indeed intent on this course. He tirelessly operated the mechanical arms and various equipment, plunging into the shipbuilding endeavor day and night, making remarkable progress. By the 5th day, Zhao Chen witnessed the completion of the aircraft carrier's keel. Standing upon the platform, she observed her brother, disheveled and smeared with grease, diligently working. She felt an insurmountable distance between them. Never more so than today. T.O. accomplished the keel of a T-2 aircraft carrier in just 5 days, when even professional ship manufacturers would require at least half a month, was astounding. Yet Zhao Chen had accomplished it in 1/3 the time, all on his own. Throughout those 5 days, Zhao Chen had watched as Zhao Chen methodically progressed, akin to a machine in operation. He only took breaks during intervals when tasks did not require his direct involvement. In those 5 days, he had barely slept for 10 hours. Although he consumed nutrients daily, the strain on his body was immense. Clenching her fists, Zhao Chen hurried to Zhao Chen, pulling him away from his work. Are you trying to kill yourself? Zhao Chen opened his eyes, gazing at his sister. Did Jiang Hong contact you? Zhao Chen was taken aback. She hadn't expected that to be Zhao Chen's first inquiry upon seeing her. And no. Zhao Chen frowned slightly and resumed his work. Did I not say, unless Jiang Hong contacts us to avoid disturbing me? Zhao Chen bit her lip and exclaimed, Why have you changed so suddenly? Is it really necessary to work yourself to the bone to build a starship? We could follow Jiang Hong's advice and wait at the North Star Starship Military Academy until our elder sister arrives. So, we should leave everything to our elder sister. Zhao Chen continued his tasks, his tone subdued. She is currently a member of the Imperial Army, serving as a starship captain in the princess's personal guard fleet. If she intervenes, this matter could be resolved effortlessly, Zhao Chen insisted. Zhao Chen, without looking up, replied, So, we should leave everything to our elder sister. Zhao Chen halted, feeling as though Zhao Chen's words pierced her like a thorn, causing her distress. I know you have a close relationship with our elder sister. From a young age, my elder sister harbored an aversion towards me, for I had usurped what was rightfully hers. Zhao Chen chuckled bitterly as he spoke, his hands remaining busy with their tasks. My sister is remarkably astute, much like you. She was directly recruited by the Imperial Military Starship Academy, and at the tender age of 20, was already commanding starships in battle. Before reaching 30, she ascended to the rank of captain of a T-3 starship. In our starry empire, few can achieve such feats solely through their own merit. Moreover, while our father was still alive, she managed the territory with meticulous care, rescuing the faltering Xiaolong star system from the brink of collapse, allowing it to thrive to this day. That I was merely 2 years old at the time, that I have no recollection of my father's passing, so I confess I possess little emotional connection to them. However, I later learned that after our father's demise, she applied to remain in the Imperial Army of the Starry Empire. Initially, she intended to return to the Xiaolong star system, but her requests were denied 3 times by her superiors, who urged her to reconsider. What prompted her to abandon her 3 requests for return? Was it the words our father spoke to her at the time of his death? I am unaware of the specifics. But the essence was clear. The future title of the Xiaolong star system was to be mine, and she was to safeguard and assist me at this juncture. Zhao Chen's gaze dimmed. Was this demand not too harsh for her? Though my interactions with her have been few, I have heard from servants that her lifelong ambition was to become the lord of the Xiaolong star system, transforming it into a prosperous interstellar domain. It was our father's selfish demand that shattered her dreams and cruelly compelled her to assist the very person who stole her aspirations. Were I in her position, I might not have been able to endure it, even if it were my own brother. Why? I am undoubtedly more capable and talented, having achieved so much. Why must it all belong to him? By what right? Yet she, our elder sister, silently acquiesced to our father's wishes. At some point, Zhao Chen felt himself gradually merging with the memories of this body, the emotions and sentiments of the past enveloping him. He had attempted to exert control, but he soon discovered that these feelings surged forth like a torrential river. The more he resisted, the stronger they became. Thus, Zhao Chen resolved to embrace these emotions, for it mattered not whether he was the ordinary Zhao Chen of his former life or the second young master of the Xiaolong star system. What mattered was that he wished to act according to his own convictions. For years, his sister had shared only good news from the Imperial Army, striving to build her own career while simultaneously upholding the development of the Xiaolong star system. Did you truly think these were trivial matters? Though invisible to us, I can imagine the solitude she endured while shouldering these burdens alone. Zhao Chen turned to Zhao Wan. I refuse to witness my sister in such a state. She has already made enough sacrifices. I am a man, the Lord of Xiaolong. These responsibilities should rightfully fall upon me. Now that I possess the capability, I shall exert every effort to fulfill them. Rather than cower behind my sister as a timid and feeble second young master, in that moment, Zhao Wan gazed at her brother, and for the first time, she perceived a glimmer of light in his previously unremarkable eyes. An indescribable emotion began to spread within her heart. Chapter 35, T-2 Beehive-class heavy aircraft carrier starship. Completed at the end of August, it had been 2 months since the North Star Military Academy's break, coinciding with Zhao Chen and his companion's stay at the Arctic Fox starport. What had begun as a starship construction area with only a single aircraft carrier keel now showcased a brand new aircraft carrier starship. The pristine hull armor, adorned in yellow and black, exhibited a streamlined design that was commendable both aesthetically and practically. Beside it, the Zero Storm seemed like a child standing beside an adult. Zhao Chen inhaled deeply. Weary yet resolute, concluding the final starship inspection, he swayed slightly, nearly collapsing to the ground. Completed? Zhao Wan approached, bearing a meal prepared for Zhao Chen. It's done. Next comes the trial run. Zhao Chen took the food from Zhao Wan, disregarding his dirty hands, and began to eat ravenously. Who knows how he had survived these past 2 months? During this time, he and T enjoyed a single restful night's sleep. Thankfully, the advanced medical technology here and the availability of energy drinks kept him alert. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to exhaustion countless times. At long last, his efforts bore fruit, and he completed the construction of this T-2 Beehive-class heavy aircraft carrier starship. Witnessing all of this, Zhao Wan was genuinely impressed by her brother, who had single-handedly constructed a T-2 Beehive, a design he had conceived and researched. If the mentors at the North Star Military Academy were to learn of this, they would surely feel inadequate. Why had I not realized your remarkable abilities before? Zhao Wan inquired curiously. Until now, Zhao Chen had been an unremarkable individual, merely adept in studies, without any distinguishing attributes. Our family already boasted an extraordinary elder sister. Now, a prodigious younger brother has emerged. If I were to showcase my talents as well, do you think it would attract unwanted attention from opportunists? I suspect those from the Xiaolong star system fear your growth, which would hinder their plans, hence their current actions. Great trees attract the wind. Zhao Chen concocted a justification for himself. You've been concealing your true self all along. Zhao Wan was astonished. This is called humility, Zhao Chen replied, crossing his arms. Just then, Charlotte approached. Captain, did you call for me? Charlotte appeared to be in much better shape than 2 months prior. She had acclimatized to life with Zhao Chen, enjoying 3 wholesome meals daily. Who wouldn't appreciate that? How is the training of the 500 half-beast female crew members progressing? Zhao Chen inquired. Charlotte spent a month utilizing the slave trade networks at the Arctic Fox starport to procure 500 half-beast female crew members, initiating their training upon receipt. Fortunately, they recognized Charlotte, the legendary general, and complied with her management. Coupled with the benefits Zhao Chen had established for his female crew members, they had become utterly enamored upon seeing the freshly baked buns. The training of the 500 half-beast female crew members went smoothly. If we had 5 Zero Storms now, they could be deployed into combat immediately, Charlotte reported. And what of this T2 beehive? Zhao Chen gestured towards the massive starship behind him. Charlotte glanced at the yellow and black behemoth, confidently stating, "Within 3 days, I will master this starship and establish effective combat readiness." Zhao Chen patted Zhao Wan on the shoulder. "Charlotte, you, along with Wan and a selected 100 crew members, will board the ship. We shall conduct the trial run of this T2 beehive. Am I included?" Zhao Wan asked in surprise. "Did you not express a desire to command an aircraft carrier starship? This vessel is my gift to you. However, upon returning to the Academy, you must temporarily use your original starship. This aircraft carrier starship cannot be exposed yet, as great trees attract the wind," Zhao Chen explained. Zhao Wan stared at Zhao Chen incredulously, pointing between the T2 beehive and herself. "You mean you are giving me this starship? It is not without cost. You must serve as my captain." "What not willing?" Zhao Chen teased. Zhao Wan rolled her eyes. "I will just help you out a bit. Who would covet your starship with that?" Zhao Wan wasted no time, dragging Charlotte aboard to familiarize herself with the T2 beehive. The internal space of the T2 beehive was exponentially superior to that of the Zero Storm, entirely new, unlike the Zero Storm, where traces of age were apparent everywhere. Zhao Wan arrived at the bridge of the T2 beehive, which featured a circular, enclosed structure. Upon activation, the bridge would display a panoramic view of the starship's surroundings, utilizing cutting-edge 360-degree projection technology. "Charlotte, let us get ready. I can hardly wait to take this starship out for its trial run," Zhao Wan exclaimed eagerly. Commanding an aircraft carrier starship had always been her dream, and she never anticipated it would become a reality. However, preparation would require some time, approximately half a day. First, the crew must familiarize themselves with the starship's environment and various duties. Fortunately, some of the half-beast female crew members I recruited had previously served on aircraft carriers, so they should adapt quickly. Moreover, as a T2 class aircraft carrier starship, the technical challenges should not be too daunting, Charlotte remarked. They then began selecting crew members for the T2 beehive, with those chosen receiving immediate notifications to report to the T2 beehive for duty. In a spacious chamber, Charlotte surveyed the 100 half-beast female crew members gathered, all dressed neatly and smiling. That it was hard to believe that just a month ago they had arrived as frightened slaves. Resembling caged birds. In Captain Zhao Chen's words, they now sparkled with hope. "I hereby announce that from this moment on, you are the official crew members of the T2 beehive. Detailed assignments will be sent to each of you shortly. Over the past month, I trust you have enjoyed your time aboard the Zero Storm. But do you know who provided you with all this? Perhaps there lingers a sense of doubt regarding that man within your hearts. Nevertheless, you must rally to fight for him. Should anyone falter on the battlefield, even if you were once my comrades, I shall cast you from this starship." Charlotte fixed her gaze upon everyone present. "Remember these 2 words, gratitude. That man has bestowed upon you a second chance at life. Without him, you would not be dwelling in clean quarters or feasting on sumptuous food. As half-orcs, we must comprehend the importance of gratitude. Do you understand?" Zhao Chen lay upon the grand bed in the captain's quarters of a Zero Storm, observing the scene of Charlotte's admonition. Through the eye of insight, it was evident that these half-orc female crew members, while not entirely devoted, harbored no animosity towards him and were filled with gratitude. He believed that it would not be long before their perceptions would undergo a complete transformation. "Let us examine my gains." Zhao Chen, fighting off drowsiness, opened the system page. Upon the completion of constructing this T2B King, a system task notification had already been fulfilled. Quarterly task. Own a starship, system product. Completed, rewards available for collection. Zhao Chen clicked to claim the task rewards. Quarterly task rewards have been claimed. Gained 5 task points, acquired a T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship blueprint. Received 500 system credits, obtained T1 super soldier serum suddenly. Zhao Chen's fatigue vanished. An interstellar industrial ship. Chapter 36. Interstellar industrial ship. The interstellar industrial ship, also known as the Interstellar Mobile Factory, can perform a vast array of industrial production tasks, including the construction of starships. Zhao Chen had long coveted this aspect of interstellar industry. Without such a foundation, Every time he wished to produce a starship, he would have to rent a workshop at a starport, which was both inconvenient and unsafe. If he possessed his own interstellar industry, such troubles would dissipate. Now, Zhao Chen had the opportunity to own an interstellar industrial ship. This meant that, given the raw materials and technology, he could manufacture starships anywhere, anytime. Establishing his own interstellar fleet was no longer a mere dream. Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship type. Interstellar industrial ship technology level. T2 hull armor strength. 100 units cruising speed. 20 knots warp engine. Level 4 warp engine length. 500 meters mass. 200,000 tons crew capacity. 200 individual ship weapons. 50 light closed defense turrets. Zhao Chen examined the specifications of the T2 Hammer, noting that it was significantly larger than the T2B King-class heavy aircraft carrier. Its weaponry was rather meager, as it was not a combat starship, possessing only the most basic defensive armaments. However, its core function, interstellar industry, made Zhao Chen's mouth water. This was a semi-intelligent interstellar industrial ship that required minimal personnel to operate, yet boasted remarkably high production efficiency. For instance, the recently completed T2B King had taken Zhao Chen 2 months of relentless work in the best shipyard of the Arctic Fox starport. However, if he utilized the T2 Hammer, he could input the blueprint technology, and the starship system would distribute tasks to various manufacturing stations, employing a confidential production method where each worker would only know their specific responsibilities. Moreover, Zhao Chen could oversee the most critical technologies, significantly reducing the workload. This vessel would also decrease raw material wastage by 20. That meant materials originally costing 1.5 million star coins could save nearly 300,000 star coins. This was undoubtedly the most formidable T2 interstellar industrial ship known. With it, Zhao Chen felt as if he had been granted wings, that he must construct one. However, upon calculating the construction costs, Zhao Chen was stunned. The price for a single unit stood at 2 million star coins. Goodness, that was even more expensive than the T2B King. He glanced at his account balance. Previously, he had 9 million star coins, and although he had allocated several thousand to Charlotte for purchasing half-orc slaves, he still had over 1.8 million left. Yet there was still a gap of over 200,000. Moreover, he had yet to account for the fees of renting the starport shipyard. Adding to that, he needed to maintain both the Zero Storm and T2B King starships, requiring some financial reserves. Thus, it was clear that without at least 2.5 million star coins, he would not qualify to construct this T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. Running low on funds again, Zhao Chen scratched his head, realizing that shipbuilding was indeed a costly endeavor. Thus, it is often said that starships are the toys of the wealthy. What to do about the shortfall? Should he approach Liyaki to sell a starship? Yet, she was currently focused on launching a starship and had no immediate need for a second one. But what about other starship dealers? But what if he attracted the attention of those he could not afford to offend? Even a man without fault can suffer for possessing something precious. This lesson was learned in elementary school. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow, as he pondered. A sudden realization struck him. Wasn't the money right there waiting for him? The nobles of the Xiaolong star system were affluent, despite the system's overall poverty, which did not hinder their wealth accumulation. A cold smirk crept across Zhao Chen's face, in addition to the starship technology reward. Zhao Chen had also received 3 other rewards, gained 5 task points, acquired 500 system credits, obtained T1 super soldier serum. The task points and system credits were precisely what Zhao Chen needed. However, it was the 3rd reward that piqued his interest, T1 super soldier serum. T1 super soldier serum, a serum capable of transforming the human body to be injected directly into the body. Such a simple description? This introduction was practically meaningless. One could deduce its purpose from the name alone. Zhao Chen was speechless, but since it was provided by the system, it should not pose any issues. Furthermore, his current physique was undeniably weak. Over the past 2 months of work, he had fainted 5 times. During his previous use of the military hibernation pod, he had embarrassed himself before Zhao Wanner. He was a man destined to conquer the stars. How could he remain so feeble? Without further ado, Zhao Chen retrieved the serum from the system warehouse. Instantly, a 20-centimeter-long cylindrical vial filled with a luminescent blue liquid appeared in his hand. Zhao Chen swallowed hard, silently praying. System, you won't betray me, will you? With that thought, he swiftly injected the serum into his arm. Within a second, the blue liquid was completely administered. No sensation. Zhao Chen was taken aback. But in the next moment, his pupils dilated as he felt as though every cell in his body was exploding. He collapsed to the ground in agony, desperate to scream, but finding his throat constricted, rendering him voiceless. This feeling seemed to last an eternity. Gasping for breath, Zhao Chen bolted upright, the discomfort dissipating. Glancing at the clock, he realized that only 3 minutes had passed. He touched his body, astonished to find that not only had all pain vanished, but even his prior fatigue had completely disappeared. Rising to his feet, he summoned a mirror and gazed at his reflection. His facial features appeared more defined. Lifting his shirt, he was astonished to see the emergence of abdominal muscles on what was once a flat stomach. And even his arms boasted muscle definition. Zhao Chen attempted to throw a punch, hearing the air whoosh as he did. He even managed to effortlessly touch the ceiling with a jump, filled with excitement. He began to perform push-ups, completing 500 without breaking a sweat. Had he transformed into a superhuman? Zhao Chen was elated. This T1 super soldier serum truly worked. Wait, if there's a T1, does that mean there is a T2? Zhao Chen suddenly had an epiphany and accessed the system marketplace. First, he browsed the T1 product section and was surprised to find the T1 super soldier serum he had just used. T1 super soldier serum requires 1 task point and 30 system credits, so it is available in the system store. However, during his previous browsing, Zhao Chen had only focused on starship blueprints, completely overlooking these items. Moreover, he had been reluctant to spend his precious task points on this. Upon examining the T2 product category, he quickly located his target. T2 Super Soldier Serum requires 3 task points and 600 system credits at present. He was not in a hurry to enhance his physical capabilities. The current situation was already satisfactory. He could always exchange for it later when he was more affluent. Noting the price, he decided to set it aside for now. With his fatigue gone, he made his way directly to the bridge of the Zero Storm. Captain, the half-orc female crew members on the bridge greeted him immediately, their expressions cautious. They noticed that today, the captain seemed somewhat different, taller and more handsome than before. Seated in the captain's chair, Zhao Chen contacted the bridge of the T2B King. The video window revealed Zhao Wanner and Charlotte. "Why haven't you rested?" Zhao Wanner inquired. Gazing at Zhao Chen, Zhao Chen replied, "I am not very tired at the moment. How's the preparation for your starship?" "Almost done. We need about half a day's time to finalize everything." Charlotte responded, "Very well. Charlotte, please compile a list of the necessary supplies and military provisions. Before departure, ensure everything is on board. During your trial voyage, the Zero Storm accompanied us. Once the trial is complete, we shall set forth to the Xiaolong star system," Zhao Chen declared. "Are we in such a rush?" Zhao Wanner inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice. Zhao Chen replied with a teasing smile, "We've kept our guests waiting for 2 months. To delay further would be inappropriate. I am eager to collect my treasures." Chapter 37. Journey to the Xiaolong Star System Report. All trial project for the T2 Queen B class heavy aircraft carrier have been completed with a 100 success rate. Please provide instructions, Captain. Charlotte communicated via video link from the bridge of the T2 Queen B to Zhao Chen, who was on the bridge of the Zero Storm. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Since everything is ready, let us depart. Our destination is the Xiaolong star system. Are we really going to eliminate those interstellar pirates, just with our 2 starships?" Zhao Wanner asked, her voice laced with concern. Zhao Chen smiled reassuringly. "You have seen the performance data of the T2 Queen B. Why do you still doubt?" "It's not doubt, it's just that we only have 2 starships. Isn't that a bit reckless?" I'm just worried about the potential risks," Zhao Wanner murmured. Zhao Chen's smile widened. "This operation will face no risks. By the way, before we set off, send a message to Jiang Hong, inquiring in detail about the starship data of the pirate fleet and the noble fleets. If we could obtain their starship information, that would be even better." "All right, I'll get in touch," Zhao Wanner responded, and the communication was severed. Sitting in the captain's chair of the T2 Queen B, she looked around, still struggling to believe she was aboard such a formidable aircraft carrier. "Sister Charlotte, do you think there is any danger in this operation?" Zhao Wanner asked, glancing at Charlotte. After more than 2 months together, Zhao Wanner had developed a good rapport with Charlotte, often seeking her guidance on starship command and combat techniques. Charlotte, who bore no prejudice against the half-beast girl, was equally open in sharing her knowledge. "Based on the intel from your lookout, the pirate fleet and those rebellious noble fleets number less than 50 starships, most of which are T1. This operation poses little threat unless they have over 20 T2 starships or a single T3 starship. After all, You should know just how formidable the T-2 Queen Bee is, Charlotte stated seriously. This is not merely a T-2 aircraft carrier. It is akin to a quasi-T-3 carrier, considering no T-2 starship possesses a star shield function. On the bridge of the Zero Storm, the warp drive trajectory was finalized, and they were about to enter the acceleration phase, transitioning to warp travel in 10 minutes. All crew members enter deep-sea mode within 10 minutes. Repeat, all crew members enter deep-sea mode within 10 minutes. Zhao Chen announced through the ship's intercom that as he spoke, the stasis pods on the bridge deployed at AT that moment. Zhao Chen contemplated what the experience in the T-2 Queen Bee's stasis pod would be like. Likely surpassing that of the assembled starship. Surprisingly, the first to experience the new vessel was not himself. However, once he completed the construction of a T-2 Hammer-class heavy industrial starship, the next step would be to build the T-3 Storm-class light interstellar battleship. At that point, he would truly possess a bona fide T-3 starship. T-3 Storm. This had been Zhao Chen's long-cherished dream, as the blueprints for such a starship resided in his system warehouse. The emergence of the T-2 Hammer provided him with the means to realize this ambition. Report. Out of 101 crew members, 99 have entered stasis pods. A half-beast female crew member reported, appointed by Charlotte as a temporary aide. Understood. You should also enter a stasis pod, Zhao Chen instructed. Yes, she replied, entering her pod and being submerged in liquid. Zhao Chen glanced at the dimming lights of the bridge and the T-2 Queen Bee, which was accelerating into warp travel. Unlike the previous journey that merely required half an hour, this voyage would span a full 2 weeks, as they were traversing 2 star systems. The Arctic Fox star system and the Xiaolong star system were adjacent. But the latter lacked a stargate, necessitating travel via their starships. This underscores the significance of stargates for a star system. Between star systems lies a desolate expanse, often devoid of anything. Crossing this wasteland demands considerable time, akin to ancient times when a person would traverse vast oceans to reach another continent. This region is aptly named the star system marginal space, as Zhao Chen reclined in the stasis pod. Blue liquid swiftly enveloped him. A voice echoed. Mission triggered. Exterminate the interstellar pirate fleet. Mission details. Exterminate the interstellar pirate fleet in the Xiaolong star system. Mission difficulty, sea level. Mission rewards, 3 mission points and 600 credits. Failure penalty, deduction of 600 credits. What a fortuitous coincidence. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen accepted the mission and soon fell into stasis. The Zero Storm and T-2 Queen Bee departed from the Arctic Fox star system towards the Xiaolong star system. In a residence 5 kilometers above the surface of a habitable planet in the Xiaolong star system, Jiang Shasha was enjoying dinner with her family, though her family belonged to the nobility of the Xiaolong star system. Their living conditions were only marginally better than those of ordinary people. Jiang Shasha surveyed the food on the table. A serving of rice for each person, 3 portions of green vegetables, with one containing a meat fragment the size of a fingernail. The remaining food consisted of synthetic products, which, despite their extravagant appearance, tasted akin to plastic. Such food constituted a month's worth of meals for ordinary folks outside. Previously, Jiang Shasha might have felt pride in her family status, but after attending the Northern Star Military Academy and witnessing the world beyond, she began to loathe this lifestyle. Father, why do you not join the plans of the Bao and Shui families? If successful, we could eliminate Zhao Chen, and our 3 families would control the entire Xiaolong star system. Whether we appoint our own lord or use the Xiaolong star system as leverage to ally with other interstellar powers, it would be far better than our current situation, Jiang Shasha exclaimed. Her father looked at the elder, puzzled as to why he had not made a decision. Are you still foolishly loyal to the Zhao family? To this day, due to the elder's influence, the Jiang family had refrained from joining the plans of the Bao and Shui families. Chapter 38. Turmoil in the Xiaolong star system. The family turned their attention to the elder. Curious about his hesitance, the elder murmured, I have never been loyal to the Zhao family. I am merely a businessman, focused solely on matters of profit. Firstly, though we have not directly joined the plans of the Bao and Shui families. Should they succeed, we can easily reap the benefits, considering our family controls 70% of the limited interstellar trade routes in the Xiaolong star system. Secondly, do not forget about that young lady from the Zhao family. Surely you do not naively believe that her absence over the years means she has severed ties with the Zhao family? Once she learns of the Bao and Shui family's rebellion, her capabilities will allow her to deal with them decisively. If we openly ally with them, we would only become targets for her wrath. Thus, the wisest course of action is to observe the situation. A clever person always leaves a path for retreat. After listening to the elder's lengthy discourse, everyone suddenly understood. I heard Shasha mention that Zhao Chen, that waste, defeated a Viscount's son with an assembled starship at the academy. The elder inquired, looking at Jiang Shasha. She nodded, recounting the incident as soon as she returned home from the academy. With just one starship, how could he possibly create any waves? I've heard that the Bao and Shui families have hired professional interstellar pirates this time. All former interstellar soldiers. Zhang's father scoffed, envisioning the demise of Zhao Chen, that wasteful baron. By the way, during previous breaks, the Zhao siblings usually returned around the same time as you, Shasha. Why have they not returned yet? Could it be they discovered the plans of the Bao and Shui families? Zhang's mother murmured. Jiang Shasha responded, according to our information, Zhao Chen and his sister first traveled to the Arctic Fox star system. The latest news is that his Zero Storm is undergoing repairs at the Arctic Fox starport. However, they are expected to return during this break, though no specific time has been mentioned. At that moment, a man resembling a steward approached the elder and whispered a few words in his ear. The elder turned to his family. The latest news is that our baron has departed from the Arctic Fox starport. Returning to the Xiaolong star system. In 2 weeks, we are expected to arrive at the Xiaolong star system, and after a brief sojourn, we will prepare to return to the North Star Military Academy. This news has certainly brought relief to the families of the Bao and Shui clans, as Mr. Jiang eagerly remarked. Elder Jiang squinted at his impulsive son and cautioned, remember, this time the Jiang family must remain discreet. No one is to meddle in this matter. Summon all direct descendants of the Jiang family to avoid any complications. Yes, father, Mr. Jiang replied. 2 weeks later, in mid-September, 2 starships traversed the boundless expanse of the star system's fringe. The intelligence system of the Zero Storm starship indicates that it has exited warp speed and has reached the designated location. It is currently in autopilot mode. Zhao Chen abruptly opened his eyes. Compared to the last warp journey, he felt significantly more alert, likely due to the T1 super soldier serum he had injected. The hibernation chamber door opened, and although he had been submerged in blue liquid, his clothing had dried automatically. He stepped out of the hibernation pod, his legs steady and his spirits high. Captain, the half-beast female crew member, just waking up, gazed in astonishment at her fully revived captain, noticing his excellent state of mind. It was noteworthy that just recently, she had seen him trembling after awakening. Typically, it would take at least 3 months to acclimatize fully to a military hibernation pod. Let us commence operations, Zhao Chen stated, maintaining a calm demeanor as he began to issue commands. With Charlotte absent, he had to personally oversee many tasks. All personnel on the bridge, return to your stations within 1 minute and check all starship data. All crew members must be on standby within 3 minutes. Communications Department, attempt to contact the T2 Hive Queen-class heavy aircraft carrier. As Zhao Chen was giving orders, a video window appeared, displaying a request for communication from the T2 Hive Queen's bridge. Zhao Chen accepted the call. On the other side was the bridge of the T2 Hive Queen-class heavy aircraft carrier. Have you arrived? Zhao Chen inquired, observing that Charlotte and Zhao Wanner did not appear to have just awakened. We arrived half a day earlier than you, Zhao Wanner replied. Charlotte added, had it not been for synchronizing with the Zero Storm speed, we could have arrived 5 days ahead with the T2 Hive Queen-class heavy aircraft carrier's Level 4 warp engine. The Zero Storm utilized a Level 3 warp engine, while the T2 Hive Queen-class heavy aircraft carrier employed a Level 4 warp engine, resulting in a considerable speed disparity during warp travel. As Charlotte mentioned, had the T2 Hive Queen-class heavy aircraft carrier not set its speed, it would have already reached the Xiaolong star system alongside the Zero Storm. I contacted Jiang Hong. She's quite anxious about our reckless actions and repeatedly emphasized that we should leave as soon as possible. Zhao Wanner interjected. Did Jiang Hong provide any other useful information? Zhao Chen inquired. Zhao Wanner transmitted a star map. Based on the intelligence Jiang Hong gathered, the Bao and Shui families planned to ambush us at this location. Zhao Chen scrutinized the star map of the Xiaolong star system. The attack location was a critical juncture on the path to the planet inhabited by the Zhao family, and it was calculated precisely to intercept our early exit from warp travel. The Bao and Shui families had meticulously planned. Should their ambush succeed, they would immediately launch an assault on our home planet, exterminating all descendants of the Zhao family. We have truly raised a pack of ingrates in the Zhao family. Zhao Wanner exclaimed indignantly. Jiang Hong also provided me with the starship models used by the interstellar pirate fleet, as well as those belonging to the Chui and Bao families. Please send me both pieces of information. Zhao Chen instructed, as the saying goes, knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Although Zhao Chen felt confident, he knew the importance of remaining vigilant. Soon, the two sets of information were presented before Zhao Chen. He observed the information boxes, which included not only the names and models of the starships, but also their schematics, as these were common starships on the market. The interstellar pirate fleet consisted of 35 vessels, including 5 T2 starships, 1 T2 Gray Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser, 2 T2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyers, and 2 T2 Ishkul-class medium interstellar frigates. The remaining 30 T1 starships included 15 T1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates, 10 T1 Scythe-class medium interstellar destroyers, and 5 T1 Bluebird-class medium interstellar cruisers. In contrast, the rebel nobles possessed a mere 16 starships, highlighting the desolation and poverty of the Xiaolong star system. Among these, 2 were T2 starships, a T2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser, and a T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer. The remaining 14 were all T1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates. Upon examining these starships, Zhao Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Many of them were older than himself. Even the relatively new T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer had been purchased secondhand with decades of family savings by the head of the Chui family. As for the starships employed by the pirates, they were primarily common vessels known for their low cost and ease of repair. Based solely on the intelligence regarding enemy vessels, victory in this battle seemed assured. The pressing question now was where and how to engage. Charlotte remarked, "We cannot fight in their predetermined battlefield. Although we would win regardless, we should strive to minimize our losses, especially near the Zhao family's home planet. What if collateral damage occurs?" Suddenly, an idea struck Zhao Chen. With a thoughtful expression, he pointed to a location on the star map. "Who says we must seek them out? Let us draw them to us." Both Charlotte and Zhao Wanner understood Zhao Chen's intention simultaneously as they gazed at the spot he indicated. The flagship of the interstellar pirate fleet was a T2 Gray Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser. Observing the scars and repairs on the hull revealed its storied past. A burly man with a beard lounged in the captain's chair, his feet resting on the control panel before him. "Damn it. I've been waiting here for 2 months. If those fools hadn't sent some women to entertain me, I wouldn't be willing to wait around." This grumbling captain led the interstellar pirate fleet, self-identifying as the Three-Claw Serpent Pirates, their emblem emblazoned on the ship's hull. Just then, a thin man emerged from an adjoining room, adjusting his trousers from within. The sounds of women's pleas and cries could be heard. The women were so frail that they quickly succumbed to their exertions. "Boring. It's the noble ladies who are truly enjoyable," the thin man remarked. "If it were up to me, I'd just raid the nobles of this star system." The bearded captain shot a glance at his subordinate. "Although this star system's fleet is not formidable, let us not forget who summoned us here. If we disrupt this star system, we may find ourselves in dire straits. Let us diligently earn our commission without stirring up trouble," the captain advised. The thin subordinate picked his nose and suggested, "We may not plunder these planets, but we can certainly squeeze some extra commission out of this deal. After all, we can't have our fleet of dozens of starships waiting here for nothing over 2 months." The bearded captain smirked, raising 3 fingers. "I've considered that. When they finally let us engage, we will demand a 30% increase in our commission." The thin subordinate gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You truly are our leader. Your calculations are spot on." Just then, a communication request appeared. "Looks like work is finally here." The captain grinned as he opened the video call. On the other side appeared a middle-aged man he recognized as the patriarch of the Bao family in the Xiaolong star system. "Patriarch Bao, I was about to come looking for you. My crew has been waiting here for over 2 months, and they're itching for action," the captain said, feigning displeasure. Patriarch Bao replied earnestly, "Have we not sent you a shipment of women and food every month? Now, to business. The target has appeared, but they just informed us that they have altered their course and will not be returning to their home planet. They are currently at a planet on the outskirts of the system called Longwei Star, where they will make an appearance as lords and then depart for the North Star Military Academy after a day. Therefore, our operational plan must change. You are to immediately set sail for the vicinity of Longwei Star and eliminate the target. They have only 1 starship. I trust it should be more than sufficient." The leader with the scruffy beard tapped his foot and remarked, revising the battle plan is not an issue. After all, we are all within the same star system, and it will only take a few hours to get there. However, we have been delayed for over 2 months. Chief Bao, you must understand how much business this has cost our brothers during this time. You need to calculate this time cost for us, otherwise, it will be difficult for me to explain to my subordinates. Chief Bao discerned the other party's intent to squeeze extra benefits and inwardly cursed the band of interstellar ruffians. He was unaware that these individuals often went a year or more without such opportunities. Yet the most pressing matter at hand was to deal with that useless baron. Name your price, Chief Bao said coldly. The scruffy-bearded captain raised 3 fingers. A 30% increase in commission, no negotiation. Chief Bao's lips twitched, but he ultimately suppressed his anger. Fine. Once the job is done, I will transfer the payment. Great. I appreciate your decisiveness. The captain replied, provide me with the coordinates, and my brothers will take care of this baron. The scruffy captain set his foot down, adopting a serious demeanor. I will send the coordinates right away. Remember, notify us immediately upon completion of the action. Chief Bao reminded him, and no problem. We are professionals at what we do, the captain confidently asserted. Shortly after, the scruffy captain received the coordinates and promptly dispatched his interstellar pirate fleet, ensuring the coordinates were set before entering warp speed. Due to the presence of T-1 starships, the fleet speed was deliberately moderated for uniformity, resulting in a journey that took nearly 6 hours. Upon awakening from the sleep chamber, the scruffy captain immediately ordered battle readiness and began searching for the target. In truth, there was no need for a search, as their starship radar quickly detected a solitary vessel hovering near the dragon-tail star, resembling prey awaiting its hunter. Captain, we are 20 minutes away from our destination. That is our target, the Zero Storm. The thin first officer exclaimed excitedly. The scruffy captain grinned maliciously. Let the game begin, my Lord Baron. Meanwhile, aboard the Zero Storm, the Baron had finally awaited his prey. The three-claw serpent interstellar pirate fleet did not immediately prepare for battle, but advanced slowly, resembling an ordinary star fleet. Just as they were about to enter combat range with the Zero Storm, the latter suddenly began to move, as if sensing something, and changed course in another direction. Boss, did we get discovered? The thin first officer inquired. This distance. What does it matter if we are discovered? Old trick. Send 2 T-2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigates to flank them with several T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates. This range. Intercepting them will be a breeze, the scruffy pirate captain confidently declared. In that moment, the three-claw serpent interstellar pirate fleet abandoned all pretense and pursued the Zero Storm at full speed. Among them, 2 T-2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigates and T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates boasted the fastest speeds. As interstellar frigates were the most agile and swift among starship classes, rivaled only by certain interstellar cruisers. Relying on their high speed, the frigates could execute formations and intercept enemy vessels. Thus, pirates favored these cost-effective vessels suitable for plunder. They surged forward, regardless of the enemy's starship, relentlessly pursuing their target. This moment, the Zero Storm seemed to realize something was amiss and accelerated its speed. Nonetheless, the three-claw serpent fleet clung to it like a stubborn adhesive, closing the distance rapidly. Darling, thinking of escaping? My chosen prey has never managed to escape, the scruffy pirate captain sneered. Just then, the communications officer exclaimed, Report, boss, we have a communication signal requesting to connect. IT seems to be from the Zero Storm. The scruffy pirate captain paused, then burst into laughter. It appears that the useless Baron has been frightened and wishes to beg for mercy, that I look forward to witnessing the Baron's desperate pleas before his end. As video communication connected, a window appeared before the scruffy captain, displaying a man's face. Contrary to his expectations of terror and fear, the man wore a mocking expression as if viewing a toy. You are the leader of the three-claw serpent interstellar pirate fleet, correct? The man said nonchalantly. The scruffy captain momentarily failed to respond, taken aback by the unexpected demeanor. You know me? He asked in surprise. I also know that you are hired by the Bao and Shui families to attack us, Zhao Chen replied, resting his chin on one hand. The scruffy captain spread his hands and chuckled. Since you are aware, there is nothing more to say that we are merely here to do a job for pay. So, I suggest you comply and perish. Perish? I'm afraid it is not I who will meet my end, but rather you, Zhao Chen replied with a light laugh. You useless Baron truly have a sense of humor. expecting us to perish. The scruffy captain sneered at Zhao Chen. What qualifications do you have to send us to our demise? Just because of your dilapidated starship? You should take a look around you. Those are all my starships. They are about to obliterate your vessel. And you, the pitiful baron, will meet your end in your own territory. I suggest you take a good look around you. Zhao Chen retorted with a smirk. At that moment, the scruffy captain's radar officer shouted, "This is bad. There are numerous energy signatures surrounding us and approaching." Energy signatures? Could they be starships? The scruffy captain asked, glancing at the radar, which displayed hundreds of light points converging from all directions, targeting the three-claw serpent fleet. It doesn't seem like starships. They appear to be interstellar drones. The radar officer responded. Interstellar drones? The scruffy captain exclaimed in disbelief as he activated the deep space telescope, quickly discerning the true nature of the multitude of light points, the swarm of interstellar drones. Hundreds of them have completely encircled our three-claw serpent fleet. The ongoing video communication allowed Zhao Chen to speak freely. Knowing the pirate captain, the bearded pirate captain roared with a frenetic intensity, as if he had encountered a nemesis. Charge! I shall obliterate that aircraft carrier starship. Chapter 41. Instant annihilation. T2 Heavy Interstellar Destroyer T2 Queen B Class Heavy Aircraft Carrier. Bridge report. The first wave of interstellar drones has successfully returned and landed. It is estimated that reloading munitions will require 60 seconds. The operational report of the first batch of interstellar drones has been compiled. We lost 72 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones and 1 T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drone. We destroyed 2 enemy T1 Blue J-class medium interstellar cruisers, 4 T1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates, and 2 T1 Scythe-class medium interstellar destroyers. Report. The enemy fleet has detected our ship's position and is advancing at full speed towards us. The female crew members on the bridge stood at the ready, continuously relaying updates to the captain and the first officer. Charlotte stood beside Zhao Wanner, who occupied the captain's chair, before this battle. Zhao Chen had privately contacted her, instructing her to entrust all operational command to Zhao Wanner at the onset of combat, unless she issued erroneous commands, in which case Charlotte had the authority to intervene. So far, Zhao Wanner had executed her orders competently. The young woman, seated in the captain's chair, exhibited an icy demeanor, betraying no hint of anxiety or trepidation, resembling a seasoned military officer rather than an inexperienced student. The T2 Queen Bee began deploying T2 Larva-class light interstellar drones to intercept the enemy fleet. The starship commenced its movement, propelling itself at full speed towards the predetermined direction, while the star shield system activated. The resupplied interstellar drones prepared for their second wave of attack. Zhao Wanner methodically issued combat commands, her gaze flitting over the data panel as the ruthless interstellar pirate fleet closed in. The T2 Queen Bee accelerated away. But due to its classification as a heavy aircraft carrier starship, its maximum speed was merely 30 knots, insufficient to evade the pursuers. Simultaneously, multiple holes appeared in the underside of the T2 Queen Bee, from which T2 Larva-class light interstellar drones were launched in less than 10 seconds. 300 T2 Larva-class light interstellar drones were deployed, swarming towards the pursuing interstellar pirate fleet. The battlefield divided into 2 factions, the Zero-class Blizzard and the T2 Queen Bee. However, the Zero-class Blizzard showed no intention of aiding the T2 Queen Bee. Instead, it altered its course, maneuvering in an arc towards the right flank, thereby entering the enemy fleet's fire range. Several ships from the interstellar pirate fleet prepared to fire, but the enemy's rapid speed necessitated time to lock on. Change course, Zhao Chen commanded. Otherwise, at the Zero-class Blizzard speed, the interstellar pirates would never catch up. Activate the T2 Heavy 1,200mm Devil Crocodile Cannon. Captain Zhao Chen ordered. Understood. Activating the T2 Heavy 1,200mm Devil Crocodile Cannon. It will take 10 seconds. Point 10. The bridge crew executed the command at that moment. The massive cannon at the bow of the Zero-class Blizzard emerged. The right engine of the starship powered down, while the left engine roared to life, pivoting the vessel. Let us aim our main cannon at that T2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyer, Zhao Chen commanded. The right engine powered down, completed. The left engine was fully activated, completed. The Zero-class Blizzard, which had been sailing in an arc, suddenly executed a brake turn, the bow pivoting directly towards the pursuing interstellar pirate fleet. This unexpected maneuver caught the pirates entirely off guard. Zhao Chen focused on the targeting window of the main cannon. just as the targeting red circle overlapped with the T-2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyer. He barked, "Fire!" In an instant, the entire Zero-class Blizzard shuddered. Zhao Chen, not pausing to assess the outcome of the shot, immediately commanded, "Restart the right engine and have the Zero-class Blizzard maneuver around the enemy fleet at 70 knots. Entering high-speed hunting mode." "Understood," the confident helmswoman exclaimed. The so-called maneuvering around the enemy fleet in high-speed hunting mode involves circumnavigating the enemy ships at a significantly higher speed, allowing the Zero-class Blizzard to maintain a tactical advantage while keeping only one or two of the enemy vessels within the engagement range. This strategy minimized exposure to enemy fire, greatly reducing the risk of taking hits. The Zero-class Blizzard surged forward again, completing the maneuver in less than 10 seconds, showcasing the terrifying agility of the starship. At this moment, Zhao Chen finally had the opportunity to evaluate the results of the earlier shot. He was taken aback, while some others were gripped by fear. The bow of the T-2 Ishtar class had vanished, replaced by a massive crater, as if it had been decapitated. The surrounding interstellar pirate ships had witnessed the entire event unfold. The vessel they had been pursuing had suddenly turned, followed by a devastating main cannon strike. Unexpectedly, one of the only two T-2 Ishtar-class ships in their fleet had been annihilated in a single shot. "That was a 1,200 millimeters cannon," exclaimed the captain of one of the pirate ships over the internal communication channel. Other pirate captains quickly utilized deep space telescopes to assess the situation. They were astonished to see the bow of the pursued target, the Zero-class Blizzard, armed with an enormous cannon. How could a T-2 starship possibly mount such a large-caliber cannon? What manner of monstrous starship is this? The captain of a T-1 Scythe-class medium interstellar destroyer felt a chill run down his spine. If a higher-tier T-2 Ishtar-class vessel could not withstand such a shot, one tier lower, the T-1 Scythe-class, stood little chance. The outcome of taking even one hit was all too clear. One shot every 5 minutes. Let me tally how many there are. 1, 2, 3. Zhao Chen grinned maniacally, counting the enemy ships as if they were mere beans. Chapter 42. Does this T-2 aircraft carrier starship have star shield? Report, boss. One of our T-2 Ishtar-class ships was destroyed by that Zero-class Blizzard. One shot. Just one shot. Panic-stricken voices echoed through the internal communication channel. The bearded pirate captain felt a jolt in his chest. One of his T-2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyers had been destroyed. He knew that among the 5 T-2 starships in his fleet, they were his lifeblood. Losing a T-1 starship was insignificant. He could simply purchase another. However, the T-2 starships were far more costly. He had spent 5 years of saving for his pirate fleet to acquire just this one T-2 Ishtar class from the black market. To lose it in such a short time? This was no joke. Don't mess with me. There's no way a T-2 Ishtar class heavy interstellar destroyer could be destroyed in a single shot. He bellowed, unwilling to accept such a grim reality. Boss, it's true. That enemy ship, the Zero-class Blizzard, possesses a 1,200 millimeters cannon, a full 1,200 millimeters caliber. The voice of the pirate captain trembled with disbelief. A 1,200 millimeters cannon. The bearded pirate captain felt a tremor of fear. He understood that at this moment his subordinate would not joke with him. Bag and Shui families. These noble fools are deceiving me. He shifted all blame onto his employers, the Bag and Shui families, claiming their intelligence was incomplete. This had nothing to do with the useless Baron. When I return, if my commission is not tripled, I will attack his planet and seduce his wife right in front of him. The bearded pirate captain cursed. Unfortunately, he would never have such an opportunity again. During the pursuit of the aircraft carrier starship, the interstellar drones had already destroyed several of his T-1 vessels. Among them, one T-2 interstellar drone bomber had bombs whose explosive power was nearly equivalent to that of a T-2 starship's main cannon. They specifically targeted a location, bombarding it in succession. Typically, 3 of these T-2 interstellar drone bombers would coordinate their strikes. Combined with the T-2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones attack, easily obliterating a T-1 starship within minutes. Report, we have lost another T-1 Blue J-class medium interstellar cruiser, a subordinate cautiously reported. The bearded pirate captain clenched his fists. Report, we have entered the fire range. The assault on the carrier starship was imminent. The subordinate reported a piece of good news. Captain of the bearded pirate ship immediately commanded, "Fire! Fire! Fire! Tear that damn carrier starship to shreds." Yes, the laser main cannon aboard the T-2 Gray Shark class medium interstellar cruiser locked onto the carrier starship and opened fire. Due to the carrier starship's sluggish speed, it was virtually incapable of evading the laser. As the space pirates awaited the moment of impact, the laser struck a shimmering barrier at a considerable distance from the carrier starship, exploding into a dissipating burst. The carrier starship remained unscathed. The space pirates were left dumbfounded. What just happened? The bearded pirate captain, in a fit of hysteria, seized the pirate crew member responsible for the weapon module. I don't know, the crew member replied, a look of innocence on his face. The thin first officer, incredulous, murmured the two words, Star Shield. Star Shield? The pirate crew members began to comprehend. Indeed, that spectacle had been a star shield, but how could a T-2 carrier starship possess a star shield? Could it be a T-3 carrier starship? Listening to the pirates' discussions, the bearded pirate captain roared, Silence. He then turned to the thin first officer. Isn't the star shield a feature exclusive to T-3 starships? This carrier starship certainly does not resemble a T-3 carrier starship. Judging by the scale and combat capability of the equipped interstellar drones, it was evident that it was not a T-3 carrier starship. Yet, what they had witnessed was undeniably a star shield. Sweat trickled down the thin first officer's forehead. The unfolding of this interstellar battle had surpassed their expectations. What shall we do now? The bearded pirate captain demanded. The star shield can only withstand attacks from a limited range. Therefore, if our starships can launch assaults from several other angles simultaneously, the star shield won't be able to counter all of them in time, the thin first officer suggested. The bearded pirate captain bit down hard on his lip. Tasting blood, he was well aware of this principle. However, they had pursued this carrier starship at great cost, losing several T-1 starships in the process, only to finally catch up to its tail. Execute a simultaneous assault from the flanks would require even more sacrifices. Boss, we have no choice now. If we retreat, that Baron won't let us go, will he? It's clear to me that the Baron came prepared, luring us in with his flagship and then arranging for an ambush by interstellar drones. It's a trap, the thin first officer stated. It's either you or me. Such situations were not uncommon for space pirates. In the past, they might have still possessed the will to fight, but today, with 35 starships besieging two, they had yet to even scratch the armor of the enemy vessel, and they had already lost nearly a third of their fleet. This was severely demoralizing. Full speed ahead. By all means, we must destroy that carrier starship. The bearded pirate captain gritted his teeth. Having come this far, they had no choice but to fight to the bitter end. Report. The T-1 Blue J-class medium interstellar cruiser number 03 has sustained damage to its side armor, with 50 strength remaining. Report. The T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigate number 11 has been destroyed, with no survivors. Report. The T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigate number 19 has been heavily damaged, losing power and unable to maneuver. Report. The T-2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigate has a 10-meter-wide breach in its left hull armor, with 23 compartments sealed off, 32 fatalities, and damage to its power system, causing a continuous decline in speed. The pursuit continued for over half an hour. The interstellar drones of the T-2 Queen Bee-class heavy carrier starship had launched an average of nearly 10 sorties, with losses exceeding 30 however, due to the exceptional interception capabilities of the T-2 Hornet-class light interstellar drones. The pursuing space pirate starships were unable to launch a flank attack on the T-2 Queen Bee. The Starshield also consistently intercepted attacks from behind. Our ship is under attack, with 44 energy remaining in the Starshield. Accompanied by a shimmering wave on the Starshield, the crew aboard the T-2 Queen Bee nervously reported the numbers that in fact, on the holographic projection of the bridge, Zhao Chen could see the diminishing energy value of the Starshield, transitioning from green to yellow and soon approaching red. Nevertheless, Zhao Chen remained composed. Report. One of the enemy's T-2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigates has breached our T-2 Hornet-class light interstellar drone's interception, closing in on our ship's right flank. Meanwhile, the flagship of the enemy fleet, the T-2 Gray Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser, continues to fire upon us from behind. If both ships attack simultaneously, our Starshield cannot defend against assault from two directions. Reported the officer in charge of the Starshield. Zhao Chen paused for a moment, then sternly commanded, mobilize all interstellar drones to launch a full-scale attack on that T-2 Ishkor. Meanwhile, the Starshield must continue to defend against the attacks from behind. Charlotte observed Zhao Chen's orders, recognizing this as the best course of action at present. The first step was to neutralize one side of the assault, even if it meant the ship might endure some hits. At least the larger situation would remain unaffected. Report, Captain, Our ship is now positioned on the target's flank. We can open fire. The captain of the T2 Ishkor cried. The bearded pirate captain, in a frenzy over the communication channel, shouted, "Fire! Fire! Blast a massive hole in that damned carrier starship." Yes, preparing to fire, but at that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. An interstellar warship rushed at incredible speed to the carrier starship's flank, positioning itself between the T2 Ishkor and the T2 Queen Bee. Simultaneously, it surged headlong toward the T2 Ishkor. The 1,200mm cannon seemed to herald an impending event. The pirate captain of the T2 Ishkor trembled in his captain's chair, shouting in panic, "Fire! Fire!" Chapter 43. We surrender. A laser main cannon aboard the T2 Ishkor class medium interstellar frigate fired, sending a beam hurtling toward the Zero Storm, which stood before the T2 Queen Bee class heavy carrier starship. Almost simultaneously, the Zero Storm's 1,200mm cannon fired, and a massive fireball erupted between the T2 Ishkor class medium interstellar frigate and the Zero Storm, with the explosion creating a swirling cyclone of mist. The attacks from both vessels coincidentally collided and neutralized each other. Was this an extraordinary stroke of luck? Zhao Chen aboard the Zero Storm was acutely aware that this was the effect of the fleet luck bonus provided by the system. Even previously, when he had scored a decisive hit on the T2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyer, it had been a similar occurrence. The probability of such events happening was less than 1 in 10,000. Yet, under the aura of the fleet luck bonus, the likelihood of these occurrences significantly increased. Through experimentation, Zhao Chen found that not every attack would achieve a perfect hit or exceptional results, but the probability of success was indeed considerably high. Returning to the matter at hand, Zhao Chen immediately ordered, "Full speed ahead, target that T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigate." The Zero Storm's speed surged, reaching 100 knots in mere seconds. The 5 T2 medium Hyena laser cannons and 30 T2 medium close-in defense guns unleashed a barrage of fire. The Zero Storm, relying on its high maneuverability, swiftly closed in on the T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigate, with both vessels' secondary guns firing at full capacity. However, the T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigate had a low hit rate against the high-speed Zero Storm, whereas the Zero Storm's secondary and close-in defense guns struck true with nearly every shot, relentlessly bombarding the T2 Ishkor's hull. Boom! The hull endured the onslaught, and Zhao Chen heard a tremendous crash, the bridge deck shaking beneath him. Report, our ship's portside hull armor has sustained fire. Armor strength is at 90. Report, our ship's portside hull armor has sustained fire. Armor strength is at 80. Report, our ship's portside hull armor has sustained fire. Armor strength is at 70. This marked the first time the Zero Storm had endured an attack, yet its interstellar battleship hull armor was more than adequate to withstand the fire of a medium interstellar frigate's secondary guns. Meanwhile, the T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigate, on the receiving end of the Zero Storm's assault, fared no better, suffering multiple hull breaches and even developing cracks. The T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigate could only wait for its laser main cannon to cool down. However, at that moment, a cold glint appeared in Zhao Chen's eyes. Behind the Zero Storm, 3 T2 Bumblebee-class heavy interstellar drones leaped into action. 3 interstellar torpedoes were launched at a dangerously close range to the T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigate. Having just engaged in a fierce battle with the Zero Storm, most of the T2 Ishkor's weapons had entered a cool-down phase, leaving it unable to stop the incoming T2 Bumblebee-class heavy interstellar drones. The crew could only watch helplessly as the 3 torpedoes struck the ship's bridge, the hull's belly, and the previously attacked area on the left side. 3 explosions erupted around the T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigate, which then shattered into pieces, ultimately meeting its demise. Report, our T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar corvette number 2 has fallen. The slender lieutenant trembled as he conveyed this news to the bearded pirate captain, who sat in his chair, lost in thought. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Zero Storm, he sensed something was amiss. This indicated that the pirate starships on the other battlefield had likely been annihilated. He gazed at a data panel displaying information about all the vessels in his fleet. As expected, the icons of the majority of his starships had turned gray, particularly those tasked with assaulting the Zero Storm. None had survived. This included 2 T2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyers and the T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar corvette. Thus, the 3-claw Serpent pirate fleet was left with only a single T2 Grey Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser and 4 T1 Vulture-class medium interstellar corvettes. alongside one T-1 Blue J-class medium interstellar cruiser. Despite still holding a numerical advantage of 3-1, the pirates were acutely aware of their grim fate, with the T-2 carrier and T-20 Storm now focused on them. Their demise was inevitable. "Captain, we should surrender," the lieutenant suggested cautiously. Surrender? The bearded captain was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that this assassination mission, which he had believed to be a sure victory, would culminate in such an outcome. Yet continuing the battle was now utterly meaningless. The 6 remaining pirate vessels were doomed. Destruction was merely a matter of time. "Contact the Baron. We are willing to surrender." The captain murmured, defeated an hour ago. He would never have imagined he would become a defeated supplicant. "Captain, the enemy's flagship has sent a communication. They are willing to accept our surrender," Charlotte inquired of Zhao Chen aboard the T-2B Queen. Zhao Chen replied coldly, "We are prepared to accept their surrender, but they must immediately shut down all engines." Charlotte hesitated but relayed Zhao Chen's order. Soon, all 6 pirate starships powered down, amidst the darkness of their vessels. The pirates contemplated their fate: imprisonment in a dungeon, sold into slavery, or perhaps sent to the mines to toil until death. Regardless, at least they could live for now. "Report: the enemy's 6 starships have shut down all engines," Charlotte reported. However, Zhao Chen unexpectedly issued a command that took everyone by surprise. The Zero Storm and T-2B Queen are to immediately engage the remaining 6 pirate vessels and destroy them. He coldly regarded the 6 pirate ships. Their fate had been sealed the moment they arrived. Extinction, Chapter 44. There was no option of surrender from the moment they set foot here. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's command, reactions varied. Zhao Wanner was startled. "They have surrendered. Why must we destroy them?" Zhao Chen's expression remained impassive. Surrender? When they initiated this battle, surrender was never an option in their fate. If we were the ones defeated, have you considered the fate that would await us? Zhao Wanner's expression grew complex as she envisioned that outcome. If they all perished, perhaps it would be better. But if captured, she and her female crew members would face a fate worse than death. Zhao Chen continued, "I recently connected to the communications network of the Xiaolong system. During the 2 months these pirates lingered there, the nobles sent them at least 500 women from various planets. What treatment do you think those women received aboard the pirate ships? You should know well." Hearing this, Zhao Wanner bit her lip. "But the textbooks taught us about human rights. Charlotte, if Zhao Wanner cannot continue commanding, the command of the T-2B Queen will transfer to you. Continue executing combat orders," Zhao Chen commanded coldly. "Understood," Charlotte replied. In that moment, the complexity in Charlotte's eyes vanished, replaced by firm agreement with Zhao Chen's decisive command. Seasoned by battle, she understood that survival in the interstellar battlefield required ruthlessness. "Miss, Captain Zhao Chen's order is not erroneous. I end this arena. Mercy cannot exist, especially against those without limits. They possess no attachments or boundaries. If they survive, they are capable of anything. Their crimes warrant hundreds of deaths. The filth they have perpetrated is beyond imagination," Charlotte counseled Zhao Wanner. "But that there are still those captured women aboard the pirate vessels." Zhao Wanner expressed her concern. Charlotte replied solemnly, "For those women, death would be a release." Taking a deep breath, Zhao Wanner turned to Charlotte. "May I continue to command the operation?" Charlotte nodded, with a newfound coldness in her gaze. Zhao Wanner focused on the 6 pirate vessels. Prepare all unmanned starships for a final assault. The bearded pirate captain was anxiously awaiting the arrival of enemy ships to take over, only to be met by a swarm of unmanned drones and the 1,200mm cannon of a Zero Storm. The tremors from the attacks jolted him into realization. "Zhao Chen, you bastard! You are going back on your word," he screamed in anger his last words. Moments later, his T-2 Gray Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser was struck by the Zero Storm's cannon. The other 5 starships fell to the onslaught as well. They could not restart their engines in time, under the relentless assault of the Zero Storm and the bombardment from the T-2B Queen's drones. The 6 pirate vessels succumbed one by one, ultimately becoming wreckage on the battlefield. The battle was over. Stand down for 10 minutes. Charlotte, please assess the combat consumption of both starships. If there are no issues, we will proceed to the core area of the Xiaolong system in 10 minutes, Zhao Chen instructed. Most nobles resided in the core region of the Xiaolong system, and this matter was far from over. "Yes," Charlotte replied, promptly beginning her task. Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, exhaling deeply. This was his first true star battle. Although the opponents were mere space pirates, it was far more exhilarating than the mock duels at the Academy. 2 starships had annihilated 35 pirate vessels, a commendable achievement. Leaning back, he closed his eyes, appearing to rest, yet he activated the system interface. His reason for exterminating the pirate fleet was also tied to a system mission. Mission content: eliminate the interstellar pirate fleet in the Xiaolong system mission difficulty. See mission reward. 3 mission points and 600 points mission status. Mission completed, rewards available for collection, indeed. It was for this system task. Zhao Chen clicked to collect the rewards, gaining 3 mission points and 600 system points. Alongside his previously completed quarterly mission, his current resources were quite substantial. Host: Zhao Chen. Occupation: top-tier starship engineer. Special attributes: fleet luck value bonus. Eye of insight points, 1100 mission points. 8 number of starships, 2 current missions. None warehouse. T3 Storm-class light interstellar. With 8 mission points and a significant 1100 system points. He contemplated acquiring another T2 item. Zhao Chen felt a sense of anticipation that Charlotte's post-battle report interrupted his thoughts. He opened his eyes and looked at Charlotte on the video screen. I end this battle. The T2B Queen sustained no damage, losing 107 T2 drone-class light interstellar drones, 39 T2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones, and 5 T2 WASP-class heavy interstellar drones. Ammunition consumption was at 67, with no casualties. The T2 Zero Storm's hull armor sustained an overall damage level of 7.5, primarily on the port side, which does not affect the starship's navigation or combat capabilities. Ammunition consumption was at 46. With no casualties, the total value of resources consumed in this battle amounts to 8,000 star coins. In just 1 hour of combat, they had expended 8,000 star coins. While this was negligible compared to the millions Zhao Chen had amassed, it was a fortune that an ordinary person could never accumulate in a lifetime. However, we destroyed 35 starships, including 5 T2 vessels. The wreckage from these starships can be salvaged, with an estimated value of 600,000 star coins, Charlotte announced, eliciting surprise from Zhao Chen. 600,000 star coins? So much? Zhao Chen exclaimed, astonished. Charlotte explained that although the 35 starships were outdated, their value would not be less than 6 million star coins if sold. Considering that a pirate fleet originally priced at 6 million star coins could yield around 600,000 star coins from the remaining wreckage, this seemed reasonable. However, the 600,000 star coins were based on our own assessment of melting down the ships. If sold directly to others, it might only fetch 300,000 star coins, she added. By the way, it seems the Xiaolong star system lacks industrial facilities to process these shipwrecks. Zhao Chen helplessly rubbed his temples, lamenting the backwardness of the Xiaolong star system, which seemed to be stuck at a T1 technological level. The remnants of the starships could be left here for now, as there was no one to claim them. The number 0 Blizzard and T2 Beehive were preparing to set off, embarking on a warp journey to the core region of the Xiaolong star system. It was time to meet my uncles and aunts, who had prepared a grand homecoming gift for us. I must reciprocate their kindness appropriately. Zhao Chen's eyes were hollow, reflecting a profound indifference. The moment to cleanse the Xiaolong star system had arrived. Though this cleansing might shake the very foundations of the Xiaolong star system, many families had vested interests here. Chapter 45. I, Zhao Chen, have returned. The Xiaolong star system comprises 1 star, 12 planets, 5 dwarf planets, 400,000 asteroids, and 77 moons, with over 400 periodic comets. Based on habitability factors, these celestial bodies are categorized into 3 types: high-quality habitable planets, low-quality habitable planets, and subpar habitable planets. High-quality habitable planets possess natural environments, either inherent or artificially enhanced, making them exceptionally suitable for life. Low-quality habitable planets contain some life-threatening factors, but remain viable for habitation. Subpar habitable planets present a more complex situation. Certain interstellar races can survive there, while most require specialized equipment or the construction of small, artificially habitable cities under energy shields. The Xiaolong star system is resource poor, with only 1 high-quality habitable planet, 7 low-quality habitable planets, and 73 subpar habitable planets, comprising planets, dwarf planets, moons, and asteroids. The population stands at 500 million, with 99% being humans and the remainder humanoid interstellar races. The main planet of the Xiaolong star system is known as Xiaolong Prime, where most of the nobility resides, and it is the only high-quality habitable planet in the region. Today, however, an eerie atmosphere enveloped Xiaolong Prime. All space elevators were halted, and starships in low Earth orbit were prohibited from departing. These orders seemed to herald a significant event at the Bao family mansion. The patriarch sat in the hall, surrounded by anxious descendants. "Patriarch, can we attack the Zhao family mansion now?" One descendant could not contain themselves. The patriarch, eyes closed, replied gravely, "Not yet. Without news from Longway Star, no starship, mecha, or soldier from the Bao family is permitted to move." Observing the composed patriarch, many in the Bao family deemed him overly cautious. Surely that worthless baron was dead by now. Why waste time? Yet, none dared to act without his consent. Meanwhile, several hundred kilometers away lay the most favorable region of Xiaolong Prime, the Zhao family mansion. Lacking a technological aesthetic, the mansion featured wooden structures built atop mountains, exuding an ancient charm in this tranquil abode. All Zhao family members wore ashen expressions, some already weeping in despair. "It's over. Our Zhao family is finished today. If only I'd followed my cousin out of the Xiaolong star system, wandering in a foreign land would have been preferable to waiting for death here. Alas, my poor child, born only to face such a fate." An elderly woman, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, emerged slowly, striking the ground with her staff. What a pitiful sight for the Zhao family's offspring, she scolded. Accompanying her was a red-haired woman. "Lady Zhao, the Bao and Shui families have completely sealed off Xiaolong Prime and are controlling the patrol fleet. There are rumors that they have hired a pirate fleet to ambush Zhao Chen and Zhao Wanner. This is an attempt to annihilate our Zhao family," a middle-aged man lamented, with all communications on Xiaolong Prime blocked. Any plea for help fell on deaf ears. "Our Zhao family is doomed today." Another woman wept, cradling her child. The elderly matriarch looked at the disheartened assembly, her anger palpable. "Matriarch, your health is not well. Perhaps you should return indoors to rest," the red-haired woman suggested. "Jiang Hong, still no contact with Xiao Xia." The matriarch murmured. The red-haired woman shook her head. "Miss is still unreachable. What of the second and third?" "I warned them not to return after their insistence." The matriarch inquired. The red-haired woman hesitated. "I did advise them, but after the last communication, there's been no further word. Their current situation is unknown." "Xiao Hong, you were supposed to conceal your identity. Now that you are openly present in the Zhao family," that the matriarch expressed concern for the young woman before her. My mission has always been to protect the Zhao family. Jiang Hong's life was saved by the eldest miss, and thus I must fulfill this duty. Today, I stand with the Zhao family, regardless of the outcome, the red-haired woman stated resolutely. This red-haired woman was Jiang Hong, a covert lookout left by the eldest miss within the Xiaolong star system. Aware that her current mission was no longer paramount, she had determinedly come to the Zhao family to prepare for a final stand. Alas, who could have foreseen our Zhao family falling to such depths? "I remember when father was." The matriarch coughed violently, and Jiang Hong swiftly moved to support her. Just then, a tremendous explosion reverberated overhead, prompting everyone instinctively to look up. A starship, engulfed in flames, was plummeting from the atmosphere, its hull visibly damaged. That is a T1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigate. Jiang Hong recognized the downed vessel instantly. The ship crashed into the distant sea, generating colossal waves that surged forth, creating a tsunami that swept across the area. Fortunately, there were no populated zones nearby. "What is happening?" The Zhao family members gasped in astonishment. "Look, there seems to be a fierce battle in space." A sharp-eyed Zhao family member noticed flashes of red light occasionally appearing beyond the atmosphere. Who is fighting outside Xiaolong Prime? This question lingered in everyone's minds. Could it be that the interstellar pirates have fallen out with the Bao and Shui families, leading to a conflict? Someone murmured. "Activate the energy shield of the Zhao family mansion." Jiang Hong commanded as battle mechs promptly took their positions. Soon, a shimmering barrier enveloped the entire Zhao family mansion. Implementing energy shield technology on the ground is relatively straightforward, but adapting it for starships is a revolutionary advancement. 30 T1 battle mechs emerged around the Zhao family mansion, representing the last line of defense for the Zhao family, albeit with little hope of success against an attacking starship. "Look, something is entering the atmosphere." Someone cried out. A massive figure was gradually descending through the atmosphere, measuring 300 to 400 meters in length. "Is that a starship?" Someone recognized the shape. That IT appears to be a carrier starship. As the silhouette entered the atmosphere, everyone finally discerned its true form. Yet confusion deepened. They had never seen this starship before. Suddenly, a voice thundered from the carrier, resonating like a clap of thunder. I, Zhao Chen, have returned. Chapter 46. If living beings cannot be invited, then the dead will suffice, as the T2 Beehive-class heavy carrier starship penetrated the atmosphere of Xiaolong Prime. A fleet of interstellar drones was deployed. These drones possessed overwhelming combat capabilities on the surface, rendering ordinary battle no match for them. They could easily orbit the planet within 10 minutes. On the bridge of the T2 Beehive, a list lay before Zhao Chen. This was a task entrusted to her by Zhao Chen. Upon the T2 Beehive's arrival at Xiaolong Prime, she was to invite everyone on the list to the Zhao family mansion. Zhao Chen recalled Zhao Chen's words. If living beings cannot be invited, then the dead will suffice. The list comprised all families supporting the Bao and Shui factions in the assassination plot. The drones released earlier were headed straight for the residences of these families, intent on inviting them. Sister Charlotte, you'll command this starship shortly that I will take the shuttle to the Zhao family mansion, Zhao Chen stated. Leave this to me, Charlotte nodded. However, just in case, I will arrange a squad of interstellar drones to follow you for your protection. Understood. Zhao Chen departed the bridge and boarded the shuttle. The shuttlecraft is, in essence, a diminutive interstellar transport vessel, typically accommodating between 3 to 10 individuals. That IT possesses minimal cargo space and is ill-suited for long-distance interstellar travel. However, due to the inability of interstellar warships to land after entering a planet's atmosphere, passengers generally resort to these shuttles to reach their ultimate destinations. The shuttle is compact, comparable in size to an automobile, and fits comfortably within the confines of a starship. At this moment, Zhao Chen piloted the shuttle away from the T2 Queen Bee, gazing at the familiar landscape of the planet's surface before swiftly arriving at a serene, mountainous region. In the distance, she could discern a residence enveloped by a shimmering energy shield, her destination. The Zhao family estate. Suspended outside the energy barrier, Zhao Chen observed several combat mechs within, their weapons trained on her vessel. I am Zhao Chen, the third miss of the Zhao family, that we have secured the situation and may now lower the energy shield. She announced through the shuttle's loudspeaker. Yet, silence lingered, suggesting lingering doubts regarding her identity. With a sigh of resignation, Zhao Chen activated the automatic hover mode, opened the shuttle's forward hatch, and stood up to ensure those inside the shield could see her clearly. Shortly thereafter, the energy barrier descended. It truly is the third miss. She has returned, murmured the astonished Zhao family members. I saw her shuttle descending from that aircraft carrier. Could it be that she has brought reinforcements? In the courtyard of the Zhao estate, the previously anxious family members were now filled with joy and confusion regarding the current circumstances. Upon the lowering of a shield, Zhao Chen maneuvered the shuttle directly into the estate's courtyard and disembarked, instantly surrounded by her kin. Miss Chen, what is the current situation? What transpired with that aircraft carrier? They inquired. Third miss, there is trouble brewing in the Xiaolong star system. The Bao and Shui families are poised to betray us and even plan an attack on you. Zhao Chen addressed the gathered family members confidently. The situation is now largely under control. As long as everyone remains within the Zhao estate, there is no danger to Chen. What is going on? I heard that the Bao and Shui families have enlisted the aid of an interstellar pirate fleet to assault you and Chen. How did you end up here? Did you not encounter those pirates? Zhao's matriarch, the elderly matron, emerged, leaning on her dragon-headed cane. The previously chattering Zhao family members fell silent. Recognizing her presence, my brother and I piloted 2 starships and have annihilated that pirate fleet near Longway Star. Zhao Chen declared. The revelation sent shockwaves through the Zhao family. The pirate fleet has been obliterated. I heard they had 35 starships, including 5 T2 class vessels. How could just 2 starships accomplish such a feat? Most were incredulous at Zhao Wanner's assertion. Had she not experienced it firsthand, she too would find it hard to believe. There is no time for further explanation. My brother is currently directing the T2-0 Blizzard to eliminate the starships allied with the Bao and Shui families outside Xiaolong Prime. But he instructed me to command the T2 Queen Bee to secure Xiaolong Prime. Rest assured, everything is under our control. She assured the matriarch with respect. Has Chen returned as well? Is he commanding starship operations? The elderly matron asked in astonishment. The surrounding Zhao family members shared her disbelief, for Chen was known throughout the Xiaolong star system as a useless baron, possessing no skills beyond a modest education. Zhao Wana noticed the doubtful expressions around her and replied with a hint of frustration. "Aunt, please wait a moment, and my brother will arrive shortly." After what felt like an eternity. Approximately half an hour passed before an astonishing sight unfolded before them. Two interstellar warships descended from the atmosphere, their hulls ablaze and riddled with damage. One bore a conspicuous gaping hole. Those must be the starships of the Bao and Shui families. The T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer and the T2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser. Someone exclaimed, recognizing the vessels. The two starships plummeted, crashing into a desert and rugged mountains. The resulting explosions generated significant shockwaves, yet spared the Zhao estate from harm. While the Zhao family remained awestruck, a shuttle unexpectedly descended upon the estate. This vessel was larger than Zhao Wanner's, and, upon opening its hatch, a squad of combat-clad female soldiers emerged, followed by a man whom the Zhao family knew all too well, Baron Zhao Chen of the Xiaolong star system. The female soldiers, armed with laser rifles, formed a protective corridor around Zhao Chen as he made his way through the crowd of Zhao family members. Their fierce gazes, imbued with lethal intent, compelled the family to part ways. Zhao Chen, disregarding everyone else, approached the elderly matron, kneeling on one knee and clasping his fists. Unfilial descendant Zhao Chen arrives late, causing distress to my dear aunt. In the Zhao family, Zhao Chen held the utmost respect and affection for the elderly matron, who had cared for him since childhood after losing his parents, while his elder sister remained indifferent. Many in the Zhao family considered him a burden, believing his birth had forced their eldest daughter to abandon her potential as the family head. Get up! Get up! You are a baron now. How can you kneel before an old woman like me?" The matriarch urged, helping him to his feet, her expression filled with tenderness. "That you've grown taller and stronger since the last time I saw you." Once upright, Zhao Chen supported the elderly matron as they walked toward the house. "You're too old to be wandering about outside. Allow me to assist you back inside. I can tea this moment. How can I rest comfortably? I just heard Wanner say you have vanquished the pirate fleet and are now clearing the remnants allied with the Bao and Shui families." The matriarch inquired with concern. Zhao Chen replied, "It has all been dealt with. The 35 ships of the Three-Claw Serpent pirate fleet were entirely annihilated near Longwei Star. The 16 ships controlled by the Bao and Shui families, including 2 T2 class and 7 T1 class vessels, have been destroyed. The remaining 7 T1 class ships have surrendered. Without their fleet, the Bao and Shui families can no longer stir up trouble." The Zhao family was taken aback by Zhao Chen's nonchalant announcement, which had previously caused great distress for 2 months. Now, with just a few words, he had quelled what they believed to be an impending catastrophe. "Jiang Hong, please contact all the nobles in the Xiaolong star system. Within 5 hours, summon all the clan leaders to the Zhao estate to meet me. Stating this is the Baron's command. Those who dare refuse will face the consequences." Zhao Chen ordered Jiang Hong, whom he had just met, with no hint of hesitation. Jiang Hong paused, instinctively glancing at Zhao Wanner. "Do as my brother says," Zhao Wanner affirmed. "Yes," Jiang Hong responded, beginning to carry out the task. "Aunt, are you preparing to address this situation?" The matriarch asked Zhao Chen, sensing his intentions. Zhao Chen nodded. "May I, this old woman, offer my unsolicited opinion? What do you intend to do? It is high time for a thorough cleansing of the decayed Xiaolong star system," Zhao Chen asserted. The matriarch gazed at Zhao Chen, her withered hand caressing his cheek. "That you've grown up. Our Chunner has truly matured. That go forth, whatever you choose to do. You are our family's baron, and I support you. Aunt, the forthcoming proceedings may not be suitable for you to witness. Perhaps you should step away," Zhao Chen expressed with concern. The matriarch chuckled heartily, gripping her dragon-headed cane. "Sure, do as you will. I have lived for over a century. What scenes have I not witnessed? You may not know, but when your grandfather became the Lord, I was the deputy commander of the fleet in the Xiaolong star system. I shall remain here to witness how you clear our family's ranks. Wanner, please fetch that chair for me," she instructed. Zhao Wanner looked at her brother, realizing that at some point, the brother she had once looked down upon had become her pillar of strength. Zhao Chen nodded slightly. Zhao Wanner entered the house, retrieving an ancient redwood dragon-patterned chair, worn and faded with age. This chair had belonged to Zhao Chen's great-grandfather, the founder of the Zhao family, and was cherished by the elderly matron. With the cane in hand, she sat upon the redwood chair. Just then, a fleet of interstellar drones appeared in the distance, seemingly hauling something below. Suddenly, a shocking scene unfolded before the Zhao family. Several corpses were unceremoniously dropped into the courtyard by the drones, accompanied by a voice emanating from the drones. Captain, I must report that the Chui family, in their obstinacy, attempted to resist with force as per your orders. The Chui residence has been obliterated, and all 225 members of the Chui family have been annihilated. Here lie the remains of the family head and several senior members. The Zhao family members, observing the gruesome scene, noticed a bloodied head. Indeed, it belonged to the head of the Chui family. Women and children were already covering their mouths in disgust, overwhelmed by the stench of blood. That old wretch from the Chui family deserved this fate. The treacherous ingrates. Had it not been for my father's benevolence in sheltering their ancestors and providing them with sustenance, there would have been no Chui family in the Xiaolong star system. How repulsive! Madame Zhao, witnessing the bloody tableau, remained unperturbed and instead hurled insults at the Chui family. Subsequently, several batches of interstellar drones arrived, either carrying corpses or live captives. The living were ensnared in nets and unceremoniously dropped from several meters above into the Zhao courtyard, barely clinging to life. Every one of these individuals was affiliated with the noble factions that covertly supported the Chui and Bao families. Suddenly, a figure suspended by a drone drew everyone's attention. It was Bao Dashin, the head of the Bao family. His face was smeared with blood, his eyes vacant, appearing utterly lost. Like the others, he was unceremoniously tossed onto the ground. Ah, Bao Dashin, you seem to be in quite the predicament, Zhao Chen remarked, smiling at the pitiful sight of Bao Dashin sprawled on the ground. Upon seeing Zhao Chen, Bao Dashin erupted in a furious scream. Zhao Chen, you beast, you demon! You have slaughtered my entire clan. I will not rest until I have my vengeance, even if I must haunt you as a ghost. The Zhao family quivered at his words. For yet another noble from the Xiaolong family had been nearly exterminated. Bao Dashin, your audacity is remarkable. Who was it that orchestrated the assassination plan against me and Zhao Wanner? Who secretly organized ground forces to seize the Zhao residence upon news of my demise? Zhao Chen scoffed. Bao Dashin was rendered speechless but glared furiously at Zhao Chen, a look of vengeance in his eyes, though his broken legs left him powerless to act. Find a pillar and bind the Bao family head. And the corpses as well. Tie them up that we wouldn't want them catching a chill, would we? Zhao Chen remarked nonchalantly. In no time, Bao Dashin, once the head of one of the three great noble families of the Xiaolong star system, was bound like livestock to a pillar. Madame Zhao observed this spectacle in silence. Sipping her tea that moment, a shuttle arrived at the Zhao residence, but due to the blockade from the interstellar drones, it could only remain outside the courtyard. Report. The Zhang family head has arrived, announced a servant of the Zhao family. The Zhang family was the only remaining noble family among the three great families of the Xiaolong star system, and also the family of Zhao Chen as fiancé, Jiang Shasha. Chapter 48. Zhao Chen's death list. Old Master Jiang Xiong was currently entering the Zhao residence with his two children. Father, is it true what you said about the two starships annihilating the pirate fleet? Jiang Xiong's son, Jiang Zuan, whispered. Jiang Shasha, standing beside him, appeared pale, biting her lip as if lost in thought. The battle took place at Longwei Star, where our collateral relatives are located. The news is absolutely reliable. The wreckage of the pirate starships still drifts beyond Longwei Star. Jiang Xiong replied gravely. Sister, were those two starships Zhao Chen's? Jiang Zuan inquired with curiosity. Jiang Shasha recalled the images of the two starships her father had shown her, one of which was the aircraft carrier hovering 20,000 kilometers above them, named Zero No Blizzard, which Zhao Chen had used to triumph in the starship duel at the North Star Military Academy. The other aircraft carrier I have not seen, nor do I know anything about it, Jiang Shasha replied quietly. Suddenly, a wave of bloodiness assaulted their senses as they pondered the source of the foul odor. They were met with a scene that widened their eyes. Stone pillars stood resolutely in the Zhao courtyard, each bound with either living individuals, those barely alive, or the deceased. They recognized the identities of these individuals, especially the two among them, one dead and one alive, who were the heads of the Bao and Chui families. As they traversed this forest of pillars, Jiang Xiong and his children approached the Zhao family members. Jiang Shasha gazed at the man before her, feeling a strange sense of unfamiliarity despite his recognizable features. His expression and aura made her feel as if the Zhao Chen she had known for over 20 years was entirely different from the man before her now. Jiang Xiong, accompanied by my children Jiang Zuan and Jiang Shasha, has come to pay respects to the Baron. Jiang Xiong initiated, bowing to Zhao Chen. Jiang Zuin and Jiang Shasha followed suit. Uncle Jiang, you arrived quite early, Zhao Chen said, smiling at Jiang Xiong. Upon receiving news from the Baron, I rushed here without delay. Jiang Xiong replied humbly, bowing his head. Are you aware of the rebellion by the Bao and Chui families? Zhao Chen opened with a pointed question. Jiang Zuin and Jiang Shasha felt a chill run down their spines, sensing a metaphorical knife at their throats. That I am aware, Jiang Xiong replied. Then were you complicit? Zhao Chen inquired calmly. No, Jiang Xiong replied. That if you weren't involved, then what have you been doing during this time? Zhao Chen's gaze was unwavering. I only learned of the rebellion a month ago. But by then, the main star of Xiaolong had already fallen under their control. The starships under my command had also been forcibly commandeered. I did not wish to ally myself with them. Yet I was powerless to stop them, so I could only watch it all unfold. Thankfully, the Baron has remained unharmed and has resolved the crisis. Jiang Xiong shifted his tone, kneeling on one knee. However, I recognize that as a subordinate, my inaction regarding the rebellion of the Bao and Chui families is tantamount to complicity. That I, Jiang Xiong, am willing to accept any punishment from the Baron, pleading only for the safety of my family. Jiang Shasha looked anxiously at her father and then at the unfamiliar man. You bear no fault in this matter. I do not hold you accountable. Take your children to the side for now. I will convene a meeting of the nobility of the Xiaolong star system. Zhao Chen interjected, shifting the topic without directly punishing the Jiang family. Time passed slowly. The number of corpses and captives in the Zhao courtyard continued to grow. And more noble family heads arrived upon receiving word of the gathering. Each newcomer was taken aback by the bloody sight before them. Everyone has arrived. Jiang Hong approached Zhao Chen and whispered. Zhao Chen surveyed the courtyard, noting the living and dead bound to the pillars, with all the noble families of the Xiaolong star system present, totaling around 30 individuals. Among them, the most powerful was undoubtedly the Jiang family, the last remaining of the three great families. The rebellion of the Bao and Chui families has been thoroughly dealt with. All who participated are bound to those bloodied pillars, Zhao Chen declared. Gesturing to the gruesome display, I know that many of you once disdained me as your lord, viewing me as ineffectual. Zhao Chen spread his hands, but I truly do not mind. You may discuss me however you wish behind my back. If you believe I am unworthy to be your lord, feel free to leave the Xiaolong star system and seek your fortunes elsewhere. I, Zhao Chen, will not hinder you. Zhao Chen's demeanor shifted, exuding an imposing presence without fury. However, I detest duplicity. Those who choose this path must pay the price for their decisions. Jiang Hong, that to your service. Jiang Hong stepped forward. Zhao Chen produced a list. The families on this list, if any are still alive, shall be detained. Their leaders will be executed, and the remaining family members shall be sent to the mines for indefinite labor. The individuals present gazed at the list with terror. It was a death warrant. As for the families not on this list, you know in your hearts how many of you are truly innocent. I have overlooked your previous transgressions, but starting today, remember that the Xiaolong star system belongs to the Zhao family. Should you disagree, you are free to leave. Otherwise, I fear you may one day find yourselves upon those pillars. Zhao Chen turned away, presenting his back to the assembly. That concludes our meeting. Second aunt, it is getting late. We should dine. I have prepared dinner for you, which I'm certain you will enjoy. Zhao Chen smiled as he assisted Madame Zhao into the main house, transforming from the fearsome figure of earlier into a personable host. Meanwhile, those remaining in the courtyard exchanged glances, unsure who moved first, but gradually, everyone lowered their heads and departed the Zhao residence that on the Jiang family's shuttle. Jiang Xiong spoke solemnly. Prepare for a family migration. Migration? Why? We possess considerable assets in the Xiaolong star system. Jiang Zuan exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Xiong sighed deeply. Did you not grasp the implications of Zhao Chen's words? He was warning us that if we do not willingly relinquish our holdings, we shall become the next Bao and Chui families. Without assets, we can start anew. Moreover, I have long since established connections in other star systems. As interstellar merchants, we must understand the wisdom of having multiple safe havens. However, must we truly depart? Shasha is Zhao Chen's fiancée, and given the ties between our families, we could wholeheartedly support Zhao Chen. Perhaps we could even rise to a position of great power in the Xiaolong star system. Jiang Zuan mused. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shasha lowered her head even further. Jiang Xiong regarded his daughter with a cold gaze and remarked, "Are you unaware of your sister's actions at the Beiji Starship Military Academy? Our bond with the Zhao family has long since severed. If we were to involve ourselves in the rebellion with the Bao and Shui families, Zhao Chen would not hesitate to bind us to that stone pillar. While we still have the option, it would be wise to leave this place." Jiang Xiong gazed through the shuttle's window towards the Zhao family's direction. The Zhao family has indeed grown formidable. Chapter 49. Establishing a new city on the ruins in the following days, Zhao Chen consolidated the surrender of 71 starships. Previously, he had instructed Charlotte to procure 500 half-orc slaves at the Arctic Fox starport, with 100 assigned to the T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier, including the 100 half-orc slaves acquired at the Beiji Starship Military Academy, of which 50 were assigned to work on the Zero Storm. There remained 450 half-orc female crew members without formal positions. They were temporarily tasked with overseeing these T1 starships, ensuring the public order of the Xiaolong star system, while also collecting the wreckage of the 35 Three-Claw Serpent pirate fleet starships from the battlefield near Longwei Star. This gave the Xiaolong star system an appearance of tranquility, but in reality, it had undergone a profound transformation. Though originally a noble family, the Zhao family had been marginalized. In a single night, they completely seized control of the Xiaolong star system. The T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier led a fleet of interstellar drones and some combat mech from the Zhao family to secure the assets of the families listed on the death registry. These families had all been classified as rebels, and their properties and assets were confiscated by the Lord. The process alone consumed nearly a week. Second young master, this is the wealth accumulated from those rebellious nobles over the past few days. Their industries have also been taken over by us and have already resumed production, Jiang Hong reported to Zhao Chen. Compared to Zhao Wanner and Charlotte, no one was more suited to manage affairs in the Xiaolong star system than Jiang Hong. Previously, she held a minor leadership position in the trade department, but her extensive connections in the Xiaolong star system rendered her exceptionally knowledgeable about its inner workings. Zhao Chen entrusted all these matters to her, and she did not refuse, as her duty was to safeguard the Zhao family's legacy. At this moment, they were in Zhao Chen's temporary office within the Zhao family residence. How much valuable property do we possess? Zhao Chen inquired. In total, over 600,000 star coins, Jiang Hong replied. Zhao Chen was taken aback. Over 600,000 star coins? These individuals truly excelled at lining their own pockets to accumulate such wealth. Jiang Hong continued. Additionally, dozens of noble families, including the Jiang family, have migrated from the Xiaolong star system within this week. The assets they left behind have also been consolidated by us, and some items they could not take with them have naturally become ours. That portion is also valued at around 100,000 star coins. Another 100,000 star coins. This totals to 700,000 star coins. Zhao Chen could hardly contain his joy. His T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship now had hope. Second young master, are you truly going to let the Jiang family and those noble families leave? Is that appropriate? Your previous list has already eliminated half of the noble influence in the Xiaolong star system, including the two giants, the Bao and Shui families. Now, even the Jiang family has departed, taking a number of noble families with them. Currently, fewer than 20% of the noble families remain in the Xiaolong star system. Jiang Hong expressed her concerns. Zhao Chen allowed those noble families to depart, recognizing it as a significant loss for the Xiaolong star system. Those who wish to stay will do so without our intervention. Those who wish to leave cannot be stopped, Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly. This way, they leave without a trace, sparing me the discomfort of witnessing their deceitful behavior later and the temptation to take drastic measures against them. Jiang Hong frowned. Second young master, have you considered the Xiaolong star system? After all this turmoil, our already meager resources have the Xiaolong star system was already a mess. Can it truly become worse? Zhao Chen shrugged, saying, rather than being entangled in the chaotic affairs of the Zhao family, it is better to start anew from the ruins. Establishing a city on the remnants is far simpler than attempting to salvage a decaying one. Applause erupted. Zhao Chen and Jiang Hong turned to see the old Madame Zhao, leaning on her cane, emerging. What a splendid idea to establish a new city on the ruins. Jiang Hong, I believe Chener is correct. Instead of lingering in futility with those families, we should drive them all away and start afresh. Seeing the old Madame Zhao support, Jiang Hong found it hard to counter, though she remained unconvinced by Zhao Chen's approach. Second aunt, why have you come out again? Zhao Chen approached and assisted the old madam in sitting down. I came to see that I heard that you plan to leave the Xiaolong star system soon and return to the Beiji Starship Military Academy. The old madam gazed at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded. Indeed, it is now late September, and the academy commences in early October, that we will require 2 weeks to traverse the spatial fringes beyond the Xiaolong star system. Although I've already requested leave, the academy's assessments are stringent. Failing to meet the academic requirements will hinder my ability to pass at the end of the term. Indeed, academic pursuits are vital. It is a pity that our Xiaolong star system lacks a stargate. Otherwise, it would be much more convenient, the old madam sighed. The absence of a stargate had always been a lament for the Xiaolong star system. The existing stargate technology necessitates a binary star system for construction. And since the Xiaolong star system possesses only one star, it cannot build a stargate. Do not fret, second aunt. We shall soon possess our own stargate in the Xiaolong star system. When that day comes, should you wish to see me and Wanner, just let us know, and we shall return to visit you. Zhao Chen smiled. A stargate. This is an insurmountable hurdle in Zhao Chen's plans for the Xiaolong star system. Within the system's marketplace, there are no available technologies that meet the requirements for T2 goods. The only way forward is to upgrade the marketplace to T3 and place hope on those T3 goods. If only that day would arrive, the old madam chuckled, though she took it lightly. After some idle chatter, the old madam patted Zhao Chen's shoulder. Chenner, you have grown. Pursue your ambitions boldly. Second aunt supports you. As you mentioned, the Xiaolong star system is indeed a mess. How much worse can it possibly get? Zhao Chen nodded. After the old madam departed, only Zhao Chen and Jiang Hong remained in the room. Jiang Hong, I know you have never been fully supportive of me. You believe that the rightful ruler of the Xiaolong star system should be my elder sister, do you not? Zhao Chen observed Jiang Hong's impassive expression. Jiang Hong's demeanor remained unchanged. Indeed, I do not require your support. As long as you genuinely care for the Xiaolong star system, your loyalty to me or my elder sister is inconsequential, Zhao Chen stated. Jiang Hong remained silent. Zhao Chen fixed his gaze on her. Wanner and I plan to leave in 2 days. That I will leave you with 200 half-orc crew members, and those 71 starships will also be yours to command. You will have full authority over all affairs in the Xiaolong star system. Before I depart, I will announce that you are the acting lord of the Xiaolong star system. To see you is to see me. Jiang Hong was astonished. She had not anticipated Zhao Chen's arrangement. Knowing her loyalty did not lie with him, he still wished to entrust the Xiaolong star system to her. Chapter 50. I aim to achieve food freedom during this period. Zhao Chen observed Jiang Hong and learned about her background. Jiang Hong had been found by the Zhao family's eldest daughter during a childhood outing on another planet, a little girl who had been staring blankly at her deceased mother. Starving and unable to cry, she was taken in by the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, who also gave her mother a proper burial. From that moment on, the Zhao family's eldest daughter treated Jiang Hong like a younger sister, teaching her to read and write, imparting various knowledge. Gradually, Jiang Hong's talent surfaced. She learned quickly and excelled in management. Over the years, many affairs in the Xiaolong star system had been managed by Jiang Hong behind the scenes. With orders relayed through the old Madame Zhao, Zhao Chen was merely a nominal lord, as the eldest daughter had confidently stepped back from her responsibilities years prior. Over time, Jiang Hong became adept at handling various tasks. And most importantly, she was fiercely loyal to the Zhao family, the family that had nurtured the eldest daughter. Currently, Zhao Chen lacked capable individuals to assist him. He could not remain in the Xiaolong star system, as it was far too impoverished. Charlotte was a capable general, adept at commanding starships in battle, but managing the Xiaolong star system was another matter entirely. Thus, Zhao Chen chose Jiang Hong. This woman, who is not easily swayed, posed a question to Jiang Hong. Are you willing to hand over the management of the Xiaolong star system to me? Zhao Chen nodded in agreement, assuring her, you can manage it. I have complete confidence in you. For a moment, Jiang Hong was at a loss for words. Zhao Chen then began to articulate his plans. For the Xiaolong star system to rise and thrive, 3 opportunities must be seized. First, the stargate. A star system without a stargate lacks prospects for development. This issue cannot be resolved in the short term, but I will find a way. Second, industry. The Xiaolong star system has only a rudimentary T1 technological industry, which can barely sustain itself. In fact, during emergencies, famine is a frequent occurrence. If I recall correctly, the Galactic Alliance rates living conditions on a scale from 0 to 10 at our Xiaolong star system has a dismal rating of merely 0. 3. Far below the average of 5. Therefore, we must develop a promising industry with an advantage in external trade. This will allow us to draw in external funds to build the Xiaolong star system. I already have a plan for this, but it will require some preparation time. Third, a new order. The old nobility is mostly gone, either dead or departed. The Xiaolong star system now needs a new order. Although I harbor disdain for the nobility, we still need some prominent families. Your task during this period is to reinforce the order of the Xiaolong star system, centered around the Zhao family. You may elevate the status of smaller families loyal to the Zhao family, or support the establishment of new loyal families that I believe you can handle this task. As Zhao Chen spoke passionately about these points. Jiang Hong considered the first two to be mere fantasies, entirely unattainable. However, she found herself in agreement with the third point. The Xiaolong star system is in dire need of a new order. The mission assigned to her by the young lady was to safeguard the Xiaolong star system and the Zhao family in her absence. Jiang Hong coldly replied to Zhao Chen, "I am not doing this for you. I am doing it for the young lady." The proud woman left after their brief agreement. Zhao Chen projected a holographic map of the Xiaolong star system with his handheld terminal, gazing at the expanse of stars. He raised his hand, as if to caress the cosmos. "Since this was your wish, I shall fulfill it for you," he murmured, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then opened the system interface. Host, Zhao Chen occupation, top starship engineer special attributes, fleet luck bonus. Insightful I points, 1100 mission points, 8 starships, 2 tasks, none warehouse. T3 Blizzard-class light star cruiser technical blueprint, T1 Wolf-class medium star destroyer technical blueprint, T2B Queen-class heavy aircraft carrier technical blueprint, T2 Hammer-class heavy star industrial ship technical blueprint. He currently possessed 1100 system points and 8 mission points. Next, he examined the conditions for upgrading the system store. T2 system store upgrade conditions first. Exchange for 2 T2 items, 1-2, second. Complete 2 C-level system tasks, 1-2, third. Consume 2,000 system points to upgrade the store. 1100 2,000. Zhao Chen frowned. It seemed his savings were woefully insufficient for upgrading to a T2 system store. Never mind. I will tackle the upgrade conditions one by one, he resolved. The third condition could wait, while the second C-level tasks were a matter of chance. Thus, he focused on the first condition, exchanging for 2 T2 items. Having previously exchanged for the T2B Queen, he now needed just one more that he recalled seeing something earlier. Zhao Chen rummaged through the T2 item section of the system store. Finally, he found a product he had seen before. T2 Bronze Eden class starship technical blueprint. Due to it not being exchanged yet, he could not view detailed data, but a brief description was available. T2 Bronze Eden class starship, an auxiliary starship capable of endlessly developing agricultural, forestry, livestock, and fishery operations without resource consumption. In simpler terms, it was an interstellar farm, ranch, forest, and fishery, all at no cost. Would you like to consume 400 system points and 3 mission points to exchange for the T2 Bronze Eden class starship technical blueprint? Confirm. Congratulations, you have obtained the T2 Bronze Eden class starship technical blueprint. Remaining system points, 700. Remaining mission points, 5. Zhao Chen promptly began to study the specifications of this starship. The T2 Bronze Eden, as described, was an auxiliary starship capable of traversing the cosmos, utilizing nutrients transformed from cosmic particles to infinitely cultivate agricultural, forestry, livestock, and fishery resources aboard. Essentially, it meant that he could grow food and raise livestock without expending any resources. In fact, the Galactic Alliance had researched similar technology, but its cost-effectiveness far surpassed that of growing crops on planets, and commercialization had never been realized. However, Zhao Chen's situation was different. The cost to build a single T2 Bronze Eden was only 3 million star coins. This was relatively expensive, especially when comparing it to the T2B Queen, which only cost 150,000 star coins, making the former twice as costly. The key point, however, was that the monthly agricultural yield of the T2 Bronze Eden equated to a market value of approximately 1 million star coins. Depending on the cultivated variety, this output could easily satisfy the needs of 1 million people. By that calculation, constructing 500 T2 Bronze Edens would eliminate the food crisis in the Xiaolong star system. Moreover, natural crops had always been a hard currency in interstellar trade, potentially becoming a vital component of the Xiaolong star system's future trade relations. This was why Zhao Chen had previously mentioned the second point to Jiang Hong. He had long been preparing for this. His plan was to realize food freedom. Chapter 51. The uniform of female soldiers T-2B Queen-class heavy aircraft carrier. Bridge. This was Zhao Chen's first time stepping onto the bridge. Aside from when he constructed IT was significantly more spacious than that of the Zero Blizzard. Zhao Chen surveyed his surroundings and settled into the captain's chair. Zhao Wanner, the nominal captain of the T-2B Queen, said nothing, as this was Zhao Chen's creation. Shall we set off early? Traveling at maximum warp speed towards the Arctic Fox star system, Zhao Wanner inquired. Yes, this time we won't wait for the Zero Blizzard. We'll head out first and rendezvous at the Arctic Fox starport, Zhao Chen replied. Did you bring everything I instructed you to? All the supplies, valued at 700,000 star coins, seized from the nobility, are already stored in the T-2B Queen's cargo hold. The remnants of the three-clawed snake pirate fleet will be transported to the Arctic Fox star system by the Zero Blizzard. Zhao Wanner confirmed. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. These were all funds for building starships that I didn't expect you to let the Jiang family go, Zhao Wanner remarked, surprised. Zhao Chen smiled. What else could I do? Annihilate the Jiang family? According to Jiang Hong's intel, the Jiang family was aware of the plans of the Bao and Chui families, but remained mere spectators, not participating that I needed to establish authority in the Xiaolong star system. So I eliminated families like the Bao and Chui. However, no one desires a lord who kills without reason. Excessive bloodshed would do more harm than good. Therefore, I will not touch the Jiang family. But I can compel them to vacate my territory. Zhao Wanner nodded in understanding. She had originally thought Zhao Chen might seize this opportunity to deal with Jiang Shash's family, yet he had never once mentioned her name. Let us prepare for departure, Zhao Chen stated, stepping into the sleep chamber. The T-2B Queen sleep chamber was far superior to that of the Zero Blizzard. It was aesthetically pleasing and more comfortable. Even the blue liquid infused with a faint fragrance. Gradually, Zhao Chen succumbed to slumber as the T-2B Queen entered warp speed, ready to traverse the interstellar frontier towards the Arctic Fox star system. Arctic Fox starport. Hello, Mr. Zhao Chen. I'm a responsible personnel at Arctic Fox starport. IDCC-11 IT is a pleasure to serve you again, a woman greeted with a smile from the video window. Please arrange another starship workshop for me, similar to the one I previously used, for a duration of 2 months. Additionally, I will provide you with an order for raw materials worth 2 million star coins. Please procure the items listed as quickly as possible. Lastly, book me a ticket to the North Star Military Academy, Zhao Chen instructed. Certainly, I have reserved a large starship workshop, the same one you used last time. Additionally, your ticket to the North Star Military Academy has been booked. It is for tomorrow afternoon's T2 Star Cruiser, first class. The female representative smiled as she inquired. That will suffice, Zhao Chen replied, transferring 210,000 star coins from his account. Originally, he had 190,000 star coins, but with the addition of 70,000 star coins seized from the nobility, he now had a total of 260,000 star coins. Even after spending 210,000, he still had a neat 50,000 star coins remaining. The female manager smiled warmly and said, during your stay, should you have any needs, please feel free to contact me at any time. I am at your service 24 hours a day. With a flirtatious wink and a lingering gaze, she concluded the video call, clearly aware that he was her major benefactor at a ticket for a ship. Zhao Wanner looked at Zhao Chen in surprise, unsure of his intentions. The T2 Queen Bee had traversed a week of warp travel, arriving at the Arctic Fox starport a full week ahead of the Zero Storm thanks to its level 4 warp engine. Precisely on the last day of September, I have some matters to attend to and one TB returning to the Academy just yet. You'll be taking this flight back to the Northern Star Military Academy tomorrow. Zhao Chen stated. What could be more important than your studies at the Academy? Aren't you worried about failing your assessments at the end of the term? Zhao Wanner muttered, clearly displeased by Zhao Chen's decision to return alone. Zhao Chen gently ruffled Zhao Wanner's hair and reassured her, don't worry, your brother knows what he is doing that I'll be back in a little over a month, or at most 2. I'll wait for you at the Academy, she replied. The T2 Queen Bee slowly glided into the shipyard where it was constructed. Though one T2 Queen Bee had been docked, there was ample space to accommodate or build several more vessels. With the raw material orders yet to arrive, they had some leisure time. Let us explore the Arctic Fox starport. I haven't had the chance to enjoy it properly since I was so focused on constructing this T2 Queen Bee. Zhao Chen proposed. After a week of dormancy, he wished to relish this brief holiday before a period of busyness. Sounds great, Zhao Wanner replied enthusiastically. Subsequently, Zhao Chen summoned a squad of half-orc female guards arranged by Charlotte, and together they departed the shipyard in an unmanned flying vehicle, entering the depths of the Arctic Fox starport. The interior of the Arctic Fox starport resembled a vast metropolis, capable of housing tens of thousands. Provided one had the means. By the way, it seems my crew lacks a uniform attire, Zhao Chen mused, observing the 5 half-orc female guards accompanying him, all clad in plain garments that had been gratuitously provided by the slave trader at the time of their acquisition. Since you Haven T bought new clothes this year, let us go shopping for some attire, and I'll also place an order for crew uniforms. He suggested. I already have a uniform at the academy, Zhao Wan replied. Zhao Chen glanced at her still-worn academy uniform, understanding that no one wished to be clad in school attire all day, as it was a frugal choice. He firmly took Zhao Wanner's hand, insisting, no, today we must buy you new clothes. You 1T return without at least 10 outfits. Zhao Wanner's face was one of astonishment. As they made their way, a figure shrouded in a black cloak stumbled toward them. Head bowed, the half-orc female guards instinctively shielded Zhao Chen. The figure collided with one of the guards and immediately apologized in a hoarse female voice. I'm sorry, before hastily retreating. Zhao Chen observed the figure vanish around a corner. What's the matter? Zhao Wanner inquired, noticing Zhao Chen's peculiar expression. It's nothing. Let us proceed to buy clothes, he replied. Inside the clothing store, Zhao Chen scrutinized several outfits. His expression conflicted. Form-fitting uniforms, made costumes, bunny girl outfits. The mere thought of his ship's female crew donning such attire was too enticing to fathom. Shaking off the thought, he resolved to have the designs he had sketched made instead. Zhao Wanner, standing beside him, drew several clothing designs, effectively dispelling Zhao Chen's delightful fantasies. Suddenly, Zhao Chen spotted a familiar silhouette outside the store, accompanied by several furtive figures. Wanner, wait here for a moment. You two stay, and the 3 of you come with me, he commanded, leading 3 half-orc female guard away from the clothing shop and disappearing into the crowd. In a secluded, abandoned underground pipe not far from the clothing store, the figure in the black cloak, who had previously bumped into Zhao Chen's guard, cautiously navigated the passage. After walking for an unknown time, she turned into a small tunnel and rhythmically tapped on the wall. Soon, dozens of shadowy figures emerged from the darkness, all female, adorned with short horns, tiny wings, and even slender tails. Sister Lilith. The girls clustered around the cloaked figure. She removed her hood, revealing exquisite features, marred only by streaks of dark substance akin to mud, which did little to conceal her allure. Like the others, she bore black horns atop her head. You must be hungry. Here is some food I managed to find. Please eat, Lilith offered, producing a box filled with a green, viscous substance. Artificial food. Despite its unpalatable taste, the girls eagerly grabbed it and began to eat, their hunger evident. Watching them, Lilith swallowed hard. Regrettably, she had targeted a major benefactor today, but had been thwarted by the keen awareness of his guards, leaving her with no opportunity to act. Sister Lilith, please eat some too. A girl, seemingly around 13 or 14, implored, holding out a bit of the green substance. Lilith smiled gently. I've already eaten outside, so I'm not hungry. You all enjoy. The girl blinked and resumed devouring the food. Lilith turned away, gently patting her flat stomach. In truth, she hadn't consumed anything, as the scant food she had gathered was barely sufficient to satisfy the group's needs. She could forego a meal, but she could not bear to see her kin suffer from hunger. As the last of the green, sticky substance was consumed, even the container was licked clean. She sighed. It appeared she must venture out to hunt once more. Just then, the faint sound of footsteps reached her ears. Who's there? She called sharply, detecting movement in the direction from which she had come. Indeed, she had not been mistaken. This was a succubus. The intelligence of her brother was evident. He believed this succubus was not alone, and by following the trail, he might discover more. It was rumored that a well-bred succubus could fetch thousands of star coins on the market, and the one before her could potentially be worth tens of thousands. 7 men emerged from the shadows, wielding knives and other melee weapons. Due to regulations within the trade area of the starport, no firearms were permitted, leaving them only with cold weapons. The men grinned as they assessed the succubus before them and the frightened ones huddling behind her. Succubi, a rare interstellar race, comprised solely of females capable of asexual reproduction, each one a tantalizing beauty. Originally living on an untroubled planet, they had attracted the attention of humanoid hunters upon discovery, leading to an invasion war. The succubi, being inherently weak, ultimately fell prey, with many perishing or being captured, while the survivors fled their homeworld aboard starships, embarking on a protracted journey of survival. In the black market, a succubus could command prices in the thousands of star coins, with particularly exquisite specimens reaching tens of thousands. Many nobles took pride in owning a succubus slave, but due to rampant hunting, sightings have become exceedingly rare. Who could have anticipated that dozens of succubi resided in the abandoned pipes of this starport? A veritable treasure trove. Run, Lilith cried, drawing a dagger and adopting a fighting stance as her kin began to flee. U1T escape. The men advanced, and despite her efforts with the dagger, it was clear her combat skills were lacking. Before long, one of the men seized the dagger from her grasp. Little girl, I advise you not to resist. Instead of struggling here, let me sell you to the nobles, where you can live in comfort rather than suffering in this filth. He sneered, gripping her arm. Who would want to be a captive of scoundrels like you? I would rather die than let you succeed. Lilith retorted, biting down hard on his arm. The man yelped in pain, delivering a kick to her abdomen that sent her sprawling to the ground, clutching her stomach in agony. Let me go. Sister Lilith, save me, a voice cried from behind her, the same companion who had fled moments ago. Lilith grit her teeth and lifted her head. See, the man who had been bitten let out a cold snort as he approached Lilith, remarking, if we can't sell her, we might as well enjoy her ourselves. I've lived for so many years without ever experiencing a succubus. They say that indulging in a succubus is worth even losing 10 years of life. As he spoke, he stepped directly onto Lilith's back and grabbed her hair, grinning wickedly as he declared, tonight, I shall savor the renowned taste of the succubus. Lilith, with her hair in his grasp, tilted her head back. The pain coursing through her body was nothing compared to the anguish within her soul. She was acutely aware of the fate that awaited her and her companions after being captured. After fleeing for so many years, barely surviving, she wondered, why do succubi not have the right to live equally? Is it merely because of their beauty? Lilith was consumed by rage, loathing this accursed universe and the invaders of her mother planet. She detested the man before her. If only someone could save them, she would be willing to sacrifice everything, even her life. Suddenly, a scream echoed through the pipes. Initially, it was thought to be a fleeing succubus, but soon, a shadow emerged from the darkness. Such a lively scene. I hope you don't mind me joining in. Chapter 53. Succubus Lilith. Zhao Chen smiled as he observed the commotion within the underground tunnel, where 3 female soldier guards stood protectively around him. Who are you? The man standing on Lilith demanded, his hand behind him making gestures. The comrades who had been capturing succubi began to close in. What am I? Why does it concern you? Zhao Chen rubbed his chin, feigning contemplation before grinning. The man felt insulted and angrily pointed at Zhao Chen. Listen, kid, I warn you, I belong to the Black Fox Society of the Arctic Fox Starport. If you leave now, I can pretend nothing has happened. Otherwise, I'll ensure you never leave the Arctic Fox Starport. Black Fox Society? Zhao Chen mused, the name sounding like that of a gang. However, he remained unfazed, chuckling lightly as he spread his hands. Your so-called Black Fox Society might possess some power. But do you truly believe you and your companions will leave here alive? The man quickly grasped the implication in Zhao Chen's words and drew a dagger, while his companions brandished their weapons. Forming a group of over 10, the 3 half-beast female guards assumed a combat stance. Hold on. Let me handle this myself. Zhao Chen interjected, stepping forward and beckoning the attackers with a finger and dilly-dallying. Let us finish this swiftly. I see you seek death. Attack and kill this guy, the man commanded. His associates surged forward, but the narrow tunnel only allowed 3 to advance simultaneously. The 3 female guards gripped their short blades, recalling General Charlotte's orders to prioritize the captain's safety above all else. Yet, with the captain instructing them not to intervene, they found themselves in a dilemma, opting to observe for now. If the captain were in danger, they would spring into action. An unexpected scene unfolded. Zhao Chen deftly dodged the first attacker's dagger and landed a punch squarely in the man's chest. The sound of breaking ribs echoed. 2 swift kicks sent the other 2 assailants flying. The speed, fluidity, and sheer force of his movements astonished the 3 half-beast guards. He was no less impressive than the elite warriors of their kind. Continue, Zhao Chen urged, determination glinting in his eyes. After injecting the T1 super soldier serum, he had engaged in simulated combat aboard his starship, revealing that his physical capabilities surpassed the vast majority of interstellar soldiers. However, lacking real combat experience left him uncertain of his true strength. The half-beast female crew would hold back against him due to his captaincy. Thus he awaited an opportunity to unleash his prowess. 3 minutes later, aside from a man, all his comrades lay defeated, a third of them lifeless. Their hearts had been crushed or their necks severed. Zhao Chen's strength was overwhelming. The human body simply could not withstand it. "Please don't come any closer," the man stammered. Fear etched on his face as he retreated, ultimately fleeing. Zhao Chen picked up a dagger from the ground and hurled it, the blade embedding itself in the man's rear. With a piercing scream, the man collapsed beside Lilith in an unusual position. Zhao Chen frowned. "My aim still needs work. I was clearly targeting his head." Lilith gazed at the fallen man, memories flooding back of the relentless pursuit she and her kin had faced over the years. Many of her sisters had perished at the hands of men like him. Fueled by hatred, she seized a nearby knife and plunged it into the man's neck, blood splattering her face. After a few seconds of shock, Lilith regained her composure, eyeing the peculiar trio of 1 man and 3 women. "You are the Succubus clan, aren't you?" Zhao Chen asked Lilith while signaling his 3 female guards to clear the scene, ensuring that all those still alive were dealt with. "Are you here to capture us too?" Lilith questioned, the dagger pressed against her pale neck. "That I would rather die than be humiliated by you." Zhao Chen shrugged and replied with a smile, "If you wish to die, then so be it. But I assure you, I have no intention of humiliating you. I merely saw the Succubus clan and was curious." Lilith paused, bewildered by his words. "This place is no longer safe. That if you don't mind, come aboard my starship. I can guarantee your safety," Zhao Chen proposed. Lilith scrutinized him, wary. "How can I trust that your intentions differ from theirs? If I share their objectives, I would simply capture you all without wasting my breath," he replied. "But if you refuse my offer, that is your choice, we can leave. Soon enough, others will come to capture you. You may die, but your kin, including the children, will face the same fate." Turning to depart, Zhao Chen left Lilith contemplating her options. The vulnerability in her heart had been exposed as she glanced at her terrified kin huddled together. She bit her lip, ultimately calling out, "Wait, I will go with you. As long as you can ensure the safety of my kin and do them no harm, I can agree to any terms." This offer held considerable weight for any man, especially when uttered from the lips of a stunning succubus. "Can you arrange for them to return to our starship?" Zhao Chen asked his guards. The guards exchanged glances before nodding. "Captain, we can rent a few hover vehicles and park them at the tunnel's exit, concealing them inside and bringing them back to the starship. It's not a difficult task." "Then it's settled," Zhao Chen concluded, striding toward the tunnel's exit without a backward glance, seemingly indifferent to the succubi behind him. Lilith embraced her kin, uncertain if her choice was right or wrong. But believing it better to take a chance than await death, she watched the man's retreating figure, her expression complex. Unbeknownst to her, a subtle smile played at the corner of his lips. Chapter 54. This is no starship. It is truly paradise. The Succubus clan, aside from their alluring beauty and innate charm, possessed another trait. They were remarkably intelligent. Though their combat prowess was limited, their cognitive abilities were exceptional. They excelled in mental tasks, adeptly managing various affairs and learning rapidly. Yet, despite these capabilities, society remained fixated on their appearance. As there were many intelligent interstellar species, several hover vehicles came to a halt in Zhao Chen's starship hangar. During the time they rented the starship, this area had essentially become Zhao Chen's private domain. And oh one, not even those from the Arctic Fox starport, could enter without his permission. "Come out. You are safe now," Zhao Chen called as he exited the vehicle point one by one. The succubi cautiously emerged, cloaked in black robes to conceal their identities. "This is my starship hangar. This is my ship," Zhao Chen explained to the succubi. "And I'm a captain of this vessel. My name is Zhao Chen. I am Lilith, their leader." She introduced herself, stepping forward, her nervousness palpable. Yet, for the sake of her kin, she knew she had to be brave. At that moment, a woman descended from another hover vehicle. It was Zhao Wanner. Surprised, she observed the newcomers, exclaiming, "Succubi!" Lilith immediately regarded the woman with suspicion. "Do not be alarmed. This is my sister," Zhao Chen reassured. Zhao Chen waved his hand and then turned to Zhao Wanner, saying, "You are responsible for accommodating them. They will temporarily reside on our starship. First, take them to bathe, then to the dining hall for a meal, and finally provide them with clean clothes and dormitories." "All right," Zhao Wanner instinctively replied, but soon her curiosity piqued, prompting her to inquire, Wait a moment, you haven't explained where these succubi came from. Although they were women, Zhao Wanner was fully aware of what succubi represented to men. What do you mean, by abducted? I am merely lending a helping hand. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes that I will elaborate on this later. It seems my batch of raw materials has arrived, so I need to check on that. As for the clothing we ordered earlier, you take care of it. With that, Zhao Chen hurried off, leaving Zhao Wanner and the group of succubi behind. What do succubi matter compared to Zhao Chen's starship? Lilith walked alongside her kin onto the massive starship that my name is Zhao Wanner. Although I don't know how you were brought here by that guy, you can rest assured that as long as I am here, he will not do anything ill towards you. Zhao Wanner declared with conviction that I am Lilith. Lilith murmured. Her kin huddled timidly behind her, yet they curiously gazed at the resplendent corridors of the starship, compared to the Zero Storm. The interior of the T-2 Queen Bee-class heavy aircraft carrier was remarkably exquisite, akin to a masterpiece. Zhao Wanner, upon entering for the first time, instantly fell in love with the starship. You all have quite a scent. Let me take you to bathe first, Zhao Wanner said. Looking at Lilith, Lilith's cheeks flushed. Having hidden in the underground tunnels of the starport for some time, they certainly bore unpleasant odors. The spacious bathhouse was enveloped in steam, featuring shower stalls equipped with shower heads on both sides, with a soaking pool in the center. Hurry and take your baths. The clean clothes are over here. After you've bathed, you can change into them. I will take you to eat afterward, Zhao Wanner instructed at the entrance of the bathhouse. Okay, that's all right, Lilith responded, still somewhat shy, but a few succubi could no longer contain themselves and rushed to the showers to enjoy the warm water. It's actually hot water. I haven't bathed in hot water for so long, but will we get scolded for using so much water? I heard that water resources on starships are quite precious. One succubus remarked that I once rode on a T-2 starship, where the shower had only 5 spots, and it was difficult to turn around. Each person could only shower for 3 minutes, and it was even this clean hot water. Another succubus chimed in. Lilith surveyed her surroundings as a succubus who had previously held a position on a starship in the succubus kingdom. She knew well that such a bathhouse was a lavish setup. Rest assured, we utilized the most advanced cosmic particle collection water molecule technology on this starship, so water is not scarce. Zhao Wanner's voice echoed from outside. With that, their concerns were entirely alleviated. The succubi began to relax, washing away the grime from their bodies, each exhibiting their alluring forms. If Zhao Chen were present, he would surely be taken aback. Due to their previous concealment in the underground tunnels, their appearances had remained obscured, but now they sparkled with beauty, truly deserving of being the objects of desire pursued by humanoid males across the universe. After a little over 10 minutes, all the succubi completed their baths and donned clean clothing. Truthfully, had they not heard about the upcoming meal, they could have luxuriated in the blissful bathing for the entire day. Sister Lilith, will I have another chance to bathe here? A little succubus tugged at Lilith's arm, casting a longing glance back at the bathhouse. Seeing the hope in the little succubus's eyes, Lilith could not bring herself to deny her, softly replying, yes, that to this day, she remained unaware of the intentions behind Zhao Chen's assistance, or what fate awaited them next. Miss Wanner, we are all done bathing. Thank you for the clothes. Honestly, ours are still wearable, Lilith said somewhat bashfully. However, their garments were indeed tattered and ill-fitting. During their days of fleeing, who cared about clothing, as long as they were covered? It sufficed. Zhao Wanner gazed at the dozen succubi before her, her eyes widening in astonishment. You are extraordinarily beautiful, she exclaimed with envy. The innate charm of the succubi was evident in every gesture, a quality beyond their control. They were inherently enchanting. Lilith's cheeks flushed, yet she had long grown accustomed to such attention. Zhao Wanner glanced at Lilith and then at herself, particularly noting her own modest figure in comparison. She felt like a mere shadow beside them. Yet, Zhao Wanner was not lacking in beauty. She simply had yet to mature, and her style was entirely different from that of Lilith and her kin. Ahem, let us proceed to dine at T.O. Dine. Zhao Wanner redirected the topic, leading Lilith and the others toward the starship's dining hall. Inside the dining hall, Zhao Wanner gestured toward the dining counter. Order whatever you wish, just do not waste. After Zhao Wanner finished speaking, none of the succubi stepped forward. Perplexed, she turned to see them standing frozen in place, several of them staring wide-eyed at a half-orc female crew member eating nearby, making the crew member feel quite bashful. Is this what you normally eat? Lilith asked in astonishment. Everything on the menu is natural food, not synthetic, Zhao Wanner replied, nonchalantly. Of course. Feel free to order as much as you like. Lilith inhaled the fragrant aroma wafting from the dishes. Her heart marveling, this is no starship. It is clearly paradise. Chapter 55. The overindulgent succubi. I would like an order of that dumplings and can I have a serving of that steak meal? Sister Lilith, there are fruits. Are those the legendary fruits? The succubi, akin to children who had never left home, stood excitedly before the dining counter. Lilith regarded her kin with a pang of sorrow in her heart, after placing their orders. The succubi lingered at the counter, eagerly waiting. The chef chuckled, you can find a seat and wait. Once the food is ready, a mechanical server will bring it to you. Upon hearing the chef's words, the succubi finally turned away, making their way to nearby tables, glancing back every few steps. Minutes later, the first orders began to be served. That real rice. The succubi gazed in disbelief at the steaming fragrant rice before them, savoring the taste as happiness spread across their palates. Other succubi cast envious glances, but soon their own meals were ready. One by one, they began to devour their food, relishing a joy they had never known before. Gradually, one succubus began to cry amidst her meal. Lilith turned to the little succubus, her concern evident as she asked, why are you crying? Is it not to your liking? It's not that it's bad. It's just that it's truly too delicious. But thinking about that how we might not have this again that I can't help but cry, the little succubus said through her tears, Sister Lilith, I don't want to wander and hide anymore. Living in hunger. Lilith embraced the little succubus silently, her heart heavy. Sadness, too, could be contagious, and soon a majority of the succubi were quietly sobbing as they ate that a petite succubus, holding a bowl nearly the size of her face, timidly approached the counter and shyly asked, can I have another bowl? The bowl had been licked clean, appearing as if it had been washed. What did you say? Perhaps because her voice was too soft. The chef did not catch it first. The petite succubus, feeling self-conscious, lowered her head and murmured, that half a bowl that will be fine at, oh, you want more, do you? No worries. Miss Warner said you can eat as much as you like today, as long as you don't waste. The chef cheerfully responded, let me see that you ordered beef noodles, so just wait a moment. Thank you. The petite succubus said, then scampered back to her seat, her gaze fixed on the counter, unwavering. More than an hour later, when Zhao Wana returned, she was acutely aware of the value of this meal, which undoubtedly surpassed the total worth of all the food she and her fellow succubi had consumed over the past several years. There was no need for gratitude. After all, it was merely a meal. Zhao Wana had grown accustomed to the cuisine of the Starship's restaurant and had begun to feel that there was nothing particularly special about it, as if it were only natural for one to consume such wholesome food rather than artificial fare. All the crew members eat this? Lilith inquired. Zhao Wana nodded and raised a finger, saying, that fellow Zhao Chen, my brother, has set a monthly dining standard of 10 star coins for the crew aboard this starship. 10 star coins. Upon hearing this dining standard, Lilith was taken aback. It seemed excessively lavish. When she had glanced at the menu earlier, she realized that for 10 star coins, one could dine here every day without indulging in extravagant meals. What a blissful existence this was. I have another question. Since I arrived, it seems I've only seen female crew members on this starship, and apart from you and Captain Zhao Chen, they're all half-beast female crew members. Lilith voiced her observation. Zhao Wana rolled her eyes and retorted, you should ask my brother about that. All these half-beast female crew members were purchased as slaves from the black market. Slaves? Lilith was astonished, gazing at the half-beast female crew members who were chatting and enjoying their meals in the restaurant. How could they be called slaves? When did slavery come with such privileges? Yet, the thought of a starship run entirely by women made her unconsciously question Zhao Chen's intentions. Once the full-bellied succubi had rested, Zhao Wana led them to their dormitory. There are 18 of you, right? I will arrange 5 dormitories for 4 people each, leaving any empty beds unoccupied, Zhao Wana said as she walked. Lilith waved her hand repeatedly. No need for that. Just one dormitory will suffice, if necessary. A place to sit is all we require. Lilith surveyed the clean corridor, realizing that resting here was entirely feasible. After all, they had endured far worse conditions during their years of fleeing. Even in underground tunnels, don't be modest, we have plenty of rooms aboard this starship. Although it only requires 100 people to operate, it can comfortably accommodate 300, and if we squeeze a bit, we could fit 700 or 800, Zhao Wana proclaimed proudly, as if introducing her home. Soon, they arrived at the dormitory area. This will be your residence from now on. The beds and bedding are already prepared for you, and there are changes of clothes on each bed. Here is a temporary ID card. You can go to the bathhouse for showers and to the restaurant for meals, Zhao Chen explained. Lilith stood before the dormitory, feeling as though she could not take a step forward. Such a clean and bright room would be where she would sleep. Upon entering, she noticed a private bathroom to her left. She had never heard of a starship dormitory featuring such a luxury. Typically, a dormitory shared a single bathroom, and the conditions were dreadful. Moreover, the room was quite spacious, measuring 40 to 50 square meters, furnished with 4 bunk beds, the lower tier of which had been converted into desks. The corridor between the beds was a full meter wide, spacious, clean, tidy, and convenient. It was hard to believe that this was the dormitory of a starship. Lilith couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of celestial starship is this?" Chapter 56. Where do you wish to go? I can escort you. After settling the succubi, Zhao Chen made her way to the operations console on the opposite side of the starship's workshop. There, Zhao Chen was planning the upcoming construction of the starship, his hands moving across the holographic display as he adjusted various parameters. "Hey, did you bring those succubi back for some nefarious purpose?" Zhao Chen scrutinized Zhao Chen as if he were a criminal. Zhao Chen paused his work and replied with a hint of exasperation, "Come on, I was just trying to do a good deed." "Didn't you notice how pitiful those succubi are?" Zhao Chen squinted at Zhao Chen. "They are indeed pitiful, but I don't believe you brought them back solely out of sympathy. There are plenty of unfortunate souls in the Arctic Fox starport." Realizing he could not deceive Zhao Chen, Zhao Chen dropped the pretense and grinned. "Come on, they are succubi. You know, the kind of enchanting beings that men adore." Zhao Chen crossed her arms and scoffed. "Pa, am I such a base person? What I mean is, those succubi are quite intelligent." Zhao Chen raised his hand, revealing detailed information about the succubi race, particularly highlighting their strong learning abilities and intelligence. Zhao Chen deduced Zhao Chen's intent. "You want to recruit them?" "Precisely. What I lack is talent. Those half-beast female crew members, while competent as interstellar soldiers, are lacking in certain areas. For instance, Charlotte excels in combat. But when it comes to managing the various affairs of the fleet, it's a complete disaster. The succubi, on the other hand, excel in management and possess excellent memory, making them ideal for clerical roles aboard the starship." Zhao Chen's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. "Talent. This is exactly what I need. And it must be female talent." "That may be so, but are you truly motivated by only this reason?" Zhao Chen regarded Zhao Chen with skepticism. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. "Hey, I'm your brother. After all, if I were that kind of person, you would have seen me with a half-beast female soldier by now. That may be true, but those succubi are undeniably alluring. And I find myself captivated. Who knows if you might turn out to be a beast?" Zhao Chen replied with a huff. "All right, enough chit-chat. You should get some rest. You need to catch the interstellar shuttle back to the North Star Starship Military Academy tomorrow morning." Zhao Chen said. "Are you really not coming back with me?" Zhao Chen asked. Zhao Chen pointed at the holographic starship design blueprints before him. "Do you see this? How could I possibly return? What kind of starship is this?" Zhao Chen inquired curiously. Zhao Chen replied with a mysterious smile. "It's a vessel that could one day help us establish an interstellar fleet." "An interstellar fleet?" Zhao Chen intended to tease him, knowing that even the smallest fleet requires at least 30 starships. And he had only 2 at most. It seemed a tad exaggerated to speak of establishing a fleet. Yet considering Zhao Chen's previous accomplishments with the Zero Snowstorm and the T-2B King-class heavy aircraft carrier, perhaps he could indeed achieve this. "Very well. I shall await your return at the North Star Starship Military Academy," Zhao Chen said, glaring at Zhao Chen. "But I warn you, if I discover that you dare to mistreat those succubi, beware of my wrath." She made a scissor gesture before turning to leave. "Where did this girl learn such things?" Zhao Chen muttered, then returned to his work. As for the succubi, he felt no urgency to subdue them immediately. They had boarded his starship, and there would be no chance of them leaving this vessel. Half a day passed, and the system notification chimed in Zhao Chen's mind, snapping him back to reality. He set aside his work and opened the system interface, revealing 2 pop-up windows. Quarterly task. Please construct and possess 3 different T2 or T2 class starships, system produced. It turned out that the quarterly task had appeared. Zhao Chen glanced at the time. It was already October. That it seemed this quarterly task was issued every 3 months, with no penalties for non-completion, but it would automatically be cancelled if not fulfilled. Along with lucrative rewards, it was an excellent avenue for acquiring system benefits. He looked at the other pop-up window. Monthly points. 80 points. Zhao Chen system points had increased by 80. Upon checking, he realized it was the passive income from the T2B King. As previously mentioned, there were several methods to earn system points, including completing system tasks or relying on passive income from system starships. The T2B King had been commissioned at the beginning of September, so he had now accumulated monthly points for October, totaling 80 points. The more starships one owned, the more points earned, the higher the starship's level, the greater the points. This was excellent news. With an increasing number of starships, even without completing system tasks, he could amass substantial system points. A week swiftly passed. The day after the Succubi arrived on the T2B King, Zhao Chen took an interstellar shuttle back to the North Star Starship Military Academy. Meanwhile, all the raw material orders Zhao Chen needed had arrived, and he resumed his lengthy starship construction endeavors. Throughout these 5 days, one individual was consumed by anxiety, the succubus Lilith. Initially, she expected that the man would seek her out the next day to divulge his intentions. To her surprise, he did not come. And even Miss Zhao Chen took her leave, and on the 3rd day, he still did not appear. The 4th day passed without a word from him. By the 5th day, Lilith had surprisingly grown accustomed to life aboard the starship, waking with the female soldiers, tidying her bed, freshening up, and dining in the restaurant. During the remaining hours, they busied themselves with cleaning the starship. Despite the presence of automated cleaning robots, they were reluctant to remain idle, actively seeking tasks to occupy themselves. Gradually, they became acquainted with the half-orc female crew members aboard, discovering that their lives here were quite pleasant. The captain had never coerced them into performing any duties. On the 6th day, Lilith began to succumb to anxiety. The more she acclimated to her current life, the more apprehensive she became, particularly due to the absence of the man she awaited. That night, she found herself unable to sleep. On the 7th day, as Lilith lay on the soft bed, gazing at the ceiling, sleep eluded her. It had been a long time since she had last rested on a proper bed. At times, merely finding shelter from the elements was a luxury. Consequently, many succubi had experienced insomnia on their first night, with some ultimately resorting to sleeping on the floor. Simultaneously, Lilith noticed that anxiety had begun to manifest in the other succubi as well. She recognized the expression on their faces. It signified a profound reluctance to relinquish the life they now cherished, a life they had long yearned for. On the 8th day, Lilith, sporting dark circles under her eyes, entered the starship's dining hall and ordered a plate of her favorite dumplings, taking a seat. Shortly thereafter, a tray bearing dumplings was placed before her, and a figure sat down across from her. Lilith observed a sudden hush enveloping the dining hall. Raising her gaze, she recognized the man who had been missing for 7 days, the very man she had been waiting for. "Speak up. Where do you wish to go next?" "I can escort you," Zhao Chen said, casually consuming his dumplings. His voice, though unassuming, resonated throughout the hall, reaching the ears of all the succubi to them. His words struck like a thunderclap. It felt as if they were plunged into an icy abyss, rendering the mouth-watering food before them utterly uninspiring. Chapter 57. The succubus's lament. Her name was Bessie, a succubus. She had heard from her companions that they once hailed from a kingdom of succubi, which had been overrun by nefarious invaders, forcing them into a life of flight. Ever since she could remember, she had been fleeing on planets, aboard starships, in various locales. They had to conceal their identities, avoiding the gaze of the world, often resting in dark, damp places teeming with insects and foul odors. Their sustenance was predominantly synthetic, with meals arriving only every 2 or 3 days. She had witnessed several companions perish from starvation. On numerous occasions, they had narrowly escaped capture by wicked foes or succumbed to hunger. Fortunately, their sister Lilith was resourceful, always leading them away from danger and securing food for them. But one fateful day, a group attacked their hidden refuge in the underground tunnels. Just as they found themselves in peril, a remarkably powerful man emerged. He effortlessly dispatched their assailants and brought them aboard his starship. Bessie had never seen such a magnificent vessel, and here they need not disguise themselves, as the majority of those present were female half-orcs. Lilith had cautioned them to be exceedingly wary of men, as they were perceived as ravenous demons. Subsequently, they were assigned to bathe by a kind and gentle sister. It was her first experience with clean, warm water. Previously, they could only wipe their bodies with filthy water. When the water flowed over her skin, she fell in love with the sensation. Not only was there a bathing area, but also a pool where they could luxuriate in blissful immersion. Later, they were guided to a dining hall, where the gracious sister informed them they could order freely. Gazing at the menu's offerings, she felt an unfamiliarity wash over her, as prior to this, she had consumed only synthetic food. The rare occasions she had tasted natural food were limited to a small biscuit or some wild game caught in the wilderness. Ultimately, she chose a dish that appeared abundant in meat. When a large platter arrived, the enticing aroma enveloped her, and with each bite, she savored the exquisite flavors. For the first time, she realized that eating was not merely a means of survival, but an indulgent pleasure. They were then allocated a pristine room featuring a soft bed, clean linens, a private bathroom, and fresh, fragrant clothing. Each individual was afforded their own space, free from the constraints of cramped quarters. Everything felt surreal. Akin to a dream, if this were indeed a dream, Bessie wished it would never end. For an entire week, they lived aboard the starship, dwelling in clean rooms and relishing delectable meals, while assisting the female crew members with minor tasks. Yet today, the man who had brought them here reappeared, and his words felt like whispers from the abyss. "Speak up. What do you wish to go next? I can escort you to—" In an instant, Bessie's eyes glazed over, and the meat she had once adored lost all allure. A singular thought consumed her. They were to leave this place, to return to the life they had once endured. No, I refuse. What do you mean? Lilith exclaimed, staring incredulously at the man before her. Zhao Chen replied, I have arranged for tickets on an interstellar cruise, which can take you to any planet or starport you desire. Lilith's expression faltered, momentarily at a loss for words, as this revelation was entirely unforeseen. Suddenly, Succubus leaped up, seizing a fork from her tray and pressing it against her throat. I am not going anywhere. I refuse. Bessie, tears streaming down her face, pleaded with Zhao Chen. Bessie, what are you doing? Put the fork down, Lilith cried, regarding Bessie, the youngest among them, a child by Succubus standards. The young Succubus disregarded Lilith, turning to Zhao Chen. Why? Zhao Chen observed the petite Succubus, barely standing at 1.40 meters. Yet her natural allure was undeniable that if some individuals with a penchant for youthful beauty laid eyes on her, they would undoubtedly be captivated. Lilith, I do not wish to return to that former life, that I refuse to drink that black water, to hide in the shadows, to live in constant fear, that I do not want to scavenge for moss on the walls or consume dirt, searching for anything to quell my hunger, only to endure the pain in my belly in the corner. I do not want to battle fearsome beasts in desolate wildernesses for scraps of food. I do not wish to witness the bodies of our companions falling in combat. The young Succubus Bessie choked back sobs, surveying her surroundings. She managed a bitter smile, saying, Here, for the first time, I discovered that living can be a source of joy. Living can be a source of joy. This statement carried a sardonic weight. Yet for the succubi dwelling in darkness, mere survival was an arduous feat, let alone enjoying life. Many succubi present were moved to tears. Their eyes reddened. Some of the older succubi continued to savor their meals, meticulously chewing each grain of rice, for this might be the last time they experienced such exquisite food. They were destined to return to darkness. Bessie's bloodshot gaze locked onto Zhao Chen. She shrieked, her voice laced with desperation. If you intend to take us away, why treat us so kindly? Why allow us to experience this life? Provide us with clean clothes, warm water, delicious food, and soft beds? Why let us know that we, too, can live so happily? You have shown us the light, and now that you wish to cast us back into darkness. As she spoke, the fork fell from her grasp, and she collapsed to the ground, weeping. Lilith, overwhelmed with mixed emotions, approached and embraced the young Succubus Bessie, feeling both guilt and helplessness. Chapter 58. They could have endured the darkness had they never seen the light. Zhao Chen regarded the succubi before him, their emotions fraying. He understood that his objective had been achieved. They could have borne the darkness, provided they had never glimpsed the light. Yet, Zhao Chen had brought them aboard the starship, offering them a life of unimaginable happiness, a radiant beam piercing their previously pitch-black existence. But now his words signified the impending extinguishment of that light, a brutal reality for them. If you do not wish to depart, you need not leave, Zhao Chen said softly. In that moment, all 18 succubi turned their gazes toward Zhao Chen, even Lilith's eyes brimming with a glimmer of hope. You may choose to serve as my crew, much like the half-orc members, and fight for me, Zhao Chen proposed. Lilith was taken aback. She had never envisioned such a choice, fighting for a human. This was a notion she had never contemplated, as succubi were typically regarded as mere instruments for human gratification, not as interstellar warriors. I will give you time to ponder this decision. You may finish your meal. If you choose freedom, exit through the back door of the restaurant, where arrangements will be made for you to reach any planet or starport of your desire, should you wish to remain here. Proceed to the front entrance, where your information will be registered, and from that moment onward, you will become the crew of Zhao Chen. After delivering his words, Zhao Chen wiped his mouth, stood, and left the restaurant. The choice had already been presented to these succubi, and in truth, he already knew the answer. And no sooner had Zhao Chen departed than the little succubus, Bessie, hastily wiped her tears and ran toward the front door. No matter what, she was determined to stay. If she could not remain here, she would rather die. Other succubi followed suit, making their way to the front entrance. Sister Lilith, let us stay, another succubus said, looking at Lilith, who had been silent, and gently took her hand, urging her to stay. Lilith bit her lip, but soon found peace. She had always desired freedom, yet what would it bring once outside? As Bessie had said, would it only mean continued evasion? Would they continue to live a life of uncertainty, never knowing where their next meal would come from? You go ahead. I will join you shortly, Lilith said, stroking the head of the succubus before hastily walking in the direction Zhao Chen had taken. Walking through the corridor of the starship, Zhao Chen heard footsteps behind him, realizing that he had succeeded. Wait, Lilith called out, blocking Zhao Chen's path. What is your purpose? She inquired, gazing intently at him. Are you attempting to seduce us with a superior lifestyle? What do you truly seek from us? Merely to make us your interstellar soldiers. You have already articulated my intent, Zhao Chen replied with a shrug. Lilith scrutinized him, aware that if she did not receive a satisfactory answer, she would never be convinced. To be frank, my fleet is newly established, with only 2 starships and approximately 800 interstellar soldiers, all half-beasts. While they are adept in operating starships during combat, they lack the skills necessary for managing shipboard affairs and fleet operations. I am in dire need of talent, and you succubi are precisely the individuals I seek. Of course, I will conduct assessments and training for you later. Zhao Chen expressed his thoughts. You truly value not our physical forms, but our abilities? Lilith asked, astonished that someone recognized the succubi's innate talents. You are indeed alluring and captivating. However, I would never force anyone into a role they despise. Similarly, if you choose to depart, I will not impede your decision. Zhao Chen stated with a smile, which was the truth. Lilith bit her lip again, saying, You know that if you recruit us, the news of succubi serving on your starship will bring you and your fleet considerable trouble. Trouble? Zhao Chen replied with a slight smile, exuding an air of authority. If anyone dares to trouble my crew, I shall become the greatest inconvenience in their lives. Zhao Chen possessed many admirable qualities, but his one flaw was his protectiveness over those he cared for. You are indeed a peculiar individual, yet you have persuaded me, Lilith remarked, gazing at Zhao Chen. I am willing to work for you, though I cannot yet claim absolute loyalty. Zhao Chen replied, Loyalty is not what I seek. I desire your genuine commitment to work here, for our collective benefit and for your livelihoods. In truth, Zhao Chen was indifferent to notions of loyalty. Once they had fully embraced their new lives, such concepts would become irrelevant, for they would find it impossible to part from it all. Zhao Chen provided them with light. He was their beacon, and naturally, they would follow it. What shall we do next? Lilith swiftly adapted to her role. Zhao Chen handed her a handheld terminal. It contained some study materials. Take it and learn alongside your kin. In a month, I will assess you, which will determine your future positions within my fleet, directly impacting your living conditions. Whether you will dine well. Lilith accepted the terminal, smiling. Based on your final explanation, I believe they will study diligently. Learning? The succubi excel at that, Zhao Chen mused. After addressing the matter concerning the succubi, he returned to the construction workshop of the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. The keel of the T2 Hammer had been laid. Yet the completion of the entire vessel would still take considerable time. The quarterly task required 3 distinct models of T2 starships. Currently, Zhao Chen possessed 1 T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship. To fulfill the task by the end of December, Charlotte observed Zhao Chen as he constructed the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. Is your interstellar industrial vessel nearly complete? She inquired. It will be finished in no more than a month. During this time, please keep an eye out for a batch of half-B soldiers skilled in starship manufacturing and maintenance. They must be female. As before, Zhao Chen replied, I can't help but wonder if you have some peculiar preferences, she remarked, scrutinizing him with a hint of skepticism. It's curious. We have hundreds of women aboard the starship. While not all of them are breathtakingly beautiful, They're certainly decent looking. And isn't it true that your kind has a fondness for half-beast women, often referring to them as the beast-eared girls? Zhao Chen responded earnestly. Come on, we've known each other for 3 or 4 months now. Surely you know what kind of person I am. Suddenly, Charlotte leaned closer and whispered in his ear, Captain, you don't have any health issues, do you? Zhao Chen paused, then retorted vehemently. What do you mean by health issues? I assure you, if you have the courage to come to my quarters tonight, I'll show you what an electric little dynamo is. Charlotte, unfazed by Zhao Chen's crude remarks, having previously served as a captain herself and dealt with a crew of rowdy half-beast men, was still unprepared to seduce him. Changing the subject, she asked, regarding the construction of this interstellar industrial ship, do you intend to build more starships in the future? Zhao Chen nodded, stating, my immediate goal is to establish an interstellar fleet. That presents a few issues. Currently, we have 2 starships, but soon we will have 3 that we need to decide on a name for our fleet. Should we call it the Owl Dragon Fleet, named after your territory? Or something else entirely? Additionally, we have yet to finalize our fleet's emblem, Charlotte added. Upon hearing her concerns, Zhao Chen reflected on the matter and acknowledged its validity, with the standard fleet uniforms already in place. Other necessities also needed to be arranged. Let's name it the Owl Dragon Fleet. And for the emblem, we shall use the Owl Dragon crest from my great-grandfather's era, he concluded, retrieving a dragon emblem from his handheld terminal. Owl Dragon Fleet, Owl Dragon Emblem. Henceforth, we shall identify ourselves as the Owl Dragon Fleet. Charlotte memorized the crest, planning to arrange for its application on the ship's hull upon her return to Akin Edition. There is another matter to consider. Although we currently possess only 2 starships, I believe you should contemplate the flagship arrangement, she continued. The flagship is the primary starship of a fleet, the most significant vessel. However, we shall postpone that decision for now, as we do not have many starships. Zhao Chen responded, already having a notion about the flagship, namely, the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser resting in his system's warehouse. Unfortunately, it was not yet ready for deployment. Nonetheless, Zhao Chen had resolved that the first flagship of the Owl Dragon Fleet must be a T-3 starship. To be candid, the term Owl Dragon Fleet had become increasingly rare in the Owl Dragon system. Since the decline of the Zhao family, the various family starships within the territory had ceased to refer to themselves as the Owl Dragon Fleet, leading to the emblem's obscurity. Gazing at the emblem, Zhao Chen reminisced about his grandfather, who had endured countless hardships to establish the Zhao family's legacy. He was determined to ensure that the Owl Dragon emblem once again gleamed within the Starry Empire, spreading the name of the Owl Dragon Fleet throughout the cosmos. Chapter 60. T-2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship in the conference room of the T-2 Queen Bee-class heavy aircraft carrier. 18 Succubi stood at attention. The examination begins now. You are required to complete the questions before you within 3 hours, Zhao Chen announced to the 18 Succubi. Each had a holographic screen displaying their respective assessment questions. At the moment Zhao Chen declared the examination commenced, not a single succubus uttered a word. They all began diligently working on the tasks at hand. These questions had all been sourced by Zhao Chen's sister, Zhao Wan'er, from the previous year civilian courses at the Northern Star Starship Military Academy, and they were all 6th-grade questions. The materials previously provided to Lilith and the others have been theoretical resources required for 6 years of study at the Academy. However, Zhao Chen had only allocated them a month to prepare. Throughout that month, the succubi had dedicated themselves to studying even during meals, sleep, and baths. Today marked the moment to validate their abilities as time passed. Some succubi remained composed, others furrowed their brows in thought, and some appeared anxious and concerned. The 3-hour period swiftly elapsed. Cease all activities that I will now collect your examination submissions. The results will be announced in a few hours. You are free to leave the conference room and engage in other activities, Zhao Chen stated earnestly. Although the examination had concluded, each succubus remained on high alert outside the conference room. Little succubus Basie grasped Lilith's hand and whispered, Lilith, if we don't perform well in this assessment, do you think the captain might dismiss us? While Zhao Chen had previously indicated that the assessment would affect their future positions on the starship, he had not explicitly stated that a poor performance would result in their dismissal. As a result, they had spent the last month in a state of trepidation. Not worry. You have all worked diligently, and I believe you will perform well on the assessment. Lilith reassured her. An hour later, Zhao Chen emerged from the room. The eyes of all 18 succubi fell upon him, filled with tension, anxiety, and fear. I am here to announce the rankings of the examination results. First place, Lilith's position was anticipated by all, given her exceptional talent among them. Second place, Marcy. Third place, sixth place, Basie. Upon hearing her ranking, Basie sighed in relief, grateful to be sixth rather than last. Meanwhile, the succubi who ranked lower grew increasingly anxious, glancing nervously at Lilith and the captain, some even burying their faces in their hands, lamenting their lack of effort. After reading the rankings, Zhao Chen surveyed the room and declared, "Each of you has passed your assessment." Passed. The succubi who had ranked lower collectively exhaled in relief. One of them timidly asked, "Captain, does this mean we can stay?" "Of course," Zhao Chen replied with a smile. In truth, whether they passed or not was entirely at Zhao Chen's discretion. The assessment was merely a formality. However, it must be said that they had performed exceptionally well. In just 1 month, even the lowest performing succubus had demonstrated a competency equivalent to that of a fourth-year student at the Northern Star Starship Military Academy. Lilith had achieved the highest score, surpassing the academic threshold of the Academy by several points. "I will now announce your future positions. Lilith will serve as my secretary, and Marcy will take position on the bridge of the No. 0 Blizzard ship." Zhao Chen assigned each of them roles within the starship's civilian positions, with Lilith acquiring the highest rank. The secretary, in a fleet, can be considered the second in command, subordinate only to the fleet commander. On a starship, this role is undoubtedly among the top 3 most influential positions, comparable to that of a vice captain. A secretary? Lilith gasped in surprise. "Indeed, this is well-deserved due to your capabilities. I hope you will work diligently. Should we encounter other succubi in the future, you can recruit them just as Charlotte has," Zhao Chen instructed. Lilith looked at Zhao Chen in astonishment, entirely unprepared for such recognition. "Captain, I will work hard," Basie exclaimed excitedly. For them, merely remaining here was the most joyous outcome. Thus, Lilith and the other succubi officially joined the Owl Dragon fleet. In the final days of November, Zhao Chen's T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship was officially completed. The Owl Dragon emblem, symbolizing the fleet, adorned its hull. "With this, I can construct our starships more swiftly and in greater numbers," Zhao Chen exclaimed, gazing with delight upon the T2 Hammer. He turned to Charlotte. "How have you fared with the tasks I assigned you?" "In accordance with your instructions, I have gathered 200 half-beast crew members with experience in starship manufacturing and maintenance," Charlotte reported. "Excellent. Starting tomorrow, let them board and commence their training to master the T2 Hammer," Zhao Chen replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. However, Charlotte doused Zhao Chen's enthusiasm with a dose of reality. "Captain, while we now possess the T2 Hammer, our fleet's finances may not suffice to construct another starship. After selling the remnants of the Three-Claw Serpent pirate fleet starships, we acquired 400,000 star coins. Including our remaining funds, we currently have a total of 900,000 star coins. 900,000 star coins were indeed insufficient to meet the material requirements for constructing a starship. Once more, we find ourselves short on funds," Zhao Chen lamented. Scratching his head, he hadn't anticipated that just a few months later, he would once again face a financial shortfall, that he needed to devise a plan to generate income. As there was merely a little over a month remaining until the deadline for the quarterly mission requirements, he had little time left. That moment, a system task appeared, seemingly related to the Arctic Fox star system. Initially, Zhao Chen was reluctant to accept it, but upon considering the cost of 300 system points for declining, he ultimately chose to accept it. Task details: accept and complete the bounty mission issued by the Lord of the Arctic Fox star system. Task difficulty: Level C task rewards, 5 task points and 1,000 points special reward. A random reward based on task completion failure penalty. Deduction of 1,000 system points. Zhao Chen glanced at the system task and immediately instructed Charlotte to check if there were any bounty missions issued in the Arctic Fox star system. "Are you aware of this matter?" Charlotte looked at Zhao Chen in surprise. "What matter?" Zhao Chen asked, noticing that Charlotte seemed to know something. Charlotte replied, "Just now, the Arctic Fox starport broadcasted a request for private fleets and adventurer fleets to accept a bounty mission. The content is that a remote asteroid base in the Arctic Fox star system has encountered a cosmic wormhole, and a small fleet of Imperial warships has already been dispatched for support. However, the number of interstellar insectoids inside the wormhole is considerable, and the situation is dire. The Lord's fleet of the Arctic Fox star system and other Imperial warships will take a day to arrive. While it only takes us 3 hours to get there, the task requires us to protect the evacuation of 5 million residents from that asteroid base. Insectoids?" Zhao Chen's eyelids twitched. Chapter 61. Interstellar insectoids. Interstellar insectoids are beings that seem to appear out of nowhere. With no information available about them, they are instinctively aggressive, consuming any living creature within their perception, even exhibiting cannibalistic behavior among their own kind. If they were to land on a planet, it would spell doom for all life there. Interstellar insectoids typically emerge alongside the appearance of cosmic wormholes. To date, there's been no scientific explanation for the emergence of cosmic wormholes, which are also referred to as cosmic rifts. It is as if a crack suddenly appeared in the universe, from which interstellar insectoids would surge forth to attack surrounding planets. If left unchecked, these insectoids would consume all life on a planet and then reproduce, spreading to nearby planets and star systems. The existence of cosmic wormholes is unpredictable, with varying durations and sizes. The scale of interstellar insectoids that emerge corresponds to the scale of the cosmic wormhole. Researchers in the Galactic Alliance have established a classification system, categorizing cosmic wormholes from low to high as Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, etc., with standard comparable to T1 and T2 technology. This is because, during combat with interstellar insectoids, it has been observed that some exceptionally powerful individuals possess strength akin to that of interstellar warships. These insectoids are also known as nest mother ships. Nest mother ships carry vast numbers of interstellar insectoids into battle, conquering and slaughtering planets. Zhao Chen recalled the knowledge he learned at the North Star Military Academy regarding insectoids. Is there detailed information about this task? Zhao Chen inquired of Charlotte. Charlotte shook her head. I only heard a general overview. I don't know the specifics. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Chen instructed Charlotte. Prepare immediately. Arrange for the Zero Storm and T2 Beehive-class heavy aircraft carrier to be fully stocked with military supplies, and set out as quickly as possible. Set out? Where to? Just as Charlotte asked. She suddenly realized and looked at Zhao Chen in astonishment. Captain, you wouldn't. Follow my instructions that I will find a way to gather more intelligence on this matter. After giving his orders, Zhao Chen headed straight to the bridge of the T2 Beehive, while Charlotte went to issue commands for the Zero Storm. During Zhao Wanner's absence, the two were in charge of these two starships. Upon arriving at the bridge, Zhao Chen immediately contacted someone. Hello, Mr. Zhao. I am the head of the starport, CC-11. How may I assist you? The female head of the starport smiled at the man before her. Are you aware of the situation regarding the cosmic wormhole? The female head froze for a moment before nodding. Are you referring to the incident surrounding asteroid P331? If there haven't been two cosmic wormholes in your star system, that would be it. Zhao Chen stated that if you wish to learn more detailed information, you can visit the headquarters of the Bounty mission at the Arctic Fox starport, where there is an introduction, the female head replied. I don't have time for that, and I need to quickly obtain all the intelligence regarding this task and secure it as fast as possible, Zhao Chen insisted. You want to take on this task? The female head was taken aback that it had been half an hour since the bounty was posted, and the head of the starport had personally inquired with several commanders of private fleets and adventurer fleet stationed at the starport. Yet no one was willing to accept the mission. Yes, Zhao Chen affirmed. The female head replied, accepting the task is not a problem, but according to protocol, we need to register your fleet and that I need it done as quickly as possible. Complete these procedures within 10 minutes. 10 minutes. The female head looked troubled. These procedures are mandatory, partly for the safety of your fleet. Beep, beep, beep. Your account has received 1,000 star coins. The female head suddenly received a notification of funds. Glancing at it before exchanging knowing looks with Zhao Chen. Given the special nature of this task, it could be expedited through emergency channels. I will do my best to contact you within 10 minutes. She assured, quickly cutting off communication with Zhao Chen to pursue emergency channels. Indeed, it seems that money talks everywhere. Zhao Chen paid no mind to these matters and began reviewing the task information sent by the female head. 3 hours prior, a Level 2 cosmic wormhole had unexpectedly appeared in a remote area of the Arctic Fox star system. Upon receiving this news, the Lord of the Arctic Fox star system immediately issued orders to dispatch fleets to eliminate the interstellar insectoids. However, a significant portion of the Imperial military station in the Arctic Fox star system had recently been redeployed. The Lord's fleet had also been sent to another border battlefield for a small-scale operation. Thus, only a small fleet of Imperial warships remained to defend the Arctic Fox star system, which had already rushed to the incident site. Unfortunately, the number of interstellar insectoids was overwhelming, and this small fleet could not suppress them alone. The Arctic Fox star system urgently sought assistance from nearby star systems and the governor of the North Wind star domain. The North Wind Star Domain is one of the 8 major star domains of the Starry Empire, encompassing 63 star systems, including the Hawk Dragon star system, North Star star system, and Arctic Fox star system. However, reinforcements also required time, with the earliest arriving no sooner than 10 hours later, according to simulations conducted by the High Command of the Arctic Fox star system. During these 10 hours, the interstellar insectoids would affect planets within their range, including 3 asteroids and a satellite, totaling a population of 70 million. 2 opinions emerged among the High Command of the Arctic Fox star system. One was to abandon asteroid P331 and retreat to other more populous planets, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. The other perspective, however, was to abandon asteroid P331 but ensure the complete evacuation of the 5 million residents there. The latter view coincidentally aligned with that of the commander of the lone remaining Imperial fleet, who unilaterally decided to direct the fleet towards asteroid P331 and requested immediate deployment of interstellar transport ships to commence evacuation efforts. However, according to system calculations, the Imperial fleet alone could not facilitate the safe evacuation of 5 million residents from asteroid P331 amidst the assault of the interstellar insectoids. Consequently, the Imperial fleet commander proposed an idea. Since the Lord's fleet and the Imperial military could not arrive in time, they should enlist the support of civilian fleets. This led to the current bounty task. The bounty for this mission was set at a substantial 500,000 star coins, and the fleet commander guaranteed that all losses and expenditures incurred during the battle would be covered by the Imperial military. Zhao Chen rubbed his chin. In truth, whether or not to save lives was not his primary concern. He did not believe in risking the lives of his crew for the sake of others, nor did he consider himself a savior. However, the corpses of interstellar insectoids were quite valuable, containing various resources, essentially acting as mobile treasure troves. Unfortunately, Zhao Chen was currently short on funds, coupled with the system task. Chapter 62. Target: Arctic Fox Star Systems, Edge, Asteroid P331 Arctic Fox Starport Interstellar Mission Headquarters. My lord, calling us here is futile. This is a Level 2 cosmic wormhole, with at least 3 T2 Nest motherships and over 30 T1 Nest motherships. Relying solely on our fleet of adventurers, how can we possibly withstand their assault for several hours? Although the bounty amounts to a staggering 500,000 star coins, one must have a life to spend it. Right? Who doesn't know that dealing with those creatures can lead to the sinking of an entire starship at the slightest misstep? They certainly do not offer you a chance to surrender and become a prisoner. What's it to lose 5 million lives? I believe it would be more prudent to retreat to the P300 asteroid, which is home to 20 million people. Defending that position would require merely a 2-hour hold, and the fastest reinforcements could arrive within that time frame. However, at the P331 asteroid, we would need to endure the onslaught of the interstellar insectoids for at least 3 hours to ensure the safe evacuation of those 5 million. And the risk is far too great. In a nearby room, the head of the Arctic Fox Starport wore a troubled expression as he regarded the 3 commanders of the largest private fleets currently docked at the port. All 3 had declined the task for various reasons. I'll personally increase the bounty by an additional 100,000 star coins. Will you reconsider? He implored. This task does not require you to engage the insects to the death. Merely delay them for 3 hours, or perhaps 2 hours would suffice. I don't talk about 600,000 star coins, 0.1 million star coins. Whoever wants to take this job can have it. I certainly won T. One of them scoffed. By the way, isn't that commander, who recklessly intends to evacuate 5 million civilians from P331, a bit out of his mind? You could just have the lore of the Arctic Fox system issue in order to withdraw the fleet. The head of the Arctic Fox Starport sighed deeply, feeling the weight of his predicament. Of course, the Lord above wanted to withdraw that Imperial fleet. Although the Imperial military was not directly under his command, a Lord generally holds some authority over their territory. Moreover, the lore of the Arctic Fox system was account, and it was one of the most prosperous systems in the North Wind sector, which certainly elevated his status. Yet the commander of that Imperial fleet held an even more distinguished position. The Lord of the Arctic Fox system had declared that he would not mourn the loss of those 5 million lives, even if it meant the annihilation of another 70 million across nearby planets. However, should anything happen to that commander, it would spell grave trouble for him at that moment. The head of the Arctic Fox Starport received a notification on his terminal, and upon reading the content, he was filled with immense joy. You mean a fleet is willing to accept this bounty mission? The 3 individuals present exchanged glances, astonished if they were hesitant to take on the task. Who would dare to accept it? Are the procedures incomplete? No matter. During this critical time, we can simplify all processes if they can set off immediately. That would be ideal, the head of the Arctic Fox starport stated. Suddenly remembering something, he inquired, what is the background of this fleet? How many starships do they have? The Black Dragon fleet. Currently, there are only 2 starships docked at our port, the head of the Arctic Fox starport said. Taken aback. The Black Dragon fleet? The 3 others murmured the name, having never heard of such a fleet in the entire Northwind sector. And only 2 starships, while it was possible that the majority of their fleet was not docked at the port. Was there truly someone brave enough to undertake this task? Regardless of the fleet's identity, inform them to set off immediately. If they successfully complete this mission, the Arctic Fox starport will reward them with an additional 100. No, 200,000 star coins, the head of the Arctic Fox starport declared. After the communication ended, he looked at the 3 individuals again and asked, are you really not considering it any further? This bounty mission does not limit the number of participants. If you all went together, perhaps, forget it. Such an easy task is better left for this so-called Black Dragon fleet. One person replied with a tone of disdain. I am curious to see if they can successfully evacuate those 5 million on the bridge of the T-2 Queen Bee-class heavy aircraft carrier. Mr. Zhao Chen, we have registered you and confirmed your acceptance of the mission. Additionally, we have increased the bounty by 200,000 star coins, bringing your total potential reward to 700,000 star coins, the female officer stated during the video call with Zhao Chen. Thank you, Zhao Chen replied. Wishing you a triumphant return, the female officer responded before the communication ended. Zhao Chen turned to the video call window, which displayed Charlotte. What's the situation with this Black Dragon fleet? Charlotte inquired curiously. Zhao Chen explained, for the registration of the mission, I needed a name. I thought using the name Black Dragon Fleet would be less ostentatious than Hawk Dragon Fleet. After explaining, Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte and asked, aren't you curious why I am so insistent on accepting this task? Charlotte replied, accepting a task is your prerogative as the captain, as your subordinate. My sole duty is to fight, that I must say. Charlotte is indeed an exceptionally capable starship commander. As the T-2 Queen Bee and the number 0 Blizzard departed from the Arctic Fox starport, they still required some time before entering warp speed. Zhao Chen continued, what do you think our chances are of completing this task with just us? Charlotte's expression turned serious as she raised her hand to summon a holographic image detailing the mission. This is a level 2 cosmic insect nest. Assuming there are more than 3 T-2 motherships and 30 T-1 motherships, we stand little chance if we engage them directly. Without interstellar supply ships, even if we exhaust all our ammunition, we might not be able to eliminate them all. However, if we merely aim to delay them and secure the evacuation of the 5 million from P-331, the difficulty decreases significantly. We would have about an 80% chance of success. Such a high probability? I thought you would consider my decision reckless, Zhao Chen remarked, surprised by Charlotte's assessment. Charlotte replied, if it were 2 ordinary T-2 starships, the odds would be less than 30%. However, your 2 starships cannot be categorized as ordinary T-2 vessels. Additionally, based on my experience with interstellar insectoids, as long as they are not a large-scale infestation, they do not pose a significant threat. With Charlotte's words boosting his confidence, Zhao Chen prepared for the next phase. The warp engine's trajectory was set, and they were about to enter the acceleration phase. In 10 minutes, all crew members must enter deep-sea mode. Repeat, all crew members must enter deep-sea mode within 10 minutes. Zhao Chen commanded, directing them toward their target. The edge of the Arctic Fox system, P-331 asteroid, Chapter 63. Do they dare to fire? 20 minutes later, the number 0 Blizzard and the T-2 Queen Bee-class heavy aircraft carrier arrived at the designated coordinates. Zhao Chen awoke from his slumber pod and took his seat in the captain's chair, preparing to issue commands when a voice interrupted him. All personnel on the bridge, return to your stations within 1 minute and check all starship data. All crew members must return to their posts within 3 minutes and be ready for action. The starship immediately entered a state of level 2 combat readiness, and the interstellar drones were prepared for deployment. Zhao Chen turned to see his secretary, Lilith, had already begun issuing commands. Noticing Zhao Chen's gaze, she said somewhat shyly, am I doing something wrong? No, you're doing remarkably well that I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. Your physical condition is quite impressive, Zhao Chen complimented. The role of the secretary is to assist the captain in issuing commands and, when necessary, to issue commands that do not require the captain's explicit authorization, just as she had done moments ago. Lilith replied, I previously served on a starship of the Succubus kingdom and participated in the war against invaders. But ultimately, we were defeated. The Succubus kingdom battle. I believe that was over 50 years ago, right? Were you already serving then? How old are you now? Zhao Chen began to speculate about his secretary's age. Lilith answered, yes, I am 75 years old this year. Zhao Chen was taken aback. 75? Looking at Lilith, one could easily mistake her for a 20-year-old. Sensing Zhao Chen's skepticism, she explained, our lifespan can reach 300 years under normal circumstances. If we utilize certain technologies like your human race, we might live up to 400 years. 400 years. Zhao Chen swallowed hard. Why that calculation? Lilith was indeed comparable to a young woman of merely 20 in human years. The highest recorded lifespan among humans now reaches 150 years. Of course, only the privileged enjoy such longevity. For ordinary people, the lifespan remains around 70 to 80 years. Captain, the number 0 Blizzard has successfully completed warp travel. Please provide the next set of instructions. Charlotte's communication window appeared. What is our current distance from P331 asteroid? Zhao Chen inquired. Lilith quickly responded, based on the speed of the T2 Queen Bee. We estimate we can reach P331 asteroid in approximately half an hour. The number 0 Blizzard can arrive in 10 minutes, due to the limitations of warp travel, which only allows for approximate positioning. In non-combat scenarios, it is feasible to approach the destination a bit closer. However, when heading to a combat zone, it is customary for interstellar fleets to decelerate in advance, halting warp travel at a certain distance from the battle area before transitioning to conventional engines to enter the conflict zone. The Zero Storm fleet first formed a formation with the T2B King, setting course for asteroid P331. The specific combat strategy would be discussed upon arrival, Zhao Chen stated. Understood. Both Charlotte and Lilith responded in unison. Subsequently, the two starships maintained the same velocity and proceeded in a unified direction. After approximately 10 minutes of travel, they encountered a group of sluggish interstellar transport vessels. What kind of starship is that? Zhao Chen questioned, gazing at the interstellar transport fleet, whose speed was estimated to be a mere 10 knots. Far from their usual pace. Based on the identification numbers of these vessels, they belonged to the fleet of the Arctic Fox Star Systems Lord. The ships were classified as T2 Seahorse-class medium interstellar transports, and their presence here was likely to facilitate the evacuation of civilians from asteroid P331. Lilith swiftly provided the answer. Zhao Chen looked at her with surprise. Lilith quietly explained, I have studied this material, established contact with their starships, and inquire why their speed is so slow, Zhao Chen urged, furrowing his brow. Soon, communication was established. Which fleet are you? The opposing fleet commander inquired first. We are the Black Dragon Fleet, assigned to support the evacuation operation at asteroid P331. You are the interstellar transport vessels responsible for the evacuation, correct? Why is your speed so sluggish? Lilith asked. The opposing fleet commander hesitated momentarily. Our starships have sustained damage, hence our reduced speed. Since you're here to provide support, you may proceed first. With that, the commander abruptly severed the communication, turning to his aide with a chuckle. Someone actually dares to take on this mission. They must be fools that we're not idiots. If we rush in now and the interstellar insectoids attack while we are evacuating, what then? We'll take our time. When the Imperial forces can no longer hold their ground and inform us that our assistance is no longer required, we will retreat. I advise your fleet to fulfill your operational duties and proceed at full speed to asteroid P331. Lilith's voice rang out. The fleet commander frowned. Who are you to meddle in our affairs? As communication had not been initiated on their side, his words were inaudible aboard the T2B King. The aide, casually smoking, remarked, ignore them, but we'll proceed as we wish. They're not Imperial forces, so what can they do to us? Report, the unidentified starship has all its secondary cannons aimed at our fleet, a crew member on the bridge suddenly reported. The fleet commander snorted. What? Do they dare to fire upon us? We are subordinate to the Arctic Fox Star Systems Lord Fleet. Suddenly, meteors streaked across the view through the bridge's panoramic window, with the nearest one landing less than 100 meters from the bridge. That starship truly dared to fire. This is your final warning. Should you continue to neglect your mission, you will bear the consequences, the female voice echoed again. The fleet commander swallowed hard. Madness. This must be madness. They're seeking death and dragging us down with them. What do? They genuinely intend to fire. We have no escort fleet, and our interstellar transport's firepower is insufficient for retaliation. The aide, now frightened, exclaimed as the burning cigarette in his hand caused him to yelp in pain. The fleet commander, now grim-faced, declared this time, "I consider myself unfortunate, but I shall remember this grudge. Full speed ahead to asteroid P331 on the bridge of the T2B King." Zhao Chen observed the previously sluggish interstellar transport fleet now accelerating to full speed. A satisfied smile gracing his face, he was well aware of their hidden intentions. Normally, their affairs did not concern him, but this time it was his system task, and they could not afford to delay. Chapter 64. The Insect Hive Mothership Asteroid P331, with a population of 5 million, is a small resource-rich planet. Consequently, the Arctic Fox star system established several bases here, employing 500,000 individuals for resource extraction operations. Who would have anticipated that disaster would strike? A cosmic insect hive had emerged, endangering asteroid P331 first. The person in charge of the asteroid was now frantically organizing evacuation efforts. But unfortunately, the number of interstellar transports was far too few, having evacuated less than 1/10 of the population thus far. Their capacity was grossly inadequate, and the fleet of interstellar transports from the Arctic Fox star system, which was supposed to have arrived half an hour ago, had not yet made an appearance. "How goes your evacuation operation?" A video window appeared before the asteroid's supervisor. On the other side was a woman clad in the uniform of the Imperial Army of the Starshine Empire. "So far, we have only evacuated 500,000. Over 400,000 are still waiting to leave," the supervisor responded. "What about the interstellar transport fleet?" The female officer inquired, her brows knitted in evident dissatisfaction with the pace. "They have not arrived yet," the supervisor lamented. "Captain, we have encountered a large number of insects on our fleet's right flank. There are too many. We must retreat immediately." "Captain, the T2 Insect Hive Mothership is attacking our vessel with plasma cannons." The hull of a T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer has sustained damage. The noise from the female officer's side was chaotic, with various reports amplifying the asteroid supervisor's anxiety. "My lady, perhaps you should withdraw for now. Sacrificing 30 Imperial starships for the sake of a few 100,000 lives here is not worth it," the supervisor urged once more. He had repeated this plea several times. If it were not for this officer leading the Imperial fleet here, he might have already evacuated on a starship himself. "We still have time. We cannot abandon any of our citizens," the female officer asserted firmly. The supervisor inwardly sighed, acknowledging her compassion, yet wishing she would not drag the asteroid's leadership into this predicament. "If you do not leave, then neither will they. We will continue to delay the interstellar insectoid advance. We anticipate being able to hold for another 2 hours. You must expedite the evacuation of the civilians." The female officer insisted resolutely. "Yes," that the asteroid's supervisor replied, steeling himself on the bridge of the flagship, a medium interstellar battleship of the 5th Fleet under the 3rd Corps of the 7th Legion of the Starshine Empire. The female officer, having just concluded communication, gazed gravely at the starship's radar. Countless red dots cluttered the display, numbering in the millions. "These were all insects, my lady. We really should retreat. If this continues, our fleet could easily be overwhelmed by the swarm, leading to total annihilation. While we can currently suppress the insects with our firepower, as their numbers grow, we will soon find ourselves surrounded and unable to escape," a female aide urgently advised. The female officer gritted her teeth, unable to bear the thought of abandoning the lives of millions on that planet. "Your life is far more valuable than those millions," the aide insisted bluntly. "No, all lives are equal as Imperial soldiers. It is our duty to protect the citizens of the Empire," the female officer declared with righteous fervor. The aide internally lamented, wishing the lady's sense of justice would not overflow at such a moment. With no choice left, the aide resorted to her trump card. "My lady, if you care so much for those millions, have you considered how many lives would be lost if something were to happen to you? How many families would be affected by your sacrifice?" The female officer wrestled with her conscience, acutely aware of her own stubbornness, yet her sense of justice would not allow her to abandon the lives of millions. 2 hours. We will hold for 2 more hours, she asserted, teeth clenched, conceding slightly. "We cannot last 2 hours. In our current situation, we may only hold for 1 hour at most. We must retreat in 1 hour. No matter what, if worst comes to worst, your starship should withdraw while I lead the remaining fleet to hold this position," the aide declared resolutely, "compared to the life of this noble lady. The 30 Imperial starships were nothing. How could I abandon you to escape?" The female officer refuted the proposal, fists clenched, inquiring, "Have any fleets responded to the bounty mission I issued earlier? My lady, it is impossible for any fleet to come to our aid." The aide thought about knocking the lady unconscious to take her away. The female officer was torn, her sense of justice clashing with reality, to retreat or not to retreat. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, as the number of insects continued to swell, a T2 Guardian-class medium interstellar frigate had been breached by the swarm, with insects the size of humans now crawling onto the frigate's hull, gnawing furiously at its armor. The T2 Defender was powerless against the swarm of insects clinging to its hull, helplessly watching as the armor was gnawed away, creating gaping holes. Reports indicated that the right flank of the T2 Defender 0712 was heavily infested with flying insects. There was no hope of salvation. The bridge crew relayed this grim news to the female officer. Once the starship was swarmed by the insects, it was akin to stepping 1 foot into the realm of death, a perilous situation fraught with a near-certain demise. The female officer gazed at the T2 Defender with a mix of anger and guilt. This would be the first starship of her fleet to fall here, and it might not be the last. Suddenly, a crew member who had been monitoring the starship's radar reported an unexpected sighting that a swarm of interstellar drones has appeared behind our fleet. The female officer was taken aback, just as they marveled at the arrival of these drones. The swarm surged into the battlefield, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the flying insects, scattering them into disarray. They simultaneously provided crucial support to the beleaguered T2 Defender, gradually clearing the insects from its hull. At last, the T2 Defender, with its battered body, successfully retreated from the danger zone. Where did these interstellar drones come from? The female officer wondered, perplexed at that moment. A communication came through. "I am the commander of the Black Dragon Fleet, here to provide support for the bounty mission," a male voice announced over the comms. The female officer felt a surge of emotion, a mix of joy and relief. Her call for help had not gone unanswered. There were still those who shared her sense of justice. Meanwhile, in the distance on the battlefield, several massive insectoid creatures, resembling starships, were advancing ominously. Chapter 65. Only 2 starships, commander of the Black Dragon Fleet. Greetings. I am Commander Chu Xian of the 5th Fleet, part of the 3rd Corps of the 7th Legion of the Stellar Empire. Your support is incredibly timely. May I inquire how many starships you have brought? Commander Chu Xian asked excitedly. The arrival of reinforcements meant the safety of the 500,000 inhabitants on that planet. "We have 2 starships," Zhao Chen replied, candidly. Point 2. Chu Xian immediately doubted her hearing. Glancing at her female adjutant and whispering, "Did I just hear 2 instead of 20? I think I also heard 2. The adjutant nodded in a daze. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Xian confirmed, "You just said your fleet consists of only 2 starships?" "Indeed," Zhao Chen affirmed. "Are you merely an advanced fleet? Is your main force still en route?" Chu Xian attempted to salvage some hope. "Only we 2 starships have come to assist. No one else has accepted the mission you issued." Zhao Chen stated plainly. Point 2. Just 2 starships. Chu Xian felt her hopes plummet from a peak to a valley. "Are you T3 starships?" she persisted, unwilling to accept the grim reality. Point 2 T2 starships, Zhao Chen clarified. Chu Xian's expression turned blank. Perhaps she truly should not have chosen to hold the position at asteroid P331, that her sense of justice had led her fleet to this dire fate. "Thank you for coming to our aid. But with only 2 starships, we cannot reverse this dire situation," Chu Xian said, her spirits sagging. "So, I have decided to abandon." "Must you give up without even trying?" Zhao Chen countered. Chu Xian was taken aback. "To defy your superior's orders, insisting on protecting the 500,000 civilians on asteroid P331, while putting your fleet in jeopardy, could risk the lives of tens of millions more. You may not be a qualified commander, but you are an admirable soldier. I refuse to believe that you would abandon your convictions without completely losing hope." Zhao Chen's gaze bore into Chu Xian's. Despite the virtual window separating them, she felt an electric connection, goosebumps rising across her skin. Chu Xian opened her mouth to respond, but her adjutant interrupted. "Captain, you may not fully grasp the situation. With just your 2 T2 starships, you cannot hope to turn the tide. Remember, there are 30 T2 starships of the Imperial Army here." The adjutant had initially held some respect for Zhao Chen, but now viewed him as a fool. Just when they had convinced their lady to retreat, this newcomer sought to sway her back into danger. "Let me clarify the current situation," Zhao Chen said, directing his attention to Commander Chu Xian. She gestured for her adjutant to cease speaking and stated firmly, "The situation is as follows. This swarm of interstellar insects originates from a secondary cosmic insect nest, which is now sealed. A total of 4 T2 motherships and 35 T1 motherships have emerged. Thus far, we have destroyed 4 T1 motherships and heavily damaged 1 T2 mothership. However, the sheer number of insects makes it impossible for us to maintain our defensive line. Zhao Chen inquired, "What is your fleet's combat damage status? How much combat capability do your starships retain?" Commander Chu Xian hesitated before responding. All 30 of our starships remain operational. 2 are somewhat damaged. But their combat effectiveness is unaffected, that we still have over 50% of our weaponry remaining. However, our firepower is insufficient. The numbers of the insects, I understand that I believe we still have a chance to fight. Zhao Chen interrupted, his determination unwavering. The female adjutant covered her face, exasperated by this reckless youth, who seemed to share her lady's stubbornness. Do you even comprehend the situation? We cannot risk our 30 starships based on your words, she shouted, dropping all formalities in her frustration. Zhao Chen ignored her, focusing solely on Chu Xian. "What is your plan?" she asked. "Time is of the essence. You must follow my instructions precisely. While defeating the interstellar insect swarm may be impossible, we can buy an additional 2 hours for asteroid P331. Zhao Chen looked at the young and striking commander. "You only need to tell me if you're willing to trust me. If you are willing to wager on your convictions once more." Chu Xian clenched her fists, biting her lip, visibly torn. "Are you done? If you want to die, no one will stop you," the adjutant shouted in frustration. Zhao Chen added, "If you still doubt, I can offer you a guarantee. When you believe this battle is utterly hopeless, you can retreat at any time." "All right, I accept your terms. My fleet will now follow your command." Chu Xian's eyes sparkled like gems at this moment. "Lady," the adjutant exclaimed, exasperated. "Let me be reckless just this once. If we cannot change the outcome, we can still retreat later," Chu Xian murmured. The adjutant resigned herself, knowing that once her lady made a decision, it was unchangeable. Her lady was driven by a strong sense of justice and an unwavering will drone swarm will provide cover for you. Your fleet must retreat at full speed now. Form a one-way carrier battle formation centered around my T2 carrier starship, Zhao Chen instructed seriously. There are a vast number of insects. Are you certain your interstellar drones can hold them back? Commander Chu Xian asked anxiously. Zhao Chen replied, unflinching, "Please trust me." Commander Chu Xian, as she looked at him, Commander Chu Xian felt an inexplicable light radiating from him. She began issuing orders to her fleet. All units, withdraw from battle immediately. Head towards coordinates at full speed, forming a one-way carrier battle formation centered around the Allied carrier starship. Chapter 66. Insect Sea Tactics. It must be said that the quality of the Imperial fleet was remarkably high. Under Commander Chu Xian's orders, the 30 starships retreated from battle at maximum speed, maintaining a secure formation during their withdrawal. The T2 Defender-class medium starship provided rear cover, just in case. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario they feared did not materialize. 100 T2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones advanced to support 20 T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones, engaging the approaching swarm of insects. The 100 T2 Killer B-class drones immediately unleashed a torrent of cannon fire and missiles, obliterating swathes of insects. Meanwhile, the 20 T2 Hornet-class drones deployed pre-prepared timed explosives. Then all the interstellar drones retreated. The insects, relentless as a black tide, surged forward, eager to seize their prey as the swarm pursued. The timed explosives detonated one by one, creating a formidable firepower net that left the chasing insects disoriented. On board the T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones bridge, Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, observing the battlefield magnified before him through a deep space telescope. Although he had studied the information regarding the interstellar insect race in the textbooks of the North Star Military Academy, witnessing the combat tactics of these extraterrestrial beings firsthand was profoundly shocking, causing a tremor within him. Those afflicted with a fear of clusters would likely find themselves overwhelmed by the sight. The combat methodology of the interstellar insect race is rather peculiar. The insect mother ships are sizable, classified as biological starships, yet they lack agility. Their primary weapons, such as biological plasma cannons and biological torpedoes, do not offer significant advantages when compared to equivalent starships. However, their unique social structure bestows upon them a distinct combat style and tactical approach, known as the insect swarm tactic. A T-1 insect mothership typically harbors around 10,000 T-1 flying insects, while a T-2 mothership contains approximately 100,000 T-1 flying insects and 1,000 T-2 stingers. The flying insects and stingers serve as the construction units of the mothership. The former resembles a winged mantis, roughly the size of a human, possessing only melee capabilities. The latter, characterized by serpentine features, stands as tall as a person but stretches nearly 10 meters long, capable of spraying highly corrosive acid at close range. Both units can survive and fight in the vacuum of space and exhibit remarkable speed. Aside from interstellar corvettes, which can barely match their velocity, no other starships can compete with them. These units are colloquially referred to as bugs. Despite being categorized as T-1 and T-2, their actual combat effectiveness is far below those classifications. For instance, a T-2 Stinger would be easily crushed by a T-2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drone in a one-on-one confrontation. However, when these insects attack, they do not come in solitary, tens, or hundreds, but rather in the thousands. Akin to an overwhelming tide. Unless one can annihilate them all, even a few insects breaching the hull would spell disaster for the starship's crew. Fearless, these creatures follow instinct and the commands of the mothership, relentlessly assaulting their targets. This combat style bears a resemblance to that of aircraft carrier starships, with the bugs acting as the interstellar fighters of the insect mothership. Report: the first wave of T-2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones and T-2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones have completed their bombing runs and are preparing to return. Lilith remarked from the side. Have these Hornets and Killer Bees complete their resupply quickly and prepare for the second wave of assault, Zhao Chen commanded. Understood, Lilith responded, relaying the captain's orders, initially concerned about whether the interstellar drones could withstand the onslaught of the insect Imperial fleet. They were now astonished by the drones' performance. The combat prowess of these interstellar drones is on par with that of their equivalent interstellar fighters. Commander Chu Xian exclaimed, "AKT that moment." The female officer noticed an aircraft carrier starship, its hull adorned in yellow and black, resembling some type of insect, strikingly similar to the interstellar insect race. "What class of aircraft carrier starship is that? I've never seen anything like it," she said, scanning the starship database for an image of the carrier, only to find no records. "There are no entries for it in our database," the female officer gasped. Commander Chu Xian, recalling the man's words, murmured solemnly, "I hope that captain can truly turn the tide of battle." The female officer thought to herself, how could two starships possibly make a difference? Unless they were two T-3 starships, perhaps. Wait, there aren't two starships. Are there? There's only one carrier and another starship, the female officer suddenly exclaimed, glancing at the starship radar, which displayed no energy signatures from a second vessel. Where is that starship? Above the P-331 asteroid. Dozens of T-2 Seahorse-class medium interstellar transport ships hovered, as airships continuously evacuated the populace. "Thank goodness, you've finally arrived," the asteroid's supervisor said, nearly in tears as he regarded the commander of the transport fleet. "We are also on a mission. Hurry and arrange for the evacuation that we are pressed for time. Once the interstellar insect approached the alert range, we must leave." The fleet commander forced a smile. "All right, we will expedite the evacuation. 2 hours. No, 1.5 hours to complete the task," the asteroid supervisor assured fervently. "The sooner, the better," the transport fleet commander replied impatiently. He did not wish to be there. A group of lunatics had coerced him into compliance with their starship cannons. Now that he was present, he could only obediently carry out the evacuation, but he secretly hoped that the detestable man could hold out a little longer for their safe retreat. But in a darker corner of his mind, he wished for that man and his wretched starship to serve as fodder for the insects on the distant battlefield, ideally after their own escape. Chapter 67. General Baihu, Charlotte under the protection of the T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carriers interstellar drone swarm. Commander Chu Xian's Imperial fleet successfully retreated to the vicinity of the T-2 Queen B, forming a unidirectional aircraft carrier battle formation. This formation only required a single direction as its combat front. The T-2 Queen Bee occupied the rear position, with a T-2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser and a T-2 Fire Leopard-class medium interstellar battleship ahead. Further forward were 8 T-2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyers and 20 T-2 Guardian-class medium interstellar corvettes. These 31 starships stood ready against the approaching swarm. As soon as the insects entered firing range, all Imperial starships opened fire. With prior combat experience, the Imperial fleet had become somewhat familiar with the rhythm of engaging these interstellar insects. Simultaneously, the T-2 Queen Bee continued to deploy waves of interstellar drones. Third wave, fifth wave, seventh wave, 10th wave. Gradually, the number of returning drones began to decline, with many having been torn to shreds by the insects. Despite the support of the T-2 Queen Bee, the overwhelming size of the swarm pressed closer, threatening to engulf the 31 starships like a black tide. If this continues, the outcome will be the same. Our firepower is entirely insufficient to fend off this insect onslaught, the female officer exclaimed anxiously beside Commander Chu Xian. Commander Chu Xian gazed intently at the holographic star chart, her expression grave. At the current rate, within 20 minutes, the swarm would breach their starship line, posing a direct threat. Contact the captain of the Black Dragon fleet, Commander Chu Xian ordered solemnly. The female officer promptly established contact, and the video window opened to reveal the man once more. Before Commander Chu Xian could speak, Zhao Chen interjected, "Wait a moment." Both Commander Chu Xian and the female officer were taken aback. "Wait for what?" Commander Chu Xian instinctively inquired. "Time," Zhao Chen replied, his gaze fixed on the interstellar holographic chart, as if anticipating something. The two women exchanged bewildered glances. 10 minutes. "We can wait a maximum of 10 minutes. Zhao Chen stated firmly. Initially poised to speak, Commander Chu Xian chose to hold her tongue, contemplating, if nothing changes in 10 minutes, I will indeed have to lead my Imperial fleet to retreat. Time passed slowly. The tide of insects drew ever closer to the fleet's line. The female officer was in a state of panic. Suddenly, a radar operator monitoring the battlefield exclaimed, "Report, a high-energy reaction has appeared behind the insect swarm." Simultaneously, the life signal of a T-2 insect mother ship vanished. An unidentified energy signature rapidly moved into position behind the swarm. Commander Chu Xian and the female officer exchanged glances. "Is this what he's been waiting for?" "Here it comes," Zhao Chen murmured, his eyes gleaming with a wild intensity. "Charlotte, it's time for your performance." At that moment, the once advancing tide of insects unexpectedly slowed, with some even retreating. "Deploy reconnaissance drones to investigate," Commander Chu Xian ordered urgently. The drones were launched, as the starships were unable to directly observe what was happening behind the densely packed swarm. They could only rely on the reconnaissance drones to maneuver to a vantage point and relay visual footage back. Soon, images began transmitting back. "My heavens, that is a starship." The female adjutant gasped in astonishment. "The speed of this starship is astonishing. It must be traveling at least 70 or 80 knots. No, it's 100 knots. Commander Chu Xian, relying on her battlefield intuition, accurately assessed the starship's velocity, 100 knots. The female adjutant exclaimed in disbelief. That moment, the wreckage of the exploded T-2 insect hive mothership came into view. The once massive vessel had been split into 3 sections, clearly showing the horrifying damage inflicted on one side, where it had been directly pierced by a terrifying barrage. It was a cannon, a formidable weapon with a caliber exceeding 1,000 millimeters. Commander Chu Xian identified the cause of the damage merely by examining the image. "Zoom in on that starship," she commanded urgently. The image magnified gradually, albeit slightly blurred, revealing the rapidly maneuvering vessel darting through enemy ranks, seemingly indifferent to the pursuing insect swarm. Its astonishing speed rendered the insects incapable of catching up. The hive motherships attempted to launch their biological plasma cannons in retaliation, but they were utterly ineffective against the starship's incredible velocity. "Captain, what is happening?" Commander Chu Xian could no longer contain her curiosity and directly inquired of Zhao Chen. With arms crossed, Zhao Chen calmly explained, "That is my fleet starship, the Zero Storm, a T-2 class vessel equipped with a 1,200 mm caliber cannon. Boasting high speed, a T-2 starship armed with a 1,200 mm cannon." The female adjutant exclaimed, "Oh, this is the second starship of your fleet. From the very beginning, you never intended to defend against the insect swarm's assault. Instead, you planned to use us as bait to lure the insect forces, allowing the hive motherships to be left vulnerable. Meanwhile, your Zero Storm approached at an astonishing speed to launch an offensive against them." Commander Chu Xian articulated Zhao Chen's strategy. Zhao Chen nodded, acknowledging that the commander of the Imperial fleet not only possessed a strong sense of justice and responsibility, but also demonstrated considerable military talent. "Madman, you are utterly insane. Have you considered that any misstep could result in that starship being devoured by the insects?" The female adjutant gazed incredulously at Zhao Chen, yet he resolutely replied, There will be no accidents. That starship is named Zero Storm. There was another statement Zhao Chen did not voice. Commanding the operations on that starship was the legendary half-orc general, Charlotte the White Tiger. Chapter 68. Full speed ahead. Charge, Zero Storm, bridge report. The insect swarm on the front line has begun to retreat in droves. They seem to be preparing to charge at us, the bridge crew reported. Ignore them. Continue at full speed. Charlotte was personally piloting the starship, controlling every navigational angle and trajectory herself, a task typically assigned to specialized helmsmen. However, today marked the return of General Charlotte to the helm after many years. She fully understood the perilous nature of this mission. A single miscalculation could lead to being struck by the Hive Mother ship's biological plasma cannons or being overtaken by the insect swarm, resulting in dire consequences. The route and trajectory had been meticulously calculated countless times in her mind. The main insect forces still required time to fall back. Charlotte murmured, her gaze scanning the stellar map as if searching for a target. The Zero Storm's ability to evade was due not only to its phenomenal speed, but also to the meager numbers of T-1 flyers and T-2 stabbers left behind at the Hive Mother ship, which could not encircle the Zero Storm effectively. Once the main insect forces, currently engaged with the Imperial fleet and T-2 Queen B-class heavy carriers, returned, the threat to the Zero Storm would significantly increase. As time passed, the crew reported the T-2 heavy 1,200mm Devil Crocodile cannon has been reset and is ready to fire. In truth, these figures were already etched in Charlotte's mind at that moment. The Zero Storm's bow was perfectly aligned with a T-2 Hive Mother ship. Perhaps sensing the impending danger, the T-2 Hive Mother ship began to retreat while firing its plasma cannon, but could not land a single shot on the fast-moving starship. Charlotte focused on the targeting reticle. She had only one opportunity to fire. While a single shot might not destroy the T-2 Hive Mother ship, it could severely damage it. The insect swarm was controlled by the Hive Mother ship. Its destruction would not immediately annihilate the swarm, but would drastically diminish its combat effectiveness, akin to an army losing its leader. Now, fire, Charlotte commanded fiercely. The 1,200mm Devil Crocodile cannon unleashed a shell that streaked across the void like a comet, striking the flank of the T-2 Hive Mother ship. The resulting explosion sent a shockwave through the cosmos, obliterating the massive vessel, which spanned nearly a kilometer, scattering debris throughout space. Following this blast, the Hive Mother ship's belly erupted in an even greater explosion, splitting the ship in two and marking its demise in this expanse of the universe. Commander Chu Xian and the female adjutant stood in stunned silence. Previously, they had only managed to cripple a Hive Mother ship through stealth, and even then, they could not destroy it on the spot. Yet the starship had brought one down with a single shot, an unfathomable feat. The female adjutant could hardly believe it. Could this be the power of a T-3 starship? Commander Chu Xian quickly deduced the reason. It struck the Hive Mother ship's vital organs, akin to our starship's ammunition depot or engine, but a hit here would yield a catastrophic chain reaction, multiplying the destructive force exponentially. But to have hit consecutively, is that even possible? The female adjutant questioned. Commander Chu Xian fixed her gaze on the rapidly maneuvering Zero Storm, stating, "It's not a matter of possibility. This starship has achieved it. In merely 10 minutes, 2 T-2 Hive Mother ships have been destroyed, a remarkable accomplishment. Report, more than half of the enemy's insect forces have retreated. The remaining forces can no longer breach our firepower blockade." The crew reported. Commander Chu Xian could not suppress her admiration, exclaiming, "This is madness, truly a deranged battle plan. It has effectively fulfilled the strategic objective of stalling for time, allowing us at least another hour. Perhaps even two." The female adjutant was left speechless, recalling her earlier mockery of the two starships, feeling as though she had been slapped in the face. However, whether the Zero Storm could safely retreat remained a pressing concern. Commander Chu Xian expressed her worries like a T that moment. The Zero Storm, having destroyed 2 T-2 Hive Mother ships, began its withdrawal. Yet the enraged insect swarm could not tolerate the escape of the culprit, converging on the starship like a dark whirlwind. The numbers were magnitudes greater than before, akin to a colossal hand attempting to crush a tiny mosquito. Report, according to the starship's systems, our chances of escaping in the current direction are only 16. A crew member reported nervously. Charlotte closed her eyes, momentarily transported back to her days with the half-orc rebels, outnumbered and outmatched. Yet she had always managed to turn the tide. "Turn around," Charlotte suddenly commanded. This order took the bridge crew by surprise. The Zero Storm had been heading towards the opposite side of the main battlefield. Turning around now meant charging directly into the fray. Was this not tantamount to walking into a trap? Yet Charlotte's word was law aboard this starship. The Zero Storm executed a nimble pivot. Full speed ahead, Charlotte declared firmly. After a brief turnaround, the starship's speed surged back to 100 knots. Charlotte summoned a virtual control interface. Inputting a series of numbers, then declared, "Lift the engine restrictions. Continue accelerating." Lifting engine restrictions? The navigation officer was taken aback. Then voiced concern, "If we lift the engine restrictions and continue to accelerate, the engine will be overburdened." "This is an order. Accelerate," Charlotte commanded with determination. "Yes, lifting engine restrictions. Starship accelerating. Speed. 103. Speed. 106. Speed. 110. The speed settings of Starship engines typically denote optimal speeds rather than their peak capabilities. This means that while the engines can operate beyond these limits, doing so may result in operational issues and significantly shorten their lifespan. Usually, Starship engines are equipped with restrictions that only the captain or first officer can lift. Report. The engines are beginning to overload. Report. The power systems are running at maximum capacity. Report. Current speed has reached 120. The tension among all the crew members on the bridge was palpable. The sudden maneuver of the Zero Storm, coupled with a rapid increase in speed, left the surrounding swarm of creatures momentarily disoriented, flinging them far away. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is often the safest. The battlefield was divided into two segments. One was the main combat area of the Imperial fleet, while the other was the swarm forces that had been redirected to besiege the Zero Storm. Under normal circumstances, one would assume that the Zero Storm would flee in the opposite direction, prompting the swarm to deploy an early encirclement. Ironically, the swarm's numbers facing the main battlefield were the fewest. However, unfortunate circumstances dictated that a T2 Hive mothership and a small contingent of swarm creatures lay directly in the path of the Zero Storm. Report. Speed is too high. We cannot execute a significant turn. The crew reported nervously. Charlotte suddenly smiled, a genuine expression of joy that had eluded her since she had come to Zhao Chen's side. Then let us not detour. Accelerate fully. Let's charge through. Chapter 69. Is it a ramming? Imperial Fleet Flagship, T2 Fire Leopard-class medium-star battleship, bridge. What is that starship doing? Commander Chu Xian gazed in astonishment as the Zero Storm barreled straight toward a T2 Hive mothership. With a small group of swarm creatures in front, IT seemed as if that IT intended to ram. The female officer was taken aback. Commander Chu Xian's expression turned grave. The main cannon of the Zero Storm requires about 5 minutes to reset. It has only been 3 minutes since the last shot. It cannot fire again. IT appears to have lifted the engine restrictions, and its speed is now estimated to exceed 130 knots in merely a few minutes of observation. Commander Chu Xian had gleaned critical combat information regarding the Zero Storm IT that moment. Silence enveloped them as their eyes fixated on the video feed, which depicted the ancient knight, seemingly undaunted by death, poised to charge into the enemy ranks. The swarm creatures guarding the T2 Hive mothership sensed the impending danger and transformed into a black whirlwind, charging forward in an attempt to intercept the starship. Simultaneously, the gaping maw of the T2 Hive mothership began to open, aiming at the oncoming starship. The biological plasma cannon began to charge within its cavernous mouth, shimmering with blue light. Meanwhile, the Zero Storm had already collided with the swarm. From Chu Xian's perspective, it appeared as though the Zero Storm had plunged headlong into the throng of creatures. However, due to its incredible speed, surpassing even that of T1 flying insects and T2 stingers. The result of this collision was inevitable. One side would be left in tatters, and it was the swarm that played that role. The T1 flying insects and T2 stingers crashed against the hull of the Zero Storm. Their attempts to attack thwarted before they could even begin, reducing them to mere pulp, their green ichor becoming the new livery of the Zero Storm. Within the Zero Storm, the crew experienced a visceral sensation akin to being caught in a tempest. Throughout the starship, the incessant thud, thud, thud resonated, and the floor shook beneath their feet. On the bridge, reports flooded in. The frontal hull armor has sustained an overall damage level of 10.12.14. Report. The lateral hull armor has sustained an overall damage level of 3.5.7. The crew continued to relay various assessments of the ship's condition. The continuous thud, thud, thud of impacts cast a shadow over many of the bridge personnel. However, Charlotte, the acting captain, had a wild glint in her eyes. her long-dormant blood igniting with fervor. "What is our current speed?" she demanded loudly. "Speed is at 135 knots. Although the impact from the swarm have somewhat affected our velocity, our speed is still gradually increasing. Should we continue to accelerate?" The crew member responsible for speed control, drenched in sweat, stammered. Observing the rapidly flashing red numbers, she felt her heart racing multiple times faster than usual. "Continue to accelerate," Charlotte ordered. Gazing at the images relayed from outside the ship, she realized that, truthfully, there was nothing visible anymore. Only an abyssal darkness, for the hull was enveloped by the swarm. They were navigating against the tide of creatures. The extreme velocity rendered the swarm incapable of inflicting effective damage upon the ship's armor. The only harm they could do was through their sacrificial collisions. Though visibility was lost, the radar indicated that the Zero Storm was drawing ever closer to the largest energy source. Finally, the scene brightened, breaking through the darkness. The Zero Storm surged forth from the swarm, the T2 Hive mothership looming almost within arm's reach. With its cavernous maw agape, the biological plasma cannon prepared to unleash its fury. "Ready to fire. All secondary guns, point defense weapons. Open fire," Charlotte bellowed. The already primed secondary and point defense guns erupted simultaneously, and the biological plasma cannon fired in retaliation, the two forces colliding to create a dazzling fireball spectacle, sending shockwaves that scattered the nearby swarm. Moments later, the Zero Storm emerged from the cloud of smoke and explosions. "Charge through. Continue firing the point defense weapons," Charlotte yelled. The crew member beside her immediately used the ship-wide communication system, shouting, "All hands prepare for impact. Repeat, all hands prepare for impact." The crew aboard the Zero Storm braced themselves for the impending collision, gripping anything they could find to steady themselves in the next instant. The speeding Zero Storm rammed directly into the prow of the T2 Hive mothership. The size difference between the two vessels was several-fold, yet one must not forget the Zero Storm's hull was that of a star battleship, boasting an average strength second only to that of interstellar frigates within its class. Coupled with its speed, the Zero Storm transformed into an accelerated starship projectile. Under the force of the collision, the prow of the T2 Hive mothership crumpled inward, the entire vessel shifting to one side. Concurrently, the point defense guns of the Zero Storm continued to fire relentlessly. A few female crew members on the bridge, unable to brace themselves for the sudden impact, were flung across the room, landing heavily on the ground in disarray, but fortunately, only sustaining minor injuries. Ignoring their wounds, they hurried back to their battle stations. Report: the frontal armor has sustained an overall damage level of 50. Report: speed has decreased to 100 knots, 90 knots, 80 knots. Report: the swarm behind us is closing in. Charlotte remained silent, her gaze fixed, as if her eyes could pierce through the hull's armor and lock onto the T2 Hive mothership before her. Ultimately, under the violent impact, the position of the T2 Hive mothership was displaced. The Zero Storm's hull grazed past the Hive mothership, the two vessels scraping against one another. "Full speed ahead. Continue the charge," Charlotte shouted. With no obstacles in its path, the T2 Zero Storm resumed its accelerated course, now heading toward the main battlefield of the Imperial fleet, while a dark tide of swarm creatures pursued relentlessly. As for the rammed T2 Hive mothership, its prow had collapsed by a third, riddled with bullet holes. It appeared the biological vessel was on the brink of collapse. Who could have anticipated that a T2 Hive mothership could be so thoroughly rammed to death by a T2 starship? Was this mere luck? T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier bridge, all T2 Young B-class light interstellar drones, and T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones assemble and create a breach for the Zero Storm. "Let the Imperial fleet assist us," Zhao Chen commanded, observing the Zero Storm approaching on the radar. At that moment, a line of swarm creatures obstructed the path between the two starships. The situation of the Zero Storm remained precarious. Trapped between a line of swarm creatures in front and a pursuing horde behind, akin to a sandwich, vulnerable to being devoured if they faltered. Imperial fleet, T2 Fire Leopard-class medium star battleship. Bridge, even without Zhao Chen's directives. Commander Chu Xian understood the imperative. With a serious expression, she issued her orders. "Relay my command. At all costs, we must create a breach." Chapter 70. The triumphant return of the Zero Storm. The starships of the Imperial fleet unleashed their firepower upon a single point, forcibly tearing open a breach. However, how could the swarm allow the very starship responsible for destroying 3 of their T2 Hive motherships to escape so easily? They began to regroup, forming an encirclement with the swarm pursuing the starship, presenting a two-pronged assault. In this moment, they abandoned their focus on the Imperial fleet. The singular directive of the swarm was to obliterate that damned starship. Report. The breach has been sealed again. The female officer reported anxiously. Commander Chu Xian clenched her fists. Continue the assault. We must ensure that starship breaks through. In Chu Xian's heart, that starship now represented the embodiment of a hero. How could she bear to watch as the heroic starship was besieged and devoured by the swarm? Yet, at this very moment, no matter how fiercely they attacked, their starship could not breach the encircling horde. Meanwhile, the Zero Storm was approaching the insectoid front line. Given the current state of the Zero Storm's hull, it was utterly incapable of withstanding another assault from the swarm. Commander Chu Xian bit her lip, a sense of guilt gnawing at her. The female adjutant sighed, lamenting the fate of that starship. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted within the swarm's defenses, obliterating a multitude of insects and clearing a swath of space. Following this, the T-2 Larva-class light interstellar drones and T-2 Wasp-class medium interstellar drones, which had long been poised for action, surged forward, attacking the insects surrounding the newly created breach to prevent them from sealing it again. That was the main cannon's projectile from the interstellar missile cruiser. They had set it to detonate on a timer, calculating the explosion's range with precision. At that moment, Commander Chu Xian could see through the breach in the insect line, the Zero Storm racing toward them, accompanied by the glaring 1,200mm cannon. The realization struck her immediately. Quick, provide fire cover, she commanded urgently. Under the protective fire of the Imperial fleet and the offensive of the T-2 Queen-class heavy carriers interstellar drones, a ship's silhouette zipped past the insect line at incredible speed. It was the much-anticipated Zero Storm IT that moment. The Imperial fleet starships could clearly observe the damage on this vessel from its prior collisions with the swarm. The hull armor bore hundreds of dents from impacts, truly a sight of thousands of wounds. Notably, the bow of the starship was indented, forming a crater with a diameter of 20 meters and a depth of nearly 3 meters. This was, of course, the military merit badge for having destroyed that T-2 mother bug cruiser. The hull was also splattered with insect remains and the spattered green ichor. Additionally, insects that had attempted to attack the starship were clinging to the hull, using their mandibles, claws, and corrosive acid to damage the armor. However, these insects were soon dispatched by the arriving T-2 Larva-class drones. What a remarkable starship this is. Commander Chu Xian gazed at the vessel, feeling an unexpected envy. She also admired the commander aboard this starship. The previous battle, which could only be described as both reckless and seamless, was nothing short of perfection. She questioned herself. If she were in that position, could she perform as well? Chu Xian found no answer. Report. The Zero Storm has successfully completed its mission. The hull is partially damaged, with 7 crew members sustaining minor injuries. Charlotte communicated this through video to Zhao Chen. Well done. Zhao Chen praised Charlotte's performance, genuinely impressed. Although he had previously discussed strategies for the battle with her, she had proposed the idea herself, and he had agreed. However, he knew that Charlotte could not guarantee the detailed steps of the battle, as they were still facing the interstellar swarm, where circumstances could change rapidly. Yet Charlotte had assured him that she had at least an 80 confidence level that even if things went awry, she could safely withdraw the Zero Storm. Charlotte had delivered. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It was a communication request from the flagship of the Imperial fleet. Secretary Lilith pointed to the incoming request. Connect it, Zhao Chen instructed. The video communication resumed, and the female officer reappeared before Zhao Chen. Captain, we had just received a report from asteroid P331. The evacuation of the populace is now 80 complete. IT is expected to finish in another half hour. If that is the case, we only need to hold out for a few more minutes before we can gradually withdraw from the battlefield. Commander Chu Xian's gaze fixed intently on the man. Curiosity filled her heart. This man seemed like a deity, having single-handedly aided them, who had lost all hope in resolving the crisis and saving 5 million lives on that planet. Who exactly was this man? What was the origin of those 2 starships? Chu Xian's mind swirled with questions and doubts. I understand. Then we will fight while we withdraw, Zhao Chen said calmly. With the destruction of the 3 T-2 Motherbug cruisers, the command system of the swarm will be in disarray for a short time, significantly impacting their combat effectiveness. They should pose no major threat. Then, Commander Chu Xian began to say more, but Zhao Chen cut her off. Let's leave it at that. We cannot let our guard down until the battle is officially over. After saying this, Zhao Chen ended the communication abruptly. Commander Chu Xian was taken aback, staring blankly at the now darkened screen. This was the first time a man had ended a communication with her so swiftly. After all, she was a prized member of the Imperial fleet. Was there something amiss with this treatment? Zhao Chen, unaware of the thoughts swirling in the mind of this prized officer, sat back in his captain's chair, finally able to relax. Pressing his temples, he took a deep breath. Although Charlotte had made promises earlier, it would be disingenuous to say he wasn't nervous. Lilith, having preemptively compiled data on the two starships, began her report. As of now, the T2 Queen-class heavy carrier has lost nearly 200 T2 Larva-class light interstellar drones, 60 T2 Wasp-class medium interstellar drones, and 7 T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones. The loss of interstellar drones has reached 70%, with ammunition consumption at 50%, but no personnel casualties. After detailing the status of the T2 Queen, she turned to the Zero Storm. The situation of the Zero Storm is less than optimistic. Its frontal armor has suffered over 70% damage, while the remaining side armor has experienced 30% damage. The three compartments at the bow have been crushed and sealed. The structural integrity of the starship's skeleton has decreased by 5%, but this does not affect the Zero Storm's ability to continue fighting and navigating. The released engines are currently functioning normally. However, a thorough check is recommended upon return to port. All systems, power, energy, and control are operational. Ammunition consumption stands at 30%. Chapter 71. Perhaps this person has fallen into a money pit. Lilith looked at Zhao Chen. The battle information regarding the Zero Storm was provided by Charlotte, along with the data I retrieved to compile this report. Zhao Chen was pleased. Lilith had become quite adept at her role, demonstrating the impressive learning capabilities of the Succubus race. The upcoming battles could be conducted methodically, and they would await their return journey. No, Lilith. Remember to keep track of that, Zhao Chen said, narrowing his eyes mysteriously. Lilith nodded vigorously. We are consistently tracking that. There will be no significant data discrepancies. That's good. Zhao Chen smiled slightly. Minutes flew by, and as Zhao Chen and Chu Xian had anticipated, the offensive efficiency of the swarm had dramatically decreased following the loss of the 3 T2 Motherbug cruisers. The ferocity of their assault was nowhere near its initial intensity. Report. We have received word from asteroid P331 that all 500,000 residents have been safely evacuated, the female adjutant excitedly informed Chu Xian. A sigh of relief escaped her. This crisis had finally been averted. They could now withdraw with their achievements intact. As for the vast number of remaining Motherbug cruisers and the swarm, that responsibility would fall to the Imperial fleet and the Lord fleet arriving to provide support. Fortunately, this time they were dealing with a Level 2 cosmic bug nest, which had not existed for long. Had it been a Level 3 cosmic bug nest, it was likely that half of the Arctic Fox galaxy would have suffered. Chu Xian observed with a relaxed mindset. She had once seen records of a battle against the bugs, where a Level 3 cosmic bug nest emerged within a galaxy, and within a week, that entire galaxy had fallen, becoming an incubator for interstellar bugs, resulting in the emergence of fleets numbering in the dozens or even hundreds. Subsequently, the Imperial fleet had spent 3 to 4 months exterminating that swarm of interstellar bugs, and the galaxy, years later, had become a desolate wasteland, abandoned and forgotten. Quickly contact the Black Dragon fleet and inform them that we can withdraw from battle, Commander Chu Xian said eagerly, but then she halted her adjutant. She wanted to make contact personally. For some reason, she felt an overwhelming curiosity about the Black Dragon fleet and that man. The communication request was sent, and the other side quickly agreed. Captain, we have just received news that the 500,000 residents on asteroid P331 have safely evacuated, and we can withdraw from combat, Commander Chu Xian reported. Zhao Chen nodded, showing no emotional reaction to the news, as the system had already alerted him that the mission had been successfully completed. Before he could review it, Chu Xian had sent a communication request. He prioritized speaking with her because there was a very important matter he needed to discuss with Commander Chu Xian. Captain, we owe this success to your fleet. Commander Chu Xian was preparing to engage Zhao Chen in further conversation to learn more about him. However, Zhao Chen unceremoniously interrupted her once more that if it were someone else, Chu Xian would likely begin to harbor a disdain for the other party. Commander Chu Xian, I recall a regulation of the Galactic Alliance stipulating that anyone participating in the extermination of the interstellar insect race is entitled to claim ownership of the defeated insects. Even if we cannot currently recover the bodies, we can document them for later, Zhao Chen inquired. Chu Xian nodded in agreement. That's correct. Zhao Chen immediately raised his hand, projecting a holographic table displaying a series of numbers. He had eliminated 3 T2 insect mother ships, over 70,000 T1 flying insects, and more than 400 T2 thorn snakes. Since we cannot currently clear the battlefield, we must wait for the subsequent Imperial fleet to eliminate these interstellar insects, at which point we can proceed with the recovery. Even accounting for some corpses being consumed by their companions, we should be able to preserve at least half of the insect remains. According to our calculations, this amounts to approximately 5 to 600,000 star coins in recovery value. I prefer to simplify matters. So, I wonder if you would be willing to directly accept this batch of insect corpses. Zhao Chen smiled as he spoke. Your starship participated fully in this battle, so the combat recorder should be able to verify our kill count. He added at IS that all you wish to discuss with me. Chu Xian was taken aback. Was this man discussing money immediately after the battle? It diminished the grand image she had of him. Zhao Chen, however, was unconcerned about his image. He wanted money. He needed funds to purchase raw materials. Your fleet's excellent performance in this battle can be corroborated by us as a third party that I can also utilize my authority to approve the recovery of those insect corpses on your behalf. Zhao Chen continued. Chu Xian managed a strained smile, still eager to assist him in resolving this matter. Zhao Chen swiftly followed up with, when can we expect the funds to arrive? Chu Xian maintained her smile. If you're in a hurry, we can expedite the process using special channels, and the funds can be transferred within a day. Given your fleet's remarkable performance in this battle, I can elevate the amount to 600,000 star coins. Thank you. I will send you the account details. I look forward to our next collaboration. Goodbye. Zhao Chen beamed, ending the call briskly before Chu Xian could respond. Her expression stiffened. What was this? He hadn't even given her a chance to interject. Was conversing with her such a waste of time and dull? No. She had to meet this man in person. At that moment, an account notification appeared. Chu Xian's eyes brightened as she recognized the information. The initial code indicated that it was a temporary account opened at the Arctic Fox Starport. The temporary account implied that this Black Dragon fleet was stationed at the Arctic Fox Starport. Connecting this with her bounty task and the fleet's arrival time, it seemed they had indeed set off from the Arctic Fox Starport. If necessary, she could verify with the port's authorities who had accepted the bounty task. Once other Imperial fleets arrived for the handover, they could head to the Arctic Fox Starport. Chu Xian resolved to seek out this man. She wasn't entirely sure why she wanted to find him, but it felt like an instinctive urge. At this moment, Zhao Chen was blissfully unaware that he had caught the attention of an Imperial female officer. He was busy calculating his newfound wealth. 600,000 star coins, combined with the previous bounty and the additional bounty from the Arctic Fox Starport, resulted in a staggering total of 1,300,000 star coins. Adding the existing balance of 900,000 star coins, he now had a total of 2,200,000 star coins. Zhao Chen mused, resembling a true fortune seeker. With only a month remaining until the quarterly task deadline and needing to produce 3 types of starships, he had only completed 2/3 of the requirement. The T-2B Queen-class heavy aircraft carrier and the T-2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. The quarterly task bore no penalties but offered substantial rewards. Zhao Chen was determined not to squander this opportunity, so he needed to construct another starship within the remaining month that he decided to review the recently completed system task. Zhao Chen opened the system interface in his mind, and a long-awaited box appeared before him. Chapter 72. Mini-Armored Behemoth? Task Content. Accept and complete the bounty task issued by the Lord of the Arctic Fox Star System. Task Difficulty, Sea Level. Task Reward, 5 task points and 1,000 points. Special Reward, a random reward based on task completion. Special Reward Completion, 100 completion for the safe evacuation of the P-331 asteroid populace. It appeared that the completion rate was evaluated based on the data from the evacuation of the P-331 asteroid's populace. As all civilians had been safely evacuated, Zhao Chen thought to himself and claimed the 2 task rewards. Task Reward claimed, 5 task points and 1,000 points. Special Reward claimed, acquired the technical blueprint for the T-2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault frigate. To obtain a starship's technical blueprint was beyond Zhao Chen's expectations. The type was an interstellar frigate, but judging by the name, it was no ordinary vessel. Host, Zhao Chen. Profession, top-tier starship engineer. Special Attribute, Fleet Luck Bonus, Eye of Insight. Points, 1780. Task points, 10. Starship count, 2. Tasks. Quarterly task claimed, Warehouse, T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault frigate blueprint, T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship blueprint, T2 Bronze Eden-class starship blueprint. After claiming these rewards, Zhao Chen's system page appeared significantly more affluent. He decided to study this interstellar frigate. Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault frigate. Ship type, interstellar frigate. Technology level, T2. Hull armor strength, 3,000 units and 5,000 units. Cruising speed, 35 knots. Warp engine, level 4 warp engine. Length, 110 meters. Mass, 120,000 tons. Crew size, 20 personnel. Starship weaponry, 50 T2 300mm caliber heavy close defense cannons. Fire one at a time. No cooldown. Special feature, short-range assault mode. A model of this starship formed in Zhao Chen's mind. It resembled a compact, rhino-like body with an overall irregular oval shape. Despite its small size, it was challenging to find a T2 starship smaller than this one in the market. However, one should not underestimate this compact vessel. Its hull armor was constructed from the hardest metal available at the T2 level, combined in a unique manner, resulting in an armor strength 10 times greater than the Zero Blizzard. This was evident from its title. Heavy assault indicated heavy armor. The weakest sections of the hull armor had a defense strength of 3,000 units, while the strongest parts reached 5,000 units. If one cannot find a smaller starship among T2 vessels, one certainly cannot find a starship with greater hull armor strength. Thus, the defining characteristic of this starship is its durability, making it the preferred choice for resilient travel. Typically, such heavy armor would affect cruising speed. And indeed, the T2 Black Rhino's speed was not impressive in standard conditions. However, it possessed a special feature called short-range assault mode, which allowed it to accelerate rapidly in a brief period. This enabled the T2 Black Rhino to appear where Allied ships needed it most. To put it plainly, this starship serves as a shield. Additionally, it had the advantage of being constructed for only 100,000 star coins. The cost of a T2B Queen-class heavy aircraft carrier could build 15 T2 Black Rhinos. What an incredible bargain! Zhao Chen eagerly contacted Charlotte aboard the Zero Blizzard. Charlotte, is the Zero Blizzard capable of warp travel at this moment? Warp travel. We are preparing to return to the Arctic Fox starport. So it shouldn't be an issue, Charlotte replied. Very well, make the necessary preparations that we shall return to the Arctic Fox starport. Zhao Chen could hardly wait to utilize the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship docked at the Arctic Fox starport to construct the T2 Black Rhino. Understood, Charlotte acknowledged, beginning the arrangements. Both starship bridges transmitted commands, notifying the fleet to enter warp travel mode within 10 minutes. With all personnel entering deep-sea mode, A.S. Captain, Vice Captain, and Secretary, Zhao Chen and his companions are the last to enter the hibernation chamber. Charlotte, you executed that beautifully, Zhao Chen praised as he watched the video footage of her, not hesitating to express his admiration that IT was primarily due to this starship. Without such extreme speed and the battleship's hull armor, my imaginative tactics would have been impossible to realize, Charlotte replied sincerely. Lilith could not help but ask, but why did you ultimately choose to retreat in the opposite direction from the front lines instead of continuing to accelerate towards another escape route? Lilith voiced a perplexity, to which Charlotte responded. Disengaging the restrictions on the Starship engine. The maximum velocity cannot be maintained for long. If I were to allow the Zero Blizzard to continue on that course, it would likely encounter problems in less than 10 minutes, at which point the Starship speed would struggle to even reach standard levels. Being overtaken by the swarming insects is merely a matter of time. Thus, from the outset, the Zero Blizzard had only one direction to break through. Upon hearing this, Lilith was enlightened. The seemingly reckless actions had, in fact, been meticulously orchestrated by Charlotte. However, the fact that they could collide with and destroy a T2 Hive Mother was beyond her expectations. That creature's head must have been rather fragile. Charlotte herself found this outcome unexpected. She had only intended to use the collision to break free and then escape, never anticipating it would lead to such a demise. The news of a T2 Hive Mother being vanquished by a starship would certainly tarnish their reputation among the insectoids. Zhao Chen was aware that such fortuitous events were rare, attributing the Zero Blizzard's remarkable performance largely to his own lucky aura. Captain, we have images of asteroid P331 captured by the Deep Space Telescope, Lilith suddenly announced. The current situation was that Zhao Chen's Skyhawk fleet, which publicly referred to itself as the Black Dragon fleet during missions, was in the process of retreating alongside the Imperial fleet. Although the insect swarm pursued relentlessly, they were no longer able to catch up. The asteroid P331, positioned along their route, became a target as a vast horde of insects swarmed towards the surface base on the asteroid. The structures of the base were obliterated, yet the swarm failed to uncover any trace of human presence. Observing the scene, Zhao Chen felt a pang of melancholy. Had they not intervened, the asteroid would have transformed into a hellish landscape. A breeding ground for more hive mothers and combat units, serving as a launch pad to engulf the entire Arctic fox system. The interstellar insectoids resembled a spark amidst a prairie, if not extinguished promptly. They would yield catastrophic consequences. Report. All 102 crew members aboard have entered cryosleep. Lilith reported from the dimly lit bridge to Zhao Chen. Let us also prepare for cryosleep, he replied, lying back into the chamber as a fragrant liquid enveloped his body. He envisioned himself at the heart of a colossal interstellar fleet, each starship adorned with the Skyhawk emblem. Concurrently, 2 vessels initiated warp travel, vanishing into the inky void of space. Chapter 73. The mysterious origins of the Black Dragon fleet upon reopening his eyes. They had arrived at the periphery of the Arctic Fox spaceport, with just a few minutes of travel remaining to reach their destination. As the starship resumed normal operations, Zhao Chen promptly contacted the female officer designated as CC-11. "Sir, you have returned," she exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. "The fleet had been gone for less than 5 hours. Am I not welcome?" Zhao Chen gestured. "No, I did not mean that. About the battle at asteroid P331. The officer, driven by curiosity, inquired, a breach of protocol since they were forbidden from probing into the affairs of guests. Yet, with no detailed reports from P331 thus far, perhaps due to her insufficient rank, she could not ascertain the full story. Hence her intrigue about the Black Dragon fleet returning so swiftly from what was supposed to be a bounty mission. The situation has been resolved, Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly. This succinct response only deepened her curiosity. Please extend my original workshop's usage for another month, and I require the raw materials on this order to be delivered within 3 days. Part of it is for starship repairs. As specified in the bounty task, the damages incurred during battle will be covered by the issuer, which I have itemized separately. Zhao Chen sent over a list of materials. The payment of 100,000 star coins will be deducted from my bounty. Any shortfall will be compensated by an incoming fund shortly. Understood, she affirmed. The communication abruptly ended. What had transpired? The officer pondered, just as another communication request arrived, bypassing the need for consent. That IT was an internal communication from higher-ups. Immediately, she straightened her posture, astonished to see that the total head of the Arctic Fox spaceport was on the other end. Did you just receive the Black Dragon fleet? The port's chief inquired directly. Why, yes, she stammered. Did they make any requests? She relayed Zhao Chen's earlier words. Waive the fee for their workshop usage for a month. Arrange the raw materials within a day. Additionally, the bounty and another payment will be deposited into the gentleman's account within 12 hours. You may send him a brief message, the chief stated with gravity. The officer was taken aback. Who was this gentleman that warranted such personal attention from the chief, expediting every request? Effective immediately, you are promoted to Deputy Minister of the Reception Department at the Arctic Fox Spaceport. You may delegate other guests to others. Your sole focus is to cater to the Black Dragon fleet. Meet their needs as much as possible, and if anything is beyond your means, contact me. The chief commanded. The officer felt dizzy. Just a moment ago, she was merely a standard reception officer, akin to customer service. Now, she had ascended several ranks in an instant. Thank you, my lord, she stuttered. The chief replied. You should thank your fortune for encountering such a guest. Sir, what is the background of the Black Dragon fleet that warrants such seriousness from you? Please provide me with some insight, so I can be cautious. She cautiously asked. The specifics are still unclear, but they successfully completed the bounty mission, leading the Imperial fleet in the safe extraction operation at asteroid P331. The chief replied solemnly. The officer gasped. This was a task that many private fleets had refused. While she had considered this possibility, the chief's choice of words revealed crucial information. They had led the Imperial fleet, not merely assisted or helped them. The distinction between assisting, helping, and leading was significant. Assisting implied a subordinate role to a superior, while helping suggested parity. Leading indicated that the battle centered around the Black Dragon fleet, with the Imperial fleet coordinating alongside them. Moreover, a significant figure had inquired about the Black Dragon fleet, who was soon to visit the Arctic Fox spaceport. This individual was not someone they could afford to offend. Even the lord of the Arctic Fox system would have to entertain them with utmost respect. The officer swallowed hard. Just treat this guest with utmost care, and report anything immediately to me. The chief concluded before severing the communication at that moment. The two starships of the Black Dragon fleet slowly entered the visual range of the Arctic Fox spaceport. Maneuvering toward the docking bays of the Starship workshop, the officer activated the video feed. Witnessing the two vessels, point one was a carrier starship predominantly yellow, while the other's classification was uncertain. The latter bore significant damage, with its bow dented and numerous pockmarks as though it had been struck by meteors. Additionally, there was a lengthy, deep gash along the port side. This was, in fact, a remnant of its encounter with the T2 Hive Mother. What on earth transpired? The officer murmured. As the two starships docked, the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship remained stationary, while over 100 Orc female crew members without formal assignments stood in formation to welcome them back. Phew! Lilith sighed in relief as the starship was successfully docked. After years of fleeing, this marked her first participation in an interstellar battle in the role of Starship Secretary, particularly against the interstellar insectoids. Although she had outwardly appeared composed, internally, she had been quite anxious. Now, with this chapter concluded, she felt a weight lift off her shoulders. Arrange for the injured from Zero Storm to receive treatment, if their injuries are severe. The treatment pod from Starport may be utilized, with costs covered by the fleet. Meanwhile, the T2 Hammer will commence repairs on the Zero Storm's hull and begin the construction of the lost interstellar drones for the T2 Queen class heavy aircraft carrier. Swiftly restoring the T2 Queen's combat readiness, that I will personally oversee this matter. You shall assist me. Zhao Chen immediately began assigning tasks. Chapter 74. Preparing to construct the third starship, the T2 Hammer class heavy interstellar industrial ship has now initiated its first operation. Inside the interstellar industrial ship, there exists an array of sophisticated industrial construction equipment, capable of producing everything from starships, mechs, and interstellar fighters to interstellar drones, even down to the combat suits and laser guns worn by interstellar warriors. However, certain limitations arise from the levels of the construction objectives and the ship's own production capacity, that IT can conduct engineering construction within the ship, and if it remains in a stationary state in space. It can even extend its operational platform outside the hull, allowing for the construction of larger starships, such as aircraft carriers of equivalent class. The T2 Hammer operates in a semi-intelligent mode, equipped with a variety of engineering robots. By simply inputting task codes and corresponding technical standards, the industrial ship system can deploy these robots to commence their work. However, human supervision is still required, as 20 of the processes necessitate manual operation of certain robotic arms and industrial equipment. Furthermore, a crew of 200 is needed to operate a T2 Hammer, significantly more than that required for similar combat starships. At this moment, Zhao Chen led a team of 200 Orcish female crew members with a foundational knowledge of industrial technology to begin their assigned tasks. Your team will operate the maintenance robots to repair the Zero Storm. You here will organize the production of interstellar drones for the T2 Queen class heavy aircraft carrier within the T2 Hammer. Zhao Chen, possessing exceptional engineering talent, swiftly and efficiently began directing everyone to fulfill their tasks. After assigning duties, he proceeded to the bridge of the T2 Hammer to input the technical blueprint for a starship, the T2 Black Rhino class heavy assault frigate. Indeed, the third starship Zhao Chen is about to construct is the T2 Black Rhino. Although he still possesses the technical blueprints for the T2 Bronze Eden class starship, its completion within a month is uncertain, and it would require a hefty sum of 3 million star coins to meet quarterly objectives. It must be postponed. Upon entering the technical information into the T2 Hammer, the industrial ship system encrypted it, ensuring that even the captain of this starship would be unable to access the full technical blueprints without Zhao Chen's special authorization. When assigning the construction tasks, the system would scramble the entire technical blueprint, distributing it among the crew members, while encrypting a minuscule portion of the core technologies, which Zhao Chen would personally oversee. Should the T2 Hammer encounter threats, the system would self-destruct all encrypted information. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Zhao Chen completed the final input of technical blueprints and concealed the operational interface. He leaned back comfortably in the captain's chair, surveying the bridge of the T2 Hammer, characterized by its black iron layout, which, while not extravagant, exudes simplicity and clarity, evoking a sense of industrial steel aesthetics. Here, one can summon images from various positions of the T2 Hammer, monitoring the status and progress of each work unit. Finally, he would not have to toil away manually constructing starships as he had before. Reflecting on the construction of a Zero Storm and the T2 Queen, Tears of nostalgia welled in his eyes. Having managed his immediate responsibilities, Zhao Chen received notifications of 2 funds being deposited and the raw materials having been delivered outside the workshop. Astonishingly, this was accomplished in just half a day's time. Demonstrating remarkable efficiency, the funds had already been deducted for the raw materials he ordered, leaving a balance of 1.2 million star coins. Once the T2 Black Rhino is completed, he could strategize for the construction of the T2 Bronze Eden class starship, achieving total food independence for the fleet and possibly even venturing into the realm of grain trade. Zhao Chen summoned Lilith and approached the entrance of the starship workshop, opening the door. Positioned deep within, the T2 hammer was obscured from view at the entrance. Zhao Chen was unreserved, instructing the external workers transporting raw materials to stack the cargo containers alongside the entrance. Sir, here are the materials you ordered. Is there anything else you require? The female supervisor, previously seen only through video communication, now stood before Zhao Chen, her face adorned with a professional smile, dressed in a fitted business attire with one button intentionally undone at her chest. However, Zhao Chen paid little heed to her appearance, focusing instead on the raw materials for constructing the starship, envisioning the completed T2 Black Rhino. The female supervisor felt a bit awkward, believing her looks were commendable and hoping to perhaps seek a moment with this important figure later. Upon noticing Lilith beside Zhao Chen, clad in a white military uniform, she was momentarily captivated, finding her stunningly beautiful, exuding an innate charm that stirred a protective yet mischievous impulse within her. The supervisor self-deprecatingly thought that with such a breathtaking beauty by his side, she, a mere starport customer service representative, would hardly catch his eye. Lilith, please liaise with this young lady. Zhao Chen assigned the task to Lilith, recognizing her current role as secretary. Such responsibilities would inevitably fall to her in the future. While Lilith had acquired substantial theoretical knowledge, true growth would only arise through practical experience, spanning fleet combat, internal affairs, and logistics. Lilith stepped forward, engaging the female supervisor in discussion, while Zhao Chen remained fixated on the cargo containers. Lost in thought, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Nearby at the starship dock, a casual young man accompanied a middle-aged man out. Old Chen, why the long face? The man addressed as Old Chen was the commander of an interstellar transport fleet. Just returning from a mission. You have no idea. I encountered a complete fool who dared to threaten me with a battleship cannon. And they actually fired. The shell landed this far from my bridge. Old Chen vented. Seriously? Someone dares to do that? Just tell me who it is and my Black Fox Brotherhood will handle them. The young man boasted. Old Chen shook his head. I have no idea. I only heard it was someone for the Black Dragon fleet. No video communication. Just saw their starship. As they conversed, they passed by the entrance of a starship workshop. Noticing a large number of cargo containers, Old Chen instinctively glanced over. Upon looking, he froze. Through the massive workshop door, he spotted the very starship he detested. Although it appeared somewhat battered, with a dented bow, he would recognize that accursed vessel. Even in ashes, a surge of fury ignited within him, and he stormed towards the starship workshop. Chapter 75. The Gold Emblem. Chu, who the hell is the captain of this starship? Get out here! Old Chen bellowed, finger pointing into the workshop at a young man, hands in pockets, exuding an air of arrogance. Stood beside him, sneering, You've crossed my brother, you'd better come out and apologize. His shout drew the attention of everyone present. Lilith and the female supervisor halted their conversation, both recognizing the two figures. The man known as Chen was a commander of an interstellar transport fleet affiliated with the Arctic Fox system, rumored to have connections with the local lord. His reputation in interstellar trade was formidable, often resorting to intimidation against others, and due to his background, those he bullied dared not retaliate. The young man beside him was a high-ranking member of the Black Fox Brotherhood, a notorious faction within the Arctic Fox system, representing the darker side of commerce. I am the captain. What do you want? Zhao Chen nonchalantly stepped forward, positioning himself at the entrance. What do I want? You dare to question me? You shot at my starship with a battleship cannon. Don't think I wouldn't recognize you just because we didn't have video communication. I can identify that abominable starship of yours, even in ashes. Old Chen exclaimed, advancing toward Zhao Chen to grab his collar. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen kicked him squarely in the chest, sending him staggering back several meters. How dare you lay hands on me? I am a member of the Black Fox Society to Oh, you have any idea what the consequences are for offending them? Mother da! Before the young man could finish his words, he was kicked in the face, his body flying sideways and crashing heavily against a cargo crate. Clang! A vivid red shoe print was clearly visible on his face. At that moment, Zhao Chen furrowed his brow. Bystanders instinctively assumed it was the man who was angered, but Zhao Chen thought to himself, he just crashed into my precious cargo. Although theoretically, such a collision would not affect the raw materials inside the crate. Zhao Chen still felt discomfort. Cough, cough, cough. You dare to lay hands on me. You allowed the starship cannon to bombard my ship. Do you believe I will report you to the Imperial Military Tribunal? Lao Chan clutched his churning stomach, feeling as if his insides were about to spill out from that kick. You're the commander of the interstellar transport fleet tasked with rescuing and evacuating the populace from asteroid P331. Aren't you? Zhao Chen regarded the man, recalling a previous incident. Lao Chen pointed at Zhao Chen. You are in deep trouble. Serious trouble. Cough, cough. Indeed, I tell you, if you dare to touch our Black Fox Society members. I've already called my brothers. Just wait to collect your own corpse. The young man from the Black Fox Society boasted. You deliberately delayed and slowed down the fleet speed, disregarding the lives of 5 million people on asteroid P331. You are the ones in trouble here. Lilith stepped forward, standing beside Zhao Chen to defend the captain. It was this voice. You vile woman, threatened me back then. Lao Chen recognized Lilith's voice as the one that had threatened them during the communication. A succubus. Suddenly, the young man from the Black Fox Society stepped forward, seemingly intent on charging at Lilith. But Zhao Chen swiftly moved to shield Lilith, his gaze icy as he stared down the aggressor, causing the young man to halt in his tracks, alarmed. The young man from the Black Fox Society eyed Zhao Chen warily, then raised his hand to display an image, which showed a shadowy figure clad in a black cloak, barely revealing half of a face. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this was none other than the woman before him. Kid, you attacked our Black Fox Society members and stole these things. Right? The young man had initially intended to utter the word succubus, but quickly realized that such information could not be allowed to circulate. It would attract unwelcome attention. So what if I did? Zhao Chen replied, nonchalantly. Fine, fine. Find out it seems we have stumbled upon a treasure trove. Our Black Fox Society has been searching high and low for you, and you have come right to us. The young man from the Black Fox Society retreated a few steps, typing a message on his handheld terminal and sending it out. That he then pointed at Zhao Chen. Just wait, your doom is near. Here, no one dares to oppose the Black Fox Society. So she is the one you all have been searching for. Lao Chen laughed heartily, elated by the turn of events, having heard of the succubus from the young man. With the current development, he felt ecstatic. This kid had offended the Black Fox Society, and he was as good as finished. Zhao Chen frowned. He was not afraid of the Black Fox Society, but he found the trouble tiresome. If this escalated, he would have to leave the Arctic Fox starport, inevitably delaying the construction of the T2 Black Rhino class interstellar heavy assault frigate. This matter was of utmost importance. If it weren't for this guy approaching him, Zhao Chen wouldn't even bother with such trivialities. That aren't you concerned that your actions might land you in a military tribunal? Lilith, feeling both embarrassed and angry, pointed at Lao Chen, worried that their identity as succubi might bring trouble to Captain Zhao Chen. During this time, they had been enjoying their life within the Xiaolong fleet, growing fond of it, to the extent that some succubi had nightmares, fearing it was all a facade. They were still struggling to survive outside, uncertain of their fates. You speak nonsense. What evidence do you have? My starship experienced a malfunction, which is why the speed was reduced. You lot fired upon my fleet without asking for context. Lao Chen sneered at Lilith and Zhao Chen. This is the Arctic Fox star system. Without evidence, who would believe your baseless claims? I believed that moment. A voice came from behind Lao Chen. Who the hell is meddling? Lao Chen instinctively turned to curse, but the next moment, he was struck dumb, his words failing him. But a woman clad in an Imperial military officer's uniform was striding forward. The sound of her military boots striking the ground resonated pleasantly. Behind her followed a squad of 30 soldiers armed with laser guns. Most notably, this woman wore an emblem on her uniform, next to the Imperial military insignia, which was particularly eye-catching. It bore a single character, the golden character Chu. Chapter 76. The distinguished Chu Xian, the female officer, walked straight past Lao Chen and approached Zhao Chen, removing her white glove from her right hand and extending her delicate hand. We meet again. Zhao Chen looked at the Imperial fleet commander named Chu Xian in surprise, wondering why she was here. Out of politeness, he shook her hand but quickly withdrew. In truth, he was reluctant to engage with the Imperial military, as they represented the Starry Empire, and revealing too much about himself could lead to complications. This bounty mission was triggered by the system and was also related to the lack of resources for the quarterly starship construction tasks. She wouldn't prefer men, would she? Chu Xian mused internally, observing Zhao Chen hastily withdraw his hand. However, this was an excellent opportunity to do him a favor. What this gentleman just said is correct. Your interstellar transport fleet is responsible for executing the evacuation mission from asteroid P331. Correct? Chu Xian turned to the pale-faced man with beads of sweat on his forehead. May I inquire who are you? Lao Chun cautiously asked, his gaze darting to the golden Chu emblem on Chu Xian's uniform. Our commander is asking you a question. Where are you looking? The female aide stepped forward and slapped Lao Chun across the face. Lao Chun quickly averted his gaze, hurriedly explaining. I'm the commander of the interstellar transport fleet for the P331 evacuation mission. But we successfully completed the evacuation of the populace. So you mean to say that this gentleman is lying when he claims you deliberately delayed and refused to head towards P331 to evacuate the populace? Chu Xian countered. Yes, of course. We have enmity. He is framing me. And he even directly bombarded my starship. I was about to take him to the military tribunal. Lao Chun stubbornly insisted, now left with no choice but to deny everything, as admitting guilt would carry severe consequences. Xiao Song. Chu Xian suddenly called out a name that a soldier stepped forward from the guard detail and stood before her. Upon seeing this seemingly personal guard, Lao Chun and the others were astonished. This soldier wore a general's uniform, and there was a star on his insignia. This soldier was actually a one-star brigadier of the Empire. A woman could easily have a one-star brigadier as her personal guard. And coupled with that golden emblem, her identity was becoming apparent to your service. This gentleman claims he has been wronged. Please investigate thoroughly. We must not wrong a good person, nor let a bad person slip by. Chu Xian stated coldly, her tone imbued with iciness. Understood. Xiao Song first respectfully saluted Zhao Chen, recognizing him from the recent battle against the Zerg, where he had served as the captain of another starship, thus holding a deep respect for the man before him. When Xiao Song's gaze shifted to Lao Chun, he felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Rest assured, we will not wrong anyone. You will wait here for my return. 10 minutes will suffice. Xiao Song concluded, leading several personal guards to investigate the matter. Lao Chun swallowed hard, sweat pouring down his face. He frantically recalled whether he had managed all affairs properly. He had instructed everyone in the fleet to keep their mouths shut, but their words could not be considered direct evidence. He could argue that it was slandered AS for the starship's navigation logs. He had deleted everything, erasing all possible evidence. Regarding that guy's starship, which might have recorded footage when he was warned, he could easily explain that it was merely a coincidence that his starship was damaged during repairs. And they encountered each other. Everything is fine. Nothing will go wrong. Hello, let us reintroduce ourselves. My name is Chu Xian, and I am the commander of an imperial military small fleet. Chu Xian greeted Zhao Chen with a smile. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes internally. Your rank is merely a colonel. You have a one-star brigadier under your command. Who would believe you are merely a commander of a small fleet? Zhao Chen replied. Chu Xian gazed into the starship workshop and noticed the repairs being conducted on the No. 0 Blizzard and another carrier starship. This one is called No. 0 Blizzard. What is the name of the other carrier starship? Chu Xian inquired enthusiastically. The Queen B-class heavy carrier starship. Zhao Chen replied. Queen B. It's a name I've never heard before. I searched the starship database for these two starship models, but I couldn't find anything. Chu Xian blinked, curiously probing. Zhao Chen remarked, I'm also uncertain. You are uncertain? Don't you know your own starship? The indifference of this individual toward his own situation was quite striking. Just then, a flurry of footsteps echoed through the air. A group of individuals clad in garments adorned with black fox patterns entered from the distant corridor, numbering at least 300 to 400, each wielding a variety of weapons, including laser guns. However, in the next moment, they found themselves utterly dumbfounded. Before them stood a squad of Imperial soldiers, fewer than 30 in number, who had already taken up a defensive stance, laser guns aimed directly at them. At that instant, the atmosphere seemed to still. What was happening? The leader of the Black Fox gang, a minor figure, was rendered speechless. How could Imperial soldiers be here? What was going on? Chu Xian observed the newcomers and discerned their intent was directed toward Zhao Chen. Seeking trouble. These should be members of the Black Fox gang. Have you offended them? Chu Xian inquired with curiosity. Zhao Chen cast a cold glance at the distant figures of the Black Fox gang. They wish to seize my troops. the members of the Black Fox gang began to cautiously retreat. "Hey, you there, the leader!" Chu Xian suddenly pointed at a distinctly identifiable minor leader within the throng of the Black Fox gang. The minor leader's face turned pale as he recognized Chu Xian and her golden emblem. In that moment, he dared not flee and could only approach with trepidation, simultaneously noticing the dazed figure of his subordinate, Wang Chong, standing nearby. What was happening? He had clearly been informed that there were individuals capturing succubi here. Why were there also Imperial soldiers present? Wang Chong felt equally aggrieved after the appearance of the Imperial troops. He had intended to send a message to the Black Fox gang to refrain from coming. However, the officer named Xiao Song had fixed his gaze upon him, and with a mere glance, Wang Chong abandoned that thought. "Speak. Why are you here?" Chu Xian asked, arms crossed. The minor leader lowered his head, momentarily at a loss for words. "If you don't tell me, I shall go directly to inquire with your Black Fox gang leader." Chu Xian said, her eyes narrowed. "I do not know who the leader is." The minor leader attempted to respond. "I am Chu Xian. This is my friend. That if you bully my friend, you are bullying me," she declared boldly, pointing at Zhao Chen behind her. Zhao Chen's lips twitched. When had he become this lady's friend? Chu Xian? The golden emblem? The Chu family? Suddenly, the minor leader recalled something, shuddering as if he had encountered a great beast. "You are from the Chu family." The minor leader instinctively began to utter the name of the female officer, but was silenced by her intimidating gaze. Chapter 77. No time. "I am in a rush to build a starship." The minor leader nervously regarded the female officer, surnamed Chu. Even if the Black Fox gang leader were present, with a single word from this woman, she could annihilate the entire gang. "The situation is as follows: that we previously captured a batch of succubi. But unfortunately, this gentleman got to them first. We did not know he was your friend. Should there have been any offense, I am willing to pay with my life, hoping you do not implicate others," the minor leader declared, steeling himself as he withdrew his laser GU in. The moment he drew the weapon, several of Chu Xian's personal guards had already locked their sights on him. If he posed any threat to Chu Xian, he would not have a chance to react before he met his demise. Moreover, the young lady possessed a trump card that could ensure her safety in any situation. The minor leader handed the laser gun to Chu Xian, his demeanor resembling that of a submissive dog. This surprised Zhao Chen, who regarded Chu Xian with newfound respect. Clearly, this woman held a position of extraordinary significance. One could recall that even a one-star brigadier had shown her deference. What was the status of a one-star brigadier? With a typical discharge, one could attain a baron or even a viscount title, a rank undoubtedly surpassing Zhao Chen's. Chu Xian turned to Zhao Chen, evidently seeking his opinion. "Leave," Zhao Chen uttered curtly. Were it not for the cargo hold still being unloaded, he would have already been disturbed for over 10 minutes in the construction of his new ship. "I am in a good mood today and do not wish to see blood. You handle your own matters. Just be clear on one point. This person is my friend." Chu Xian, a faint smile graced her lips. The minor leader let out a sigh of relief. At least his life was spared. However, since this, why in the subsequent battles, the P-331 asteroid was utterly incapable of retreating at such speed. "You. Chu Xian was momentarily taken aback by Zhao Chen's words. Recalling the purpose that lingered in her heart, she inhaled deeply and forced a smile, saying, "Let's not discuss this matter for now, his comrades who have fought side by side. How about I treat you to a meal?" "No time," Zhao Chen replied curtly as he strode into the starship workshop, closing the massive door behind him since the cargo had been completely loaded and unloaded. He was eager to continue the construction of the T-2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault frigate, oblivious to the stunned expression of Chu Xian, who had never been treated in such a manner. Chapter 78. The pearls of the two imperial dukes. All items on the order had been delivered. The female supervisor glanced at Zhao Chen. "All right, thank you." After Lilith escorted the supervisor away, she returned to Zhao Chen's side. Glancing back at the closed door, where muffled sounds of someone kicking the door in frustration could still be heard, "Are you really not going to engage with Miss Chu?" Lilith inquired. "Her identity is quite remarkable." "You know her identity?" Zhao Chen asked, turning to her. Lilith raised her hand, projecting a holographic image of the golden emblem inscribed with Chu. "Since I became your secretary, I have gathered various intelligence regarding the Starry Empire, including details about Miss Chu. Although there are no images of her online, the intricate clues we have can generally confirm her identity," she explained. Zhao Chen, who had been making his way toward the T-2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship, slowed his pace, signaling for Lilith to continue. The Arctic Fox star system, where we're located, falls under the jurisdiction of the North Wind Star Domain, presided over by Miss Chu's maternal grandfather, who holds the title of Imperial Duke. Moreover, the governor of the Chu River Star Domain, one of the 8 major star domains of the Starry Empire, is Miss Chu's paternal grandfather, also an Imperial Duke and a 5-star Marshal of the Empire. Most importantly, Miss Chu is the sole granddaughter of the Duke of Chu, who has always doted on her. The North Wind governor cherishes her even more than his own grandson, making her the beloved jewel of both domain governors. Lilith's expression grew serious. The 2 domain governors are her grandfather and great-grandfather. This illustrates the formidable background of Chu Xian. It is no wonder that the Black Fox Society refrained from acting recklessly, directly challenging the Lord of the Arctic Fox star system. "You believe I should befriend her, then?" Zhao Chen remarked. Lilith looked at the captain in confusion, failing to grasp his intent. "Isn't it obvious? The more distinguished her identity, the further we should keep our distance. What we need to focus on now is to develop cautiously. Even though we possess 2 of the finest T2 starships, we remain vulnerable in the face of genuine adversaries." Zhao Chen stated calmly. In truth, there was another reason. Zhao Chen did not trust that a duke's granddaughter would suddenly display such warmth toward him. There must be something amiss, moreover, with the secrets he harbored growing in number. Getting too close to someone like her could lead to unforeseen complications that it was prudent to maintain a safe distance. "Understood," Lilith acknowledged. "The raw materials I ordered have arrived. Our next task is to construct the T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault frigate by the end of the year." Zhao Chen's eyes gleamed with determination. That moment, outside the closed door, if Chu Xian had known that her allure paled in comparison to a T2 starship, she would have been furious enough to confront Zhao Chen. What is wrong with him? Can't he see my identity? I invite him to dinner, and he dares to disregard my invitation. With her hands on her hips, she transformed from the solemn military officer into a slightly flustered young lady. The female aide stifled a laugh nearby, saying, "Miss, you wouldn't happen to have developed feelings for this gentleman, would you?" "We've only met a few times. How could I possibly like him, especially since he's such a straightforward man?" "Like him, unless I've been struck on the head by a starship," Chu Xian retorted, rolling her eyes in exasperation. "Then why did you travel all this way to the Arctic Fox starport? Was it truly just to invite him to dinner, to get acquainted?" the aide asked skeptically. Chu Xian calmed her emotions, staring at the door as if she could see Zhao Chen's silhouette within. "I had someone investigate the starship known as the Zero Storm. There are no records of it, not even of the other aircraft carrier. I even expanded the search beyond the Starry Empire, but still found no matching vessels." With a serious expression, Chu Xian continued, "This leaves us with 2 possibilities. Either he has access to a highly confidential ship procurement channel, or he designed and built these 2 starships himself." Designed and built them himself? How could that be? Although T2 starships are merely semi-military grade, they are not something just anyone could design and manufacture. The aide questioned that I don't believe it either, which is why I want to investigate further. If it's the former, we can utilize this channel to procure a batch of these formidable starships. If it's the latter, then he is a talent, and if we can recruit him for the Chu family, it would undoubtedly enhance our strength. The situation in the Starry Empire is quite complex, and we must seize any opportunity to bolster our family, Chu Xian concluded, casting a sidelong glance at the aide. "You don't really think I'm just a pretty face with a crush on a man, do you?" "That's not my intention at all." The aide shook her head vigorously, though her gaze lacked conviction, and she glanced at a certain spot, muttering, "And that's not entirely devoid of merit." Chu Xian's lips twitched in annoyance. "You cheeky girl, how dare you tease me? Report, miss. There are communication requests from the 2 dukes." Xiao Song approached at that moment, projecting 2 communication links. "Hey, don't accept." Chu Xian began to protest, but Xiao Song had already connected them. Ignoring her piercing gaze, he turned and left, while the aide discreetly stepped away. Chu Xian covered her face as familiar voices flooded her ears. "Darling granddaughter, are you all right? I heard there was a level 2 cosmic wormhole in your vicinity, and that you took 30 starships in a battle." "Xiao Xian, you weren't hurt, were you? I've dispatched my fleet to support you." The 2 elderly men appeared in separate video communication windows. "That old fool Zhu. I told you not to let Chu Xian go to your place. And you assured me she would be safe. Look what's happened now. If anything were to happen to my granddaughter, I swear I'll—" "Hey, let's not say that." Xiao Xian came to me out of fear, and this was completely unexpected. I had no idea the interstellar insect race would appear. But rest assured, Xiao Xian is safe and sound. My dear granddaughter, you should come back quickly. even if you truly want to command a fleet at the grassroots level. We have our own fleet. You can choose any of them, or even take command of my flagship. It's a renowned T4 interstellar battleship. I heard you're on a T2 starship over there. That thing lacks even a star shield. What will you do if danger strikes? In a Northwind star domain, while we may not have a T4 starship, we do possess T3 aircraft carriers. Those interstellar fighters are everywhere. How exhilarating. Plus, you won't be on the front lines, which is far safer than any interstellar battleship. But I'll arrange for you to become the captain starting tomorrow. With a look of despair, Chu Xian thought that it was precisely this overindulgence from the two old men that had driven her away. For now, she had to set aside her concerns regarding Zhao Chen and calm these two old men, promising to return to see them, lest they take impulsive actions. Chapter 79. Promoted to Fleet Commander Headquarters of the Black Fox Society, Chu family's young lady? The leader of the Black Fox Society gasped at the mention of her name. The matter has been handled. She likely won't hold us accountable. The small leader added, however, we may no longer be able to intervene in that batch of succubi. Although we are still unaware of the identity of the man who was with the Chu family's young lady, it is clear that she values him greatly, openly declaring him to be her friend. The implication is a warning to us. Furrowing his brows, the Black Fox leader contemplated. This was a task assigned to us by Han Shao, and we have yet to complete it. While Han Shao is important, he cannot compare to the Chu family, the small leader muttered. The Black Fox leader nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case. Forget it. If we cross paths with the Chu family, we, the Black Fox Society, are not a match for them. I will relay this matter to Han Shao. For now, refrain from any reckless actions to avoid drawing any major troubles. Understood. As December came to a close, the one spacious starship workshop felt somewhat cramped due to the addition of 10 starships. Had these ships not been of smaller size, they would have hardly fit. Zhao Chen stood before the 10 starships, surveying them with a satisfied smile. Listen to my command. Prepare to initiate the testing of the starships. Zhao Chen issued commands from the bridge of the 10 starships. Immediately, the vessels stirred to life. Beside him, 10 video windows displayed the captains methodically initiating their respective starships. Report. Black Rhino-class Ship 1 is activating the starship engines. Report. Black Rhino-class Ship 2, engine activation is proceeding normally. Report. Black Rhino-class Ship 5, starship propulsion system undergoing automatic diagnostics. Diagnostics complete. Functioning optimally. Report. Black Rhino-class Ship 7, starship weapon systems undergoing automatic diagnostics. Diagnostics complete. Functioning optimally. Zhao Chen listened attentively to each report. Soon, one starship after another completed its initial activation procedures. Report. Black Rhino-class Ship 8, initial activation. Full process diagnostics complete. All systems normal. As the updates on the T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault corvettes rolled in, Zhao Chen beamed with a radiant smile, lightly clenching his fist. Splendid. After nearly a month's effort, Zhao Chen had successfully produced 10 T2 Black Rhinos in one go. Given the compact size of the T2 Black Rhino and the efficiency of assembly line production, the rate of starship manufacturing had significantly increased. Coupled with its economical cost, each vessel was priced at merely 100,000 star coins. Thus, the total expenditure amounted to the 1 million star coins worth of materials previously procured. Unexpectedly, you managed to construct 10 T2 Black Rhinos all at once. Charlotte stood beside Zhao Chen, surveying the 10 sleek black corvettes. Aside from the hull markings indicating their respective numbers, 001, 002, 003, and so forth, they were virtually indistinguishable. Zhao Chen remarked, after all, it was inevitable we would need to build them. Our fleet comprises only 2 vessels, one of which is a carrier starship. While it possesses a star shield, it does not offer comprehensive defense. We must equip ourselves with a sufficient number of interstellar corvettes to establish a semblance of a fleet. Charlotte gazed at the interstellar corvette in admiration, exclaiming, it is truly hard to believe that a corvette with such performance specifications could be constructed for just 100,000 star coins. Moreover, completing 10 in a mere month is a testament to both efficiency and quality. This was undoubtedly the result of the T2 hammer. Without it, the production capacity of the Starship Workshop could have yielded a maximum of only 3 vessels in the span of a month. Zhao Chen glanced toward the side of the workshop, housing the industrious T2 Hammer class heavy industrial starship. Gratefully, with its presence, he no longer needed to laboriously craft the starships himself. He merely had to oversee less than 1% of the core technological processes. Let us conduct a trial run shortly. After the trial, We shall procure a new batch of military supplies and provisions, and then return to the North Star system. Zhao Chen organized. It had been 3 months since Zhao Wana returned early to the North Star Military Academy. Taking a 3-month leave as a student seemed rather unorthodox. In truth, Zhao Chen's status as a student was inconsequential, yet he was compelled to secure the degree certification from the North Star Military Academy. The Stellar Empire mandated that any lord must obtain a graduation certification from an internal interstellar military academy. The requirements for the military academy were not stringent. Any qualified institution would suffice. Thus, some affluent scions might choose subpar academies, spending 6 years there before returning to formally inherit their titles. Due to his father's early demise, Zhao Chen ascended to his position ahead of schedule according to imperial mandates. However, if he failed to obtain certification from an interstellar military academy within a stipulated time frame, he risked losing his title by force. I believe there is another matter that requires our attention. Charlotte interjected. What is it? The establishment of our Falcon Fleet's organizational structure, Charlotte replied. Zhao Chen turned his gaze toward her, and she continued, previously, with only 2 starships, our arrangements were rather arbitrary. However, the situation has changed. We now possess 12 combat-oriented starships and 1 auxiliary starship. We have formed the rudiments of a small fleet, and for the sake of future management, it is imperative we establish a proper fleet system. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. Since you have a vision, I trust you have prepared a proposal as well. From today onward, your title shall no longer be captain but fleet commander. You may select any starship as your flagship. I suggest the T2 Queen Bee class heavy carrier, as it offers greater security. That I shall assume command of the Zero Storm, serving as the fleet's vice commander. Lilith can serve as your flagship secretary and fleet secretary. The remaining starships will require the appointment of a captain for each. Additionally, we have around 200 female soldiers yet to be assigned official positions. Each T2 Black Rhino requires only 20 female soldiers for operation, which perfectly fills this GAP.AS for the selection of captains and the crew for each starship's bridge. That will be your responsibility. Charlotte outlined her comprehensive plan. Truly, as a former fleet commander, she had thoughtfully devised arrangements for Zhao Chen. You must have a list prepared. Please show it to me later. If all is in order, I shall approve it directly. I am entrusting you with these matters. I feel a bit fatigued and shall take my leave to rest. Zhao Chen feigned a yawn, passing the workload to Charlotte. She rolled her eyes at him, noting that this captain, fleet commander, was increasingly inclined to delegate responsibilities. Naturally, Zhao Chen sought to avoid tasks he could delegate to others. For now, however, he was not heading to rest, but rather reviewing his completed quarterly tasks to claim his rewards. Quarterly task. Own 3 starships, system produced. Task completed. Rewards available for collection. Rewards collected successfully. Gained 10 task points. Gained 1,000 system points. Gained T2 Super Soldier Serum. Gained a technical blueprint for T2 Black Knight Class Light Interstellar Battle Mech. The rewards for the quarterly task were indeed substantial, fulfilling Zhao Chen's expectations from the past month. In addition to the standard rewards of 10 task points and 1,000 system points, Zhao Chen noted the familiar item, T2 Super Soldier Serum. It appeared this serum was part of a series. Having previously injected the T1 Super Soldier Serum, Zhao Chen had felt a significant enhancement in his physical capabilities. What would the effects of the T2 Super Soldier Serum be? Taking a deep breath, he focused his thoughts, and a vial identical to the previous one materialized in his hand. Recalling the sensation from his first injection, Zhao Chen settled onto his bed, inhaled deeply, and swiftly injected the serum into his arm. The moment he did, a jolt surged through his mind, as if electrified. Every cell in his body trembled, and his consciousness felt as though it might detach from his physical form. After several minutes of discomfort, a look of relief spread across Zhao Chen's face. His mouth slightly agape, and his eyes barely open. This state persisted for half a minute before he reluctantly regained his senses. He first swung his fist, and a swift shadow of his punch flickered by. Observing his surroundings, he approached the bed and effortlessly lifted it with one hand. Gazing into the mirror, he noted a newfound resolve in his expression. The contours of his face sharpened, and the muscles in his abdomen had acquired definition, perfectly sculpted. If he were to use his current strength to kick the old Chen from back then, it was likely that his life would be forfeit. Zhao Chen mused, returning his thoughts to the final reward from the task, the T2 Black Knight Class Light Interstellar Battle Mech. In this era of interstellar travel, battle mechs had largely become secondary weapons. Nevertheless, they remained indispensable. While starships could engage in combat within the vastness of space, what of conquering a planet? If one merely wished to eradicate the forces on a planet, orbital bombardment could suffice. However, if the goal was to gain control of a planet with minimal damage, battle mechs were essential. It is crucial to note that while battle mechs and interstellar battle mechs belong to the same category of weaponry, they represent entirely different branches. The former is typically deployed within ground forces on planets, while the latter is designed for combat in space and can even engage in starship jump battles. Zhao Chen began to review the data and specifications of the interstellar mechs. The T-2 Black Knight class light interstellar combat mech is classified as an interstellar combat mech with a technological level of T-2. Its armor strength is equivalent to that of a T-1 starship, boasting a body armor intensity of 40 to 50 units. The mech has a cruising speed of 10 knots and a maximum speed of 30 knots. Reaching a height of 15.8 meters and weighing 420 tons, accommodating a crew of 1. It is armed with dual 36-barrel Gatling laser cannons, 30 units of small missiles, and a Black Knight lightsaber. Though its cruising speed is relatively slow, being merely an interstellar combat mech rather than a starship, its short-term maximum speed rivals that of certain T-2 starships. Zhao Chen contemplated the potential of deploying several interstellar combat mechs within the starship's hangar, anticipating their utility in future surface combat missions. After familiarizing himself with the interstellar combat mech, Zhao Chen glanced at his data interface. Host: Zhao Chen profession: Elite Starship Engineer special attributes, Fleet Luck Value bonus. I have insight points, 2950 mission points, 20 starship count, 12 mission, none warehouse, T3 Blizzard class. His mission points and system points had been updated, accumulating a total of 160 system points, including the 1,000 points earned this time and those accrued over October and November. Zhao Chen pondered briefly before accessing the T2 Marketplace upgrade page. T2 System Marketplace upgrade conditions. 1. Exchange for 2 T2 level items. 222. Complete 2 sea-level system missions. 223. Spend 2,000 system points for a marketplace upgrade. 2,952,000. Having fulfilled all 3 upgrade conditions, he confirmed the expenditure of 2,000 system points to upgrade the T2 Marketplace to T3. Confirmation. Expenditure of 2,000 system points, upgrading T2 Marketplace to T3. Remaining system points, 950. Congratulations, you have unlocked T3 series products in the system marketplace, granting you 1 opportunity to redeem any item without using mission points. Once again, Zhao Chen was granted the same reward privilege, but upon glancing at the T3 series products, he realized that their average price was around 6,000 system points as a pauper at present. He could only indulge in a fleeting moment of desire. Following this, Zhao Chen accompanied Charlotte to oversee the inaugural trial voyage of the T2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault escort ship that a fleet of 10 T2 Black Rhinos departed from Starport, returning several hours later after a successful maiden voyage. Next on the agenda was procuring military and daily necessities. Zhao Chen's account still held ample funds. While it might not suffice for constructing starships, it was more than enough to sustain over 600 interstellar female soldiers. Additionally, Zhao Chen had planned a grand banquet, a New Year's Eve celebration. This marked what could be considered his first New Year celebration since arriving in this world. In the Starship workshop, a space was cleared, adorned with a lavish spread of food and drinks, accompanied by the most popular music of the moment. Some danced, others feasted heartily, and a few sang. The banquet had undoubtedly cost a significant amount of star coins. Charlotte took a sip of an unknown brand of strong liquor, observing Zhao Chen and Lilith nearby. Lilith replied, the total expenditure was 5,000 star coins. Charlotte shook her head. 5,000 star coins would have accounted for months' worth of rations when she was with the rebel fleet. To spend it all in one night felt extravagantly excessive. Feeling the pinch, Zhao Chen teased Charlotte. Though she said nothing, her expression spoke volumes. Warriors of the Eagle Dragon Fleet, tell me, are you happy? Zhao Chen suddenly bellowed. Hearing their commander, everyone shouted in unison, happy. Zhao Chen smiled broadly, raising his cup and downing its contents, exclaiming, I, Zhao Chen, harbor no grand ambitions. I merely wish to fulfill my family's expectations, to diligently cultivate my Eagle Dragon system and fleet, and to ensure that those who choose to follow me live as humans, and live with hope, not merely to exist like puppets. Furthermore, we must possess the strength that prevents us from being bullied. Dignity must always remain within the range of our starships. Many female soldiers halted their actions, gazing wistfully at their commander, some with reddened eyes that on this day next year, I hope we can raise our glasses and dance under the moonlight. To our future, Zhao Chen raised his cup once more. Lilith stepped forward, placing her hand on her heart, solemnly declaring, "Stars and moons, I vow to follow you to the death. Stars and moons, I vow to follow you to the death." Echoed the chorus of female soldiers. Zhao Chen tilted his head back, downing the remaining strong liquor in his cup that moment. The time turned to a new year. System notification. Annual task triggered. System notification. Quarterly task triggered. Chapter 81. Annual and quarterly tasks with the system tasks now present. Zhao Chen excused himself from the banquet area and sought a quiet spot. Point 2 system pop-ups materialized before him. Annual task. The host must graduate from the North Star Starship Military Academy within 1 year. Zhao Chen was taken aback. Graduate within a year? He was only a fourth-year student, meaning he would typically need over 2 more years to graduate. By the end of this year, he would at most be a fifth-year student. However, considering the bountiful rewards for quarterly tasks, the annual task rewards were likely to be equally substantial, making it a waste to disregard IT. The IT seemed he would have to devise a plan to graduate early from the North Star Starship Military Academy. Coinciding with his desire to lay a solid foundation for the development of the Eagle Dragon system, he then examined the other task pop-up. Quarterly task. Own 5 different models of T2 and above starships. 3-5. Build a fleet comprising 30 starships, noting that they must be T2 or higher. 12-30. Own 1 T3 starship. 0-1. System-produced starship. The requirements for this task were indeed demanding. However, the difficulty of completing the first 2 requirements was manageable. Zhao Chen had already constructed 3 T2 starships, the T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier, the T2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault escort ship, and the T2 Hammer-class heavy industrial starship. Furthermore, he possessed the technical blueprints for 8 T2 Bronze Eden-class starship and 8 T3 Blizzard-class light battle cruiser in his system warehouse that, if necessary, redeeming 8 T2 starship from the T2 marketplace was also within his capabilities. The second requirement of 30 starships could be fulfilled within 2 months by constructing the T2 Black Rhino alone. The most pressing challenge lay in the third requirement, acquiring 8 T3 starship. Zhao Chen opened the long-dormant blueprint for the T3 Blizzard-class. To construct this T3 Blizzard, the initial cost was a staggering 13 million star coins, equivalent to the cost of constructing 130 T2 Black Rhinos, or nearly 10 T2 Queens. However, Zhao Chen had less than 1.2 million star coins remaining, leaving a 10-fold gap. Closing this gap within 3 months posed a significant challenge. Additionally, if you were to use the T2 Hammer to build the T3 Blizzard, all production capacity would need to be allocated for 2 months. Even at the finest starport workshop, this time frame would be consistent. However, constructing the T3 Blizzard could not occur within the starport's facilities, as its design would reveal it as 8 T3 starship upon completion. Checking the starport Starship Workshop rental records would expose Zhao Chen. Building T2 starships might not raise much suspicion, but constructing an entirely new T3 starship would inevitably attract unwelcome attention. While exposure was inevitable, delaying it was preferable, allowing Zhao Chen more time to prepare. The construction costs and time frame presented significant hurdles. Zhao Chen pondered, reluctant to squander a quarterly task reward. Closing his eyes, he began to devise a series of construction plans. Seconds later, he opened his eyes, having outlined a comprehensive strategy. First, he would utilize the T2 Hammer No. 1 for 1 month to expand its capacity. In the second month, T2 Hammer No. 1 would commence the construction of the T3 Blizzard, projected to take 2 months. Concurrently, in the second month, T2 Hammer No. 2 would begin work on 8 T2 Bronze Eden, estimated to be completed in under a month, as this auxiliary starship, though costly, had a short construction duration. In the third month, the T2 Hammer 2 ship operated at full capacity, constructing a significant number of T2 Black Rhinos, or possibly other T2 starships that could be completed within the deadline, thereby fulfilling the quarterly task of producing 30 starships. Time was not a major issue. However, the problem lay in the shortage of raw materials. When accounting for the construction costs of all starships, the total amounted to a staggering 20 million star coins. Zhao Chen covered his face in despair. With this calculation, the funding gap had only widened. Where could he possibly secure such funds? The territory? It was a lost cause. The Xiaolong star system was still in disarray. The only option left was to seek external financing. Zhao Chen thought of Liyaki. Arms trading was the fastest way to acquire money. Previously, in a rush to secure funds, he had sold the technology blueprint for T-1 Wolf-Laus-class medium interstellar destroyer at a bargain price, opting for a one-time buyout out of desperation. Had he chosen to sell a technology license or agency rights, the immediate funds would have been considerably lower, and he wouldn't have been able to secure a substantial amount all at once. This time, however, Zhao Chen had no intention of repeating that mistake. With the trust established through the T-1 Wolf-Laus technology of the Yaqi's hands, he aimed to strike a significant deal with Li Wei's sister. He had already envisioned everything in his mind. Later, Zhao Chen returned to the banquet scene, relishing the rare leisure time of the New Year's Eve celebration on the first day of Galactic Year 3031. The Xiaolong fleet officially set sail, a grand total of 13 starships departing from the Arctic Fox starport, heading into the distant star domain. Observing the fleet maneuvering in an aircraft carrier battle formation, Zhao Chen contemplated. Now this truly resembled a fleet possessing an aircraft carrier. Previously, a haphazardly assembled starship, paired with a T-2 Queen Bee, hardly resembled a fleet. Now, with 10 T-2 Black Rhino frigates surrounding it and the Zero Storm located beside the T-2 Queen Bee, they were well prepared to confront any potential threats. Report. We have exited the restricted area of the Arctic Fox starport, where warp travel is prohibited, Lilith reported. Zhao Chen, seated in the captain's chair, issued orders, command the entire fleet to prepare for warp travel. Destination: Arctic Fox Star System Stargate, utilizing the stargate of the Arctic Fox Star System to reach the North Star System, and then returning to the North Star Military Academy. After 6 months, Zhao Chen was finally returning to school. Chapter 82. The best-selling T-1 starship with a stargate available. The efficiency was remarkable. The previous journey from the Xiaolong star system to the Arctic Fox star system had taken nearly half a month, whereas this leg from the Arctic Fox to the North Star system would only take a few hours. The Queen Bee's intelligence system alerts that the ship has exited warp travel mode and has reached the designated location. Currently operating in autopilot mode, Zhao Chen awakened immediately, and Lilith subsequently ordered the crew to return to their combat stations. Report. All starships in the fleet have successfully arrived. Please provide instructions, Lilith informed Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen raised his hand and opened the star map of the North Star system. They were still quite far from the North Star Military Academy. However, with the warp engine, it would only take a few minutes. The reason for choosing this location was that Zhao Chen needed to first station his Xiaolong fleet. He had no intention of parading all 13 starships back to the Academy. That would be too ostentatious. This region of space was relatively remote within the North Star system, a place rarely frequented by ships, that he instructed Charlotte to find a suitable location for the fleet stationing. Charlotte, a former general of the Beastman Rebellion, was more than familiar with selecting discreet hiding spots. Soon, Charlotte selected an area among 3 small asteroids, utilizing the blind spots to effectively conceal their presence. Unless a starship happened to pass by, it would be challenging to detect this interstellar fleet. Charlotte, I will return to the Academy with a T-2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault frigate and the Zero Storm, the T-2 Queen Bee-class heavy aircraft carrier, and the remaining 9 T-2 Black Rhinos, along with the T-2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship, will remain here. You are responsible for guarding this location and ensuring the fleet's safety, as well as supervising the production of the T-2 Hammer. Using our existing raw materials to expand the fleet by constructing an additional T-2 Hammer, Zhao Chen instructed. Before leaving the Arctic Fox starport, Zhao Chen exchanged 120,000 star coins for living supplies, military necessities, and raw materials, all of which were arranged within the T-2 Hammer. The living supplies would sustain all female soldiers aboard the starships for 3 months. Without considering the living supplies, these starships could survive in space for decades, provided they were not on long journeys or engaged in combat, thanks to their ample energy resources. Understood, Charlotte acknowledged. During my absence, report any intelligence promptly and maintain 24-hour communication, Zhao Chen reminded. Yes. Afterward, Zhao Chen switched vessels with Charlotte. Boarding the Zero Storm alongside a T-2 Black Rhino, he set off back to the Academy. The distance between the two locations was not far that in an emergency, using the warp engine, accounting for the acceleration and deceleration times of the starships. They could arrive in as little as 15 minutes. Soon, the Zero Storm and the T-2 Black Rhino reached the outer regions of the North Star Military Academy. Zhao Chen submitted a request, renting a starship docking space capable of accommodating both a large and a small starship. Is this your Starship Academy, Commander? Lilith remarked, gazing enviously at the beautiful interstellar city before them. Once upon a time, their demon kingdom had similar exquisite architecture. Unfortunately informed the crew to remain on standby aboard the starship. "You will accompany me," Zhao Chen instructed me. "I'm coming with you," Lilith replied, her nervousness evident. She felt somewhat restrained in the societal environment outside, having spent decades fleeing with her kin, hiding in the darkest corners. Even recently joining the Xiaolong fleet, it was only in a confined environment that she had gradually adapted. Suddenly being thrust into an external social setting was indeed anxiety-inducing. "Yes," Zhao Chen confirmed that, I can just stay on the starship and wait for you. If you need anything, you can contact me anytime," Lilith murmured softly. Zhao Chen looked at Lilith. "This is an order." Understanding Lilith's psychological barriers, he recognized that as the secretary of the Xiaolong fleet, she needed to overcome them. Thus, he insisted that she accompany him to help her grow. "Yes," Lilith answered meekly. "You may wear casual attire that conceals your form. Hiding your tail, wings, and horns," Zhao Chen suggested. In the previous procurement of living supplies, he had purchased everyday clothing for every female soldier alongside the military uniforms. Lilith felt a surge of relief, although it only concealed part of her. It granted her a measure of security. After both starships had docked, Zhao Chen led Lilith out. He had changed into the Academy's uniform, while Lilith wore a dress, with a fluffy skirt concealing her tail. In the back of the dress, concealing her wings, a somewhat oversized hat covered her horns. Zhao Chen assessed her appearance, noting she resembled a timid, shy girl. However, anyone who beheld her beauty would likely be captivated, regardless of gender, for she embodied the allure of a succubus. Upon returning to the Academy, Zhao Chen's first task was to inform Li Wei and Zhao Wan'er of his return. He sent a communication request to Zhao Wan'er, but it was unexpectedly declined. Did she have something urgent to attend to? Zhao Chen pondered. Never mind, it wasn't urgent. Once Zhao Wan'er saw it, she would naturally respond. With his hands in his pockets, Zhao Chen began to stroll around the Academy with Lilith. Lilith timidly followed beside Zhao Chen, initially not daring to lift her head, her hand gripping the hem of his clothing. As she gradually grew accustomed to her surroundings, she began to cautiously observe the architecture in the crowd. Zhao Chen was preoccupied with a significant concern. Graduation. The requirement for the annual task was to graduate within a year. This meant he had to advance 3 levels in just 1 year. If it were first or second-year students, it would be manageable. However, advancing from the 4th, 5th, or 6th year posed a considerable challenge that he needed to ask Wan'er. She should know how to navigate the advancement process smoothly and swiftly. Zhao Chen then noticed a starship display case nearby, showcasing a holographic model of a starship he was quite familiar with, the T-1 Wolf-Laus-class medium interstellar destroyer. A bold headline read, "The most popular T-1 starship." Released just 2 months ago, with pre-orders exceeding 500 units. Chapter 83. Crying, Zhao Chen halted his steps, reading the news displayed. He could hear surrounding students discussing the T-1 Wolf-Laus-class medium interstellar destroyer. And it was evident that despite being a T-1 starship, its popularity was exceptionally high. The T-1 Wolf-Laus is selling like hotcakes. I heard that if you order one now, you'll have to wait 6 months to receive it. Indeed, I've heard that many lords are placing orders for this starship, with a single unit priced at just 30,000 star coins. It's incredibly affordable. It is said that this starship has the potential to become the best-selling T-1 starship of the year 3031. Perhaps even breaking previous sales records for T-1 starships. Zhao Chen listened to these words while gazing at the holographic advertisement below, which featured Liyaki speaking personally to T-1 Wolf Tick, the most cost-effective T-1 starship. Please pay attention to the Beiyin Starship Technology Group, wholeheartedly preparing the finest starships for you. It appeared that during the months Zhao Chen had entrusted the T-1 Wolf Tick to Liyaki. She had successfully promoted it. This was the outcome Zhao Chen had anticipated. Being the most cost-effective combat starship in his system's T-1 mall, it was bound to be a hot seller, with a construction cost of merely 10,000 star coins. But now Liyaki was quoting 30,000 star coins. Even accounting for advertising, operational, and labor costs, the profit per ship ranged between 10,000 and 15,000 star coins. If the orders had reached 500 units, it would mean that upon fulfilling these orders, Liyaki could earn nearly 6 to 7 million star coins. Compared to the 3 million star coins Zhao Chen had offered, this figure was indeed doubled. However, this was contingent upon the construction and delivery of 500 T-1 Wolf Ticks, which forecasted Li Yaqi's total profit over the next 6 months t that time. Zhao Chen could not afford to wait such a long duration. Only by buying out could he obtain the 3 million star coins at once. Yet now, upon reflection, perhaps if he offered 4 million star coins, Li Yaqi would agree. Enough of these bleak memories. Zhao Chen buried his face in his hands, feeling a mix of despair and frustration. Nevertheless, this time he intended to approach Li Yaqi, and he was well prepared. Furthermore, it would be a significant move. While Zhao Chen contemplated these matters, his handheld terminal buzzed with a message from Li Wei. Zhao Chen, hurry! Your sister is being bullied. Zhao Chen's expression shifted as he took Lilith to the address sent by Li Wei. It was a starship duel arena, the #1 starship simulation duel arena. Within the arena, a T-2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battleship, with a distorted hull and a section emitting black smoke, was slowly being towed away by an interstellar barge. Meanwhile, several shuttles were transporting crew members out from the T-2 Fire Crow. Not far away, in the arbitration zone, Zhao Wanner had just stepped off a shuttle, her face contorted with rage as she glared at those across from her. Facing her was a group of individuals dressed in uniforms different from those of the Beiji Starship Military Academy. What? Can't you people from the Beiji Starship Military Academy handle loss? We won fair and square. Blame yourselves for lacking ability. The Beiji Starship Military Academy is nothing special, is it? All that talk of genius girls, and yet you were defeated by us. A group of them stood there, mockingly surrounding an arrogant girl with wavy brown hair. The twin-tailed girl, Xue Xiao Xiao, jumped out, indignant as she pointed at the haughty girl. You despicable person! We clearly surrendered. Why did you continue the attack? And the arbitrators, didn't you see that? The arbitrators, scolded by Xue Xiao Xiao, averted their gaze, feeling guilty. These arbitrators were not from the Beiji Starship Military Academy, and they feared the identities of these noble young masters, who hail from the Tianyao Noble Starship Military Academy. The students there were either rich or powerful, not to be trifled with. The girl shrugged, smirking as she said, I didn't have time to stop it. And who could have imagined your T-2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battleship would be so fragile? I apologize to my classmates from the Beiji Starship Military Academy. Although she spoke of apologies, a mocking expression lingered on her face. That moment, a shuttle arrived, unloading several injured crew members, bloodied, and one of them unconscious. How are my crew members? Zhao Wanner anxiously rushed to check on her crew. Ignoring the argument with the girl, a medical officer who followed closely said, one is severely injured but has received a heart stimulant and is out of danger. The remaining 7 have minor injuries and will recover in a few days. Zhao Wanner gazed at the severely injured crew member, her junior, who had once idolized her and expressed a strong desire to join her starship. They had gotten along quite well, yet now she found her in such a state. Guilt and anger bubbled within her, and she glared furiously at the woman across from her. Oh, that glare is quite frightening. The woman scoffed. She's just a commoner. What does it matter if she dies? Why would anyone care? You from the Beiji Starship Military Academy recruit commoners. Unlike us from the Tianyao, a Noble Starship Military Academy, who only accepts students of noble status as for the crew members. We can simply recruit retired soldiers from the Imperial Army. She laughed, covering her mouth. You will not insult my crew members, Zhao Wanner shouted at the woman. The woman's smile vanished, replaced by a cold, mocking gaze. And if I do insult them? If you have the ability, come and fight me. I'll accompany you to the end in a starship duel. Just remember, when your crew members are dead or maimed. Don T come crying to me. Zhao Wanner certainly desired revenge, but she currently lacked a starship. Her crew was still injured. A profound sense of defeat and helplessness washed over her in that moment. She thought of her brother, whom she had always considered useless. If he were here, if we are to fight, then let us fight. We, the Zhao family, will accompany you to the end. A voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention. Zhao Wanner trembled, her gaze filled with excitement as she looked over to see a familiar figure. Previously, she had disdained this figure, but now, upon seeing him, a sense of security enveloped her. Tears streamed from her eyes, filled with a sense of injustice. Zhao Chen, hands in his pockets, approached Zhao Wanner without offering her comfort. Instead, he asked, crying, You're the one crying. Zhao Wanner turned her head, hastily wiping her tears. I am not crying. I'm going to fight that vile woman. Zhao Chen's words infuriated the haughty girl across from them. Where did this filthy commoner come from, daring to insult me? The girl glared at Zhao Chen, furious that he had dared to call her a vile woman. At that moment, one of the girl's admirers seized the opportunity, stepping toward Zhao Chen. "How dare you disrespect Miss Zhou Min? Watch how I tear your mouth apart." He swung his fist towards Zhao Chen's face. Shui Xiao Xiao and the others were startled, not expecting a student from the Tianyao Noble Starship Military Academy to be so brazen. Not only breaking rules during the starship duel, but now resorting to physical violence. Zhao Chen, facing the incoming fist, reacted swiftly, gripping the opponent's fist and twisting it. The young man grimaced in pain, collapsing to the ground. Zhao Chen followed up with a kick to his face, sending him flying, ultimately landing beneath the skirt of the haughty girl, now unconscious and unable to appreciate the view he had dreamt of. Isn't that Zhao Chen, Wanner's brother? The one who defeated his opponent in a starship duel last semester when no one believed in him? My goodness, how is Zhao Chen so skilled? Zhou Min was both amused and infuriated. All right then, let's not postpone this any further. My starship has not suffered any repercussions. Once my starship is resupplied in half an hour, we shall engage in another duel. Agreed. It is settled, Zhao Wanner responded. Just then, the onlookers parted to make way for several individuals resembling instructors. What on earth is happening here? I heard there was a fight. A sharp-voiced woman hurriedly entered, immediately spotting her fallen student. She furiously pointed at the male instructor from Beiji Star Academy. Vice Dean Hong, what is the meaning of this? My student was assaulted by one of yours for no reason. You must provide me with an explanation. We at Tianyao Academy have come for academic exchange, and this is how you treat your guests. Vice Dean Hong appeared somewhat taken aback and sought to calm her down. Vice Dean Jia, please, let us first remain composed and understand the situation. At that moment, students from both sides began to hurl insults at one another. The student from Beiji Star Academy can't accept defeat and resort to violence. Nonsense. It was clearly your Tianyao Academy students who broke the rules during the starship duel. They surrendered, yet continued to fire, injuring our crew and insulting them as commoners. What's wrong with being called commoners? Commoners should stay on their planets and not venture out in starships. Do you think you have the right? Before long, both Vice Deans had grasped the entire situation. Vice Dean Hong's expression began to darken as he looked at Vice Dean J. It appears that both parties share responsibility in this matter. Are you covering for them? Vice Dean Jia shot back, accustomed to being arrogant. You old hag, with your attitude these past few days, one might think you were the dean. I have treated you with respect because you were a guest. Yet you take advantage of my kindness. Vice Dean Hong cursed inwardly, though he maintained a faint smile that if we were to delve deeper, it is evident that the root cause lies in your students' disregard for the rules, as they fired after the other side had surrendered. Such rules should have been taught in your first year. Surely your academy has covered them? This statement was laced with sarcasm, and Vice Dean Jia's expression soured. Earlier, the students from Beiji Star mentioned wanting a rematch. Since there are grievances, and we are all from military starship academies, why not settle them with another duel? Zhou Min approached, casting a cold smile at Zhao Wanner. She believed she could best this woman once more and was ready to see it through to the end. Zhao Wanner glared fiercely, and for reasons unknown, she felt a surge of confidence. Very well, Vice Dean Hong. Let us proceed this way, and as for what transpired earlier, we shall leave it be. Vice Dean Zhao regarded Vice Dean Hong with a chilling smile. Earlier, you seemed quite arrogant. Well then, I shall have my students defeat your talented ones again, right before your eyes. Let us see if Beiji Star Academy can maintain its dignity. Vice Dean Hong hesitated, glancing at Zhao Wanner. Aware of her diligence and talent, if she were to suffer consecutive defeats, it could lead to psychological repercussions, a consequence not worth bearing. Perhaps we should. He began, but Zhao Wanner interrupted, her resolve unwavering. Vice Dean Hong, I want to fight. Please respect my decision. Vice Dean Hong frowned and stepped closer to Zhao Wanner. Zhao Wanner, your starship has sustained damage, and your crew has been injured. How can we proceed? I possess a starship. I want to fight. Zhao Wanner insisted stubbornly. I could see that moment. Zhao Chen approached and remarked, Vice Dean Hong, let the women resolve matters among themselves. He then signaled to Lilith behind him, whispering, take Wanner to the Black Rhino. Understood. Lilith moved to Zhao Wanner's side, and the two departed. Observing this, Zhou Min sneered, if you wish to humiliate yourself further, I shall gladly oblige. I hope your starship can withstand the onslaught. With that, she turned and headed back to her resupplying starship. Preparing for the upcoming second battle. Chapter 85. Triple assessment credits. Huffing and puffing, Li Wei pushed through the crowd and spotted Zhao Chen. Old Zhao, I thought you entered through entrance A. I waited for you over there for quite some time. Let me tell you, Those arrogant nobles from Tianyao Academy are insufferable. As he spoke, he noticed the two vice deans present and quickly cleared his throat, feigning disinterest and quietly joining Zhao Chen. "Where's your sister? I saw your sister's starship earlier. She went to prepare for the next duel," Zhao Chen replied. "Next duel?" Li Wei was taken aback. Shui Xiao chimed in. "You should have seen it. Wanner's brother was magnificent, directly confronting that insufferable woman and beating her protector to a pulp. Now, Wanner's brother is letting her pilot his starship for a rematch. Is it that Zero No Blizzard? Am I going to see that massive cannon of yours again?" "It is not the Zero No Blizzard," Zhao Chen clarified. "Then what starship is it?" Shui Xiao asked, slightly disappointed yet still curious. "That you'll see soon enough," Zhao Chen replied before inquiring. "Where's senior sister Sulan? Wasn't she with you? It seems the other party is targeting you. Is there a conflict?" Senior sister Sulan is currently participating in an academic exchange between Beiji Star Academy and Tianyao Academy. She is representing the 6th-year students. And such events are typically attended by teachers, Shui Xiao explained, then began to express her discontent regarding Zhao Wanner. "This is all that vile woman's doing. She can't control her man and takes it out on us." Shui Xiao recounted the entire situation in detail. It turned out that Tianyao Academy had visited Beiji Star Academy a week prior for a fortnight of academic discussions and exchanges. During this period, outstanding students from various grades would interact. Naturally, Zhao Wanner and Shui Xiao, being the Academy's flowers, became the center of attention. During this time, a noble student from Tianyao Academy frequently sought Zhao Wanner, making his intentions painfully apparent. Zhao Wanner had consistently rejected him, firmly requesting he cease his harassment. Yet day after day, this Tianyao boy arranged for exquisite natural food items and gifts to be sent her way, even promising that if Zhao Wanner agreed to be his girlfriend, he would gift her a T3 starship. Such extravagant efforts for courting, Zhao Chen remarked, astonished. The cost of a T3 starship hovers around 10 million star coins, with market prices reaching into the billions. Using such a grand temptation to woo a girl, one could imagine that most would find it irresistible. It appears he is merely a playboy, using sweet words to win her over, only to discard her once he tires of the game. My sisters even conducted a background check on this fellow from Tianyao Academy, and it turns out he has a long history of such behavior. He's played so many girls, it's rumored that during his time at our academy, he has already built ambiguous relationships with several girls. What a scoundrel. Ugh. Shui Xiao expressed her disdain that Li Wei added, "The reason so many girls fall for his tricks is due to his status. He is the second son of the Hurricane Consortium. The Hurricane Consortium is a burgeoning powerhouse in the Xingyao Empire, thriving in food trade, galaxy transport, and particularly in starship technology. The T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, which has sold over 100,000 units, was launched by their consortium, amassing billions in wealth in a few decades. Such a wealthy scion, offering a T3 starship? Naturally, many infatuated girls will be tempted to see if it were true." Li Wei hesitated as he mentioned the T2 Hyena, feeling a bit uncomfortable since he had recently purchased one. That man not here. Zhao Chen scanned the surroundings, aware that if the scion were present, all eyes would be on him. Shui Xiao crossed her arms and snorted. That spoiled rich kid is a master at staying out of trouble, never participating in disputes that involve women fighting over him. As they awaited the two starships to prepare for entry, Zhao Chen seized a moment to inquire, "Shui Xiao Li Wei, may I ask how one might advance a grade in a short period?" "Advance a grade?" Shui Xiao gazed at Zhao Chen in astonishment, puzzled as to why he was inquiring about such matters. Nonetheless, due to the reputation of the Zero Storm Blizzard cannon, her impression of Zhao Chen remained favorable. However, she was not well versed in the specifics. "I'm not entirely sure. In our academy, the grade system allows students to progress to the next level as long as they accumulate enough assessment credits for their current year. If you manage to accumulate 3 times the required credits within the academic year, you can leap directly to the next grade. However, if you fail to meet the credit standard for the higher grade after advancing, you will be held back." A voice interjected nearby. Zhao Chen turned to see Vice Dean Hong, who had just stepped out. "Is there a limit to the number of grade leaps one can make within an academic year? For instance, jumping straight from 1st to 3rd year?" Zhao Chen inquired. Vice Dean Hong hesitated momentarily before responding. "Theoretically, there are no such restrictions. However, the original grade assessments are quite challenging, and accumulating 3 times the required credits while successfully leaping 2 grades within the same academic year, all while ensuring you do not get held back, This has never occurred in the history of our North Star Academy. Most students only manage to leap one grade and then successfully complete the assessment standard for that level to avoid being held back and to advance smoothly to the next grade. Zhao Chen felt he had a clearer understanding now. Chapter 86. Is that actually an interstellar escort ship? Zhao Chen, what prompted your sudden interest in this? Vice Dean Hong asked curiously. Zhao Chen smiled and replied, "Oh, I'm just curious about how my sister managed to leap grades at IC. Your sister's talent is indeed remarkable. With further training and more practical experience, she will undoubtedly become an excellent fleet commander." The Vice Dean's words emphasized the Academy's appreciation for Zhao Wanner's talents, referring to her as a fleet commander rather than merely a captain. Speaking of which, Zhao Chen's talents are not to be underestimated either. It is a pity that he chose the wrong major. The ability to assemble 3 outdated starships into a new one capable of defeating a T2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser is quite extraordinary. If you're interested, I can assist you in changing your major to Starship Engineering Technology. Vice Dean Hong proposed that I am more interested in commanding starships. Zhao Chen politely declined the Vice Dean's kind offer. Time passed quickly, and after a little over half an hour, an interstellar battlecruiser gracefully entered the starship duel arena. All eyes were fixed upon this imposing vessel. Vice Dean Hong remarked, "That is a T2 Purple Rose-class medium interstellar battlecruiser. Developed and released by the Hurricane Consortium in recent years. Although it is merely a medium starship, its firepower and armor strength rival those of heavy starships of the same class that in previous starship duels. The T2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser, although of the same grade, still exhibited a significant performance GAP. To my knowledge, the price of the T2 Purple Rose is a staggering 11 million star coins. 11 million star coins? My goodness, that price could buy a T2 interstellar battleship or a T2 aircraft carrier," Li Wei exclaimed in disbelief. Vice Dean Hong chuckled softly and shook his head. "This is a starship that relies solely on wealth accumulation, offering very low-cost performance. Consequently, very few procure this ship. However, due to its extravagant design, it has become a symbol for noble ladies, and thus, it is typically these aristocratic young women who are inclined to purchase such expensive yet low-cost performance starships. It is worth noting that Zhao Wanner's T2 Fire Crow was priced at under 8 million star coins, nearly a 50% difference. As they observed the broadcast from the drone, the T2 Purple Rose's exterior was indeed beautiful, featuring intricately carved patterns of purple roses on its armor. At first glance, one might mistake it for a piece of art. However, in comparison to Zhao Chen's Zero Storm Blizzard, the odds seemed to favor the latter. As Vice Dean Hong continued speaking, a rather miniature circular starship appeared before everyone. "What is that starship? How did it breach regulations and enter the duel arena without permission?" Vice Dean Hong frowned, clearly displeased with this management oversight. "That is the starship my sister is piloting," Zhao Chen remarked nonchalantly, stirring a wave of surprise among Shui Xiao and Li Wei. Vice Dean Hong was taken aback for a moment before exclaiming, "Zhao Chen, if I'm not mistaken, that appears to be an interstellar escort ship, a T2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault escort ship." Zhao Chen identified the starship's model, but the onlookers were unconcerned with the specifics. They simply recognized it as an interstellar escort ship. Look, that is the starship from North Star Military Academy, and it is an interstellar escort ship. A duel between an interstellar escort ship and an interstellar battlecruiser? Are the students of North Star Academy out of their minds? If they don't wish to win, they should just say so. There is no need to humiliate themselves like this. It's truly laughable. Witnessing this scene, students from Tianyao Academy burst into laughter, launching a barrage of verbal assaults on the students of North Star Military Academy, with Zhao Chen being their primary target. However, they only dared to shout from a distance, as the one they mocked had just demonstrated a willingness to fight back. The student from North Star Military Academy wore expressions akin to having consumed something unpleasant, their faces reflecting their dismay. They looked incredulously at Zhao Chen, having initially assumed he would send his sister to battle in the Zero Storm Blizzard. Instead, she had taken to the battlefield in a T2 interstellar escort ship. "Zhao Chen, what were you thinking?" Li Wei gulped, at a loss for how to counsel his friend, whose unpredictable actions had begun with the Zero Storm Blizzard. "Just watch," Zhao Chen said, crossing his arms with a slight smile. He had deliberately arranged for the T2 Black Rhino, having previously researched the starship duel records on his way here. He knew his opponent's ship was a T2 Purple Rose and was aware of its weapon systems. 10 T2 dual 200mm medium railguns as its primary armament, capable of firing every 30 seconds. Railguns are non-ballistic weapons that utilize electromagnetic technology to accelerate metal projectiles. Their firing rate is rapid, and they boast a high accuracy within their effective range. However, due to the lack of guidance systems, their accuracy diminishes significantly at maximum range, necessitating a starship capable of maintaining close engagement distances with enemy vessels. Such weaponry is typically found on interstellar cruisers and escort ships. The firepower of the T-2 Purple Rose is commendable against ordinary T-2 class starships, given that it cost 11 million star coins to construct. Unfortunately for it, this time it would face the T-2 Black Rhino. Even if all its attacks landed on a single point of armor, it would require a sustained barrage of precise shots over a span of 20 minutes to inflict severe damage. 20 minutes. Setting aside the improbability of such a scenario, the T-2 Black Rhino would never afford it that much time to AT this moment. The T-2 Purple Rose and T-2 Black Rhino quickly assumed their designated combat positions. And the size comparison was stark. The T-2 Purple Rose boasted a length of 310 meters, while the T-2 Black Rhino measured only 110 meters, taking on a half-oval, rhino-like shape. Such a diminutive vessel paled in comparison to the Zero Storm Blizzard's imposing cannon. Shui Xiao couldn't help but scoff, expressing her dissatisfaction at not seeing the grand cannon she admired, but rather this small craft. Zhao Chen remarked, "Sometimes, size doesn't necessarily equate to superiority. Resilience is equally crucial." Chapter 87. Just a sturdy interstellar escort ship, the arbitrator recited the duel rules as customary, then directed both starships to their random spawn points in preparation for the impending duel to end the ongoing video communication. Zhou Min was doubled over in laughter, pointing at Zhao Wanner and taunting, "Zhao Wanner, are you trying to make me laugh to death while winning this duel? If that is your strategy, congratulations that you're almost there." Using an interstellar escort ship to battle a battlecruiser. How audacious. Unfazed, Zhao Wanner replied, "I hope you can still laugh after this." The video communication was severed. Zhou Min sneered, "An interstellar escort ship thinking it can flaunt its prowess? Just wait and see how I turn your escort ship into scrap." In the audience, anticipation built for the duel's commencement, but a clear division in emotions was evident. The students of Tianyao Academy were thoroughly entertained, as though they were witnessing a comedy. Meanwhile, a small contingent from North Star Academy had already left the venue, unable to fathom the upcoming events of an escort ship engaging a battlecruiser. While the escort ship might boast commendable armor strength capable of withstanding several rounds of enemy fire, what about its firepower? The firepower of interstellar escort ships is widely recognized as the lowest among all classes of vessels. Moreover, with such a small starship, how many weapon modules could it possibly equip? How could it contend against a battlecruiser? With your pathetic close-range cannon? Don't make me laugh. Using an interstellar frigate to engage an interstellar battlecruiser. This reflects the education of your esteemed institution. It's truly astonishing. Vice Dean Jia, without reservation, ridiculed Vice Dean Hong, her expression one of amusement as she observed the unfolding drama. Deep down, Vice Dean Hong felt uncertain as he cast a glance at Zhao Chen, who remained unfazed in the distance. Logically, Zhao Chen should not be one to underestimate the situation, yet employing an interstellar frigate against a battlecruiser. This scenario was not found in any combat textbook. Merely an academic exchange. Vice Dean Hong could only mutter to himself. Soon, the two interstellar warships reached their respective berth points. At the moment the arbiter declared the battle commenced, neither ship exhibited any intention of maneuvering. They headed straight towards the enemy vessels detected on their radars on the bridge of the T-2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault frigate. Zhao Wanner, filled with suppressed fury, proclaimed, "I can hardly wait to see that wretched woman's expression." "Prepare all weaponry." Her aide, Lilith, and the frigate's former captain flanked her. "Miss Wanner, I believe we need not fire any shots this time," Lilith suggested. Taken aback, Zhao Wanner looked at her, puzzled. "Not fire? How can we win then?" "There is a test we haven't had the chance to conduct during the T-2 Black Rhino's trials. Perhaps we can try it in this battle," Lilith replied, a glint of mischief in her eyes. "What kind of test?" Zhao Wanner inquired. "A collision experiment during combat," Lilith answered. Zhao Wanner paused. Then a wicked grin spread across her face as comprehension dawned upon her. Moments later, both starships were nearing each other's fire-covered zones. On the bridge of the T-2 Purple Rose-class medium interstellar battlecruiser, Zhou Min was eager to teach her opponent a lesson. "Target that interstellar frigate with the railguns," she commanded. "Using a frigate to challenge my battlecruiser is sheer folly." Report. 10 railguns fully charged and ready to fire. The first officer reported. Zhao Min sneered at the radar. Let them come a bit closer. Fire in 1 minute. In the audience, all eyes were fixated on the live battle feed, observing the larger and smaller starships advancing towards one another. Soon, they witnessed the T-2 Purple Rose-class battlecruiser strike first. 10 T-2 dual-mounted 200mm medium railguns fired, unleashing 20 metal projectiles at tremendous speed, which struck the interstellar frigate. The metal shells detonated against the T-2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault frigate's armor, generating clouds of smoke that momentarily engulfed the small vessel, which measured only 100 meters in length. Students from a North Star Academy began to worry for the talented Zhao Chen, who enjoyed considerable popularity among them. Shui Xiao, anxious for a friend, had unconsciously clutched the hem of Zhao Chen's clothing. Seconds later, a small figure burst through the haze at that moment. Everyone stood in stunned silence, staring at the frigate. How is this possible? Vice Dean Jia exclaimed, disbelief etched on her face. Others murmured in astonishment. For the interstellar frigate showed no visible signs of damage. Perhaps if they looked closely, they might find some cosmetic damage, but on the live feed, it appeared utterly unchanged from before the assault. The T-2 Black Rhino continued its advance towards the T-2 Purple Rose-class battlecruiser, the distance between them steadily decreasing. How can there be no damage whatsoever? Continue firing. Use armor-piercing rounds. Zhao Min was beginning to panic. After the second round of bombardment, everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the smoke. Seconds later, the frigate emerged, still entirely unscathed. My heavens! What kind of armor is that? It withstood 2 rounds from the T-2 Purple Rose without a scratch. Could it possibly be a T-3 class interstellar frigate? Is this truly the interstellar frigate we studied in textbooks? All the students were in disbelief. Meanwhile, the student from the North Star Academy found their spirits lifted, while those from the Tianyao Military Academy stood in stunned silence. Goodness, it suffered no damage at all. Zhao Chen, what kind of interstellar frigate is this? Li Wei stared at Zhao Chen in astonishment. Shui Xiao also cast a curious glance his way. It's just a rather sturdy interstellar frigate. Zhao Chen replied casually. Li Wei and Shui Xiao exchanged incredulous looks. Sturdy. With that armor strength, it could likely withstand several shots from a battleship's main cannon. Shui Xiao muttered. The T-2 Purple Rose-class battlecruiser commenced its 3rd, 4th, and 5th rounds of attack. The audience magnified the view of the T-2 Black Rhino's port side armor multiple times, finally revealing a dent several centimeters deep and a few tens of centimeters long. No matter how resilient, a mere interstellar frigate could not hope to contend with the T-2 Purple Rose. Furthermore, the frigate's speed might not even suffice to catch up with the T-2 Purple Rose. Vice Dean Jia, trying to maintain her composure, said, Yes. You are the Vice Dean of Tianyao Academy. Your words carry weight. Vice Dean Hong feigned a sycophantic smile beside her, clearly mocking. With a scowl, Vice Dean Jia fell silent, convincing herself that there remained hope for this battle. Meanwhile, the T-2 Purple Rose had realized something was amiss and began attempting to maintain distance from the T-2 Black Rhino while continuing its bombardment. Zhao Min was determined. Under relentless fire, this T-2 interstellar frigate could not possibly endure it on the bridge of the T-2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault frigate. The ship's front armor had sustained a cumulative 6 damage. With the most severely affected area at 12, the side armor had experienced a 3 reduction. The captain reported to Zhao Chen, glancing at the distance between the 2 vessels on the star map. Zhao Chen, having previously familiarized herself with the T-2 Black Rhino's capabilities, declared, We're close enough. Relay my orders. Prepare to initiate short-range assault mode. All crew members, brace for impact. Yes, the crew responded, transmitting the orders. The T-2 Black Rhino had been designed with the expectation of enduring significant attacks and even collisions. Every combat position was equipped with measures to stabilize personnel and prevent injury from impacts, initiating short-range assault mode. Acceleration increasing, the captain announced. The red numbers indicating speed began to climb rapidly. In the audience. Spectators gasped. Goodness, look, that interstellar frigate seems to be accelerating. The increase in speed was astonishing, far surpassing its previous pace. Wait, this speed, this trajectory, could it be that the interstellar frigate is preparing to ram the T-2 Purple Rose? A shocking thought crossed the minds of all the students. Ramming? An interstellar frigate intends to ram an interstellar battlecruiser. A faint smile graced Zhao Chen's lips as he seized the opportunity to practically test the T-2 Black Rhino's collision resistance. The rapidly accelerating T2 Black Rhino aimed one of its protruding modules directly at the side of the approaching T2 Purple Rose. "Quick! Accelerate! Evade!" Zhao Chen shouted in panic as the interstellar frigate drew closer. "Captain, we've already reached maximum speed, and at this distance, we cannot evade," the first officer lamented. "We should prepare for impact." Before the first officer could finish, a resounding thud echoed through the ship as the frigate collided with the battlecruiser. In an instant, unsecured items on the bridge flew through the air, and some crew members who had failed to stabilize themselves were launched several meters away. Zhao Chen remained in her seat, but her pupils dilated as she watched a rather ample posterior barreling towards her face. The visage she had spent hundreds of star coins maintaining was about to make an intimate acquaintance with that part of the body. "Warning, warning, warning! The left side of the hull has sustained severe damage. The left armor has been breached. The 13 adjacent compartments are in emergency lockdown. Warning, warning, warning! The impact has affected the left engine, reducing speed by 30. Warning, warning!" The cacophony of alarms drowned out Zhao Chen's cries for help as everyone regained their bearings and began to rise from the floor. The first officer discovered a 200-pound crewman had plopped down onto the captain's chair. "Where is the captain?" he demanded of the hefty soldier. I don't know." The portly soldier stammered. A voice emanated from the captain's chair. The first officer glanced behind the corpulent soldier, only to find Zhao Chen slumped in the captain's chair, her entire being seemingly crushed, particularly her face, which appeared distorted. "Captain, your duff face." The first officer swallowed hard, gesturing toward Zhao Chen's visage. Startled, Zhao Chen swiftly kicked the soldier aside, conjuring a mirror, which revealed her face marred by noticeable unevenness. "My face! Warning, warning, warning! The hull is under impact. The hull is under impact." Another sudden jolt struck, causing the first officer to lose his balance and instinctively grasp something, plummeting downwards. When he regained his senses, he realized he had pressed Zhao Chen's face firmly against the captain's chair. "Ah!" Zhao Chen screamed in sheer panic. The impacts continued, one after another from various angles and directions that an outside observer. It appeared as if a T2 interstellar corvette relentlessly collided with a fleeing T2 Purple Rose. Yet, the speed was insufficient to evade the corvette's relentless pursuit. "Warning, warning, warning! The hull has lost control. The hull has lost control and is on a collision course with a small asteroid. Immediate evasive action required." Colliding with an asteroid, the first officer, momentarily disregarding Zhao Chen's emotional breakdown, quickly analyzed the situation. The imagery transmitted to the bridge revealed their starship hurtling towards an asteroid at alarming speed, and the culprit was undoubtedly the interstellar corvette, which was currently ramming their T2 Purple Rose from behind. "Captain, surrender immediately. Surrender at once. Otherwise, our starship is doomed." The first officer urgently implored Zhao Chen to concede that face. Zhao Chen was still fixated on her reflection. After all, it was a face she had meticulously altered. The first officer pressed for her to surrender, and in her current state of dread, Zhao Chen hastily contacted the arbitration to declare their surrender. In the audience, the arbiter had just received the T2 Purple Rose's surrender, yet they had not yet communicated this to the T2 Black Rhinoceros. Through the live feed, they witnessed the T2 Purple Rose crash heavily against the asteroid surface, stirring up a massive cloud of dust. The T2 Purple Rose's hull was severely deformed, while the so-called culprit T2 Black Rhinoceros seemed unaffected, withdrawing its imposing horn as if satisfied by the disarray it had caused to the T2 Purple Rose, and then nonchalantly departing from the asteroid. All eyes were fixed on the interstellar corvette, their minds racing with disbelief. Was this truly an interstellar corvette? Chapter 89. One selling her sister, one selling her senior. The audience gazed at the desolate asteroid in the dual zone, noting the T2 Purple Rose's hull, which was gravely deformed, with not a single intact piece of armor remaining. Several sections had gaping holes, the result of the T2 Black Rhinoceros's formidable horn. A few interstellar shuttles and small medical ships had begun their approach to rescue the crew aboard the starship. This scene was far more dire than what had previously transpired with Zhao Wanner's T2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser. The Arbiter subsequently announced the victor of this starship duel, Zhao Wanner of the North Star Academy. "I truly apologize. Our students can be so reckless, leaving your starship in such disarray. Perhaps we could offer basic repairs to ensure its safe return to your Tianyao Academy starport." Vice Dean Hong remarked with a smug smile directed at Vice Dean Jia, who merely grunted in response, turning away from the audience. The rest of the Tianyao Academy students hastily departed, dejected. Hey, don't leave. Weren't you quite boastful just now? Why the silence now? Your starship S&T all that impressive, unable to withstand even one of our corvettes. If I were in your shoes, I'd have buried myself in shame after being bested by an interstellar corvette. The students of North Star Academy were elated, as if they had personally triumphed in battle. Vice Dean Hong scoffed. He had endured enough of the Tianyao Academy's haughty arrogance in recent days. However, the T2 Black Rhinoceros had indeed proven formidable, with its armor strength being astonishingly fierce and its short-range acceleration capabilities impressive. It was hard to believe such a small vessel could possess such robust acceleration and defense. Why had he not heard of such a T2 interstellar corvette on the market? As Vice Dean Hong contemplated discussing the starship with Zhao Chen, he realized that Zhao Chen and his group had already vanished without a trace. What an enigmatic student. Look, the latest report has emerged. The T2 Purple Rose-class medium interstellar battlecruiser has sustained an overall armor damage of 60, with the most severe breaches penetrating directly through the armor. This has resulted in 37 compartments being damaged and sealed off. Even the structural integrity of the starship's main framework has been compromised by 20, nearing the brink of collapse. Captain Zhao Min has been injured. Her face severely deformed. It turns out this woman has had cosmetic surgery. 7 crew members lost their lives, 26 suffered serious injuries, and 57 were injured to varying degrees. Estimates indicate that the repair cost for the T2 Purple Rose will reach an astonishing 3 million star coins. That is almost enough to purchase a brand new T2 interstellar corvette or destroyer. As Zhao Chen and his companions made their way to find Zhao Warner, Shui Xiao excitedly recounted details regarding the starship duel. Old Zhao, that interstellar corvette is incredible. Just a few collisions, and it completely dismantled the T2 Purple Rose. Where did you acquire such a starship? Li Wei inquired curiously. Want it? Zhao Chen retorted with a question instead of an answer. Li Wei paused, nodding fervently. Who wouldn't want such a magnificent interstellar corvette? It can hold its own against battle cruisers. When I have the time, I'll get you one, Zhao Chen replied, although he lacked the immediate resources. Constructing a T2 Black Rhinoceros in the future would be a simple task. Really? Zhao Ji, you're like my own brother, Li Wei exclaimed, too preoccupied fantasizing about owning such an interstellar corvette to inquire about its origins. Zhao Ji, you're still single, right? How about considering my sister? Though she has a bad temper and is a bit older, she is still a stunning beauty. Zhao Chen chuckled incredulously. You'd sell your sister for an interstellar corvette? Zhao Ji, if you could give me a T2 Black Rhinoceros, I might consider. Shui Xiao chimed in. I could share the contact details of Senior Sulan, along with the measurements and preferences. You know, that information has earned me many promises from Han Tian Wang, and I haven't spilled a word. Great, another one selling out their senior sister. Don't you prefer massive battleships? How could such a corvette catch your fancy? Zhao Chen teased Shui Xiao. With a playful smile, Shui Xiao replied, I've come to realize you have a point. Being a bit tough is quite appealing, of course. I still prefer massive battleships. Imagine me with a massive cannon paired with a small gun. It would be exhilarating. For these two, who were so singularly focused on starships they would sell their sisters or seniors, Zhao Chen could only mourn for their siblings that, in the near term, he lacked the means. But once he had the resources, they would be the first he considered. Is it expensive to acquire such a starship? Li Wei tentatively inquired, having just received a T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer from home. If it were too costly, he couldn't afford IT. IT's not expensive. The market price won't exceed 3 million star coins that I could offer you a discount, Zhao Chen assured him. This was the truth. Typically, T2 starships had a profit margin of around 20 times. For instance, T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer priced at approximately 4 million star coins only cost about 200,000 to produce. However, Zhao Chen's T2 Black Rhinoceros was quite special. If sold, a 30-fold profit would not be unreasonable. The only downside might be its lack of firepower. Before long, the trio arrived at the docking berth of the T2 Black Rhinoceros. Li Wei and Shui Xiao immediately circled the starship. Wow, there is hardly any significant damage. Sure, there are minor abrasions, but the major damage is just a 50-centimeter diameter, 10-centimeter deep wound, Li Wei exclaimed in astonishment. Wow, the great black horn. Shui Xiao stood at the bow of the ship, her head tilted back, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the gleaming black horn. Chapter 90. Li Yaqi's Business Legend. Zhao Wanner and Lilith disembarked from the starship. Wanner, your performance just now was truly remarkable. You should have seen Zhou Min's dismal state after the battle. It's a pity we couldn't witness it firsthand. Shui Xiao exclaimed as she darted to Zhao Wanner's side. Zhao Wanner smiled, acknowledging that her contribution to the starship duel victory was minimal. The true credit lay with the formidable T-2 Black Rhinoceros-class interstellar assault destroyer. The crew aboard the starship had mastered its operation, allowing her to simply convey her ideas, and the captain, a half-beast sister, would handle the rest. Zhao Wanner glanced at Zhao Chen, her lips moving. Zhao Chen was momentarily stunned. Are you speaking to me? Zhao Wanner's cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze. Speak a bit louder. I didn't hear you. Zhao Chen stepped closer. Zhao Wanner bit her lip, her face growing redder. Wanner means to say, brother, I adore you. Shui Xiao suddenly chimed in. Zhao Wanner, flustered and angry, pretended to strike Shui Xiao, who laughed and dodged. That I never said that. Xiao, stop your nonsense. If you keep this up, I'll tear your mouth apart. Shui Xiao laughed as she ran. What's wrong? Don't you like your brother? How about this? You give your brother to me. Is that all right, brother Zhao Chen? Shui Xiao, be brave enough not to run. If you have the ability, don't chase me. Zhao Chen watched the two playful girls, unable to suppress his laughter. I could see that moment. As Zhao Wanner pursued Shui Xiao, she reached Zhao Chen's side and halted, daring not to meet his gaze. Thank you, brother. After uttering this, Zhao Wanner resumed her playful chase of Shui Xiao. Zhao Chen observed Zhao Wanner as retreating figure, realizing he and fully processed her earlier words. Over the years, Zhao Wanner had never referred to him as brother. News of the North Star Academy student defeating the Tianyao Academy's star battleship using the interstellar destroyer continued to circulate within the academy. Zhao Wanner, a fifth-grade prodigy, had reached the pinnacle of her fame. As for Zhao Chen, he returned to his Zero Storm. Although he had accommodations at the academy, after getting accustomed to the spacious quarters of his starship, who would willingly return to a cramped room? Furthermore, Zhao Chen had another matter to attend to, finding Li Wei's sister. Of course, it wasn't to offer himself as a free brother-in-law. Northwild Starship Technology Group, Industrial Park Headquarters. This facility, located in orbit around a planet, was originally owned by a company manufacturing starship components. Half a year ago, it was acquired by Northwild, which spent 2 months upgrading and transforming it, establishing several production lines and starship docks. Subsequently, they began mass-producing the T-1 Wolf Lice. This starship factory could produce up to 100 T-1 Wolf Lice in a month. Due to Liyaki's bold actions, nearly 5 million star coins were invested, including 3 million for undisclosed starship technology buyout fees. This infuriated the upper management of Northwild, who believed Liyaki was recklessly squandering resources. However, who would have anticipated that in mid-November 3030, Northwild subsidiary, Northwild Starship Technology Group, would hold a starship launch conference, unveiling a new starship named the T-1 Wolf Lice-class medium interstellar destroyer, priced at a mere 30,000 star coins. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout the Northern Star region. At that time, the lowest market price for a T-1 starship, such as a T-1 Interstellar Escort, was already 50,000 star coins, while a T-1 Interstellar Destroyer would cost at least 100,000 star coins. Yet, Northwild's Interstellar Destroyer was only 30,000 star coins. Such an astonishingly low price for a T-1 starship raised eyebrows. In the 3 days leading up to the conference, no one was keen on purchasing this starship. However, on the 4th day, Liyaki announced that the first 100 T-1 Wolf Lice would be available for a 3-day trial with no deposit required. If unsatisfied, they could return it at no cost. In this context, several cash-strapped private fleets, or star system, lords began to express interest in this starship. That on the 5th day of the conference, chaos ensued. The ordering department of Northwild's communications network exploded with incoming orders. One star system lord even placed an order for 100 T-1 Wolf Lice. At that time, Northwild's warehouse only had 300 T-1 Wolf Lice in stock. By the 5th day, all 300 T-1 Wolf Lice had been completely ordered, with all payments settled. This influx brought in 9 million star coins to Northwild's accounts, turning their financial report from a deficit to a profit for the year. I am now preparing to expand the current starship factory to increase the production capacity from 100 T-1 Wolf Lice per month to 300. The expansion is expected to be completed by mid-year. Liyaki looked at the shareholders present at the meeting and her father sitting across from her, who regarded her with a satisfied expression. The other shareholders, previously dismissive, now wore smiles as they looked at Liyaki. Yaki, our niece, is truly exceptional. This T1 Wolf Lice has ignited the market in the northern star region of our Starshine Empire. I've heard the order count has reached 500 already. External speculation suggested that this wave of influence would extend to other star regions of the Starshine Empire, potentially resulting in an annual demand for a full 5,000 T1 Wolf Lice. 5,000 T1 Wolf Lice would yield profits far exceeding those of our Northwild Interstellar Trading Group. I always believed our Yaki niece would succeed. I think expanding to a monthly output of 300 is insufficient. Let us aim for 500 to penetrate other star regions of the Starshine Empire. The shareholders were excitedly discussing and planning Northwild's future in the field of starship technology. Yaki regarded her uncles with the same amusement one might reserve for a jester. Just months ago, they had not displayed such enthusiasm. How laughable. Ding 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 to AT that moment. Yaki's handheld terminal flashed with a notification. Normally, she would professionally silence all notifications during meetings, even those from her father. Yet, there had been one exception for months. I apologize. I have an urgent matter to attend to. We shall adjourn this meeting for now, Yaki stated, not waiting for her uncles to respond as she exited the meeting. The conference room before her vanished, replaced by an empty space with a few vacant chairs. Quickly, Yaki activated her communication device, revealing a message. I would like to talk to you. The message came from the mysterious account that had sold her the T1 Wolf Lice technology months prior. Chapter 91. 4 Starship Technologies. Unlike before, the individual sent Yaki a holographic video conferencing room. This holographic setup was similar to her previous meetings, allowing her to see the holographic image of the other party, facilitating seamless communication even across star systems. However, this mode of communication came at a steep price per minute. Yet Yaki was unconcerned. This man had brought her untold wealth with just a few words. The communication fee was insignificant. She would eagerly drop everything to rush to any address he provided. Upon entering the holographic conference room, a masked man was seated at the round table opposite her. His youthful appearance starkly contrasted with her expectations of an elderly professor or doctor. You are Yaki inquired tentatively, her suspicion about his identity growing. The T1 Wolf Lice class medium interstellar destroyer technology has certainly made you quite prosperous. Miss Lee, you possess a keen business acumen. You could have priced it higher, yet you chose to quickly penetrate the market, establishing Northwild's reputation. Zhao Chen remarked. Yaki quickly replied, this is all thanks to your willingness to provide us with this starship. In gratitude, although we signed a buyout contract previously, we are still willing to pay you a 5 technology fee for each starship. It must be said that Yaki was indeed shrewd in business. Although seemingly an additional 5 expenditure, it was an excellent investment to cultivate a relationship with a prominent figure before her. This time, I am not here to discuss the T1 Wolf Lice. I wish to engage in a deeper collaboration with you, Zhao Chen said, his hands clasped on the table, his gaze fixed on Yaki. Collaboration? That is something Yaki eagerly desires. Do you have other starship technologies? We are willing to explore collaboration in this area and can even invest in your research facility, providing the best environment for starship technology research. Yaki proposed one favorable condition after another. She believed that the individual must be affiliated with a starship technology research organization, that if they could recruit this organization, it would undoubtedly benefit Northwild Starship Technology Group immensely. What you've mentioned does not concern me. First, listen to my collaboration terms that I will provide you with several starship technologies, but this time it will not be a buyout. Rather, it will be a licensing agreement. Each starship's profit is set at 70 for me. Concurrently, I shall not concern myself with any details regarding production, transportation, or sales. These responsibilities fall solely upon you to be candid. I am merely a hands-off proprietor. Zhao Chen articulated his intentions with unambiguous clarity. 70% profit. Yaki immediately calculated in her mind, granting the counterpart a 70 share of the profit, while shouldering all other production, manufacturing, and transportation costs would ultimately yield her a mere 1 or 2% profit. However, as a shrewd businesswoman, Yaki could not acquiesce so readily. The proposed division of profits was excessively steep, and aside from providing technology, all other burdens were to be borne by them. What if? Before Yaki could finish her thought, Zhao Chen interjected, you are undoubtedly aware of the profits that the T1 Wolf Lice has generated for you. As for the starship technology I am about to bestow upon you, I possess absolute confidence that it will not be inferior to the T1 Wolf Lice. My terms are not open to negotiation. If Miss Li is unwilling, then our discourse may conclude here. Faced with his unwavering resolve, Liyaki had already weighed the pros and cons. She was determined to acquire the starship technology in Zhao Chen's possession. Could you allow me a glimpse of the starship technology blueprints for this collaboration? She inquired. You shall see them once the contract is signed, Zhao Chen replied. Liyaki was taken aback. This negotiation was remarkably resolute, leaving her with no avenue for retreat. This was precisely Zhao Chen's strategy. Having tasted success with the T1 Wolf Louse, it was evident that as long as she was not foolish, she would not forfeit this opportunity. I have additional stipulations. Although we are signing an authorized profit-sharing contract, I require a minimum advance payment of 20 million star coins for the initial 3 months. This sum will be deducted from the subsequent profit-sharing portion, Zhao Chen added. This 20 million star coins was essential for Zhao Chen's construction plan over the next 3 months. His T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship was in dire need of resources, with remaining materials sufficient for less than half a month's operation. 20 million star coins. Liyaki hesitated momentarily upon hearing Zhao Chen's exorbitant demand. Thus far, the direct profits from the T1 Wolf Louse had amounted to less than 5 million star coins. To amass the required 20 million, she would need to draw from the headquarters. However, given her current influence, she believed it would not pose a significant challenge. That I am pressed for time. You have 10 minutes to contemplate, Zhao Chen declared, imposing a deadline. After less than half a minute of contemplation, Liyaki reached a decision. She fixed her gaze on Zhao Chen. I concede to all your demands. Zhao Chen exhibited a satisfied expression. You are indeed a savvy businesswoman. With that, he raised his hand. And a holographic projection of 4 starships, 1 large and 3 small, materialized before Liyaki. Among them were 3 T1 starships, the T1 Grey Mouse-class medium interstellar destroyer, the T1 Swift Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser, and a T1 Ant-class heavy interstellar mining vessel. The T2 starship was a T2 Moose-class heavy interstellar transport ship. Here are their brief introductions. I will send the detailed starship technical blueprints to your email shortly. These 4 starships were all redeemed from the system, costing a total of 6 mission points and 260 system credits. The T2 interstellar transport ship. Liyaki's expression transformed into one of astonishment and excitement. Initially, she had anticipated that the starship technology offered would only encompass the T1 series. But to her surprise, she was presented with 3 T1 starship technologies alongside a T2 interstellar transport ship. Although the interstellar transport ship was classified as auxiliary, its market demand was paramount. Interstellar trade necessitated transport vessels, and an exceptional interstellar transport ship was indispensable, whether for battlefield needs, territorial operations, or the logistics of interstellar trade. After reviewing the introductions of these starships, Liyaki's eyes burned with fervor. This was undoubtedly a lucrative venture. Liyaki had just lifted her gaze when she realized the seat across from her was already vacant. This time, she remained unaware of the man's name, yet her curiosity about him intensified. Have presented such a wealth of T1 starship technologies, along with a T2 starship technology, it seemed she would need to seek out her brother to gather more information about this enigmatic individual.